Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. The wind howled and the yellow sand filled the sky. The originally vibrant aquamarine star seems to be coming to an end. The reasons for this situation are overexploitation of resources and uncontrolled environmental pollution. The damage caused by both of these to Aqua Blue Star is irreversible. The global climate is heating up rapidly, land desertification cannot be curbed, and the loss of water resources has caused a devastating blow to the planting and breeding industries. This will directly affect the foundation of human existence, and the final result is that all mankind will wait for the end of life in endless regret. However, on this day, more than 7 billion people around the world heard a scalp-numbing sound. Aqua Blue Star has met all the conditions, and the secret realm of national luck is coming soon, please be prepared. This sudden strange sound made the lifeless aquamarine star boil, and almost everyone was looking for the source of the sound. When they looked up at the sky, they suddenly discovered a diamond-shaped floating object visible to the naked eye suspended in the air. The sound just now seemed to be made by the UFO. What is that thing and why can it float in the sky? Damn it, who did this prank? Is it fun to scare people? The world is going to be destroyed. Who is so boring? Fake, I've been hungry for 3 days and finally fell asleep. What's going on? What is the secret realm of national destiny, and what will happen after it arrives? This doesn't seem to be a prank. UFOs seem to appear in every country. The internet has not yet been paralyzed. In less than 5 minutes since hearing the strange sound, netizens from all over the world have compiled quite a lot of information. For example, there was more than one diamond-shaped UFO, but one appeared in every country, and it was suspended in the sky majestically. Some netizens boldly used drones to get a closer look at what they were, but before they even got close, the drone lost control as if it was interfered by a strong magnetic field. However, the most panicked people at the moment are not the netizens, but the officials of various countries. They immediately activated all detection methods, but they all ended in failure. There seemed to be a mysterious magnetic field near the UFO. Not to mention that it was impossible to get close, it was even impossible to scan what material it was made of. Just when the whole world was talking about it, countless people were horrified to find that the UFO was emitting light. Immediately afterwards, a barrier visible to the naked eye spread out with a diamond as the center, covering every country. Then the weird sound rang again. The territorial limits of each country have been locked, and the secret realm of national destiny has officially arrived. The basic rules of the national game's secret realm are now announced. Aquamarine Star has a total of 197 countries, and each country will randomly select a player to enter the secret realm of the national games. Athletes need to survive in the secret realm of the national games, and the materials they obtain can be transformed into the country they represent 10,000 times. If a player unfortunately dies and cannot be resurrected, cannot return to the real world, and cannot be replaced by another player, the country he represents will also face a very serious death penalty according to the way the player died. Athletes have absolute freedom in the secret realm of the national games. Players can form forces, plunder, and fight. There are many ferocious beasts inhabiting the national fortune secret realm, which adopt the same grade system as various resources. F grade is the lowest and SSS grade is the highest. Players, please be informed. There are a variety of opportunities and detailed rules in the national game's secret realm, and some new features will be opened according to time. Players are invited to explore on their own. The basic rules have been announced, and players will be randomly selected later. After the selection is successful, each contestant has 30 seconds to prepare, and the teleportation will be carried out after the 30-second countdown. After the players enter the secret realm of the national games, the live broadcast function will be turned on simultaneously, and those who are not selected can watch through various media terminals. Above all, I wish all contestants good luck. The sound disappeared, leaving only the diamond-shaped flying object that seemed to be cracking and emitting bright light, slowly rotating. There was a pause for a few seconds, and everyone in the world was completely stunned. There are also many people who slap themselves hard in the face, trying to wake themselves up from this weird dream. Is this true? This secret realm of national destiny is actually real. Has an alien civilization invaded? Could this be a protection mechanism left by prehistoric civilization to prevent the destruction of Aquamarine planet? Selecting a player at random, does that mean it might be me? 30 seconds of preparation time is enough to do something, why don't you give it? Don't choose me. I would rather die of thirst and starvation than go to that secret place of national destiny. Are you asking one person to carry the destiny of a country? Are you kidding? It's not fair. At the very least, we should be allowed to choose our own players. Acquiring resources can materialize thousands of times. What the hell is this? Could it be that you can create things out of thin air? Who knows what's going on in the secret realm of national fortune? It's very difficult for a person to just survive, but there are ferocious beasts? What a joke! Suddenly, everyone was discussing the topic of the secret realm of national destiny. These topics range from those who are afraid of becoming a player, to those who are curious about what the so-called embodiment means, and even those who keep asking if the people around them have been selected to become players. The same goes for the Dragon Kingdom. This matter is being discussed hotly everywhere. Su Hao's parents have gone to work, and he is the only one staying at home. But he was not idle either, he was chatting about this matter in a group of college classmates. There are more than 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, how could it be possible that we would be chosen? Seeing this sentence, Su Hao was deeply convinced. The chance of choosing one among more than 1 billion people was so low that it could be ignored. He was about to agree with this point of view, but before he could type a word, his fingers froze. That was because a voice rang directly in his head. You have become the representative player of the Dragon Kingdom. You have 30 seconds to prepare. The teleportation will begin in 30 seconds. I wish you good luck. Holy shit! Am I chosen? Su Hao was stunned. He never imagined that he would stand out among more than 1 billion people. With only 30 seconds of prep time, Su Hao didn't have time to do anything extra. He ran into the bedroom and took out his school backpack, grabbing a few pieces of clothing and stuffing them inside. Then he ran out and put his father's lighter into his pocket, then went to the kitchen and put the kitchen knife into his backpack. Seeing that 30 seconds were coming, Su Hao looked around, so anxious that he didn't know what else he should bring. However, when he was thinking hard, the scenery in front of him completely changed in the blink of an eye. The big trees blocking out the sky, all kinds of unknown plants, and weeds that are as tall as ankles, everything is so strange. But before Su Hao could recover, another sudden voice made him look even more bizarre. Activation conditions have been met, your lucky value has been increased to 99,999. Friendly reminder, the upper limit of ordinary people's luck value is 10 points. Chapter 2. What the hell? What do you mean? Su Hao looked stunned at first, and his heart beat faster after he came to his senses. Ordinary people can only have 10 luck points at most, so now I have 99,999 points. Isn't that outrageous? At the same time, the live broadcast function is turned on. Everyone around the world can watch this live broadcast through mobile phones, TVs, computers and other media terminals. However, when Long Guo viewers entered the live broadcast room and saw Su Hao, it caused controversy. Especially Su Hao's eyes were wide open at this moment, and he looked frightened, which made the audience think that he was completely confused. Little did he know that at this moment Su Hao was shocked by the sudden golden finger. Is this a player from our Dragon Kingdom? He is so young, and his mental quality doesn't seem to be very good. Isn't this a free gift? It's over. At first glance, he looks like a clear and stupid college student. It's a bit of a joke to let him shoulder the national destiny of our Dragon Kingdom. It seems like this guy doesn't do much exercise. If you let him survive in the wild, I guess he will starve to death, right? There's no need to be so pessimistic. What's wrong with young people? Who hasn't come from this age? Let me tell you, this little brother is pretty good. I went to live broadcast rooms in other countries, and there were many old people and children there. Why don't you tell me there are muscular men in other countries? At best, it's better than the best but better than the worst. I feel that we need to have more confidence in our players. Yes, it is stated in the rules that there is only one player and there is no way to change it. This is already an established fact, so what's the use of complaining more? I'm not complaining about the players. After all, he didn't volunteer. I just feel that this rule is too rubbish. Why should we choose randomly? Can't we let us choose ourselves? The audience was talking a lot. Some people felt that Su Hao was too young and seemed to be the type who neglected to exercise. It would be difficult for him to take on the important task of national destiny. Some viewers think this is not bad, and it is much better than the elderly and children in some other countries. In addition, a large number of people are not paying attention to the players, but are observing the environment around the players. Everything you see is full of life, and it is obvious that you are in a forest, which makes the audience convinced that this is definitely not on Aquamarine. Today's Aquamarine planet is no longer a forest. The high-temperature climate environment and the desertification of the land have caused plants to die and animals to become extinct. There is no life at all. If it were not for the support of grain reserves and resource management and control, it is estimated that most of the world's more than 7 billion people would disappear. At this time, a group of foreign viewers wandering around came to the Long Guo live broadcast room. After seeing Su Hao, they all laughed at him. Is this a player from the Dragon Kingdom? Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom is going to be over. If such a weak chicken survives for more than an hour, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Isn't there a saying in your Dragon Kingdom that a hero emerges from a young age? Is this your hero? I think he will turn into a bear soon, right? With such a small body, it's probably not big enough for a beast to fit between its teeth, so I might be able to escape, ha ha ha. You also have to look at our Yingjiang players, a muscular man over 2 meters tall who can kill a tiger with one punch. Our players from Bangsa country are not bad either. They have prepared a lot of tools. At first glance, they are professionals in wild survival. Our contestants from Sakura country brought a samurai sword. The ferocious beasts will definitely kill as many as they come. The players from the Dragon Kingdom are too weak. Our players from the Usse Kingdom are very experienced. We cannot act randomly in such a strange place. We must first observe the environment. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has become the first country to be eliminated, just in time for us to see what the death penalty is. These foreign audiences kept sarcastic and even swore that Su Hao would not live long. The Dragon Kingdom audience was furious. Su Hao did not seem that strong, but he was definitely not as rubbish as they said. If a young man with sound limbs like Su Hao cannot survive an hour in the secret realm of the national games, what about the old, weak, sick, and disabled who have been selected from other countries? However, Su Hao didn't know what was going on in the live broadcast room. He now wanted to know whether his 99,999 lucky value was true or false. With such exaggerated luck, it shouldn't be as simple as buying a lottery ticket and winning the jackpot, right? What role does that have? Su Hao thought silently. Luck is invisible and intangible. If you get some magic weapon, you can still test how powerful it is, but how to test this luck value? This stumped Su Hao, and he couldn't think of any good solution after thinking for a while. He didn't dare to make any drastic attempts. What if he was hallucinating? At that time, wouldn't it be necessary to risk one's life? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If this lucky value is real, it will always work. Su Hao decided not to waste time, looked around and decided to explore first. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he felt that he had stepped on something. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was a black-gray stone. Before he could react, the announcement rang. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, iron ore. Resource level, F level. Resource details, ordinary iron ore. Reward, F-grade iron ore will be manifested 10,000 times in Dragon Kingdom. Damn it! Is this okay? The moment he heard the announcement, Su Hao was stunned. In fact, he was sure that he was not hallucinating, but he just didn't know how to verify it. Now, he didn't have to work hard to verify it. The facts directly proved that the lucky value was effective. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the resources before he even took a step? Su Hao was not the only one who was shocked. The audience of Dragon Kingdom were also dumbfounded. However, after a brief period of confusion, everyone suddenly became ecstatic. At this time, someone also discovered that the diamond-shaped flying object suspended over the Dragon Kingdom was emitting an even brighter light. Immediately afterwards, a ray was pointed at the northern area, and the local residents felt a slight shock. Some people boldly speculate that the location pointed by this ray is probably the location where the iron ore materializes. Chapter 3. It didn't take long for people to repost the photos and videos on the internet. The content is exactly that iron mine that just materialized. The audience guessed correctly, the ray just pointed to the actual location. I saw cracks in the ground in the photo, and black and grey ore can be clearly seen in the cracks. The dissemination of these contents also caused the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room to boil. The Dragon Kingdom viewers who had just suppressed their anger seemed to have found a place to vent their anger while being excited. Maid, who just said that our players are not good. Fools, watch out, the first person in the world to materialize resources is our Dragon Kingdom. You guys don't even understand what it means to be honest. What about those people who made the bet before? Isn't it time to stand on your head and eat shit? Every braggart is bragging to the sky, but I haven't seen any of your players do anything. Brother, you are awesome. You have to slap these idiots in the face like this. Didn't a group of people show off their superiority just now? Why are they all mute now? Su Hao unexpectedly obtained iron ore, and the audience in Long Guo was elated. This is the first resource to be materialized after the arrival of the secret realm of national destiny, and its significance is extraordinary. No matter what resources other players acquire in the future, it will not change the fact that Dragon Kingdom is number one. The foreign audiences who were so proud not long ago now felt as if they had eaten shit. No one expected that this Dragon Kingdom player could obtain a resource with just one casual step. It was really incredible. But seeing that the Dragon Kingdom audience was so proud, these foreign audiences were not only angry, but also extremely jealous, so they started to get angry again. Isn't it just an iron mine? Why make such a fuss? The people of Long Country are really ignorant. Obtaining resources so easily only proves that it is not difficult in the first place. It's just a matter of better luck. I don't believe his luck can stay this good forever. In the final analysis, it's just a fluke. Based on what he did, he won't survive long. You people from the Dragon Kingdom have simply not understood the key point. The key point is to survive. Only by staying alive can we continue to obtain resources. A weakling like him will definitely be in trouble soon. Just hold the iron ore and giggle. When you encounter a ferocious beast later, you will cry. That's it, it's as if one iron mine can reverse the fate of the country. When your players die, the loss will definitely be greater than 1,000 or 10,000 iron mines. The Long Guo live broadcast room quickly became noisy. Foreign viewers unanimously believed that Su Hao just got lucky and got a resource. However, luck is a fickle thing, and no one can be so lucky all the time. In this regard, the Dragon Kingdom audience believes that this is a very good start. After all, only Su Hao has obtained resources so far, and players from other countries have still gained nothing. However, not all Dragon Kingdom viewers are so optimistic. Su Hao has indeed successfully obtained resources, but this does not mean that he will always have smooth sailing. This time it was indeed good luck and I unexpectedly obtained an iron mine. What if I was unlucky? From the lines of the barrage, it can actually be seen that this part of the audience is quite pessimistic. Although they are also criticizing the foreign audiences, it does not prevent them from worrying that Su Hao will be in danger. So after experiencing the initial excitement of materialized resources, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became more subtle. At this time, a small window suddenly popped up on the live broadcast screen. Then I saw the smiling and elegant beauty in the small window saying, "Hello, viewers, I am your old friend, the host Usse. In order to give the audience a better viewing experience, I will explain it to you in the future. At the same time, we have also formed a team of experts to answer various questions from the audience. But currently, members of this team have not arrived in the studio, so we will temporarily adopt an online connection method." The secret realm of national destiny suddenly arrived, which no one in the world expected. And what are you most afraid of happening in this situation? Nothing but panic and riots. If you want to avoid or mitigate the impact as much as possible, you must stabilize the mood of the people. As a household name among the younger generation of officials and the most popular host, Usse is definitely responsible for this task. Originally, Usse was about to start her show at this time, but now she saves a lot of trouble. Everything is ready-made, so after a little preparation, she started the live broadcast immediately. The current atmosphere in the live broadcast room is not good. Even after seeing Usse, except for her die-hard fans, many viewers have not changed much and are still worried. Usse had been recording the situation before starting the live broadcast, so after starting the live broadcast, her first job was to adjust the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Viewers, I think many people don't know our players very well. Then let me introduce it to you first. Our player's name is Su Hao. He is a very upright Hao. Now let's connect with Mr. Zhang Bailun, the most famous wilderness survival expert in Daxia, to comment on his impression of Su Hao. Usse did not introduce too much, but directly moved out a member of the expert team. This was what they had discussed before, and asked Zhang Bailun to cooperate in completing the first step to appease the national mood. The video connection was connected, and Zhang Bailun, who was once famous for a wild survival show, appeared on the screen. "Hello host and audience friends, I am Zhang Bailun, and I am honored to be a member of the expert team. Let's get down to business." I also paid attention to our player Su Hao as soon as the live broadcast started. Some friends think that Su Hao's psychological quality is not very good, but I can tell everyone that this is not the case. Anyone who suddenly appears in a completely unfamiliar environment will inevitably be a little surprised. You can recall that Su Hao was not too panicked. After the surprise, he quickly calmed down and started thinking. This is enough to prove that his psychological quality is very strong. Friends, if you don't believe it, you can go to other live broadcast rooms and have a look. Many players are still very nervous and don't know what to do. And Su Hao obviously had a plan just now, so he launched an action, but suddenly obtained a resource, so his action was forced to pause. In other words, everyone can give our player Su Hao a little more confidence. His performance has surpassed that of most players. Chapter 4. After hearing Zhang Bailun's speech, the Dragon Kingdom audience also thought about it seriously. Indeed, Su Hao only showed a surprised look at first, and it only lasted for a few seconds, and then he quickly started to think about it. Compared with the panic of other players, Su Hao's performance was indeed much better. So that's it. I misunderstood this brother before. It turns out he is so powerful. It's true that people are not judged by their appearance. This Su Hao looks ordinary, but I didn't expect that his mental quality is so strong. If it were me, I would probably still be confused now. I still have the foresight. I said early on that this guy is not simple. With his temperament, at first glance, he looks like a big shot who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. I don't know what you are worried about. Even if the situation happens again, it will just bring the end of the world a little earlier. What's more, now we know that our players are actually very powerful. Isn't this enough? If you look carefully, this little brother is quite handsome. I guess he was also the school idol when he was in school, right? Okay, I'm going to show my hand. I'm Su Hao's childhood friend. We grew up wearing the same pair of pants. My brother Hao was so bold when he was young that he would often climb up the window and peek at Widow Wang next door taking a bath. I am Su Hao's classmate. I proved that he is really good at heart. During the exam, he wrote the answers on his arm. When the teacher asked him, he said it was the latest tattoo. Maid, you people are really good at using the screen. If you really knew Su Hao, would you say this? Just like me, have I publicized the fact that I am Su Hao's cousin? After Zhang Bailun spoke, Su had been paying attention to the direction of the barrage. After seeing these remarks, she breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone on her chest finally fell away. Obviously, their plan was successful. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was much stronger than before. At least it was no longer so depressing and much more relaxed. Especially the many funny people who claimed to know Su Hao added a lot of joy. As for how many of these people are telling the truth, the audience doesn't care. At least they no longer despise Su Hao as they did at the beginning. After laying this foundation, Su is more than half successful. Next, she only needs to adjust the national mood step by step and continue to enhance their confidence in Su Hao. However, the barrage is not all harmonious. There are still many foreign viewers who are envious and jealous of the iron mine that has just materialized in the Dragon Kingdom. Especially when they heard Zhang Bailun praise Su Hao just now, they were even more angry. It's just that you have a better psychological quality. A weak chicken is a weak chicken. Do you really think this is just playing house with a child? What's the use of having a good psychological quality? That's right, no matter how good your psychological quality is it possible that you can survive when you encounter a vicious beast? With a guy like him, it's like a picnic for the vicious beast. Maid, you foreign dogs are not done yet. I have been unwilling to talk to you. You don't know what your last name is, do you? Are you homeless? Why are you jumping around in our Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room? Go back to your own live broadcast room. Farky. We are just telling the truth, you player is a piece of rubbish. Trash? Then have your players obtained resources? Since they haven't, does that mean your players are not even as good as trash? It's just that he got an iron mine through luck. What's so big about him? If he's like this, he'll probably be killed by a ferocious beast before he can get a second resource. The Dragon Kingdom audience now has some confidence in Su Hao, and they will naturally be merciless when attacking the foreign audiences. However, when the live broadcast room was in chaos, Su Hao, who was in the secret realm of the national games, threw aside the iron ore in his hand without interest. He also pondered for a while what the iron ore could be used for. But later it was discovered that he did not have the conditions to smelt iron at all. In other words, this iron ore has no effect on him at all, at least not yet. Forget it, although I can't use it, it can always be of some use after it is embodied. Su Hao chose to be relieved. He knew very well that now he was responsible for the fate of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and he could not just think about himself. The more resources, the better. Even if he doesn't use them, they will definitely come in handy after they are realized. Now it seems that this incredible luck value of 99,999 should be valid, but we should not be too careless, in case this is just a coincidence. Su Hao was still relatively cautious, but when he started to act again, after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that there was an open space with not too many weeds next to it that showed an unusual color. Driven by curiosity, Su Hao walked over and took a look, and was surprised to find that the soil here showed a light blue color. After rubbing the ground with his shoe, a piece of dark blue ore immediately appeared. The next second, another announcement rang. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Azurite. Resource level, F level. Resource details, ordinary Azurite ore. Reward, F-grade Azurite will be manifested 10,000 times in Dragon Kingdom. The moment the announcement sounded, Su Hao's expression was extremely subtle. Well, I'm overthinking it. This can't be a coincidence. It's really luck that plays a role. Su Hao acknowledged this fact, because apart from this explanation, there would be no second answer. If it must be said that it is so simple to obtain resources in the secret realm of the national games, then why is he the only one who has obtained 2 resources so far, and there is no movement at all from other players? The quarrel in the Long Guo live broadcast room also came to a standstill due to the announcement. Immediately afterwards, the barrage suddenly exploded. Damn it! Su is so awesome! He has an iron ore on his front foot and an azurite ore on his back foot. This is too strong. Ha ha ha! Comfortable. Who just said that our Dragon Kingdom players can't get the second resource? It's not a slap in the face. One time can be called luck, but what do you call the other 2 times? Then it's called strength. You bunch of wild dogs that can only bark, take a good look at it. Our Dragon Kingdom players are better than your players. Grandsons, Grandpa, you must be a good boy. When you come out to brag in the future, you must at least have some real material, otherwise you will only be embarrassed. Su Hao is so appealing to me. If he approaches me, he'll hit him on the spot without any delay. It's so awesome. You idiots, why aren't you talking? Keep going. Weren't you so awesome just now? The foreign audience were all dumbfounded. Faced with the bombardment from the Dragon Kingdom audience, their faces were burning and they couldn't even say a word to refute. They never imagined that Su Hao had just obtained an iron mine, and in the blink of an eye he had obtained an azure mine. Even if he was lucky, he couldn't be this good, could he? This is just like turning on a plug-in. Instead of Su Hao searching for resources, the resources actively gather around Su Hao. Since ancient times, there has been a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that you should not pursue the enemy when you are poor. Seeing that this group of foreign audiences did not talk back, they also lost interest in continuing to complain. Rather than wasting time with these idiots, it would be better to see where the azure ore tool has manifested this time, so they all looked at the diamond-shaped flying object in the sky. Just like last time, the diamond-shaped flying object also pointed to a location after bursting with bright light, and this location was actually almost the same as the location of the iron ore. Chapter 5. Shouldn't copper be bright yellow? Why is this copper ore blue? This is a question asked by many viewers on the barrage. This is actually the atmosphere in the live broadcast room that the officials most want to see. The expert team has been established to answer these doubts of the audience and cooperate to complete the work of regulating the national mood. Of course, Suso couldn't ignore this question. After all, this was also part of her job. Viewers, like everyone else, I am very curious about why this copper ore is blue. Then this question is: let's ask our resource science expert, Professor Luz Haiming Lu, to help us explain it. The order to form a team of experts is too urgent. After all, not everyone can take on this important task. The experts who can be selected must not only have real talents and knowledge, but more importantly, have high emotional intelligence, have experience in live TV broadcasts, and be able to cooperate with the host Susu. Luz Haiming was also on his way to the studio at this moment and could only make a video connection. After the connection was connected, Luz Haiming immediately said in a very excited tone, "This is azurite. It is a very rare azurite. Seeing Lu's Heiming's excited expression, the audience was also a little surprised. It must be a good thing to make experts lose their composure. Professor Lu, I have heard of azurite, but I don't quite understand. Is there any difference between azurite and ordinary chalcopyrite? Usse led the topic at the right time. Before the connection, she and Lu's Heiming had an angry meeting and agreed to cooperate. Lu's Heiming nodded immediately. Of course there is a difference. Many viewers may not be aware that our country was once rich in copper ore, but chalcopyrite was the dominant one, and azurite is very rare. People may not be able to understand it just by saying it is rare. Let me give you an example. On average, there are only about 10 kilograms of azurite in 100 tons of copper ore. You can convert this ratio and you will know how scarce azurite is. And azurite not only has the characteristics of ordinary copper ore, but also has functions that ordinary copper ore does not have. This mineral can be used as a raw material for pigments and is also associated with the very famous malachite. This realization is really incredible. Even this originally extremely scarce resource can be realized on such a large scale. The audience was stunned for a while. Originally, they thought that the azurite ore was just different in color. Who would have thought that it turned out to be not just an ordinary copper ore, but also had many other uses? The barrage burst into applause all of a sudden, with countless people praising Su Hao crazily and saying that he did a great job. Not only did he slap those foreign wild dogs in the face, but he also obtained such a precious resource. Okay, thank you Professor Lu for your explanation. Viewers, everyone should know that the previous iron mine and this azure mine have been realized in the northern region of our country. The local exploration team has arrived at the site and is conducting exploration. Although it is not yet known how much the specific output of iron ore and azurite is, it will definitely fill the gap in mineral resources. Resource depletion refers not only to life, but to all resources. Now that Su Hao has acquired 2 mines, and after realizing them 10,000 times, the total output has reached a very impressive level. The foreign audiences who were already very jealous felt even more sour after hearing Su's words. They believe that their players are no worse than Dragon Kingdom's players, but why are Dragon Kingdom's players materializing 2 types of resources, but their players still have no movement at all? Driven by jealousy, they didn't care about things like face at all, as if they could feel better as long as they could disgust the Dragon Kingdom audience. In the end, it's just 2 mines. You can't eat or drink them. They might as well be a box of mineral water. I really don't know why you are so happy. Mines often happen to be adjacent to each other. Isn't this just luck? Treating luck as strength is simply sophistry. You people from the Dragon Kingdom only have this ability. It's just F-level resources. If our players take action, they will definitely be more than F-level. If you ask me, the luck of this Dragon Kingdom player must have come to an end. It's your own opinion from the Dragon Kingdom. This Dragon Kingdom player only has this ability. He should cry when he encounters a vicious beast. Just be proud of yourself. When your players are torn to pieces by ferocious beasts, I'll see if you can still laugh. These foreign audiences had a completely unsatisfactory mentality and even said very vicious curses in order to disgust the Dragon Kingdom audience. Faced with this situation, the Dragon Kingdom audience will definitely not tolerate it and will immediately angrily attack these idiots. But only halfway through the barrage, a brand new announcement interrupted their actions. Death notice. A player from Adang Kingdom died after being attacked by a colony of F-class venomous fanged ants. Death penalty. The F-class fanged ant colony will manifest 10,000 times more in the Kingdom of Adam. This announcement shocked everyone around the world. It had only been a short time since the secret realm of the national games had arrived, and there were actually deaths of players. Countless people flocked to Adang Kingdom's live broadcast room to see how this unlucky guy died. However, as soon as he came in, he saw ants as big as half a finger densely covering the whole body of the Adang player. This can make people with trypophobia almost faint, and ordinary people can feel so sick that their scalps are numb. At this time, someone discovered that the live broadcast room had a replay function. So many people activated this function and dragged the progress bar to the time when the Adang player just discovered that he encountered poisonous ants. This player from the country of Adang is a very slovenly middle-aged man. He just stayed in place carefully and didn't dare to move. Any slightest movement would scare him to death. But suddenly, he let out a scream, raised his feet and took a look, only to find a big ant biting his calf. At the same time, the information about the big ant also emerged. Name of the vicious beast, poison-toothed ant. Beast level, F level. Details of the ferocious beast, teeth secrete nerve substance toxins. After being bitten, there will be unbearable severe pain, and it is continuous pain. Too much toxin accumulation or too long time may be fatal. Obviously, the players from Atom Kingdom also saw this information. So he immediately rushed to kill this fanged ant. This guy was so anxious that he didn't dare to use his hands. Instead, he took off his t-shirt and jerked it off. Not to mention, he really succeeded in removing the poisonous fanged ants this time. He was grinning, obviously in pain. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the moment he lowered his head, he suddenly discovered that a large number of densely packed poison-toothed ants had gathered around him. Chapter 6. The vast majority of the audience stopped watching when they saw the players from the Adon Kingdom being surrounded by countless poison-fanged ants. It was really because they had just witnessed this guy's miserable death. At the same time, everyone is also a little curious about what the death penalty in the Adon Kingdom will be like. It is said that these F-class poisonous fanged ants will be realized 10,000 times. But although there were many ants just now, they would only be in the hundreds or even thousands. After being realized thousands of times, they would be nothing to a country. Such punishment does not seem to pose much of a threat. The audience in Dragon Kingdom were also discussing this matter after they returned, and Susu also received a reminder card from the staff at this time. Viewers, I just received the news. An unspeakable disaster has occurred in the country of Adon. Upon hearing this, the audience was confused. Although the Adon Kingdom is not a powerful country, it will not be overwhelmed by millions of giant ants, right? Or is it that things are not what they imagined? When they thought of this possibility, the audience began to ask Susu what was going on through barrage. After Susu paused for a moment, he immediately said, "Please don't worry, the official has decided to start satellite broadcast of real-time footage, and everyone will be able to see the live situation in Adang Kingdom soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Susu saw the gesture made by the director. So he immediately said, "Okay, the satellite picture has been connected, please take a look." Susu's picture disappeared and was replaced by a high-altitude bird's-eye view. But from here you can only vaguely see some buildings, and you can't see what exactly happened at all. However, when the scene gradually zoomed in, everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and their expressions became nervous. I saw countless residents of the Adon Kingdom running around in one city. On the ground, countless poisonous fanged ants were chasing those people unscrupulously. In this scene alone, there are at least hundreds of thousands of poisonous fanged ants. And when the camera switched, everyone was shocked. Not only the streets, but also the vehicles on the roadside and the walls of the buildings were almost covered with poisonous fanged ants. A rough estimate is that this number is no less than tens of millions. But this is just switching a screen. In other words, it is not just millions of fanged ants that have materialized, but an unimaginable astronomical number. Soon, some of the frantically fleeing residents in the picture were surrounded by poisonous fanged ants. No matter how hard he stepped on it, if he killed one, dozens or hundreds of them would come rushing over, making it impossible to trample them all. But once bitten by a poisonous fanged ant, the heart-rending pain can cause the person to lose most of his combat effectiveness in an instant, and then he will be besieged by countless poison-fanged ants, rolling around on the ground with wailing sounds. Until the toxins spread all over the body, losing life in endless pain, and becoming food. This kind of scene kept playing out until the audience sent saying that they didn't want to watch anymore, and then the broadcast screen switched back to the studio hall. Usse also looked pale and obviously felt uncomfortable, but she still wanted to continue her work. Everyone has seen that from the number of materialized poisonous fanged ants, it can be judged that the death penalty of 10,000 times should not be the 10,000 times that caused the death of the player. The greatest possibility is that it should be 10,000 times more likely than the same species to survive in the entire National Destiny secret realm. There's one more thing I want to tell you. What was just broadcast was just a city in the kingdom of Adon. Now the situation is almost the same in the entire Adon kingdom. In other words, the number of embodied poisonous fanged ants has reached an astronomical number, and there is no way to calculate it. The audience was still in shock for a long time. The impact of that scene was really too strong. Watching a living person die under the siege of poisonous fanged ants, from resistance, to struggle, to death. This process really brought them a deep sense of fear. The death penalty brought by F-level ferocious beasts is so terrifying, wouldn't high-level ferocious beasts be even more terrifying? Susu received another reminder card. Dear viewers, the government of Adang has launched an emergency plan, not only calling on residents to light fires to save themselves, but also dispatching rescue teams carrying flamethrowers. These poison-toothed ants are so small that they can easily get into anything, but they are very afraid of fire. Although this method is effective, the side effects are also obvious. If you want to wipe out all the poisonous fanged ants all over the Adon kingdom, then this fire will probably cause the Adon kingdom to suffer huge losses. Calling on residents across the country to set fires, this extremely absurd thing happened very real. The officials of Adang kingdom are also forced to have no other choice. If they do nothing, no one knows how many people will die in the end. Although doing so can save most lives, it will plunge the entire kingdom of Adam into a sea of fire. No surprise, the fire will not only devour the fanged ants, but also the living space of the residents of the kingdom of Adam. Even if they can be saved in the end, they will lose their home, which can be said to be 1,000 injuries to the enemy and 800 losses to themselves. However, the death of the Adang players was just the beginning. Before the audience could escape from the shadow of death, more and more contestants encountered vicious beasts and the news spread. These contestants encountered a variety of ferocious beasts, including highly venomous insects and venomous snakes, large pythons, black bears, and even a series of ferocious beasts such as jackals, tigers, and leopards. The first reaction of most players is to run away, and this is also the most effective way to deal with it. For example, the player from Adang Kingdom, because he hesitated, if he had endured the severe pain and ran away immediately, he might not have ended up like this. The Dragon Kingdom audience was still enjoying themselves, but they found out that Su Hao was also in trouble. Perhaps it was because the humidity in the forest was relatively high and the temperature was relatively low, so Su Hao was rummaging for clothes in his backpack. He stuffed the clothes in casually, without carefully distinguishing what was included. At this moment, he was comparing two jackets, a jacket and a sun protection jacket, wondering which one was better. But he didn't notice at all that there was a black shadow approaching behind him. The audience could clearly see that what came out from behind the tree was a purple-skinned lizard. Name of the vicious beast, poison-spotted lizard. Beast level, F level. Details of the ferocious beast: the skin is highly poisonous and highly corrosive. It can be used for defense as well as for hunting prey. Seeing the introduction of the ferocious beast, the audience couldn't help shouting in their hearts, hoping that Su Hao could discover this lizard quickly. But it was too late. The audience watched helplessly as the lizard became faster and faster, as if it wanted to kill the prey without Su Hao paying attention. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom audience was extremely desperate. Even the foreign audiences subconsciously held their breath and were ready to laugh at the Dragon Kingdom audience. But at this moment, a crooked tree next to Su Hao suddenly made a crunching sound. The moment Su Hao turned his head to look, the tree suddenly fell down and hit the poison-spotted lizard accurately, leaving only a shrill scream. Damn it! What the hell? Is this tree a spirit? Su Hao was startled by the poison-spotted lizard's death cry. However, the next second, the announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the F-level poisonous lizard. Kill reward, strength +5. The audience, who were already dumbfounded, opened their eyes in disbelief after hearing the announcement. The barrage of directly occupied the entire live broadcast room. Damn it! How the hell is this okay? Chapter 7. Not to mention the foreign audience's heads full of questions, even the Dragon Kingdom audience's brains were a little unable to react. The situation just now could almost have pronounced Su Hao dead. But a dramatic scene happened. The poison-spotted lizard was actually killed by a falling tree, and it was considered to be killed by Su Hao. Impossible. This isn't a movie, how could there be such a coincidence? This Dragon Kingdom player must have cheated. I felt something was wrong when he got 2 resources in a row before. There must be something wrong with him. Even if everything is a coincidence, then why does the right to kill belong to him? He didn't even see the big lizard. Maid, are you just looking forward to Su Hao's death? I'm sorry, but Su Hao not only did not die, but also received a reward. Are you very disappointed? The people who say Su Hao cheated are crazy, right? No one knows how this secret realm of national luck came to be. Can you tell me how to cheat? Don't pay attention to these idiots. They just feel that their players are not as good as Su, so they are looking for presents. It's so embarrassing. Awesome. Regardless of whether it's a coincidence or something, Su Hao is not only the first person to obtain resources, but he is also the first person to kill a ferocious beast. Although the Dragon Kingdom audience also found it incredible, when faced with the doubts from foreign audiences, they naturally chose to speak for Su Hao. Anyway, the results are already here. Is the process still important? The poison-spotted lizard was indeed killed by a big tree. Su Hao didn't take any action at all, but the right to kill belonged to Su Hao. Even if there were doubts, they should question the rules of the National Destiny Secret Realm, not Su Hao. The viewers of Dragon Kingdom are very confident, but the announcement just now has spread all over the world, causing more and more people to enter the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room to check out the scene that just happened. Jealousy has caused more and more doubts, which has greatly damaged the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. It was impossible for Susu to ignore this and let these foreign spectators continue to cause trouble, and there was no telling what trouble would happen. So she said decisively, "Congratulations to our player Su Hao for successfully killing the beast. Everyone should have noticed that the ferocious beasts in this National Fortune secret realm seem to be different from those on our Aquamarine Star. Then let's connect with Professor Wang Jianghe, a famous biology expert, to talk to us about this issue." Su So led the conversation, just not wanting the foreign audience to take the lead. The connection was connected, and Wang Jianghe, who had somewhat dark skin, appeared on the screen. "Hello, audience friends, I am Wang Jianghe. The ferocious beast in this National Destiny secret realm is indeed somewhat different from what we know, but it is not completely beyond imagination. So I think you don't need to panic too much. You can treat them as new species that have evolved naturally." The successive appearance of the ferocious beasts indeed caused a lot of panic, but when Wang Jianghe said this, the audience felt that these ferocious beasts were not as scary as they imagined. Faced with the doubts on the barrage, Su immediately asked, "Professor Wang, what do you think of Su Hao's killing of the poison-spotted lizard?" Wang Jianghe responded with a firm expression, "I don't think this is actually worth discussing. Although the poison-spotted lizard was crushed to death by a big tree, since the killing right belongs to Su Hao, it must be due to the rules. The most likely reason is that the poison-spotted lizard established some kind of connection with Su Hao when it decided to attack Su Hao. In other words, as long as the beast dies within a certain range of the player, the right to kill will belong to the player. Of the two, I think the former is more likely." But in the final analysis, no matter what the reason is, it is a problem of this secret realm of national destiny and has nothing to do with Su Hao himself. For those who question him, I suggest you go to the neurology department of the hospital for a checkup. Maybe you will find something unexpected. Wang Jianghe spoke his thoughts lightly, but the last two sentences were obviously mocking the stupidity of those foreign viewers. As a member of the expert team, Wang Jianghe represents the Dragon Kingdom official. If it weren't for this identity, he would probably have said it more directly and harshly. However, even if he said it tactfully, it did not prevent everyone from understanding what he meant. This immediately made the foreign audience turn green. After all, the weight of what the official representative said was not at the same level as that of ordinary audiences. This made them so angry that they almost exploded, but there was nothing they could do. Some people began to turn around and attack Wang Jianghe. The Dragon Kingdom audience would not sit idly by and ignore it. After all, Wang Jianghe had helped them get angry. The quarrel continued, but unconsciously, there were fewer and fewer voices questioning Su Hao. The anger of those foreign viewers overcame their jealousy, but they didn't know that they were completely led by Su Usse and Wang Jianghe. However, it was only at this moment that Su Hao discovered the poison-spotted lizard that had been crushed to death. It turned out to be the scream from this ghost. Mad, I thought it was the big tree that turned into a spirit. It seems that this is also caused by my luck. Not only can I find resources easily, but these ferocious beasts also pose no threat to me. When the real world is noisy, Su Hao remains calm and has a new understanding of his own luck. He walked over to the poison-spotted lizard and took a look. He felt that although the thing looked ugly, its strong thighs seemed to taste good. There are no poisonous spots on this guy's thigh, so it must be non-toxic, right? I happen to be a little hungry, so don't pick the prey that comes to my door. Anyway, high temperature can kill viruses. As long as it's roasted, it should be fine. As soon as he thought of this, Su Hao took out the kitchen knife from his backpack, aimed it at the poison-spotted lizard's thigh and chopped it off. The poison-spotted lizard seemed to have rough skin and thick flesh, so he also used some strength. Unexpectedly, Su Hao felt no resistance at all when the sword was swung down, but it easily cut off all the bones. What the hell? When did my kitchen knife become so sharp? Su Hao looked at the old-fashioned wooden-handled kitchen knife that was about the same age as him in disbelief, feeling a little surprised. No, it's not the problem with the kitchen knife, the problem should be with me. Is it because of the 5 points of strength attribute just obtained? Su Hao thought of this possibility, because after receiving the attribute reward, he did feel a little full of power. I didn't care at first because 5 points was too little. But now he discovered that these 5 points of strength improvement were not ordinary. Chapter 8. Su Hao slashed with the knife again and directly removed the poison-spotted lizard's strong thigh. This time he didn't use too much force and still cut through the hard skin easily. Therefore, he confirmed that the attribute bonus of these 5 points of strength was very strong. Ordinary people have a full luck score of 10 points. So looking at it now, there is a high probability that other attributes will also be full 10 points. So even if you only add 5 points of strength attribute, the effect is very big. It seems that as long as you keep killing ferocious beasts to gain attributes, you can challenge higher level ferocious beasts when the time comes. So is this the real way to play in the secret realm of national fortune? Su Hao compared the national game's secret realm to a game. Except that players like them have no levels, they are indeed very similar in other aspects. Little did they know that the scene where he had just chopped off the thigh bone of the poison-spotted lizard shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. Such a thick thigh bone was easily cut off with that broken kitchen knife? Could this kitchen knife be some kind of magic weapon? This was obviously impossible, so someone quickly thought of the relationship between the 5 power attributes. After a heated discussion, some people also came to a conclusion similar to Su Hao. But the difference is that Su Hao wants to accumulate more attributes and be able to hunt more advanced beasts. What the audience thinks is that the more attributes you accumulate, the greater your chances of survival will be. Although there is no difference in the meaning of this conclusion alone, one is active and the other is passive, which shows the difference in mentality. While talking, Su Hao had already picked up a pile of leaves and dry branches, and successfully lit the fire with a lighter. Then he used a slightly straighter branch to build a simple triangular barbecue grill, and put the poison-spotted lizard's thigh on it. That should be enough, right? It doesn't seem to be as difficult as imagined. Su Hao also had barbecues with his classmates when he was in school, but they all had stoves and coal, and all kinds of meat skewers and vegetables were pre-made and semi-finished. It was really his first time to make a barbecue from scratch like this. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly, but he didn't know if it had something to do with his luck. I always feel like something is missing. By the way, seasonings. Forget about cumin and chili powder, at least it needs to have salt. It will take some time to bake, so go around and take a look. When they heard Su Hao muttering to himself that he needed salt and planned to set off to find it, the foreign audience immediately showed contempt. Fake. This guy was lucky enough to get 2 supplies. Doesn't he really think that the National Fortune secret realm is his back garden? I'm laughing so hard. He still wants salt? It's good to eat some, but he really doesn't know how to live or die. The body surface of this poison-spotted lizard is extremely poisonous, but he still dares to eat it. I don't think he will live much longer. Even if he wasn't poisoned, this guy is still dead. Beasts are very sensitive to the smell of blood. He doesn't even have this common sense. He deserves to die. I really don't know how this Dragon Kingdom player survives until now. He couldn't even survive half an episode of a TV series like this. The barrage was filled with contempt and ridicule for Su Hao. There is actually nothing to say about eating lizards, because this large lizard does not have poisonous spots on its legs, so it is naturally edible. There are a lot of poisonous ingredients in human recipes. For example, puffer fish is poisonous enough to be fatal. Isn't there an endless stream of people eating it? But when it comes to Su Hao's failure to cover up the smell of blood in time, it is indeed a huge negligence. The beast is already very sensitive to the smell of blood, and his omission may indeed pose a greater threat. However, at this moment, another death notice sounded. Death notice. A player from Sri Lanka died after being attacked by a pack of F-class bloodthirsty wolves. Death penalty. F-level bloodthirsty wolves will manifest themselves 10,000 times more in Silan Kingdom. As soon as this announcement came out, countless people poured into the live broadcast room of Silan Kingdom, and immediately saw a group of small, brown-red fur wolf-like creatures eating the player's body. The picture was too bloody, so most people immediately turned on the live broadcast replay function, just to see how he died. Then I saw the player from Silan country walking cautiously in the forest, very cautious. But I don't know if it was because of my age, but I stumbled and almost fell down. Although he managed to hold on to the big tree next to him in time, he accidentally cut his palm and blood immediately poured out. The pain was unbearable. The player grinned and sat down on the spot, preparing to do some emergency treatment. At least he had to stop the bleeding first. It was calm at first, but when he tore off the strip of cloth from his clothes and prepared to wrap the wound, something strange happened. A dozen bloodthirsty wolves appeared from the surroundings and immediately surrounded him. Name of the vicious beast, bloodthirsty wolf. Beast level, F level. Details of the ferocious beast, a small wolf-type ferocious beast, which is not very powerful alone, so it mostly moves in groups. It is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, and its sense of smell can cover hundreds of meters in radius. After seeing this information, I knew that this group of bloodthirsty wolves must have been attracted by the smell of blood. The player was so frightened that he quickly picked up a wooden stick and waved it around, shouting angrily in an attempt to scare away the wolves. But instead of scaring the wolves away, his actions made the wolves even more restless. until a bloodthirsty wolf suddenly pounced on his shoulder from behind and bit him on the shoulder. Other bloodthirsty wolves swarmed over him. The player had no resistance at all. He only let out a few screams before his throat was bitten off, and he lost in despair. Life. It's a pity that the player from Sri Lanka died. Then let's take a look at the current situation in Sri Lanka. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, as soon as usse finished speaking, the director cut out the real-time satellite picture of Silan Kingdom. In the picture, countless bloodthirsty wolves were raging in the territory of the Silan Kingdom. The unprepared residents became lambs to be destroying and could only flee in panic. But there are too many embodied bloodthirsty wolves. You can hide from one, but you can't hide from the thousands behind. Once someone is injured, the smell of blood will attract more bloodthirsty wolves to surround them. They will not look for the next target until the prey is devoured. So you can see that the streets of Sri Lanka are full of groups of bloodthirsty wolves snatching food. Don't think you're safe hiding at home. These bloodthirsty wolves can't find prey on the streets, so they start attacking buildings. Not only are they sensitive to the bloody smell of prey, but even if they hit their heads and bleed, they will also inspire greater wildness. It is common to break glass and break into indoors. It can be said that the entire Silan Kingdom is now like a bloody Shura field. Chapter 9. Did you see that this Silan Kingdom player is a lesson for you Dragon Kingdom players? That's right, this guy just made a cut on his hand, which attracted a group of ferocious beasts. If you guys from the Dragon Kingdom chop off the thigh of that poison-spotted lizard, the smell of blood will only become stronger and spread further. He is dead. Maybe when he comes back, there will be countless ferocious beasts waiting for him. Now I really want to see how this Dragon Kingdom player was torn to pieces by the ferocious beast. I've said it a long time ago. It's just a fluke that you, a Dragon Kingdom player, can survive until now. He should be the first to be killed. After watching the real-time satellite broadcast, these foreign viewers were excited again. Everyone clamored that Su Hao was going to be in trouble soon. After all, there was a player from Sri Lanka in front of him, and he fully demonstrated that any negligence in this ghostly place called the National Games Secret Realm would lead to disaster. Not to mention that Su Hao still made a very serious mistake. However, at this moment, Su Hao was wandering around to see if he could find some condiments. Even if it's not salt, it's fine. It's still better than eating meat that's tasteless and tasteless. Suddenly, a rabbit jumped in front of Su Hao. The rabbit was so fast that Su Hao had no intention of chasing it. The thigh of the poison-spotted lizard was enough for him to eat. Who knew he would hear a thud the next second? Holy crap, that rabbit couldn't have been killed, right? Su Hao thought silently, but in front of him was a patch of grass half as tall as a man. He couldn't be sure, so he planned to go over and have a look. This pushed aside the weeds and Su laughed. Maid, this rabbit has bad eyesight, right? I didn't chase it, so why did it kill it? Sure enough, the noise just now was caused by the rabbit hitting a stone. I don't know if this little guy has something he can't think of, but his head was smashed this time. Su Hao stepped forward and lifted the rabbit up by its ears. He felt that the portion was not light and could be used as an extra meal. The moment he looked up, he saw the ground in front of him was covered with white flowers. Su Hao walked over and picked up a handful with his fingers and put it on the tip of his tongue. Suddenly, a salty taste stimulated his taste buds. The next second, the announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Refined Salt Well. Resource level, E level. Resource details, refined salt that does not require refining and can be eaten directly. Reward, E-grade refined salt well will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. There is nothing surprising about a rabbit being killed in front of Su Hao. After all, the illusion of waiting for a rabbit is not fabricated out of thin air. But it's a bit strange to connect this incident with the salt well that Su Hao just discovered. Damn it! Su Hao just said he wanted salt, and now he has found a salt well, and it is E-grade refined salt that does not need to be refined. Isn't this awesome? Have you noticed that Su Hao didn't plan to go this way just now? It was because of that rabbit that he went this way and discovered this salt well. Maid, I feel like I'm in a dream right now. They say there are no coincidences, but this is too much of a coincidence. Hey, why don't you seem happy that Su Hao got the salt well? Isn't it time for you to complain because you can't buy salt? No one said they were unhappy. It just feels so weird, as if there is some mysterious force guiding Su Hao. Why do you think so much? If that's the case, that would be great. The more resources Su Hao gets, the more they will be realized, and then our lives will get better and better. That's it, don't let those idiots from abroad lead you. They say the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. Don't say anything about ghosts or gods. You must believe in science and Su Hao. After experiencing a brief surprise, the Dragon Kingdom audience accepted this fact very calmly. After all, what some people said is right. No matter what happened to him, judging from the results, it is good, right? Salt is an indispensable component of the human body. With salt, there is strength. In this way, Su Hao can continue to survive in this secret realm of national destiny and obtain more resources. As for whether this is due to luck or there are some ghosts and gods at work, does that matter? As the beneficiaries, the Dragon Kingdom audience is naturally very considerate. But the foreign audiences were not only jealous, their eyes almost popped out. Their players have gained nothing so far, but this Dragon Kingdom player has obtained 3 resources in a row, one of which is E-level. This gap is really too big. There must be something wrong with this Dragon Kingdom player, otherwise why out of nearly 200 players in the world, only him has received resources. I seriously protest against this Dragon Kingdom player's move to disrupt the balance. His continuous acquisition of resources will only cause great pressure and burden to other players. I suggest that you carefully check the resources of the Dragon Kingdom to see if there is anything fishy in them. Is there a possibility that the sudden arrival of this secret realm of national luck is related to the Dragon Kingdom? Otherwise, why are only their players so lucky? You guys from the Dragon Kingdom don't need to be happy too early. What can you do if you get 3 resources? Don't forget how the players from the Silan Kingdom died. Maybe your players will be faster too. Yes, with his reckless behavior just now, he might become food for ferocious beasts immediately after he returns. In response to the clamor of these foreign audiences, the Dragon Kingdom audience could only comment on it with the word idiot. Compared with refuting their idiotic remarks, the people of Long Kingdom are now more concerned about the realization of the salt well. After all, there is indeed a shortage of edible salt now, and salt is indispensable to the human body. The diamond-shaped flying object in the sky once again casts a ray pointing to the north. It seems that the location where the salt well materialized is not too far from the location of the 2 previous mines. This is fine, as it makes it easier to mobilize manpower for mining. Viewers, since everyone is so concerned about the reality of salt wells, let us take a look at some pictures from the scene. As soon as Susu finished speaking, several photos quickly appeared on the screen. I saw a patch of white flowers in the picture, like a white ocean. The salt well that Su Hao found was not very big, but after increasing by 10,000 times, the output became very impressive. I've heard of sea salt and mineral salt, what's the deal with this well salt? Some viewers raised doubts, and a group of brain-dead foreign viewers were crazy about the rhythm, so Susu connected with resource science expert Luz Heiming. Luz Heiming said with a smile, "Don't worry, this well salt is actually a very common salt. Well salt is also called well mine salt. In fact, it can also be regarded as a type of mineral salt. It is deposited by inland water bodies. And mine salt does not symbiotically exist with other minerals, so there are basically no impurities in it. Originally, ordinary well salt needs to be refined, but this E-grade resource can be eaten directly. This proves that there are many differences between the resources in the National Fortune secret realm and our real world. Viewers don't need to pay attention to those unfounded fallacies, such as eating this salt and you will die. This kind of thing is impossible to happen. Chapter 10. Su Hao had no idea that he was being cursed by a group of foreign viewers. He was now wearing a jacket and took out the sun protection suit from his backpack. He didn't bring anything like a plastic bag, and the material of this sun protection suit was just right for carrying salt. Just install these first, and then come back when you're done. After looking at the amount of salt packed into 2 fists, Su Hao planned to go back and have a full meal. I don't know how many people are waiting for Su Hao to go back, looking forward to the tragedy of the Silan Kingdom player happening to him again. Audiences in the Dragon Kingdom are actually a little worried. After all, such a strong smell of blood might really attract a lot of ferocious beasts. The closer Su Hao got to the place where the barbecue was just now, the more nervous the audience became. But Su Hao came back here so easily and comfortably. The surroundings were quiet, and it didn't look like a ferocious beast was visiting. Seeing that the branches just thrown into the fire were almost burned out, Su Hao filled some more inside. It's too hard to burn wood. You can go back and find coal mines or something like that. Su Hao took out the salt and concentrated on grilling the meat. Not to mention, after sprinkling the salt, the aroma of the barbecue immediately filled the air, making him swallow his saliva. After all, it had been a long time since he had eaten such fresh barbecue. The audience looked at the golden lizard thigh meat that was gradually roasted, and seemed to smell the fragrance. Their throats kept surging, and they were obviously greedy. But while they were greedy, they didn't dare to let down their guard. This is the smell of blood and the smell of barbecue. With the double superposition, the attraction is probably much more powerful than that of the previous Silan player. In other words, it's not surprising if a ferocious beast pops out at any time. Time passed while Su Hao was concentrating on the barbecue. It didn't take long before the lizard thigh was mostly cooked. Su Hao used a kitchen knife to cut off the cooked area, and put the rest on the fire to continue roasting. Hoo! Hoo! After blowing on the hot air, Su Hao pinched the meat and put it into his mouth, chewing it. The meat of this lizard was a bit hard and the texture was not that good, but the taste was pretty good. After eating it together, Su Hao let go of his hands and feet and kept showing off the meat in his mouth. This made the Dragon Kingdom audience burst into tears and complained one after another. Su Hao, you have such a big heart. We are worried about you here, but you eat delicious food. Do you want to starve us to death? I really want to eat barbecue. I almost forgot what barbecue feels like. I used to think Su Hao was pitiful because he was selected as a contestant. Now that I look at it this way, it's me who is pitiful. He was eating barbecue there, but I could only eat compressed biscuits. Why can't ferocious beasts materialize? I really want to eat meat. Hey, buddy upstairs, are you crazy about greed? Are you expecting Su Hao to be killed by a ferocious beast? Slip of the tongue, I just want to eat meat so much, I don't mean anything else. Why do I think Su Hao is doing better than us in the National Fortune secret realm? Is this my illusion? If anyone can treat me to a barbecue, I will marry him without any gift. Damn, is this okay? If someone had told me this 10 years ago, let alone a barbecue, it would be enough to eat barbecue every day. It would save more money than a bride price if you eat it for a lifetime. The audience was full of resentment because after the resources were exhausted, they never had anything good to eat. Rice with soy sauce pickles was the standard, but later the seasonings and pickles were gone, leaving only rice. Occasionally, I can get a few compressed biscuits, which is considered a good thing. The situation around the world is so serious now, otherwise so many people wouldn't be waiting numbly to die. The advent of the National Destiny secret realm indeed gave them an opportunity. As for whether this opportunity is hope or despair, it all depends on how the players from each country perform. For example, the kingdom of Adam and the kingdom of Silin have undoubtedly experienced what it means to be desperate. Up to this moment, the kingdom of Adam had turned into a sea of fire, and the death toll in the kingdom of Silin was also soaring. In short, since the beginning of the National Fortune Secret Realm, now only the Dragon Kingdom has seen a little hope. Su Hao ate very quickly. After finishing the first round, the remaining meat was already roasted. It didn't take long for the poison-spotted lizard's thighs to enter his stomach. Hiccup. Su Hao, the hiccuping audience, became more and more haggard. But the good news is that from beginning to end, Su Hao was not threatened in any way. Whether it was the smell of blood or the smell of barbecue, it did not attract any vicious beasts. You really can't eat too much meat, it's too greasy. It would be great if you have water or fruit or something, which can relieve the greasiness. Forget it, let's move around. Once you've eaten enough, look for other resources while digesting. Su Hao had no intention of continuing to rest. He had eaten meat until his throat reached his throat. If he didn't move around quickly, he would definitely feel uncomfortable with his appetite. Seeing that Su Hao had started to pack up and prepare to leave, but no vicious beasts came to attack him, the Dragon Kingdom audience immediately vented all their resentment about not being able to eat meat. Who just said that Su Hao will be torn apart by the beast as soon as he comes back? Mad, he has finished eating and there is no sign of the beast. Aren't there still people who say that if Su Hao doesn't die, he will run naked on the street and shout that Dragon Kingdom is awesome? Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Where is the ferocious beast you have been waiting for? Call it out and show me. If it doesn't come out, Su Hao will leave. Ha ha ha, I've seen people who shoot themselves in the foot, but I've never seen people slap themselves in the face without reaching out. It's really interesting. I asked you stinky idiots to get out of our Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. You are being slapped in the face one after another and you are still refusing to leave. Are you masochists? How are our Dragon Kingdom players? Hurry up and go back and see your own players. Maybe we'll miss seeing each other more. The Dragon Kingdom audience vented to their heart's content, but the foreign audience just dared to be angry but dared not speak. Not only was Su Hao not attacked by a ferocious beast, but he also ate deliciously. This is an undoubted fact. The curses and insults they used before will only make them look stupid and ridiculous now. Su Hao had already packed it up, and there was nothing to pack. He just packed the salt tightly and put it in his backpack, then carried the rabbit in one hand and the kitchen knife in the other and set off again. As for the remaining lizard thigh, Su Hao didn't take it with him because he thought the lizard meat was not very tasty, so he just didn't want it. If this idea were known to the audience, they would probably want to cry even more. They couldn't get enough to eat, but Su Hao had already begun to dislike the food. Chapter 11. After eating too much barbecue, Su Hao felt a little thirsty. No. Su Hao didn't think of bringing food and drinking water during the 30 seconds of preparation time. It's because food and water in the real world have been supplied in limited quantities for a limited time, and there is not much excess at all. He had already visited the place where he discovered the salt well, so Su Hao chose another direction to explore. But after taking only 2 steps, I suddenly discovered that there seemed to be several fruit trees in front of me, so I walked faster. As the distance got closer, Su Hao could see clearly, yes, those leafy dwarf trees in front were exactly peach trees covered with peaches. 3 steps turned into 2 steps and he came to the peach tree. Su Hao picked a peach that was bigger than his fist and took a bite. The juice splashed out after this bite, which immediately made the dry mouth moist. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Peach Grove. Resource level, F level. Resource details, Ordinary Peach Forest. Reward, F level Peach Forest will be manifested in Dragon Kingdom 10,000 times. The announcement sounded, which made the eager Dragon Kingdom audience suddenly excited. The previous iron ore, azurite ore, or even mine salt, did not excite them so much. Those mines have little relevance to the common people. Although salt is scarce, at least it is still available. But fruits are almost extinct. With today's climate conditions, it is impossible to grow fruits and vegetables. Even if they are planted, there is no extra water for irrigation. I forgot how long it has been since I've eaten fruit, and now I finally have the chance to eat it. Now that the peach tree has materialized, will other fruits be far behind? Su Hao is awesome. From now on, I am willing to call you Brother Hao. You will always be my good big brother. Look at how delicious Su Hao's food is. What does peach taste like? I just want to know how much this peach tree has materialized. When can I eat it? It's okay to spend money to buy it. If you don't take it with you in life or death, can you buy one for 100 yuan? Mad, as if no one has money, I'll give you 200. Where are you sending the beggars? I'll give you 1,000. Aren't you going to destroy the market? I'll give it a try, one peach is worth 1,000,000. If you believe it, just pretend I didn't say it. Regardless of whether the audience was joking when they said they wanted to spend a lot of money to buy peaches, at least they have expressed their desire for fruit. Even those who didn't like to eat fruits now have tears in their eyes when they see these peaches, and they are quite young and ignorant. Well, that's about it. The diamond-shaped flying object over the Dragon Kingdom once again pointed to a concrete location. This time the location was different, obviously in the south. In comparison today, the land desertification in the south is indeed not as serious as in the north. Some people speculate that the location of this manifestation is also more sophisticated and not completely random. In the studio hall, Susu received the reminder card handed over by the staff. After seeing the above content, she immediately said with a smile, "Viewers, in order to meet your needs, we have sent outdoor reporters to conduct an on-site inspection of the actual location of the peach forest. Now outdoor reporters have arrived at the scene and equipment is currently being set up. Please wait a moment." The audience was extremely excited when they heard Susu say that they could see the materialized location of Peach Grove with their own eyes. Whether you can eat them is another matter. Being able to see these peaches with your own eyes will at least give you great spiritual satisfaction. Soon, a new window appeared next to Susu's window, with the words connecting displayed on it. Within a few seconds, a very cute girl appeared on the screen. "Hello Susu, hello everyone in the audience, I am outdoor reporter Qi Xiaomeng. Next, I will lead you to conduct interviews where resources are materialized." This girl is also a relatively famous host among the younger generation, but she is from a local channel, while Susu is from an official channel. "Hello, Xiaomeng. The next work will be hard on you. The outdoor weather is hot. I hope you and the staff can be prepared to prevent heat stroke." Susu said with concern, "Then I wonder if you can show everyone the peach forest that has just materialized." Qi Xiaomeng nodded with a sweet smile. "Of course, but please be mentally prepared. I was shocked when I saw this peach forest just now." Upon hearing this, the audience became curious, wondering what Qi Xiaomeng had seen and how he was actually shocked. However, when the camera turned, the audience gasped and finally understood why Qi Xiaomeng said that. A peach forest with no end in sight appears in the picture. In this era where plants find it difficult to survive, it is simply a miracle. As you can see, behind me is the peach forest that has just materialized. It is roughly estimated that there are at least tens of thousands of peach trees here. Members of the exploration team are making detailed statistics. We will make the detailed data public later. The audience was shocked, even though they knew that the resources would be materialized 10,000 times. But all the previous resources were buried underground, so the visual impact was far less than this peach forest. "Can you help us taste what this peach tastes like? Even if we can't eat it, it's good to hear it." Yes, Susu, help us ask Xiaomeng if she can comment on it. Su Hao's food looks delicious. He's already eaten 2 of them in a short while. It's definitely not bad. Where is this? If I go there now, can I pick two and try them? What the hell? Can it still be like this? I know this place. It's in the village next to my home. I'm going to go take a look now. Are you crazy? These peaches are simply not enough for so many people. Keeping them for sowing is the best option. Just kidding, don't mess around. These resources will definitely be arranged by the authorities. Even if you go, you won't be able to eat. Don't make trouble. Most viewers are still very sensible and are not carried away by so many peaches. However, their other request was rather innocuous. Xiao Meng, everyone wants you to taste the peaches and comment on them, is that okay? Hey? Does that mean I can eat these peaches? Qi Xiaomeng obviously didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to taste these peaches. In fact, she was already hungry, but her good professionalism kept her calm. But now when she heard Susu's words, she couldn't hold herself any longer. The exaggerated little expression with joy and laughter also made the audience laugh. Susu couldn't help laughing and said firmly, "Yes, you can eat it, but don't forget to share the taste of this peach with everyone." Chapter 12. Not sure whether it was to satisfy the audience's request or her own appetite, Qi Xiaomeng immediately picked a peach and took a bite eagerly. When Su Hao eats a peach, juice splashes everywhere. This peach is very moist. You can take a look. I just took a bite and there was so much juice. Qi Xiaomeng resisted the urge to stuff all the peaches into her mouth and put the one she had taken a bite in front of the camera. Xiaomeng, everyone is more curious about the taste of this peach. Can you describe it in detail? Does it taste good? I ate too fast just now and didn't taste it. Let me try it again. After saying that, Qi Xiaomeng took another big bite and immediately closed his eyes, showing an expression of great enjoyment. The curious audience also subconsciously imitated her movements and expressions. Xiaomeng! Susu shouted with a wry smile. Qi Xiaomeng woke up instantly and immediately said, "I'm sorry, this peach is so delicious. It tastes sweet but not greasy, with a hint of sourness that is hard to taste. The outer skin doesn't feel astringent, and the texture is relatively crisp." In fact, no words can compare to Qi Xiaomen's expression of extreme enjoyment just now. That expression actually said everything. All in all, it's just two words: delicious. While Qi Xiaomeng was describing the taste and texture of the peaches, he showed off all the peaches in a few mouthfuls. After finishing, he would peek at the peach tree from time to time, obviously not eating enough. This little gesture of hers aroused laughter from the audience again. Normally, Qi Xiaomen's behavior would be considered unprofessional, but this time no one would blame her. Her natural and pure nature just makes the atmosphere in the live broadcast room a lot better. Not only is it a fault, but it is a merit. Even if the common people can't eat these peaches for the time being, at least they have hope, which is much better than being numb before. Just because of this peach forest that had just materialized, the entire Dragon Kingdom was filled with joy. However, some people were happy and some were sad. The foreign audiences who had just been disappointed saw that Su Hao had actually obtained new resources, and they were also very precious fruit resources. They couldn't hold it in any longer. But this time they did not act recklessly in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, but ran back to the live broadcast room in their own country. Fake. The Dragon Kingdom players have already obtained 4 resources, why is this waste still wandering around here? You useless piece of shit. Look at the Dragon Kingdom player. Not only did he obtain resources, he even managed to kill a ferocious beast by luck, and even roasted and ate the ferocious beast. Why is this heartless guy still staying where he is? Does he want to die here? Being chased around the world by a snake? Even the Dragon Kingdom players killed a big lizard. What's going on? Why are so many people suddenly talking about Dragon Kingdom players? Are you crazy? It's just that I think the Dragon Kingdom players are good. What are you doing when you come back? Keep watching. Sieti. Shut your mouths now. We think the players from the Dragon Kingdom are good? The facts are here. Now only the players from the Dragon Kingdom have obtained resources and killed the ferocious beast, and they still have 4 resources. What do you know? You know how to protect this waste. Whenever this waste gets a resource, I will never come back and scold him. Go and see the peach forest where the Dragon Kingdom has just been realized. How long have you not seen fruit? Already. Is this Dragon Kingdom player really that good? 4 resources, that's impossible. I have to go take a look. I'll go too, this is incredible. As a large group of foreign viewers rushed back to their home country's live broadcast room to scold their players, many viewers who did not travel around the world learned about Su Hao's achievements. Feeling incredible, they all came to Long Guo to verify the authenticity. You didn't know it by looking at it, but you realized that this Dragon Kingdom player was really that powerful. Not only did he get 4 resources, he also accidentally killed a ferocious beast, and even cut off the beast's thigh and ate it. They are getting more and more angry, not with Su Hao, but with their own players. I didn't know there were other players that were so good before, but now I know, and after comparing them, I realized that their players are really rubbish. No wonder so many people came back to scold him, he deserved it. Their anger surged, and they couldn't help but run back and bombard their own players. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room, which was not very good, exploded. He is really a loser. Compared with the players from the Dragon Kingdom, he is like a loser every day. I thought he was being cautious before, but now it seems that is not the case at all. He is just timid. The Dragon Kingdom players can get so many resources, how come this piece of trash can't get any? To put it bluntly, we shit players are not as good as a hair on the legs of someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Look carefully, the players from the Dragon Kingdom don't panic at all. Even if they see that big lizard, they are still very calm. Look at ours, the slightest sign of trouble can make us wet our pants. What a piece of shit. I'm so angry. Can't you learn from the Dragon Kingdom players? Why can others get resources but this waste can't? Officials in various countries also have measures and means to control the atmosphere in live broadcast rooms. But as more and more domestic audiences insulted their players and compared their players with Dragon Kingdom players, the atmosphere got completely out of control. There is no harm without comparison. After this comparison, I can only say that the harm is too great. But after scolding the players from their own country, these people still felt uncomfortable. Thinking about it carefully, if the Dragon Kingdom player hadn't performed so brilliantly, they wouldn't have felt that their own player was so useless. In other words, all the problems still lie with the Dragon Kingdom players. So they all ran back to the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom audience laughing, they were even more jealous. Fruits are precious, but to be so happy just because of a few peaches, you people from the Dragon Kingdom are really ignorant. Those who don't know better think that these peaches are enough for all the people in the country, but it turns out that they are not even enough for 1 in 10,000 people. There is nothing to be excited about. You don't understand. These people from the Dragon Kingdom have never seen anything good. Otherwise, how could they behave so badly? Looking at these people from the Dragon Kingdom is like looking at a group of monkeys. It really made me laugh to death. The most ridiculous thing is that these people from the Dragon Kingdom really think that they can get whatever they want. After all, their players got the peach grove because of their bad luck. The iron ore and copper mine they got before are useless. Some people say that with peaches, other fruits are not far away. This national destiny secret realm is so big, do you really think that fruits are just weeds on the ground that can be found everywhere? This group of foreign audiences began to do their best to disgust the Dragon Kingdom audience. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Pineapple Land. Resource level, F level. Resource details, ordinary pineapple field. Reward, F level pineapple land is manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 13. When they heard the announcement, the foreign audience who had been clamoring just now were stunned. They looked at the live broadcast tremblingly, and saw Su Hao holding a big pineapple in his hand. With a strong push of both hands, he broke the pineapple in half and ate it in big gulps. They had just been busy venting their resentment and had not seen how Su Hao discovered this pineapple field. No. Wasn't he still in the peach forest just now? Where did this pineapple come from? He must have cheated. Some foreign viewers frantically refreshed their screens as if they had caught Su Hao cheating. The Dragon Kingdom audience looked at them as if they were fools. No, I would like to ask you idiots, are the two holes under your eyebrows used to vent your anger? If you're not blind, look at what's next to Su Hao. Does it look like the peach tree just now? You still have the nerve to ask where the pineapple comes from, but you don't listen carefully in class, and after class you go complain to the teacher for not teaching well. You are really your fault. Didn't you say that the national fortune secret realm is so big that it's hard to find fruits? But no one stipulates that peaches and pineapples can't be planted together, right? You are right about one thing. Those peaches alone are indeed not enough for all of us in the Dragon Kingdom, and these pineapples are indeed not enough. But they can't stop my brother Hao from being awesome. I have all kinds of resources at my fingertips. May I ask what you guys do? What resources do the players get? As the saying goes, killing kills and kills the heart. The audience of Dragon Kingdom asked what resources their players had obtained. This was tantamount to stabbing the hearts of these foreign fools. Because their players didn't get anything at all. Counting the pineapple, Su Hao has already obtained 5 resources. What a stark contrast! Seeing that the foreign audiences were speechless, the Dragon Kingdom audience laughed and prepared to take a look at the actual situation. The diamond-shaped flying object just now pointed in the direction of the peach forest. It seems that the materialized locations this time are also adjacent. In the studio, the director had just cut off the connection with outdoor reporter Qi Xiaomeng, and Su Hao materialized a pineapple field again. He shook his head with a smile and made a second connection. Hello, audience friends, we meet again after 2 minutes. Qi Xiaomeng is full of youthful vitality. I don't know if it was because of the peach she just ate that made her feel particularly good. Her cute little appearance also made the audience feel relaxed. Comparing the two, Su appears much more stable. Xiaomeng, Su Hao has just materialized a pineapple field, and the diamond-shaped flying object is also pointing towards the peach forest. I wonder if you have discovered anything at the scene. Qi Xiaomeng had a subtle expression on her face, pretending to be deep in thought as if she was trying to show off. But before the audience could get anxious, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She laughed and said, I can't help it. I can't help but laugh because I'm so happy. You may not believe me when I tell you. I was just about to leave, but a dazzling white light flashed by. When I opened my eyes again, guess what I saw? When Qi Xiaomeng said this, she pointed towards the camera to her left. The cameraman understood and immediately turned the camera, and a large field of pineapples suddenly appeared in the picture. That's right, after that dazzling white light flashed, this pineapple field appeared. Everyone was shocked when they saw the pineapples all over the ground. The pineapples in front of Su Hao were only a dozen or so, but after being materialized 10,000 times, they turned into hundreds of thousands. Looking at them at such a close distance through the lens, they seemed to be boundless. First the peach, then the pineapple, it can be said that the entire Dragon Kingdom is celebrating. Even though they know they won't be able to eat these embodied fruits in a short period of time, having them is better than nothing. Enjoy! The audience started to cheer again, wanting Qi Xiaomeng to taste the taste of pineapple, because they saw that Su Hao's food was so delicious. The official will definitely not refuse this request, and Qi Xiaomeng is even more overjoyed. Although Su Hao couldn't share this joy, he ate 3 peaches and a pineapple in a row, making countless people envious. The fruits in the National Fortune Secret Realm are really delicious and full of water. It's a pity that there are a little bit of peaches and pineapples. Otherwise, we can find a place nearby to stay temporarily. Forget it, let's take some with us and continue exploring. Su Hao wiped his hands, broke off 2 pineapples and put them in his backpack, and then picked a few peaches. This backpack was used when he was in school, not a mountaineering bag or a travel bag, so the capacity was not particularly large. After loading these fruits, it already occupied 2/3 of the space. Su Hao didn't fill up his backpack, not because he was afraid it would be too heavy. After he added 5 points of strength, it was already different from what it used to be. He left a little space, just for convenience. Putting his backpack back on his back, Su Hao once again embarked on a journey of exploration. But not long after walking, a few rays of light dazzled his eyes through the leafy grass ahead. Su Hao didn't know why, so he walked forward, but when he pushed aside the weeds, he saw a small pool of about 4 or 5 meters in diameter right in front, and the center was still gurgling, gushing out. Catch water. What are the most important supplies for survival in the wild? Number 1 on the list is definitely drinking water. What resources are most needed now in the real world? The answer is also water. So when he saw this small pool, not only Su Hao's eyes lit up, but even the Dragon Kingdom viewers in the live broadcast room were overjoyed, and their mouths almost reached the back of their heads. Although the water storage capacity of this small pool does not seem to be a lot, if it can be obtained, it will be quite considerable after it is realized 10,000 times. So when Su Hao walked quickly towards the small water pool, the audience stared at him attentively and their ears stood up, just for fear of missing the sound of the announcement. But something strange happened. Su Hao had already taken a few gulps of water, but the announcement still didn't sound. What do you mean? The resources that Su Hao obtained before were all claimed as soon as they came into contact. Could it be that this water pool is not considered an obtainable resource? At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom audience was greatly disappointed. If such a precious resource like water could not be realized, it would be a joke. The foreign spectators were all beating their chests when they first saw the water pool, thinking that Su Hao was going to get resources again. Who had not announced it before, and they immediately became excited. Just as he was about to say something sarcastic, he saw the grass on the other side of the pool shaking twice, and then, a big furry paw appeared in everyone's field of vision. Chapter 14. The big furry paw is at least 20 centimeters long. It can be seen that the owner of this paw must not be small. Sure enough, when that huge body walked out from the shade of weeds and trees, the audience all gasped. Because they suddenly discovered that it was a giant cat that was not only huge in size, but also very ferocious in appearance. Name of the vicious beast, King Lynx. Beast level, sea level. Details of the ferocious beast, the lynx is of extremely large size. It is agile and extremely fast. Its sharp fangs and sharp claws are invincible weapons. It is a top hunter in its class. Seeing the big cat's message, the Dragon Kingdom audience's eyes widened and they were also panicking. Exactly 2 minutes ago, biology expert Wang Jianghe arrived in the studio. Su immediately asked, "Professor Wang, I remember that beasts like lynx should live in cold areas. Why do they appear in the forest?" Wang Jianghe was also shocked by this super large lynx, but after hearing this, he immediately said, "No, the lynx is actually found in a very wide range, but most of them are in cold areas. Lynxes in the jungle are also very powerful. They can often hunt prey larger than themselves, and their fighting power is amazing." Wang Jianghe explained a few sentences as usual. He realized that it was not suitable to say so much in this situation, so he quickly shut his mouth. But the audience in the Dragon Kingdom were all panicking now. Even if Wang Jianghe didn't say anything, they could still see how powerful this King Lynx was. Most of the ferocious beasts that have appeared so far are F level, and only a few are E level. How come sea level beasts suddenly appear? It's so abnormal. F level beasts are already very powerful, but this sea level beast can't even reach heaven. Su Hao's luck is very good. Why did this happen to him all of a sudden? Brother Hao, run! This big cat is too scary. It's over. It's all over now. How could Su Hao be able to outrun these four-legged beasts? The audience in the Dragon Kingdom were worried. Even though they were hoping that Su Hao would be safe and sound, the beast facing them was a sea-level beast, and its combat power was really disparity. Even if Su Hao gained 5 points of strength before and is now a strong man, he will never be a match for a sea-level ferocious beast. The foreign audiences were surprised and then fell into ecstasy. When Shuodan didn't materialize, they wanted to ridicule him. Now that they saw Su Hao facing a certain death situation, they launched a barrage even more frantically. Ha ha ha! Retribution is here. Everything in this world is relative. This Dragon Kingdom player has indeed been very lucky before, but the backlash he will suffer will be even worse. I don't believe he can survive this time. It's a sea-level ferocious beast. It would be easy to kill 10 of him. Hey? It's strange, why are there so few barrages from the Dragon Kingdom people? Are they packing their bags and getting ready to run away? Haha. God is fair. People like the Dragon Kingdom players who disrupt the balance must die. I have already imagined that the Dragon Kingdom is full of these king lynxes. It will definitely be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This is the price you people of the Dragon Kingdom need to pay for your arrogance. Go and die. With the death penalty of a sea-level ferocious beast, will the Dragon Congress directly destroy the country? That would be great. Isn't this guy so frightened that he forgot to escape? He thought he could see a cat and mouse show. The cynicism of this group of foreign viewers is simply inhumane. Not only do they want Su Hao to die quickly, they even look forward to the destruction of the Dragon Kingdom. Apart from anything else, judging from the intensity of death punishments in the Adan and Silan kingdoms, if Su Hao is really killed by King Lynx, the Dragon Kingdom may really face the crisis of annihilation. The audience of Dragon Kingdom really want to criticize these idiots who are just watching the fun and don't take it too seriously, and they also want to encourage Su Hao. But as soon as they saw the giant lynx, their hands and feet felt numb, their whole bodies were cold, and they couldn't do anything at all. However, Su Hao was very calmly looking at the king lynx across the water pool at this moment, with no intention of being afraid or trying to escape. He tilted his head and looked at the big lynx. He felt that although the big cat looked a bit fierce, it didn't seem to be particularly hostile. I have confirmed that the luck value of 99,999 is indeed incredible. This sea-level beast should not be able to harm me. If you look closely, this big cat is actually quite cute, but I don't know if it can be tamed. Since it's a cat, you shouldn't be able to refuse the cat teasing stick, right? Su Hao thought about it and looked around. Not to mention, he saw a plant that looked like a super large foxtail grass. So he simply turned around and walked over, completely ignoring the king lynx staring at him from behind. Ha ha ha, this Dragon Kingdom player actually dares to expose his back. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Even if he had a chance to escape, he will definitely not be able to escape now. Another foreign audience mocked him, but he was right. Whether you are facing a ferocious beast or confronting an enemy, exposing your back rashly is extremely dangerous. Sure enough, after Su Hao turned around, the giant lynx on the opposite side of the pool really jumped across the 5-meter diameter pool and pounced on Su Hao. The audience of Dragon Kingdom couldn't bear to watch anymore. They didn't want to see Su Hao being bitten to death by the king lynx or slapped to death with a claw. On the other hand, the foreign viewers were so excited that their heads almost burrowed into the screen, wanting to witness with their own eyes the scene where Su Hao was killed. It wasn't until a few seconds later that no death announcement was heard. The Dragon Kingdom audience then tentatively opened their eyes, but they didn't expect that the first thing they saw was the screen full of question marks. After taking a closer look at the picture, I realized that the big king lynx was sticking out its buttocks, shaking its short furball-like tail and flapping around. Looking at Su Hao, not only was he safe and sound, but he was also smiling and shaking the 2-meter-long giant dog-tail grass in his hand. Hurry up and you'll almost catch it. Yes, that's it. The Dragon Kingdom audience was also stunned, their brains shutting down. I completely don't understand why Su Hao turned a situation where he was destined to die into a giant cat-making scene. The big king lynx is a sea-level ferocious beast, but now it is being played around by Su Hao with a piece of dog-tail grass. It looks no different from an ordinary cat. The king lynx slapped its paw, snapping the giant dog's tail grass into 2 pieces. The next second, something happened that horrified everyone. Su Hao actually raised his hand and slapped the king lynx on the head angrily. At the same time, he angrily lectured, "Who told you to stretch out your claws? Now it's okay, no more fun, right? It's a miracle that Su Hao is alive now. This guy actually dares to beat up that sea-level king lynx. Does he think his life is too long?" Just when the audience was thinking this, the king lynx actually made an incredible move. Instead of being irritated, it ran to the side, plucked out another giant dog-tail grass and placed it at Su Hao's feet. At the same time, it also brought its big furry head over and rubbed Su Hao's body. Seems to be urging him to continue playing with it. Chapter 15. Haha, stop making trouble, Itchy. Why don't you let me play with you? Su Hao pushed the king lynx's head away, picked up the giant dog-tail grass it had in its mouth, and shook it again. Looking at the image of the sea-level king lynx looking like a cat scratching stick at home, the Dragon Kingdom audience's minds were still blank, as if they were in a dream. Those foreign spectators who had been eagerly looking forward to Su Hao being killed by the king lynx had their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. Impossible! That's a ferocious beast, and it's a lynx, not a cat. How could he give up hunting prey just because he teases the cat with a stick? This is unrealistic. What methods did this Dragon Kingdom player use? Why didn't this sea-level beast kill him? Fake. Someone explain to me what is the reason for this. Is this Dragon Kingdom player really blessed by the gods? Otherwise, how can we explain this situation? No. This ferocious beast must be a novelty for a while. As long as it has enough fun, it will definitely eat this Dragon Kingdom player in one bite. That's right, this guy is playing with fire now. When the king lynx gets hungry, its bloodthirsty wild nature will explode. The group of people were cursing crazily, hoping that this harmonious scene was only temporary, and that Su Hao would definitely be killed by the king lynx. As the giant dog-tail grass broke again, Su Hao grabbed the king lynx's head, rubbed it, and said, "Okay, I'm tired, I won't play anymore. If you still want to play, then follow me in the future." "I'm fine, what do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the king lynx seemed to understand, and began to rub his head against Su Hao again, with a flattering look, without showing any sign of the majesty that a sea-level ferocious beast should have, making Su Hao laugh out loud. Laugh. Well, you will be my little brother from now on. If my elder brother has something to eat, I will definitely not let you go hungry. The hearts of the foreign audience were heartbroken. Su Hao was obviously just one step away from death, but no one expected that this guy would subdue this sea-level king lynx. The Dragon Kingdom audience came to their senses and cheered excitedly. Su also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It seems that our player Su Hao still likes pets, but his pet is a bit big." The audience all laughed. It was too big. It was simply too big. This king lynx's head alone is as tall as Su Hao, half a man, and it's almost as big as 2 tigers. After the laughter, Su said to Wang Jianghe, "Professor Wang, based on your understanding of wild beasts, how do you view the fact that the great king lynx and Su Hao had such a close relationship before?" Wang Jianghe smiled and said, everyone's impression of beasts should be that they are bloodthirsty, ferocious, and dangerous. But according to my years of research, this is not the case. Most beasts are only dangerous when they are hungry or feel threatened. Like beasts in a zoo, they will not actively attack the keepers when they are fed, and will even interact with the keepers and perform some shows. The ferocious beasts in the National Fortune Secret Realm are obviously more intelligent than wild beasts. This king lynx probably didn't feel any hostility from Su Hao, so it got so close to it. Whether it's a wild beast or a ferocious beast, they all have a very strong sense of danger. This is enough to prove that our player Su Hao is indeed very kind, otherwise he would not be so close to the vicious beast. Wang Jianghe's explanation convinced the Dragon Kingdom audience. Regardless of whether Su Hao chose to run away or pick up a kitchen knife to defend himself, he was likely to be attacked by the king lynx. However, Su Hao chose the most benevolent act, which was to play with the giant lynx by giving him his own preference. I have to say that this was a very risky move, but the facts proved that Su Hao was right. His kindness made King Lynx put down his guard, and he not only trusted Su Hao, but also got very close to him. Just as the Dragon Kingdom audience heaved a sigh of relief, an announcement rang. Congratulations to Yingjiang player for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Mountain Stream. Resource level, F level. Resource details, ordinary mountain streams. Reward, F-level mountain stream will be manifested in Yingjiang 10,000 times. As soon as this announcement came out, the whole world was shocked. But it's not because of how powerful the resource obtained by Yingjiang player is, but because this is the second player besides the Dragon Kingdom player to successfully occupy the resource and realize it after the arrival of the National Games Secret Realm. Countless people poured into the Yingjiang live broadcast room, and they could see a very weak stream in front of the tall Yingjiang player. To be honest, this stream is not as big as the water flow in the drainage well when it rains heavily, but it is a precious water resource, so the audience of Eagle Sauces enjoy at this moment. As expected of our Yingjiang contestants, they are just amazing. They easily obtain such precious water resources. Although we, Yingjiang, are the second country to obtain resources, this resource is more precious than all the resources obtained by Dragon Kingdom players put together. I heard that the Dragon Kingdom player found a water pool, but couldn't materialize it. It really made me laugh. But even if it was materialized, such a small water pool is definitely not as good as our stream. The Dragon Kingdom player is a waste. It is said that not only did he fail to obtain water, but he also encountered a sea-level ferocious beast. It won't be long before he is notified of his death. Dragon Kingdom is rubbish, but we, Eagle-chan, are the best. The audience of Yingjiang laughed, and at the same time they did not forget to step on each other, as if they wanted to use this method to prove that they were much stronger than Long Guo. Not only the audience, but also the very influential media organizations in Yingjiang issued news one after another to celebrate this event, and even took advantage of it. We Yingjiang players are the real sons of luck. If Adangguo and Slangguo can't hold on, you can consider joining us Yingjiang. Maybe we can end the death penalty. These media dare to say this, it is impossible that they have not received official instructions. A group of people who admired Yingjiang also praised Yingjiang for being kind. But if this is really the case, then why didn't they say it when the Adan and Silan countries were just affected by the disaster, and they had to say it now? Now these two countries have used all their strength to curb the spread of death penalty, and therefore paid a huge price. Taking advantage of this opportunity, anyone with any brains can see how ambitious they are. I'm afraid that kindness is false, and wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to expand the territory is true. The saddest thing is that there are actually a large group of viewers from the Kingdom of Adan and the Kingdom of Slan who are deeply concerned and want to join Yingjiang. This makes the Yingjiang audience even more trembling, as if they have become the savior. Chapter 16. Just when Yingjiang was complaining and many other countries were flattering him, Su Hao was already riding on the back of the king lynx. It is meaningless to compare a tiger with this giant lynx. This giant lynx is over 3 meters tall. Although its weight is ominous, it is definitely much heavier than the tiger's 3 to 500 kilograms. Professor Wang, look at the behavior of this king lynx just now. It took the initiative to let Su Hao ride on it, but can a beast like Pixia be used for riding? The Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room has also been affected. Many foreign viewers are sarcastic, saying how powerful Yingjiang is. The first resource obtained is the most precious water resource. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom players, although they obtain a lot of resources, it's all rubbish. Most of the Dragon Kingdom audience did not want to pay attention to this group of people at all. It was not worthwhile to waste their saliva with them. It was much more interesting to watch Su Hao running around on the king lynx. Su Su also guided the topic in a timely manner, hoping to downplay the rubbish barrages. Wang Jianghe smiled and said, "Of course it is impossible to ride an ordinary lynx. But this king lynx is different. It is so big that it has surpassed the largest horse in the world. Don't talk about one person, even if you ride 3 or 4 people, it won't be a problem. Look, this lynx can run and jump with Su Hao on its back, and its movements are not affected at all. With this sea-level ferocious beast by its side, Su Hao's safety will be greatly guaranteed." Indeed, although it is not known how strong the fighting power of the king lynx is, it can still move flexibly and quickly while carrying Su Hao. If it encounters danger, it can definitely escape immediately. As for Su Hao, his laughter kept echoing in the forest. He has never ridden a horse, but it is said that without professional training, riding a horse without a saddle and other equipment is not only difficult, but also very uncomfortable. But now he was riding on the back of the king lynx, but he felt extremely comfortable. The thick fluff perfectly offset all the impact, making him feel sleepy lying on it so softly. But seeing the king lynx getting farther and farther away from the water pool, Su Hao said, "Okay, let's go back to the water pool first. All my things are still there." The king lynx understood Su Hao's words, turned around and strolled towards the pool. Su Hao put his bag on his back and looked at the clear water. He didn't have much resentment about the fact that he couldn't occupy it. There is a time in life that you must have. There is no time in life. Don't force it. If you can't get it, you can't get it. Can I have a full drink before I leave? Su Hao knew very well that with his luck, he would not be short of resources in the future. It was just a water pool, so there was really no need to worry about it. So he came to the waterhole very calmly. He had just played with the king lynx for a while, and now his mouth was indeed a little parched. After he drank enough, he could continue to explore. Although the audience was still a little disappointed, they were also very satisfied that Su Hao was able to subdue a sea-level beast. Just like Wang Jianghe said, with this sea-level ferocious beast by his side, Su Hao's safety is greatly guaranteed. As long as Su Hao is not in danger, there will definitely be more and more resources in the future. Just when everyone chose to feel relieved, Su Hao had also come to the waterhole and started drinking water. However, the next second, the announcement sounded suddenly. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Deep Underground Pool. Resource level, D level. Resource details, it has a large reserve of underground freshwater resources, which completes self-circulation through special water pressure, so it is living water. Reward, the D-level underground pool will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. What the hell? Why is it suddenly possible to occupy it again? Su Hao was confused and didn't understand what was going on, but looking at the big king lynx next to him who was also lowering his head to drink water, he seemed to understand something. The audience was also surprised, and the foreign audience who were still in a weird mood just now were all numb. This pool was clearly unoccupied before, so how could it suddenly be possible again? Wang Jianghe seemed to have a flash of inspiration and was about to speak immediately. The cameraman had quick eyes and quick hands and hurriedly cut the camera. Gee, people have their own destiny. I understand what is going on. Upon hearing this, the audience all looked at Wang Jianghe. Su also followed up and asked, Professor Wang, can you explain it to everyone? Wang Jianghe nodded and said excitedly, I suspect this has something to do with that big king lynx. Think about it, Su Hao didn't occupy resources when he drank water for the first time, but that big king lynx appeared. So I think this pool should belong to that big king lynx. Every announcement mentions occupation, not acquisition. Does this prove that some resources are ownerless, while some resources have owners? Just like this pool, it should belong to the king lynx, so after Su Hao surrenders the king lynx, the pool can be occupied by him. After hearing these speculations from Wang Jianghe, the audience also analyzed them carefully. Indeed, this answer can perfectly explain why Su Hao did not occupy it the first time, but successfully succeeded the second time. This is undoubtedly good news, but better news is yet to come. Su received the reminder card handed over by the staff. After seeing the content on it, her expression instantly became ecstatic. Friends in the audience, I have just received news that this deep underground pool has materialized in the southern part of our country, and it is not far from the peach trees and pineapple fields that were materialized before. Now let's connect with outdoor reporter Qi Xiaomeng and take a look at the situation at the scene. The connection was quickly connected, but it could be seen that Qi Xiaomeng was moving in the car at the moment, and the camera lens was also a little bumpy. Hello everyone, we are now heading to the location where the underground pool is manifested. It is expected to take a few minutes. Please. Front, look ahead. Before Qi Xiaomeng finished speaking, the driver suddenly shouted loudly. Qi Xiaomeng quickly stepped aside and let the cameraman take pictures of the scene ahead. As a result, the people in the car and the audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. I saw a lake appearing directly in front of me. Under the sunlight, the lake surface was sparkling and extremely dazzling. Ying Zhang had also photographed the embodiment of the creek before. In comparison, the embodiment of Ying Zhang was simply a smelly ditch, which was completely different from this huge lake. The members of the exploration team who were traveling with Qi Xiaomeng suddenly shouted in surprise, "Look, this lake is also living water. That proves that it is not just what can be seen, there must be more water underground." Chapter 17. After arriving at the scene, the exploration team started working immediately and quickly determined the facts. After learning the results, Qi Xiaomeng immediately started reporting with excitement. Viewers, after exploration, it has been confirmed that the groundwater here has increased significantly. A rough estimate is that the water resources stored underground are at least 10,000 times that of this lake. What? The audience was all shocked. The water storage capacity of this lake is already very large, but there is actually tens of thousands times of this water underground? How much does that have to be? As expected of a D-level resource, the scale is just different. This is so awesome. It's not that the resources are awesome, it's that Su Hao is awesome. If he hadn't subdued that king lynx, he wouldn't have been able to obtain these D-level resources. You're right, long live brother Hao. With this water, I don't know how many people can be saved. This is not just as simple as saving people. Once the groundwater in that place becomes abundant, it will change the surrounding ecological environment, which can effectively prevent land desertification. That's great. Didn't it mean that the peach trees and pineapple fields are not far from the lake? This is just like providing help in times of need. The entire Dragon Kingdom celebrated with joy, but the audience of Yingzhang were all dumbfounded. The water resources obtained by their players are only those on the surface after they materialize. Not to mention compared with the underground water resources in Dragon Kingdom, all the water in that small ditch combined is not as good as half of this lake. This stark contrast made them, who had been trying their best to ridicule just now, feel burning pain on their faces. They couldn't stay any longer in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, so they could only return to their own live broadcast room with anger and resentment of being slapped in the face. As soon as I came back, I saw many viewers from Eagle Saw still cheering, and many viewers from other countries continued to flatter me. This made them even more angry. Fake, what's there to be happy about? The players from the Dragon Kingdom have also obtained water resources, and they are D-level. Taking out these F-level water resources will only be embarrassing. I can understand the celebration of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, such a big lake has been realized, and there are groundwater resources that are 10,000 times more than the lake. We only have a small ditch here. What's there to be happy about? Waste, what a waste. I just got an F-grade small ditch and spread it all over the world. Not only do the Dragon Kingdom players have more water resources, but they also have iron ore, copper mines, salt mines, and even fruits. Others don't have it. I wish the whole world knew. Look at this piece of rubbish. They are just so happy after occupying an ownerless resource. The Dragon Kingdom players have subdued all the sea-level ferocious beasts, and they haven't seen them dancing around in an ugly manner. After such a comparison, the Dragon Kingdom players are really its countless times stronger than this trash like us. Sieti. I really can't stand it anymore. Why am I the one who belongs to Ying Chan? How happy I would be if I were from the Dragon Kingdom. This BD is getting angrier and angrier as I look at him. I can't wait to join the Dragon Kingdom right now. At first, when they saw so many slanderous voices, the domestic viewers in Yingjiang's live broadcast room thought it was the navy from the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, upon closer inspection, it turns out that these viewers who are praising the Dragon Kingdom are all members of their Yingjiang family. After taking a closer look at the barrage they sent, he suddenly showed a bewildered expression. Are the players from the Dragon Kingdom so powerful? In addition to the previous resources, he now has a sea-level ferocious beast as his younger brother, and even occupied D-level water resources. This is too exaggerated. Before they could come to their senses, the flattering foreign audience released a barrage of disdain. How much money did you charge to praise the Dragon Kingdom so much? If you like the Dragon Kingdom, go ahead. Why are you coming back? Are these people really the audience of Yingjiang? Could it be that they are people from the Dragon Kingdom pretending to be? What's so great about Dragon Kingdom players? I think Yingjiang players are much better than him. That's right, that Dragon Kingdom player has always relied on luck and has no strength at all. He will die sooner or later. I suggest that these people who are throwing cold water should be strictly investigated. They are not qualified to live in Yingjiang and should be expelled from their nationality. What is this called? This means that the emperor is not anxious and the eunuch is anxious. The audience in Renjiajiang's home country haven't spoken yet, but they are the losers who have already begun to complain in advance. I originally thought that this would please the majority of the audience of Yingjiang, but these idiots never expected that after those Yingjiang viewers went to the Long Guo live broadcast room to check the replay and confirm the facts, the first thing they did when they came back was to criticize them all together. A useless player. After seeing the barrage posted by the doglegs, I even sprayed them with fury. Who do you think you are? Do you think it's your turn to dictate matters regarding our Ying Chan? Get out of here. It's all your nonsense that makes me mistakenly think that our players are really good. This is not the case at all. You are a bunch of harmful bastards. Go to hell. I didn't believe it before, but after I confirmed it, I realized that our player is really rubbish. There is no way to compare it with the players from Dragon Kingdom. I also want to join the Dragon Kingdom now. That Dragon Kingdom player has been very lucky before, and now he has conquered a sea-level ferocious beast. He can just walk sideways. In the future, he will have as many resources as he needs. It seems that we have to re-examine the Dragon Kingdom players. Before that, we also have to clear out these trash in the live broadcast room. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been so contemptuous of the Dragon Kingdom players before, let alone be beaten. Face. This group of losers obviously didn't expect that they would flatter the horse's legs. Instead of winning the favor of the Yingjiang audience, they were scolded so much that they were frightened to the point where they no longer dared to talk nonsense. At this moment, another death notice came. Death notice. A player from the Fanyan Kingdom died after being attacked by an E-class land-based six-legged crocodile. Death punishment. E-class land-based six-legged crocodile will appear 10,000 times more in Sanskrit Kingdom. Countless people immediately rushed into the live broadcast room of Fanyan Kingdom and saw a large crocodile with 6 legs and cocky skin gnawing on the thigh of the contestant. Name of the vicious beast, land-walking six-legged crocodile. Beast level, E level. Details of the ferocious beast, a crocodile that lives exclusively on land. It has 6 legs and can run extremely fast. Its thick, hard skin can also provide strong defense. It is a very difficult ferocious beast. It's not known whether 3-legged toads exist, but now there are 6-legged crocodiles, which is really weird. The Dragon Kingdom has also started live broadcasting. It can be seen that the Fanyan Kingdom, which originally had a small territory, has been completely occupied by the 6-legged crocodiles. Chapter 18. It can be said that the Kingdom of Adam and the Kingdom of Silan are indeed miserable. One has been reduced to a sea of flames, and the other has dispatched all its troops but is still unable to effectively suppress the embodied group of ferocious beasts. But compared to their two countries, the Fanyan Kingdom, which had just been punished with death, was even more miserable. It is really because the land area of Fanyan Kingdom is too small, and the number of embodied land-based 6-legged crocodiles is so exaggerated that those big crocodiles are even playing the game of stacking arhats. In the Long Guo live broadcast room, the audience saw this strange scene with black lines all over their heads. No, I didn't think that Fanyan Kingdom was very small before. Now that I look at it, it is indeed small and pitiful. It can't even contain the embodied beast. These ferocious beasts are more than the total population of Fanyan Kingdom, right? Apart from these big crocodiles, there are no people at all. The world is really full of wonders. Who could have imagined that something like this would happen? I feel like the Fanyan Kingdom is over. They can't even escape. It turns out that the light curtain dropped by the diamond-shaped flying object restricts the movement range of the ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts cannot escape at all. Now we don't have to worry about being attacked by the fish pond. In comparison, although the situation in Fanyan Kingdom is the worst, it brings the worst visual shock to the audience. There is no bloody killing, just endless crocodiles crowded together. When the camera is zoomed out, it is like a group of bugs locked in a glass box. It just feels disgusting. However, under this situation, the people of Fanyan Kingdom had nowhere to hide. As various buildings collapsed and turned into ruins, the residents hiding inside were torn apart in an instant. Within a few minutes, the announcement rang. The number of surviving people in the Fanyan Kingdom is less than 10%, and the national destiny has collapsed. They will be disqualified and completely wiped out. This is an announcement that has never appeared before, but its content surprised audiences around the world. After a player dies for a certain period of time, the live broadcast room will also be closed. But some people were surprised to find that after the announcement sounded, the Sanskrit Kingdom live broadcast room that had just disappeared was opened again. However, what is being played this time is not the situation in the secret realm of national fortune, but the situation in the Sanskrit Kingdom. After the news spread, countless people poured into Fanyan Kingdom's live broadcast room. I saw that the diamond-shaped flying object suspended in the air gradually sped up from the slow rotation at the beginning, and at the same time it also burst out with a more dazzling light. Everyone just watched in fear, unable to guess what would happen next. In fact, they were not given much time to think. After a few seconds, the diamond-shaped flying object trembled violently. Following the sudden explosion of the diamond-shaped flying object, dazzling light filled the entire light curtain. When the light gradually dissipated, the light curtain also slowly faded, but the scene in front of them made the audience freeze on the spot, sweating. Damn it! Sanskrit kingdom, disappeared. Yes, the entire Sanskrit kingdom has disappeared, whether it is people, buildings, or those ferocious beasts that were just materialized. Now the entire territory of Fanyan kingdom is completely bare, with nothing, as if everything has been wiped out into dust. It turns out that the death of the players alone is not the final outcome. If the population is less than 10%, that would be the most terrifying disaster. The punishment of death is cruel enough, but it is still being erased? Isn't this too inhumane? What kind of weapon was that light just now? In just an instant, everything in Fanyan kingdom disappeared, as if it had never existed. Isn't this too terrifying? Syeti. I was with a friend from Sanskrit who was studying abroad, and he disappeared right in front of me. Damn it, is this erasure based on nationality? Wouldn't it be useless no matter how far you go to the ends of the earth? If that's the case, all countries only need to transfer 10% of their total population to other countries, then this kind of thing won't happen. Who's right? What if the criterion is the total population within the territory? If so many people are sent away, won't they be wiped out faster? The audience was talking a lot, all discussing how the rules of elimination and erasure were determined. But no matter how much discussion there is, it is just groundless speculation. Countries will not conduct such experiments easily. If one is not careful, that will be the fate of the Fanyan kingdom. At this moment, Long Guo made a public announcement, which immediately diverted the audience's attention. Due to the intensification of disasters in our country, we decided to incorporate eagle sauce. The announcement was very short, as if there was no time to word it. This shows that the current situation of Atom country is indeed very bad. Even if the destruction of the Fanyan kingdom is ahead, and they have not yet learned how the remaining population is calculated, they still have to take risks, which shows that they can no longer worry so much. A large number of residents of the Adon kingdom are fleeing towards Yingjiang. Surprisingly, these residents can cross the border light barrier unimpeded, but those ferocious beasts cannot. In other words, as long as you escape from the territory, you will be safe. However, only a small number of rich and powerful people are able to escape from the country. Most ordinary people do not have this ability at all. So once these rich and powerful people left, the situation in the country of Adon became even more serious, and it completely became a paradise of fire and ferocious beasts. Those ordinary people who cannot escape have lost official asylum and can only continue to hide in despair and survive in the cracks. The news spread quickly, which made countless viewers feel that these people who escaped from Adang Kingdom were extremely shameless. Those rich people were not the most hateful. The most hateful thing was that even the official people ran away with them. The officials of the Adon Kingdom are no longer human, so they ran away so irresponsibly. No, I don't understand. If they run away like this, aren't they worried about following in the footsteps of the Fanyan Kingdom? The people who ran away are estimated to be less than 1/10,000th of the total population of Adon. They cannot play a decisive role at all, so I might as well take a gamble. The officials of Adon Kingdom are simply a bunch of beasts, abandoning the common people like this. If I were a resident of the Kingdom of Atom, I would commit suicide right now and directly reduce the population to less than 10%. If I let you beasts run away and don't let me live, then we might as well die together. Hey, there is no need to be so extreme. I still hope that the people of Adon country can survive smoothly. To be honest, with the current situation in the Adon kingdom, living is a torture. Even if all the ferocious beasts are burned to death, the fire has completely wiped out the last hope of life in the Adon kingdom. Those who survive will only be worse than death. It's better to die than to live. If you want to die, you should let those who escaped die. Chapter 19. Now most people in the world are criticizing the officials of the Kingdom of Atom. Yingjiang's henchmen kept praising how kind-hearted their master was, for agreeing to take in people from the Adon kingdom in such a critical moment. But in fact, this is just trying to make someone look fat. Who made their players complain when they obtained water resources before, and said that Adon and Silan could come to them if they couldn't hold on. If you refuse, wouldn't it be like slapping yourself in the face? While the audience was talking a lot, Su Hao, who was in the secret realm of the national destiny, was preparing to start his journey again, but this time he had a companion, the sea-level ferocious beast King Lynx beside him. Since he had adopted the King Lynx as his little brother, Su Hao definitely wanted to keep it, so he took out the rabbit from before and wanted to roast it and feed it to it. Who would have thought that as soon as the King Lynx heard that the rabbit was for him, he swallowed the rabbit fur and all before Su Hao could collect firewood. Hey! That's raw! Su Hao subconsciously scolded him, but when he saw King Lynx's aggrieved look, he suddenly realized. I treat the King Lynx as a pet, but this guy is a ferocious beast and originally eats raw meat. This is a bit confusing to care about. I'm not scolding you, it's just that eating raw food is not good. Next time, don't eat anything without my permission. You're not full yet, are you? Come on, I'll take you to find something to eat. As soon as he heard this, the King Lynx immediately felt no longer aggrieved and jumped up and down beside Su Hao happily. This made the audience smile unconsciously. Even though this guy was so big, he was still as cute as a kitten. The location of the water pool is not far from the poison-spotted lizard that was killed by a tree before. Although the taste of the lizard is not very good, the King Lynx is so big and must have a big appetite. We can't waste food in the future. Originally, the King Lynx was walking slowly in the direction pointed by Su Hao, but after walking for a while, it suddenly stopped. The audience looked curiously along Su Hao's line of sight, and suddenly found a familiar figure in front of them. It was the culprit who had just caused the destruction of the Fanyan kingdom, the land-walking six-legged crocodile. Damn it! Why did this broom star appear again? What should I do now? Don't worry, it's just an E-level ferocious beast. The King Lynx is a sea-level beast. Isn't it possible that it can't kill this little crocodile? That's right. With the King Lynx here, these low-level ferocious beasts will die as many as they come. The previous introduction said that the King Lynx is the top hunter among its peers. It is not enough to deal with this crocodile. I feel that it is better not to be too blindly optimistic. There is still one in Wanli. Although this six-legged crocodile will not be the opponent of the King Lynx, it still poses a great threat to Su Hao. Yes, if Su Hao is accidentally injured during the battle, it will be troublesome. I think it's better to take a detour. Anyway, the land-traveling six-legged crocodile has no intention of attacking now, so safety is the priority. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom discussed what should be the best thing to do now, but their ideas did not affect Su Hao at all. Su Hao had already seen the information about the land-walking six-legged crocodile and was not nervous at all. With the luck value of 99,999, he is not even afraid of SSS-level beasts, let alone E-level ones. Besides, he had just accepted this sea-level King Lynx as his younger brother, and he was in a good mood. He really wanted to see how powerful this younger brother was, and this crocodile happened to be delivered to his door. Even if it was just to fill his little brother's belly, Su Hao was not going to let the crocodile go. So he waved his hand and directly ordered, "Meow, come on, kill this crocodile." Naming this sea-level ferocious beast Meow Meow, the audience was really stunned. But now their focus is not here. After Su Hao issued the order, the King Lynx instantly entered the fighting state, jumped towards the six-legged crocodile. The land-based six-legged crocodile instantly opened its bloody mouth and wanted to fight, but in just a blink of an eye, the sharp claws of the King Lynx swiped across its body and cut the big crocodile into several pieces. I can't die anymore. Congratulations to the players from Dragon Kingdom for successfully killing the E-class land-walking six-legged crocodile. Kill reward, physique plus 10. After the announcement sounded, Su Hao felt warm and comfortable all over his body. This feeling came and went quickly. When he lowered his head to check his body, he found that his arms seemed to be thicker by 2 circles. With a little effort, he could see clear muscle lines. The king lynx killed the big crocodile with 1 claw, and the audience in the Dragon Kingdom was delighted to see it. But soon someone discovered something was wrong. Su Hao seemed to be very different from before. Look, Su Hao's figure has become much stronger. It seems true. Su Hao felt a little thin before, but now it looks like he is a little burly. Do you need to look carefully? Pay attention to his clothes. They were originally loose-fitting, but now they have become slim-fitting. Holy crap! Is there such a big change if your physique is +10? This is amazing. Wow! I thought brother Su Hao was very handsome before, but now he seems to be even more handsome. He has gone from being the brother next door to a senior in the physical education department. I wonder if Su Hao has a girlfriend. If not, maybe I will have a chance. The reward for killing a ferocious beast is really too strong. But wasn't the crocodile just killed by the king lynx? Why was it considered killed by Su Hao? Could it be because of his order? There were also many questions on the barrage. Seeing this, Su started chatting with Wang Jianghe next to him. Professor Wang, what do you think of Su Hao getting the kill reward this time? Wang Jianghe pondered for a moment. There are still too few examples of the judgment of killing ferocious beasts. But this time, I think it was because Su Hao surrendered the king lynx, so the right to kill will be attributed to Su Hao. In other words, as long as the player's actions lead to the death of the beast, the player will naturally gain the right to kill. Of course, this is just my current speculation, and it is not true. When there are more examples of killing ferocious beasts in the future, we can combine them together before making a summary. Wang Jianghe didn't say anything, but left some room. After all, as a member of the expert team, he represented authority. Unless there were special circumstances, he still had to worry about his identity. Su Hao didn't care what the reason was. At this moment, he was moving his body and feeling the changes in various functions. My physique only increased by 10 points, but my body has undergone such a big change. Not only have some of the previous minor problems disappeared, but my muscles have also become very developed, and they are not the dead muscles that can be trained in the gym. It seems that my idea is correct. It is indeed necessary to accumulate various attributes by killing ferocious beasts and make oneself stronger in order to survive in this place. The king lynx sniffed the meat on the ground, obviously wanting to eat it, but it seemed to have thought of Su Hao's previous order, so it could only lie on the ground and let out a pitiful woo sound, as if it was cheating. It's like begging Su Hao. Su Hao smiled helplessly. Unexpectedly, this guy was still a greedy cat. Forget it, just eat it. Su Hao finally relented. Anyway, before he met the king lynx, it should have been eating raw meat, so it was not short of this meal. Chapter 20. The king lynx devoured the land-traveling 6-legged crocodile in 3 strikes. Su Hao sat under the tree next to him and watched, somewhat surprised. Although I thought that the king lynx is very good at eating, I didn't expect that such a big crocodile could eat all of it, even as if it was not full. However, after eating, the big king lynx ran to Su Hao and began to rub his big head against Su Hao. It was obvious that he liked this owner even more. Okay, now that we've finished eating, let's go. Su Hao stood up, mounted the king lynx again, and continued exploring. With this crocodile in his belly, Su Hao thought there was no need to look for the poisonous lizard before, so he changed direction. As a result, before going very far, a scene that shocked the audience appeared. After the king lynx bypassed a few thick trees, a strawberry field suddenly appeared in front of it. Damn it! It's strawberry! There are so many strawberries, it's so prosperous now. This must be at least 2 acres of land, right? There are so many strawberries that Su Hao can't eat all by himself. Maid, if this were to materialize 10,000 times, wouldn't it mean that there would be about 20,000 acres of strawberries? I couldn't eat the peaches and pineapples before, but the strawberries should be fine this time, right? 20,000 acres sounds like a lot, but it is actually the size of a former agricultural industrial park calculated in terms of output. It is actually far from enough to feed the whole country. No. Then when can I eat fruit? I just want to taste it, even if I only eat one. Whatever the useless mother said, as long as it is realized, you can eat it sooner or later. Just give it a hammer and believe in the official. The audience was extremely excited. After all, after the underground pool materialized, Suso conveyed the official message. Officials plan to use these water resources to vigorously develop the planting industry and strive to increase production so that people across the country can eat fresh fruits earlier. Su Hao was overjoyed to see so many strawberries. Meow, come on, let's go eat strawberries. A strange thing happened. The king lynx, which originally obeyed Su Hao's words, did not move this time, staring at a position on the left. Su Hao was just confused when he heard a low roar coming from the throat of the king lynx. Not long after, they saw a black bear that was much bigger than the king lynx walking out of the forest and looking at them eagerly. Name of the vicious beast, Giant Earth Bear. Beast level, sea level. Details of the ferocious beast. The super huge black bear not only has amazing defensive power, but also has very strong fighting power. It has a strong sense of territory and will launch ruthless attacks on enemies who step into the territory. Seeing this black bear, the expressions of the audience froze. The excitement I felt before seemed to instantly fall into the cold and biting seabed. Mater, what's going on? This strawberry field is the territory of this giant bear on the earth. Damn it, it's a big black bear. Why is it occupying the strawberry field? It's sick. Let me share with you some trivia. Although bears are carnivores, they also eat fruits, and they like to eat them very much. This is terrible. They are all sea-level ferocious beasts, and the giant earth bear looks like it is not easy to deal with. This strawberry field is probably not available. Not necessarily. Isn't it said that the king lynx is the top hunter among sea level, so it is at most a 50-50 rivalry with this black bear. It's not necessary. It's not cost-effective to injure the king lynx just for this strawberry field. If there is any accident, Su Hao will also be in danger. I think it's better to pretend that we haven't seen this strawberry field. Although it is a pity, the fact that the black bear has not attacked now proves that it has not officially entered its territory. Leaving now is the best choice. It's not that the audience is making a fuss. They are both sea-level ferocious beasts. If the king lynx and the giant earth bear really fight, the outcome is really unpredictable. The giant earth bear has more advantages in size and strength, while the king lynx has stronger combat power and more agile movements. But even if king lynx can win in the end, he doesn't know what price he will have to pay. Su Hao finally has such a powerful trump card, and there is really no need to sacrifice it just because of a resource. If something happens to Su Hao again because of this, it will definitely not be what the Dragon Kingdom audience wants to see. Think about the destroyed Fanyan Kingdom, the Adon Kingdom that turned into a sea of fire, and the Slan Kingdom that is at the end of its rope. If the endless giant bears of the earth were materialized, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom would never be worse than these three. No matter how strong a country becomes, it will even get worse. However, many foreign spectators started to boo. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Isn't this the principle of the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times? If we miss such a large strawberry field, it will only prove that this Dragon Kingdom player is nothing more than that. If you ask me, this Dragon Kingdom player is a coward. He was just lucky to be able to surrender to the King Lynx. Now he has exposed his true nature, right? Hurry up, it's just a big black bear. What's so scary about it? Is it possible that all of you in the Dragon Kingdom are a bunch of cowards? Shen, can you shut up? Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Aren't you just hoping that something will happen to Su Hao? A bunch of bastards. At least I, Brother Hao, still have the courage to face that giant bear. If it were your players, they would probably be scared to death. After all, you people from the Dragon Kingdom are still cowardly. Come on, I don't believe you contestants dare to challenge that big black bear. I'll just call him a coward from now on. The actions of these foreign spectators can be said to be Sima Zhao's intention. As long as Su Hao leaves now, they will definitely take advantage of the situation and say some even more unpleasant things. But the audience of Long Kingdom still kept their sense. Compared with life, face is nothing. They looked forward to Su Hao leaving as soon as possible. Anyway, Su Hao can't see those disgusting barrages. At worst, they will just respond to those foreign bastards. Su Hao really couldn't see the barrage, and he didn't know that there were so many bastards trying to make a fuss. But he had no intention of leaving here. How could he miss such a big strawberry field? So in the tense mood of the audience, he waved his hand and roared, "Meow meow, charge! Kill that big black bear!" The king lynx instantly showed a ferocious expression and rushed towards the giant bear. When it stepped into its territory, the giant earth bear immediately reacted and rushed over with a roar. It can be clearly seen that the giant earth bear's momentum is stronger, which may be related to its size or weight. The hearts of the audience almost jumped out of their chests, and some even screamed uncontrollably, fearing that both King Lynx and Su Hao would be injured under this charge. But just as the two sides were about to approach, Su Hao shouted loudly, "Meow meow, attack its eyes!" Hearing this, the King Lynx suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. This acceleration caught the giant earth bear off guard, and before it had time to react, its eye was scratched by a sharp claw, and blood immediately spattered. Chapter 21. In an instant, both eyes of the giant bear were blinded by the King Lynx. The Dragon Kingdom audience was so excited when they saw this that they clenched their fists unconsciously. However, after losing his eyes, the giant earth bear became obviously more violent. He stood up and waved a pair of bear paws to make the wind sound. Even if the King Lynx is fast enough, he would probably suffer a loss if he stepped forward at this time. It is not unreasonable to say that the old master was beaten to death with random punches. Seeing this, the foreign audience who had been extremely surprised just now became very excited. Haha, this Dragon Kingdom player thought he was very smart, but he didn't realize that he was just looking for death. The beast in rage is more powerful than the one in hunger. Now I'll see how he ends up. Isn't it very powerful? Then keep attacking. Let me see how the giant earth bear can beat this guy and the King Lynx to a pulp. Now this giant earth bear is in a completely crazy state. Any creature that comes close will probably be beaten to death by it. If you want this strawberry field, there is no chance for this Dragon Kingdom player. I can't tell. Don't people from the Dragon Kingdom always talk about being selfless? Maybe this guy would think the same way, and then he would be killed by a giant bear. This ending is simply perfect. These foreign viewers thought Su Hao was being smart and did not expect that the giant bear would be more dangerous than before. Just as they were mocking Su Hao, the giant earth bear walked towards a big tree next to him without knowing it. The bear paw it waved randomly was indeed very destructive. With one slap, it broke the tree with force. Seeing this scene, foreign viewers were even more convinced that Su Hao would die if he rushed forward, or he would take advantage of this opportunity to escape in despair. No matter what, there is no way he can occupy this strawberry field. However, the next second, the giant earth bear seemed to be tripped by something, and its huge body lost its balance and fell backwards. What a coincidence, right behind it is the tree that was just snapped. Due to its own weight and inertia, the neck of the giant earth bear was instantly pierced by a sharp branch. Blood spurted out, and the giant bear struggled violently, and the surrounding ground seemed to be trembling slightly. But this process only lasted for more than 10 seconds. The movements of the giant earth bear gradually became weak, and its body became limp, and finally it collapsed there like mud. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the sea-level giant earth bear. Kill reward, strength plus 20. In the blink of an eye, Su Hao felt the power in his body filling up again. When you gain the physical attribute, you feel warm all over your body, but when you gain the strength attribute, it feels more like breaking free from some kind of bondage. The two feelings are completely different. There was deathly silence in the Long Guo live broadcast room. It was obvious that no one expected such a thing to happen. The giant earth bear that was so violent a second ago that it seemed like it could tear everything apart was now a corpse. Dead? A sea-level ferocious beast just died like that. What does this mean? Why should this Dragon Country player kill the giant bear who killed himself? Mater, what's the barking of the dog? The announcement announced that Su Hao killed the giant bear on the earth. Do you have any opinions? If you don't have any brains, talk less. The reason why the giant bear died is because Su Hao ordered the king lynx to blind its eyes. Of course, he killed it. With 5 points of strength added before, Su Hao could chop bones casually. Now with 20 points of strength added, is it even more powerful? I always feel like it's the same as playing a game. You fight monsters to upgrade and increase your attributes, and then you fight more powerful monsters. Not to mention, it's really interesting, but the monster's lack of explosive equipment affects the experience. Ha ha ha, do you really think of this as a game? Then I guess that only Brother Hao can play like this. The other players either find places to hide, or are chased by ferocious beasts all over the world. They are simply being played. Seeing that the giant bear on the earth was dead and Su Hao also received attribute rewards, the Dragon Kingdom audience naturally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. This joyful atmosphere is also mixed with many strange barrages. Driven by jealousy, every time Su succeeded, the foreign audience felt more uncomfortable than the death of their own father. So they go to great lengths to disgust people just to satisfy their own dirty and twisted psychology. It happened that resource scientist Luz Heiming also arrived at the studio at this moment. After Su introduced him, he asked, "Professor Lu, some people think that our Su Hao player is also relying on luck this time. What do you think?" Luck. Luz Heiming shook his head slightly thoughtfully. I don't deny that player Su Hao has always been very lucky, but this time it can be summed up in more than just luck. The facts are obvious. It was player Su Hao who ordered the king lynx to blind the giant bear's eyes. This caused the giant bear to go crazy, and what happened next? Although the death of the giant earth bear involved some luck, it can also be seen that even if this accident did not happen, player Su Hao would have had a plan. I wonder if you have discovered a detail. After the giant bear was blinded, the king lynx wanted to continue attacking, but was stopped by player Su Hao. This actually shows that player Su Hao has already calculated it well. According to my guess, he probably wants to wait until the giant earth bear has exhausted its physical strength before attacking. The success rate of doing so will undoubtedly be much higher. Luz Heiming's analysis made the Dragon Kingdom audience call him professional. Someone specifically used the replay function and found that he was right. Su Hao really stopped the king lynx. In other words, Su Hao was not just a hothead, but chose to attack the giant bear after careful consideration. Even if the giant bear did not torture himself to death, his fate would not change. But in the final analysis, whether it's strategy or luck, this is Su Hao's own strength. No matter how depressed the foreign audiences are, they can't change this fact. The more they jump up and down, the more ridiculous they look like clowns. The giant bear on the earth is dead. According to the rules of hiding, this strawberry field should also become ownerless. Next, Su Hao only needs to go over and occupy it, and then he can realize it 10,000 times. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are very excited. After the realization, there will be at least 20,000 acres of strawberries. How could they not be happy? However, as Su Hao jumped off the back of the king lynx and was about to reach out to pick strawberries, another brand new announcement resounded throughout the world. It was detected that the sea-level ferocious beast was killed, and the communication function was turned on. Function introduction: officials from various countries can communicate with players, only once a day, and each call is limited to 5 minutes. Chapter 22. This was an announcement that resounded all over the world, and it was announced 3 times in a row. As early as the beginning of the National Games Secret Realm, countless people complained about being unable to contact the players. It is a very unreliable thing to hand over the national destiny to a randomly selected player. Moreover, the players don't get any help or support and have to rely on themselves, which is really cruel. It turns out it's not that communication is impossible, it just needs to meet certain conditions. Didn't I say it when I first announced the rules? There are many hidden rules in the National Games Secret Realm, and some functions will be slowly opened. I didn't expect it to mean this. Which country's players are so good at killing sea-level beasts? I know. It's a Dragon Kingdom player. He just killed a sea-level giant earth bear. Oh god! Why is it this Dragon Kingdom player again? I know he is very lucky and has obtained a lot of resources, but how can he defeat a sea-level beast? Don't you know this? That Dragon Kingdom player is not only lucky, he also tamed a sea-level king lynx. I'm convinced. When will our players be as good as this Dragon Kingdom player? No, even if they are half as good as him. Stop dreaming. We are useless players. As long as we are lucky enough to survive, don't expect to compete with the players from the Dragon Kingdom. He can't even compare to them by a hair. I don't know how many people paid attention to Long Guo and Su Hao because of this announcement. In the past, they only cared about their own players and only heard about Su Hao through hearsay. However, after getting to know more deeply this time, they discovered that they had completely underestimated this Dragon Kingdom player. While other players were still at a loss, Su Hao had already occupied the resources. When other players were killed by ferocious beasts, Su Hao not only killed the ferocious beasts, but also roasted and ate them. While other players were being chased by ferocious beasts, Su Hao subdued and killed sea-level ferocious beasts, and even activated a new feature that could benefit the whole world. Although this communication function has many limitations, it is definitely better than nothing. So officials from various countries held emergency meetings one after another to discuss how to make the most of this once-a-day, 5-minute communication opportunity. In the secret realm of national fortune, Su Hao also heard the announcement of the opening of new functions. However, this communication function seems to be single-purpose. Players can only be contacted by officials from various countries in the real world, and players cannot actively contact them. This function is a bit useless, but killing sea-level beasts can activate the communication function. Then killing higher-level beasts can also activate other functions. This is very possible, and the new function was not enabled when killing the poison-spotted lizard and land-dwelling 6-legged crocodile. In other words, there should be some watershed here. It's like low-level resources can be occupied at will, but higher-level resources are beginning to be guarded by ferocious beasts. Su Hao thought about it silently, but soon he forgot about it. Anyway, he still has to stay in the secret realm of the national games for a long time. There will be plenty of time to think about it in the future, so his attention now is more on the strawberries in front of him. Whether it's peaches or pineapples, Su Hao's interests are only average. In comparison, he prefers cantaloupe and strawberries. There are no cantaloupes now, but there are 2 acres of strawberries in front of us. He quickly picked off a mouth-watering strawberry with water droplets hanging on it and threw it into his mouth. A strong sense of satisfaction swept through his body instantly. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name: Strawberry Field. Resource level: D level. Resource details: large-scale strawberry planting land. Reward: D-level strawberry land is manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. The announcement sounded, and the Dragon Kingdom audience cheered instantly. In fact, they are not very interested in turning on the communication function, because most people think that it does not matter if this function is available or not, and Su Hao cannot use it at all. Therefore, they pay more attention to the materialization of resources, especially the huge amount of strawberries that can reach 20,000 acres after materialization. The diamond-shaped flying object suspended over the Dragon Kingdom once again pointed to the materialized location. This time it is still not far from the previous two fruits. Once or twice may be a coincidence, but more times are enough to prove that the location of the manifestation is not random, but the best arrangement. Su will definitely not be left alone. With the audience's eager anticipation, Su immediately established a video connection with outdoor reporter Qi Xiaomeng. As soon as the connection was connected, Qi Xiaomeng appeared on the screen with an excited look on his face. Viewers, can you believe it? This time I really understand what it means to be surrounded by mountains and plains. Everyone, please look, behind me is the strawberry that just materialized. Qi Xiaomeng did not show off this time and directly gave up the camera. Then the audience understood why she was so excited. I saw a patchwork of red and green intersecting in the picture. The peach trees and pineapples before were so numerous because the camera was so close. But this time is different. The camera is obviously far away, but it still can't see the edge at a glance. You can imagine how many strawberries are materialized this time. For a moment, the Dragon Kingdom audience was so shocked that they even forgot to use barrages to express their feelings at the moment. I don't know how long I haven't seen such a vibrant scene, and it feels like I have returned to the prosperous days of the past. Originally this was Qi Xiaomen's home court, and she should be allowed to taste the taste of strawberries next. However, Su received a reminder card from the official staff at this time. After seeing the content on it, she also showed a knowing smile. Viewers, I just received official news. After discussion, the official has decided to save the seeds of the currently realized fruits. After the seeds are saved, the remaining fruits will be made into canned fruits and shipped to all parts of the country as quickly as possible. Upon hearing Su's words, the audience instantly came back to their senses, but they still couldn't help showing expressions of extreme surprise. Many people asked on the barrage whether the news was true or false. Everything Su said represented official instructions, and there was no falsehood. However, the audience really couldn't believe that the fruit they had longed for would be able to taste it soon. Of course it is true. Although what everyone eats is not fresh fruit, if it is processed into canned fruit, the output will increase a lot, allowing more friends to taste the fruit in advance. After receiving a positive answer, the entire Dragon Kingdom once again celebrated. Only the foreign audiences burst into tears with envy. The Dragon Kingdom almost had canned fruits to eat, but they couldn't even drink sugar water. Chapter 23. The happier you are, the more people want to pour cold water on you. I don't know how many jealous foreign viewers said that the Dragon Kingdom officials were just trying to spread the pie. There are more than 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they can be made into canned fruits, the 3 fruits that are now embodied together are simply not enough. Not to mention leaving part of it for seeding, this is just playing tricks on the people of Dragon Kingdom. Faced with these doubts, the Dragon Kingdom audience showed unprecedented unity and were not affected by them at all. They all expressed that this method of sowing dissension was really too low level. Su laughed when she saw those unpleasant barrages. She was actually planning to explain the problem of fruit seed preservation, just in time to slap these foreign viewers in the face. Professor Lu, some friends are worried that the production of canned fruits will be reduced because of the need to save seeds. Can you explain this to everyone in detail? Seeing Su's eyes, Lu's Haiming understood. This matter really needs to be explained in detail. First of all, I can assure you that even if seeds need to be saved, it will not affect the production of canned fruits at all, and all the fruits will be put into production, not a single one will be left. As soon as these words came out, the audience was stunned. Didn't we say that we should save seeds? Now we say that none of the fruits should be saved and all of them will be used to make canned fruits. Isn't this contradictory? Some viewers reacted quickly, but most of them were still confused. I saw Luz Heiming continue, I know that people can't understand what I said for a while. It doesn't matter, I will answer it for you now. For peach seed saving, what we need is the peach core inside the peach. For pineapple seed saving, we need the crown buds on the pineapple. For strawberry seed saving, the same goes for it. What we need are the small sesame-like particles on the strawberry skin. At this point, everyone should understand, right? To put it simply, we need to save seeds, which actually does not conflict with the fruit itself at all. One of the reasons why canned fruits are made is to allow more people to taste them, and the other reason is that if you want to save seeds for fruits like peaches, you have to cut them, and once they are cut, they cannot be used for a long time. To preserve it, it can only be made into canned fruit. So you don't have to worry about saving seeds and affecting the yield of canned fruits, because this is simply impossible. After Luz Heiming explained it, all the audience understood it. We worked together for a long time, and part of the reason for canning the fruit was because we were afraid of wasting the fruit. After all, if you want to save seeds, peaches and strawberries have to be processed, and then they will definitely not be able to be stored for a long time. Those foreign viewers just now seemed like a bunch of clowns. None of them dared to post any more barrages. Some were even so ashamed that they quit the live broadcast room. This wave of official slaps in the face filled the Dragon Kingdom with laughter. In the secret realm of national destiny, Su Hao has already eaten several strawberries. He was neither hungry nor thirsty now, so he slowly savored the sweet taste of strawberries. The king lynx may have seen the enjoyment on Su Hao's face, so he curiously moved his head over to see what he was eating. Su Hao patted its head and said with a smile, "What, you want to eat strawberries too?" Seeing this scene, the audience laughed. It is normal for bears to eat fruit, but I have never seen a beast like a lynx eating fruit. Lynxes are relatively rare, let's just talk about tigers. Think of a tiger holding a watermelon and chewing it. That image would be inconsistent no matter how you think about it. Seeing Su Hao pick a strawberry and put it into the mouth of the king lynx, the audience thought that this guy would spit it out. Unexpectedly, the king lynx actually smashed his mouth, showing a very obvious expression of joy, and then rubbed Su Hao crazily. "Ha ha ha, don't mess around. There are so many strawberries here. If you like, eat more." The audience was stunned. This king lynx actually ate strawberries and ate them with gusto, completely breaking their perception of ferocious beasts. Even the famous biologist Wang Jianghe could only say in embarrassment, "Maybe the beast in the secret realm of national destiny is different from the beast we understand." The king lynx happily ate strawberries, but Su Hao wandered over to the body of the giant bear. It is said that bear paws are delicious. We cannot miss such a good ingredient. However, the whole bear is too big and we cannot take it away directly. How about we just cut off the bear paws and take it away? Su Hao thought about it silently. This giant earth bear is larger and heavier than the king lynx. It is estimated to be at least 10 tons, exceeding the weight of an adult elephant. It is not a problem for the king lynx to drag it, but if you want to carry it wherever you go, it is absolutely impossible unless you have some means of transportation. In the real world, it is easy to find a large truck towing 10 tons of cargo, but this is the secret realm of national transportation, and this idea cannot be easily realized. In the end, Su Hao had no choice but to cut off the bear's paw, and when he got hungry, he would taste the delicious and precious food he heard from hearsay. As for the rest, let's give it to the king lynx. It can eat it if it wants to eat it. If it doesn't want to eat it, just leave it here to make other ferocious beasts cheaper. Anyway, those ferocious beasts have fattened up, and in the end they will provide food to Su Hao, at least that's what Su Hao thinks at the moment. After several consecutive cuts, the bear's paw had been completely cut off. The bones and other things still did not cause any hindrance to Su Hao, and he was able to cut it off easily. Up to this point, the audience still feels that it is normal and there is nothing strange about it. But when Su Hao put away the kitchen knife and lifted the bear's paw weighing several hundred kilograms with one hand, the audience was stunned. What the hell? This bear paw must weigh at least 500 kilograms, Su Hao actually lifted it with one hand. Maid, lifting something that weighs several hundred kilograms feels like lifting a chicken. What's going on? Are you sure it weighs several hundred kilograms? Why do I feel like this bear's paw weighs thousands of kilograms? The world's highest weightlifting record is currently less than 270 kilograms. It was a result that was achieved through hard work. With Su Hao's current strength, wouldn't it be possible to easily break this record with one hand? I know. It's the strength attribute that was added before. Oh my god, if I remember correctly, Su Hao increased the strength attribute by 25 points in total. Is the result so exaggerated? You have overlooked one detail. This earth giant bear is so big, and the strength of its bones is definitely not comparable to that of the previous F-level poisonous lizard. But Su Hao still cut off the bones with just one knife. This already explains a lot problem. The most terrifying thing is that Su Hao is very relaxed now and doesn't seem to be struggling at all. This shows that his strength is much more than that. This is incredible. Can the human body really withstand such a huge force? Have you forgotten that Su Hao also obtained physical attributes before? I think there may be some connection between these attributes. Chapter 24. At first, not many people cared about attribute rewards, also because Su Hao didn't show it intentionally. Even now, he just casually grabbed the bear's paw, not deliberately showing off. But it is precisely because of this that the audience feels that his power is more and more terrifying, and they also have a new understanding of attribute rewards. In addition to those foreign viewers who were looking for trouble, there were also many spies sent by officials from various countries in the Long Kingdom live broadcast room. Su Hao's performance was so eye-catching that almost every country was paying attention to his every move. This time, the fact that he showed super strength spread across every country with lightning speed, causing officials in various countries to re-examine the attribute rewards for killing ferocious beasts. After discussion, many countries decided to immediately use the newly obtained contact function to inform their players to actively hunt ferocious beasts. Blindly hiding has no effect. Only by becoming stronger and stronger can we survive in the secret realm of national destiny and obtain more resources. The turtle country is the first country to eat crabs. The reason should be that their player is a strong man about 30 years old. The important thing is that he is also wearing a military uniform and is obviously a soldier. Although this player has not performed well before, it may be because he lacks information and is unwilling to take risks easily. However, after the official of the Turtle Kingdom contacted him and learned that killing ferocious beasts could obtain attribute rewards and become stronger and stronger, the player immediately took action. Not to mention, this guy is indeed a well-trained soldier. He actually used a simple trap and successfully killed a vicious beast using himself as bait. Congratulations to the players from Turtle Kingdom for successfully killing the F-level carnivorous rabbit. Kill reward, agility +5. The news of this kill spread around the world as quickly as possible, once again causing a huge sensation, even greater than the impact of Su Hao's initial kill of the F-class poisonous lizard. It's not because of how wonderful the performance of the players from Turtle Country is, but because every country is now gearing up to get their players into action. This player successfully killed the ferocious beast and received attribute rewards. It was undoubtedly a good start. Especially when you see him running around at a very fast speed, easily jumping as high as a person, and climbing trees more nimbly than a monkey, he is the envy of many countries. Just adding 5 points of agility has made such a big difference. If it continues, becoming Superman will definitely not be a joke. I really envy the player from Turtle Country for being a soldier. The player from our country is an old man. Even if he knows that he can get rewards for killing ferocious beasts, his body won't allow it at all. That's right. Our country's contestant is a middle-aged woman. It's okay to let her use a knife to chop vegetables. But forget about killing ferocious beasts. It's actually good to hide it like this. A bunch of courageous guys. Our players from Bangsa country are famous wilderness survival experts. Now they have started to take action. It won't take long before they will be even more powerful than that player from Dragon country. I think it's better to be cautious about this matter. This player from the Tortoise country just met a rabbit that is not very powerful. If he encounters a lion or tiger, it probably won't be so easy. How can you not take risks if you want rewards? If you ask me, it's better to let your players commit suicide directly, so as not to worry about it. That's right, our players from the Hungda country are not young anymore. We are not ready to hunt ferocious beasts now. No matter how much we say, it is just a cowardly excuse. It's clear that audiences around the world are now divided into two groups. One group believes that since they already know how to survive in the secret realm of national destiny, they should take the initiative. As the saying goes, risks and opportunities coexist, and there is no reward without effort. Not everyone is always as lucky as that Dragon Kingdom player. The other group feels that they cannot rush in. There are still many unexplored rules in this secret realm of national destiny. Maybe there is a way to survive without fighting ferocious beasts. To put it bluntly, even if there are no such rules, just avoiding vicious beasts is actually an effective way of survival. Death notice. A Bangsa country player died after being attacked by an E-class scaled hyena. Death penalty. E-class scaled hyenas will be manifested in the country of Bangsa 10,000 times. While the two sides were still arguing, a death notice instantly silenced everyone. The Bangsa country viewers, who were so proud in other countries' live broadcast rooms just a second ago, felt as if they were struck by lightning. They ran madly back to their home country's live broadcast room, and then saw that their players' bodies had been separated at this moment, and their death was extremely miserable. Some people were unwilling to admit this fact, so they immediately checked the live replay, wanting to know how their player died. It was normal at first. I don't know if this player received official instructions or if he, as a wild survival expert, had his own hunting methods. In short, he planned to use traps to kill the ferocious beasts. The trap was laid out, even more perfect than the one laid out by the Turtle Country players. So this Bangsa country player took the initiative to look for the ferocious beast, and found the scaled hyena nearby. Maybe he felt that there was not much difference between F level and E level, and his traps were enough to deal with them, not to mention that the reward for killing an E level beast was definitely higher than that of an F level one. So he took the initiative to provoke the scaled hyena and lured it towards his trap. The scaled hyena obviously didn't notice the trap and fell directly into the deep pit with many wooden thorns inserted into it. The Bangsa country player thought he had succeeded, so he walked over to take a look, but as soon as he reached the edge of the pit, the scaled hyena suddenly jumped out and bit his neck in one bite. At this point, the player was declared dead, and the Bangsa kingdom became a paradise for countless scaled hyenas. The death toll soared at an incredible speed. I just say you should be more cautious. You shouldn't take the initiative to hunt ferocious beasts. Bangsa country is a lesson learned from the past. Does this have something to do with actively hunting ferocious beasts? It's obvious that the players from this country are too promiscuous and have to provoke E-level ferocious beasts. I also think it's the problem with this player from the country of Styx. The scaly hyena seems to be of the type with high defense and thick blood. How could the few small wooden thorns arranged by this player be able to hurt it? Is it possible to successfully hunt F-level beasts with 100% success? Don't forget, some players will die at the hands of F-level beasts. You can't say that. Didn't our players from the Turtle Kingdom successfully kill the ferocious beast? In the end, it still depends on the strength of the players. That is, if the players from the Dragon Kingdom are now number 1, our players from the Turtle Kingdom must be the second, and it won't be long before our players can surpass the players from the Dragon Kingdom. After the comparison, the audience in the Turtle Kingdom was even more proud. However, just when they were baring their teeth and talking nonsense, another death notice made their smiles freeze instantly. Death notice. A Turtle Country player died due to being attacked by an F-class hidden bee swarm. Death penalty. The F-class hidden bee swarm will manifest itself 10,000 times in the Turtle Kingdom. Chapter 25. Anyone who learns the cause of death of the Bangsa Country player will most likely say that he deserved it. But the death of the Turtle Country player who had just successfully killed the ferocious beast and received a 5-point agility bonus was a surprise to countless people. In fact, the vast majority of the audience had the same idea as the audience from the Turtle Kingdom, thinking that this player might be able to surpass the players from the Dragon Kingdom. A well-trained soldier's starting point in this secret realm of national destiny is not at the same level as ordinary people. Now that I have found a way to become stronger, maybe it only takes some time to become the best among all players. However, the reality is that it has just started and been nipped in the bud. Seeing that both the Stick Country and the Turtle Country were in chaos due to death punishment, with countless casualties, many viewers were filled with resentment at this moment. Because their players are also preparing to fight against the ferocious beasts at this moment. Who on earth said in the first place that he would take the initiative to hunt ferocious beasts? This is all nonsense. 2 people have already died. Are the people who clamored for the contestants to kill the ferocious beasts satisfied now? It's all the blame on Turtle Country. It was only after their players killed the ferocious beast that other countries took action. Even if their players deserve to die, they don't deserve any sympathy at all. Didn't the people from Bangsa Country brag about how awesome their players were before, but they were still killed anyway? Damn it, what are the officials doing? Stop the players quickly. There is no other way. The contact function can only be used once a day. Now the players can only ask for their own blessings. The direction of public opinion in live broadcast rooms in various countries has undergone earth-shaking changes in an instant. The Turtle Kingdom has also gone from being touted in the beginning to being shouted out by everyone now. If their players hadn't easily killed the ferocious beasts and received attribute rewards, there wouldn't have been so many countries taking action. As for the Bangsa Country, that's a joke. No one cares about them at all. Death notice. A player from Tutu Kingdom died after being attacked by an F-class megalodon. Death penalty. The F-class megalodon will be manifested 10,000 times in Tutu Country. Death notice. A player from Long Guo died after being attacked by an F-class twin-tailed snake. Death penalty. F-class twin-tailed snakes will appear in the country of Long Guo in thousands of forms. In the blink of an eye, 2 more death announcements echoed around the world, and audiences around the world were even more noisy. The style of the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room is completely different. On the one hand, it is because Su Hao has experienced several near misses, which has made the Dragon Kingdom audience calm down a lot. On the other hand, it is because no matter what other countries and players do, they have nothing to do with Dragon Kingdom. So from the very beginning, the audience of Dragon Kingdom was paying attention to these things with the mentality of eating melons. Now someone said that a player from the Turtle Country had killed a ferocious beast, and now someone said that a player from the Bangsa Country had died. The audience from the Dragon Country ran around following these news, and it was such a joy to eat melons and melons. Originally, most of the foreign viewers in Long Guo's live broadcast room were scumbags, but now there are very harmonious on the barrage. I really don't understand what these countries that let their players hunt ferocious beasts are thinking. Do they think their players are better than those from the Dragon Kingdom? To be honest, after watching the live broadcasts in various countries, the performance of the players from the Dragon Kingdom was the most exciting. Although many people doubted that he was just lucky, isn't luck more powerful than strength? Although our country does not allow players to hunt ferocious beasts, it is because this player is so hot. It would be great if Su Hao were a player from our country. That's not the right idea of yours. Instead of thinking about making Su Hao a player from your country, it would be more practical to think about how you can become a member of the Dragon Kingdom. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? It's not that I'm unpatriotic, but I feel that if this continues, this player from our country will die sooner or later. It's better to transfer to the Dragon Kingdom nationality now, maybe I can escape. As soon as the topic came up, many foreign viewers expressed their desire to join the Dragon Kingdom. They wondered whether the Dragon Kingdom would agree, so they began to request. The audience of Dragon Kingdom is very proud. Su Hao's performance has made so many people want to defect to Dragon Kingdom. This is enough for them to be proud of. As for whether they can immigrate now, it depends on the official intention. They, ordinary people, can't count the words of praise. In the face of national events, the audience of Dragon Kingdom is sober. However, this matter has not yet come to a conclusion, and another wave of foreign audiences cannot stand it anymore. These people are the same group of idiots who were always looking for trouble in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. Farky. Are you still shameless? Your player is not dead yet, and you are already cursing him. What's so great about the Dragon Kingdom? Isn't it just that I was lucky enough to kill the ferocious beast and get a few resources? The first day is not over yet. No one can say what will happen in the future. Maybe this guy will not see the third day. Here's the sun for 2 days. Although the player from the Turtle Kingdom died, it was just an accident. He has proven that it is feasible to kill ferocious beasts to increase strength. Players more powerful than the Dragon Kingdom will soon appear. There are still people who say that killing ferocious beasts is feasible. Did the 4 people who died just now die in vain? They were obviously alive and well, but they died because of wrong instructions. What's wrong with us wanting to join the Dragon Kingdom? At least for now, the Dragon Kingdom's performance is the best. Can the Yingzhong people shut up? If we don't join the Dragon Kingdom, will we join you Yingzhong? Don't think that everyone is a fool. If your media hadn't made such nonsense before, would you have agreed to the Adon Kingdom joining you? The audience in the Dragon Kingdom were all dumbfounded. They had been eating melons from outside, but who knew that this melons would actually arrive at their own doorstep? Originally they were the ones quarreling with the foreign audience, but now it was 2 groups of foreign audiences quarreling with each other, and the conflict became more and more intense, and they couldn't get a word in. In the end, I simply stopped interrupting and just watched these foreigners spout trash talk. The barrage was so lively. However, while the Long Guo live broadcast room was bustling with activity, Su Hao made a new discovery. After hanging a pair of bear paws on the back of the king lynx with very strong unknown vines, Su Hao started exploring again. As a result, after walking not far, Su Hao discovered that the trees in a forest in front seemed a little different and seemed a little out of place compared with the surrounding trees. But he didn't have any knowledge in this area, so he planned to go over and have a look. As soon as we got close, we heard a very loud neighing sound. When we looked up, we saw a huge strange bird flying out of the forest. Chapter 26. Name of the vicious beast, Lightning Falcon. Beast level, sea level. Details of the ferocious beast: it is a flying ferocious beast with super high speed. Its dive speed when hunting is comparable to lightning, hence the name Lightning Falcon. The lightning falcon is more aggressive and will attack approaching creatures even when it is not hungry. Hunt. After seeing the information about the big strange bird, the Dragon Kingdom audience was not in the mood to continue eating, and all turned their attention. Why is it another sea-level beast? Are there so many sea-level beasts in this national fortune secret realm? Mad, we're in trouble now. The giant earth bear before was just very territorial, and nothing would happen if we didn't step into its territory. Su Hao hasn't entered the forest yet, and this strange bird has flown out. It's obvious that it's with bad intentions. Didn't the information say that the lightning falcon is very aggressive? It's probably too late for Su Hao to leave now. No matter how fast the king lynx is, it can't be faster than the lightning falcon. I thought that the fight with the giant earth bear just now was the most dangerous situation. Who knew that we could actually encounter a flying sea-level raptor-like beast? You guys are worried about me. This is not the first time that my brother Hao has encountered danger. Every time he has been safe and sound, it will definitely be the same this time. Yes, Su Hao can be considered a person who has experienced strong winds and waves. This small scene should be nothing. You see, he himself is not afraid. What should we be afraid of? That being said, it's impossible not to worry at all. Hey, I hope Su Hao can turn disaster into good luck this time. Many viewers in the live broadcast room thought that Su Hao could solve this problem this time. But some people are still worried at this moment. After the National Destiny Secret Realm arrived, Su Hao's parents received a notice of temporary suspension of work and returned home. When she learned that her son had become a contestant, Su's mother almost fainted. After a series of operations such as Su Hao obtaining resources, subduing the king lynx, and killing ferocious beasts, the couple gradually relaxed a little. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a powerful beast again this time, and the two of them suddenly became nervous again. Lao Su, will my son be okay? Su's mother had said the same thing countless times. She was really afraid that something would happen to her son. Su's father was naturally worried, but he still reassured him, "Don't worry, Xiao Hao has encountered several dangers before. He is still fine now, and it will definitely be the same this time." Yes, that's right, Xiao Hao will definitely be fine. Su's mother also seemed to be cheering herself up. Having said that, the couple was also praying silently in their hearts at this moment, praying that Su Hao could successfully survive this danger. On the National Fortune Secret Realm, Su Hao raised his head, blocking the sun with his hands while looking at the lightning falcon in the sky. But after a few glances, he lost interest. The name is quite domineering, but this big bird is too ugly. Meow meow, let's go into the forest and have a look. Su Hao didn't pay attention to the lightning falcon at all and ordered the king lynx to go to the forest. I don't know if it was because of his ignorance that the lightning falcon was angered. It flapped its wings twice and swooped down in Su Hao's direction. This lightning falcon's name really didn't come from nothing. When it was hovering in the air, nothing could be seen, but this dive was so fast that it even left an afterimage. In an instant, the audience's hearts were in their throats, because Su Hao was completely defenseless now. But at this moment, the screen suddenly flashed with white light, and a thick bolt of lightning struck directly on the lightning falcon. Suddenly, it was covered in green smoke and fell from the sky, just like that. Su Hao is not far away. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what just happened. Is it lightning? On this sunny day, lightning suddenly appeared, and it accidentally hit the lightning falcon. Did I misunderstand something? Could it be that the name of this lightning falcon is not because of its speed, but because it attracts lightning? I feel like I'm dreaming. No. Even if I were dreaming, I wouldn't dare to be so bold as to dream of such a scene. I feel more and more that Su Hao is a bit incredible, as if there are many gods protecting him. Look, Su Hao didn't even look at the lightning falcon from the beginning to the end. Did he already know that this would happen? Stop being so weird and confusing. It's just a coincidence. Where did there come from so many ghosts and gods? The barrage was in chaos because this scene was so unbelievable. Thunder on a sunny day is strange enough, but this thunder also happened to hit a lightning falcon, which makes it hard not to make random associations. Su saw that the direction of the barrage was a little off, so she exchanged a look with Lu's Heiming, and then said, "Professor Lu, you have been doing resource exploration outdoors all year round. Have you ever seen thunder on a sunny day?" "Of course." Lu's Heiming smiled and nodded. "Actually, thunder on a sunny day is nothing new. I am going to say something more outrageous. You may not believe it, but it really happened. One time we went for exploration. One second it was sunny, and the next second it started to hail. My equipment was even damaged. After hearing what Luz Haiming said, the audience felt a little relieved. Although the problem of thunder on a sunny day can be classified as a natural phenomenon, what should we say if it hit the lightning falcon accurately? While the audience was pondering this matter, they heard Luz Haiming continue to say with a smile, "You don't need to make guesses about ghosts and gods. In fact, there are traces to follow. The reason why this thunder struck the lightning falcon was actually because it was in the air at the time. If you talk about theory, you may not understand it, so I will describe it in vernacular. Everyone has known since they were young that they should try not to stand in the open when there is thunder, right? In fact, this is the same principle. At that time, there was only the lightning falcon in the sky. To put it bluntly, who would it hit if I didn't hit it?" Luz Haiming's humorous words instantly made the audience laugh. Indeed, children know that you should not stand in the open or at high places when there is thunder. The lightning falcon just now was not only in the open space, but also in a high place. It certainly deserved to be hacked to death. Although they still felt that something was wrong, most of the audience were too lazy to think about it so much. The result was that the lightning falcon was killed and Su Hao was safe and sound. That was enough. Seeing that the direction of the barrage had changed, Su Hao also decided to strike while the iron was hot, so he continued, "Thank you very much, Professor Lu, for clearing up the confusion and letting us know that we should still believe in science. Professor Lu, could you please take another look at what the trees in front of Su Hao are, and why are they so different from the surrounding trees?" Chapter 27. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the sea-level lightning falcon. Kill reward, agility plus 20. The announcement sounded, and the lightning falcon that was struck to death by lightning was actually killed by Su Hao. This made many foreign viewers call him cheating. But regarding this issue, the Dragon Kingdom audience is too lazy to argue with these brainless idiots. The right to kill is determined by the National Fortune Secret Realm, so there is no possibility of cheating. It's not that those people don't understand this truth. If it were their players who got the right to kill inexplicably, they would never question it. This is human nature. Luz Haiming was about to answer Su's question, but Su Hao reached out and touched a tree in the forest. The next second, the announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Ginkgo Forest. Resource level, D level. Resource details, super large-scale Ginkgo Forest. Reward, D-level Ginkgo Forest will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the announcement, most of the audience were confused. How can this materialize a forest? Aren't these trees everywhere? What's more, there are trees everywhere in this secret realm of national destiny. Why can't they materialize? If trees are considered resources, don't those flowers and plants also be considered resources? It's useless. You guys know nothing. Do you know why desertification is so serious? It's just because there are no plants anymore. Don't tell me you don't even know where the word afforestation comes from. I understand the truth. No matter what kind of resources, the more the better, but the problem is that there is no great significance in manifesting these trees. If there is no water to water the trees, they will die. This ginkgo forest seems to have materialized in the western region. Isn't that where desertification is the most serious? It's over now. The audience was talking a lot, obviously thinking that the sea-level ginkgo forest that was realized this time was not as good as the previous resources. At least the fruits are edible, but the forest will have no effect. What's more, it has materialized in the western region. If you want to rely on this forest to resist the desertification of the land, it is basically a mantis trying to use your arms as a cart, and it will definitely die in the end. It is equivalent to Su Hao getting a completely useless resource. But while the audience sighed, Luz Haiming's face was full of excitement. It's a ginkgo tree. Such a large ginkgo tree, Su Hao is really amazing. After hearing this, the audience was confused and couldn't understand why Lu's Haiming was so happy. Is there anything special about this ginkgo tree? Su, who had been observing the barrage, immediately asked, Professor Lu, is there any difference between this ginkgo tree and ordinary trees? Lu's Haiming nodded immediately, of course it's different. The value of ginkgo trees is not that high. After hearing the value, the audience lost interest. It's almost the end of the world, and precious metals such as gold can't even fill our stomachs. So what if the value of this ginkgo tree is high? Seeing the on the barrage saying this, Lu's Haiming said with a smile, everyone has misunderstood. What I said is valuable, not value measured in money. If this is the case, compared with precious woods such as gold and nanmu, huanghuali, etc., ginkgo trees are indeed not even close to each other. The value I'm talking about lies in its medical value and edible value. That's right. The ginkgo tree is a very precious medicinal plant. It contains a variety of healthcare functions and has been listed as one of the important healthcare raw materials in many countries. To talk about the simplest thing, the leaves of the ginkgo tree alone have the functions of activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis, unblocking collaterals and relieving pain, astringing the lungs and relieving asthma, resolving turbidity and lowering lipids. It has very impressive curative effects on chest pain, stroke, hemiplegia, etc. Ginkgo contains a variety of vitamins, proteins, amino acids, and other nutrients. Taking a small amount is very beneficial to the body. Lu's Haiming is indeed a resource expert, and he easily explained all the important information about the ginkgo tree clearly. It was only after hearing his explanation that the audience suddenly discovered that this resource that they thought was of no use was actually so powerful. It was definitely no worse than any resource Su Hao had obtained before. No matter it is the prosperous age or the end of the world, anything related to medicine is unimportant. After all, it is not enough for a person to have enough food in his life, nor is it enough to have money. If he does not have a good body, then everything is in vain. At this time, Su also received a reminder card from the official staff. After reading the above content clearly, Su said, "Viewers, I just received the news." After discussion, the gardening department and the medical department decided to harvest some leaves and fruits of the ginkgo trees and send them to the market to provide everyone with medical support as much as possible. At the same time, in recognition of player Su Hao's outstanding contribution to the Dragon Kingdom, the superiors decided to reward 20% of the economic benefits generated by this ginkgo tree. Considering that player Su Hao is currently unable to receive this reward will be handed over to player Su Hao's parents for safekeeping for the time being. This official decision caused a lot of discussion among the viewers in the live broadcast room. Of course, almost everyone thinks that this is what the authorities should do. After all, Su Hao is gambling with his life. Even though Su Hao has had a smooth ride so far, looking at other players will tell you how dangerous this secret realm of national sports is. However, some foreign audiences began to ridicule again. The officials of Dragon Kingdom are really stingy. Your players work so hard, but you only give them such small rewards. It's really funny. Seeing that some people started to follow suit, Lu's Haiming said, based on the current economic situation and the size of this ginkgo forest, even a 20% profit is worth millions. As soon as these words came out, those foreign audiences with ulterior motives suddenly became stupid. Then I thought about it and it was right. The ginkgo tree is indeed not as valuable as gold and nanmu, but its own medical value can also create extremely high profits. Food in the last days is very expensive, but medicines are even more expensive. This is a very simple truth. Originally, when Su Hao's parents learned that the government was going to give their son a reward, they didn't have much emotion. When I heard Lu's Haiming say it was at least several million, I was immediately stunned. Their family is just an ordinary family, with only 200,000 to 300,000 in savings. Now millions of dollars are directly received into their account, which is no different from pie in the sky. Honey, Am I not dreaming? Are the officials really going to give us millions? Father Su asked in disbelief. Su's mother was also stunned, and then sighed and said, compared with the money, I actually hope that my son can be safe, but I still have to thank the official. Chapter 28. Su Hao was not very interested in the ginkgo forest. He tasted a ginkgo fruit and found it tasted very ordinary, far less delicious than fruit. So Su Hao asked the king lynx to walk next to the lightning falcon. At this moment, the lightning falcon was still emitting green smoke, and the smell of barbecue filled the surroundings. Although Su Hao was not hungry, the taste was too tempting, so he simply lit a fire on the spot and prepared to process the half-cooked lightning falcon. Since the lightning falcon's skin was already cooked, Su Hao easily pulled out the fur. Seeing the expectant gaze of the king lynx, he cut off a bird's leg with a smile and put it aside for him to eat. This made the king lynx so happy that it lay on the ground, hugged the bird leg with its two big paws, and began to chew on it. The cute look made the audience laugh. Su Hao began to roast another bird leg. Originally, the bird leg was half-cooked, so the outer layer was already cooked within a short time of roasting. I saw that the bird legs were roasted to a golden brown and crispy, and the meat was very tender. Sprinkle some salt on it, and the aroma exploded instantly. No wonder so many people like to eat game. The taste of this lightning falcon is really amazing, better than any meat I have ever eaten. Su Hao couldn't help but exclaimed after taking a bite, because it was so delicious. The king lynx, which was enjoying its meal, suddenly walked up to Su Hao and nuzzled him with its head. Su Hao turned around and saw that he had not finished eating the bird leg given to him. What, you want to eat this from me? Su Hao asked tentatively, but the king lynx immediately became happy and looked at Su Hao with a flattering expression. You guy, I didn't expect you to be quite greedy. You are eating from the bowl and looking at the food from the pot. Here you go. Su Hao laughed and cursed angrily, cut off a piece of meat that was roasted and sprinkled with salt, and put it to the mouth of the king lynx. The big king lynx swallowed it in one gulp, and its eyes brightened for a moment. It turned around and picked up the unfinished bird leg and placed it in front of Su Hao. Are you planning to let me roast this bird leg for you? The king lynx nodded in a very humane way, and his cute look instantly made the audience burst into laughter. This king lynx is so smart. He knows that roasted meat is delicious, so he asked Su Hao to help him roast it. How can raw meat taste better than roasted meat, let alone seasoned with salt? If it were me, I would definitely ask Su Hao to help. I have eaten a lot of wild game before, and among them, the eagle is the most delicious, and it is also very nutritious. Maid, this guy upstairs is a real torturer. He dares to eat protected animals. I advise you to surrender quickly and strive for leniency. Even the king lynx eats barbecue, but I have almost forgotten what meat tastes like. It can only be said that this king lynx has great vision. If he follows Su Hao, he will definitely be popular. Hey, if you can give me a taste of the meat of this lightning falcon, you can let me serve as a mount for Su Hao. Come on, are you as powerful as the king lynx? Can you run as fast as it? Is it as cute as you? Nah. What kind of world is this? You're worse than a big cat. The audience was really in pain and happy at the same time. While enduring the greed, they were still laughing and joking. It was really a joy in the pain. Su Hao ate very delicious food. The king lynx was waiting to be fed next to him. He simply leaned on this guy. The furry feeling was even more comfortable than the sofa. Those who didn't know really thought he came on vacation. However, not all players are like Su Hao. In other words, except for Su Hao, other players are still cautious and walking on thin ice. At this moment, a girl with long brown hair was running with a look of fear on her face. Her name is Lilia, and she is a player from the Bear Country. You can really see in her what beauty means. Lilia was very good looking and had a good figure, but when they saw the big python chasing behind her, the audience couldn't help but sigh and lament her misfortune. No one thought that Lilia could escape the pursuit of the big python. After all, the distance between the two sides was closing at an extremely fast speed. It is estimated that within a few minutes, Lilia will be caught up and swallowed by the python. Su Hao was leaning on the king lynx very comfortably, but the king lynx suddenly raised his head and looked very warily into the depths of the forest. What's wrong? Su Hao followed its gaze curiously and saw a super large python running in their direction. Name of the vicious beast, Giant Forest Python. Beast level, E level. Details of the ferocious beast, one of the species of python that lives in the forest. It has a huge body and is good at entangling its opponents to death. Hey, such a big python, I wonder how it tastes. Meow meow, come on, kill that python and come back for more food. Seeing that it was an E-level ferocious beast, Su Hao didn't hesitate at all and asked the king lynx to take action. After receiving the order, the king lynx immediately stood up and rushed into the forest, running towards the giant forest python. Because there were too many trees, Su Hao didn't actually see Lilia being chased by the giant forest python. He just thought there was prey coming to his door. But Lilia had already used up all her energy to feed her. Her survival instinct made her run away desperately even though the distance was getting closer, just hoping that a miracle would happen. However, the next second, Lilia realized what despair was, because not only did she not get rid of the giant forest python behind her, but a larger beast appeared directly in front of her. Although the beast looks like a big cat, Lilia also knows very well that none of the beasts in the National Fortune secret realm are easy to deal with. The big cat is probably more terrifying than the big python behind it. Am I going to die here? But I don't want to die. Lilia was about to collapse, and the tears she was holding back burst into her eyes. She knew that crying was useless, so she endured it until now, but the despair now became the last straw that broke the camel's back. As soon as she cried, the rhythm of her running was suddenly disrupted. Lilia accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. Although she was not injured, she knew she was finished because the big cat was no more than 10 meters away from her, and the giant forest python behind her was almost the same distance. The audience in the Bear Kingdom will also cry. This kind of situation with a wolf in front and a tiger in the back is definitely not what they want to see. But at this moment, a sentence suddenly appeared on the barrage: this king lynx seems to be the one captured by the Dragon Kingdom players. Before this barrage received a reply, the audience saw the king lynx suddenly accelerate and jump over Lilia's body. Its sharp claws instantly scratched the giant forest python's body, and separated its body. Chapter 29. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the E-class giant forest python. Kill reward, physique plus 10. When the announcement sounded, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom cheered, but the audience in the Bear Kingdom were stunned, but soon they cried with joy. It scared me to death. I really thought Lilia was dead this time, just a little bit closer. Lilia is so lucky, those two ferocious beasts actually got into a fight. Didn't you see the announcement? This already shows that this king lynx is the one captured by the Dragon Kingdom players. It turns out it's not a coincidence, it was the Dragon Kingdom player who saved Lilia. When you have nothing to do, go to the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room and have a look. This ginkgo forest is the new resource that Dragon Kingdom players have just obtained. I heard that the Dragon Kingdom player is very powerful, but I didn't expect that he could subdue such a powerful beast and kill the E-level giant forest python in one fell swoop. I'm just kidding, the king lynx is a C-level ferocious beast. This E-level python is not enough to look at, okay? I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room to express my gratitude. I am coming too. The audience of the Bear Country relaxed a lot, but Lilia, who was in the secret realm of the National Games, was still terrified. How did she know that this king lynx was a player from the Dragon Country? At this moment, she fell to the ground and did not dare to move. She just watched the king lynx pick up the giant forest python and slowly passed in front of her without even looking at her. It wasn't until the king lynx completely walked past her that Lilia dared to stand up and quickly hid behind a tree, watching the king lynx carefully, for fear that it would suddenly turn around and attack her. But soon, she saw a scene she would never forget. Because there was a figure not far away. It was a little far away, and she could only vaguely make out that it was a man. What shocked her the most was that the giant lynx slowly walked up to the person, put the giant forest python in its mouth on the ground, and then nuzzled the person very affectionately. And the man actually patted the king lynx on the head and handed something to the king lynx's mouth, as if feeding it. This was the first time Lilia met other players in the secret realm of the national games. Although she was extremely scared, she made a decision after hesitating and walked towards the figure in front of her. When she got closer, she finally confirmed that it was indeed a player and not some unknown creature. The aroma of barbecue kept filling her nose. Lilia, who had been hungry for a long time, swallowed unsatisfactorily and her eyes shifted from Su Hao to the barbecue. Although Su Hao didn't see Lilia at first, he had just caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. Now I see this girl hiding behind a tree, staring at her barbecue with her head exposed, and I feel a little funny. Are you hungry? If you want to eat, come here and eat. I can't finish it anyway. The sudden sound startled Lilia and she hid behind a tree again. She heard that the other party was speaking in Long Guo dialect, but the strange thing was that she, who didn't understand Long Guo dialect, could actually understand what it meant. Now that she had been discovered, Lilia knew that there was no need to hide, so she walked out slowly, but still did not dare to approach Su Hao. Hello, my name is Lilia, what do you call me? Su Hao was startled when he heard the words. He could also hear that the girl was speaking a foreign language. The strange thing was that he could also understand what it meant. On second thought, this was probably one of the hidden rules of the national game's secret realm, for the convenience of the players. Communicate between. My name is Su Hao. Stop standing there. Come and sit. Don't worry, meow meow will not hurt you. Su Hao thought that Lilia was afraid of the king lynx, so he comforted her. Lilia knew very well that if the giant lynx hadn't saved her just now, she would have entered the belly of the giant forest python. Since this life was saved by Su Hao, she didn't need to be afraid of anything anymore, so she walked over to Su Hao and sat down. There was golden and crispy barbecue in front of her, and Lilia swallowed with greed. Su Hao smiled, cut off a piece of meat and handed it to her, saying with a smile, "Eat it while it's hot, there's still a lot of it." Lilia took the roast in a daze, tears welling up in her eyes unconsciously. In this day and age, food is so precious that Lilia forgot how long it had been since she had barbecue. She was eating and crying at the same time, leaving Su Hao confused. This barbecue does taste good, but it won't make you cry, right? Hearing Su Hao speak, Lilia subconsciously wanted to answer, but before she could swallow the meat in her mouth, she immediately choked when she opened her mouth. Seeing this, Su Hao took out a peach from his backpack, dumbfounded. Here, let me push this down. Su Hao didn't have a container and couldn't bring water. Fortunately, the peaches had enough water and could be used to replenish water. Lilia took the peach and took a big bite. She let the extremely sweet juice slide down her throat and successfully swallowed the mouthful of meat. Then she looked at Su Hao's backpack in disbelief because it contained a lot of fruits, including pineapples and strawberries. At this moment, Lilia seemed to have made up her mind, and said in a begging tone, "Mr. Su, can I follow you in the future? Don't worry, I can do anything, as long as I can follow you." Hearing what Lilia said, before Su Hao could speak, the Xiong Kingdom audience was the first to explode. Lilia did a great job. This Dragon Kingdom player is definitely the best among all the players. If you can follow him, you will have hope in the future. That's right, there are a lot of resources for players from the Dragon Kingdom, so there's no need to worry about going hungry. Don't worry about safety. That sea-level king lynx is no joke. Ordinary ferocious beasts are vulnerable to it. To be honest, I was already prepared to be punished when I saw that our player was a girl. If the Dragon Kingdom player can really agree, then I won't have to worry about anything in the future. I'm just afraid that the players from the Dragon Kingdom will reject Lilia. After all, bringing one more person will bring more danger. Stop arguing, let's see how this Dragon Kingdom player will answer first. Undoubtedly, the audience in the Bear Kingdom are eager for Lilia to follow Su Hao. After all, this is the best choice for survival at the moment. Su Hao looked Lilia up and down at this moment, her words echoed in his mind, and then he subconsciously blurted out, "You can do anything." Hearing this and seeing Su Hao's eyes, Lilia's pretty face instantly turned red, obviously thinking of something inappropriate for children. Su Hao also realized that what he said was too ambiguous. Just as he was about to explain it, he heard Lilia say in a mosquito voice, "If you can cultivate feelings first, then, that's not impossible." Chapter 30. What I have to say is that Lilia is a well-deserved top beauty. Not to mention her outstanding looks, her body is extremely hot. Even if she is wearing the most ordinary jeans and t-shirt, she still can't hide her perfect curves. Coupled with her current shy look, it adds a lot of charm. Maid, this is the consequence of not speaking clearly, being regarded as a gangster. Su Hao muttered secretly, but what did she mean by what she just said? Can I understand that she doesn't resist those things? After a lot of random thoughts in his mind, Su Hao finally decided to get rid of all those obscene thoughts. Although he admitted that Lilia's appearance made him a little attracted, he was not a pervert, and he would not do anything to coerce or seduce girls. You misunderstood, I mean you are so thin, you may not be able to do some strenuous work. If you want to follow me, then just do what you can. After listening to Su Hao's words, Lilia turned to look at him. If it were anyone else, Lilia would definitely think that the other party was playing hard to get. But Su Hao is different. If you think about it carefully, he seems to be different from other men. There was only appreciation in his eyes at first, including the inspection just now. His eyes did not make Lilia feel uncomfortable. Lilia wanted to apologize, but she realized that her misunderstanding just now was a bit outrageous, and she was too embarrassed to speak, so she just continued eating the barbecue in silence. Little did they know that at this moment, Long Guo's live broadcast room was already exploding. Su Hao is awesome. He made such a beautiful woman panic in just a few words. This method is amazing. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Hao never meant that from the beginning. If you don't believe me, watch the replay. His eyes are very clean. It doesn't look like he has evil thoughts at all. Hey, they are all men. Who doesn't know who is who? Even if you have thoughts, it is normal. This Lilia is indeed a top beauty. If you have no thoughts, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. If nothing else, even if Lilia does nothing every day, just looking at her is enough to please the eyes. Anyone who can marry her will definitely be blessed after 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Bullshit, no matter how good looking you are, you're not just a vase. If you really want to say it, being able to marry Su Hao is a blessing that has been cultivated in 8 lifetimes. What's there to argue about? Lilia is beautiful, but Su Hao is also handsome. If 2 people are together, wouldn't they be a match made in heaven? I have seen this girl in the Zirquo live broadcast room before. She is very strong, much stronger than many female players. I agree with Su Hao taking her in. What a talented man and beautiful woman. No one knows how long this secret state of national destiny will last. Maybe when Su Hao comes back, he will be the one taking care of his family. I agree to this marriage. I'll put the 9,999 gift in the account downstairs. Who can move the Civil Affairs Bureau into the secret realm of the National Games? Just let them register. Handsome men and beautiful women are always eye-catching, and make people feel comfortable after looking at them. Especially when handsome men and beautiful women come together, the effect is far greater than 1 + 1 = 2. Regarding Su Hao's agreement to take in Lilia, there was no objection from the Long Kingdom audience. Although their thinking angles were different, the results were the same. Some people think that if Su Hao has a woman by his side, someone will take care of him in his daily life. This is of course a good thing. There are also people who like to talk about CP, especially such a pair with incredible looks. Some people even think that having more people means more strength. If the players can unite, they may have a greater chance of survival. At this time, many viewers from the Xiong Kingdom also poured into the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, sending overwhelming barrages of thanks. Thank you to the Dragon Kingdom players for taking in Lilia from our country. From now on, the Dragon Country will be our Bear Country's friend. If anyone wants to harm the Dragon Country, then first ask our Bear Country if they agree. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are as kind as ever. No wonder their players are so good. This is all a blessing. This Dragon Kingdom player is really handsome, Lilia is really a bit high up. If Lilia can be with the players from the Dragon Kingdom, then we will be a family from now on. Oh, my friends, what are you doing in the Bear Country? They are all friends, there is no need to be so polite. You are right, maybe we will be a family from now on, there is no need to be so polite. Friends from the Bear Country are welcome to come and play at any time, and we will certainly warmly entertain you. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room is really great. With just two people, Su Hao and Lilia, the relationship between the Dragon Country and the Bear Country has grown by leaps and bounds. Especially seeing Su Hao constantly feeding Lilia made the audiences from both countries smile like chrysanthemums blooming. It didn't take long for the two of them to get over the awkward period and start chatting slowly. Su Hao, you are really powerful. Although we entered the National Fortune Secret Realm at the same time, you actually obtained so many resources and killed so many ferocious beasts. You are simply too strong. Lilia looked at Su Hao with an expression like a little girl. She knew very well that Su Hao was definitely not lying. The King Lynx gnawing bones behind him was the best proof. If Su Hao had no skills, how could he possibly subdue such a powerful sea-level beast? What's more, the fruits in his backpack can prove that what he said is true. It's nothing, I'm just lucky. I also have strawberries and pineapples here. Do you want to eat them? Ah? Can I eat it? Lilia asked tentatively. If there was no sound of slurping, Su Hao wouldn't have laughed out loud. Of course you can eat it. There are still a lot of fruits anyway. Just pick them after you finish eating. Su Hao will definitely not say that he will find more fruits in the future. In fact, just these 3 fruit resources have already made Lilia grin from ear to ear in surprise. The pineapple and strawberry tasted very good. Lilia ate them cautiously at first, but after tasting the delicious food, she checked with Su Hao and then finally let go and showed off with big mouthfuls. She was really too. I haven't eaten fruit for a long time. The two of them leaned on King Lynx together, chatting while eating fruit. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was also extremely harmonious. Many viewers had their eyes filled with pink bubbles, as if they were watching an idol drama. But at this moment, the announcement that ruined the atmosphere came again. Death notice. A Malian player died after being attacked by an F-class Bronze War Scorpion. Death penalty. The F-class Bronze War Scorpion will be manifested 10,000 times in the country of Mal. Chapter 31. The news that Su Hao took in Lilia, a player from the Bear Country, quickly spread around the world. So at this time, the news of the death of the Mal Country player made many people sigh. Hey, fate is really unpredictable. The players from the Bear Country have embraced the players from the Dragon Country, and they can rest easy in the future. It would be great if our players could meet Su Hao. If they can successfully form a team with Su Hao, both their survival and safety will be greatly guaranteed. Our player is also a beauty, why can't she meet Su Hao? You have never known the player from the dragon country at all. He didn't take the player from the bear country because he was good looking. He is just very kind. Humph. What a bunch of losers. Only when they don't have the ability would they think of relying on others. No matter how powerful others are, they are not 100% safe. Only when you are strong enough can you be serious. If you ask me, instead of relying on that Dragon Kingdom player, it's better to let your players find ways to become stronger on their own. That's more practical than anything else. It sounds simple, but it's not that simple to become stronger. Now only the Dragon Kingdom players are really strong, and all the other players are not being chased by ferocious beasts. Many countries are debating this matter, and many viewers believe that if they can keep Su Hao's legs, they can achieve success in one step. There are also some viewers with strong self-esteem who think it is a shame to rely on others. If they are asked to please the people of the Dragon Kingdom like the viewers of the Bear Kingdom, they would rather accept the punishment of death. The arguments between the two sides have become increasingly fierce, but it is precisely because of these arguments that some new issues have arisen. Since the beginning of the national game Secret Realm, not only officials from various countries have launched a series of investigations, but even some large companies have been making contributions as much as possible. Among them, many companies use the most cutting-edge AI technology to create maps through live broadcasts in various countries. They focused on the player's perspective and recorded all the places each player passed. As long as players meet each other, or players appear where other players pass by, the puzzle-like map can be connected. If this map can really be produced, and cooperate with each country to obtain the communication function of contacting players once a day, then maybe it can reduce the chance of player sacrifice. To put it simply, you can record the locations of ferocious beasts on the map to help players seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. And now, the meeting between Su Hao and Lilia has given this map an additional function. That is to help players form teams. These companies did not miss this opportunity and promoted it one after another. At the same time, they targeted the public and recruited more people with real talents and knowledge to join them to speed up the production of maps. Some companies have also sent cooperation requests to other companies, hoping to join forces and share all map information, so that the maps drawn will be more accurate. The incident spread quickly and sparked heated discussions among viewers. These companies are so awesome. If they really make a map, then our players can go find that Dragon Kingdom player. What I'm saying is that as long as we can find that Dragon Kingdom player, we won't have to worry about anything in the future. I don't expect our player to get any resources. As long as he can survive safely, I will be satisfied. The players from Dragon Kingdom are so good, they will definitely help Dragon Kingdom obtain more and more resources. As long as Dragon Kingdom's resources are saturated, the excess may be sold to others. Then we can just buy them. Now I hope these companies can speed up some progress and allow our players to join Dragon Kingdom players as soon as possible. And just when the audience was discussing this matter, a notice to obtain resources appeared. Congratulations to the Ocean Country players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Coal Mine. Resource level, F level. Resource details, Ordinary Coal Mine. Reward, F-level coal mines will be realized 10,000 times in Ocean Country. When this announcement first sounded, countless viewers subconsciously thought that the Dragon Kingdom player had obtained some new resources. After hearing this, they came back to their senses. This time, it was not the Dragon Kingdom, but the Ocean Kingdom. Many people went to the live broadcast room of Ocean Country to watch. After entering, they didn't see the players and coal mines of Ocean Country before they saw the overwhelming barrage. Coal mines are the most precious energy, which is much more powerful than those messy resources. That's right, who said you have to rely on that Dragon Kingdom player? People who think so are a bunch of rubbish. If our players don't rely on anyone, they can still get resources. Those who are preparing to defect to Dragon Kingdom players have no self-esteem at all. They don't think about it. If they really defect to Dragon Kingdom players, will your players still have a chance to obtain resources? They say the players from Dragon Country are great, but I think that's all. Our players are not bad either. At least we have a coal mine now, but Dragon Country doesn't have one yet. Our players don't need to rely on the Dragon Kingdom players at all. They can still thrive on their own. This group of Ocean Country spectators kept shouting, making countless foreign spectators frown. Energy-based resources like coal mines are indeed very important, but in the end they are just F-level resources. How can you have the nerve to compete with Dragon Kingdom players? The Dragon Kingdom player has 4 F-level resources alone, and even several D-level resources. How can he compare with him? This player from Ocean Country is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Su Hao and Lilia were playing with the King Lynx at this time. After chatting for a while, the relationship between the two people became obviously closer and they now get along like friends. Lilia threw a long branch out, and the King Lynx jumped into the air, took it directly into its mouth, and then flung it in front of Su Hao. This guy held a bowl of water very flat and asked Lilia to throw it once and Su Hao to throw it once. It was a great time. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom laughed helplessly. They couldn't figure out whether this King Lynx was more like a cat or a dog. Although some cats also like to play this traveling game, dogs are obviously more likely to do so. This time it was Su Hao's turn to throw it. He was having so much fun that he forgot to control his power for a moment. The moment he threw it, he saw the branch flying not far away like an arrow from a string with a sound of breaking through the air. The rock wall it. Lilia was dumbfounded. King Lynx was dying of grievance, Su Hao was embarrassed, but the audience was dying of laughter. But before Su Hao could calm down the King Lynx, he heard a bang and it turned out that the rock wall not far away collapsed. Needless to say, it must have something to do with the branch Su Hao projected just now, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? So Su Hao picked up the bag, pulled Lilia over and sat on the back of the King Lynx, and ran towards the rock wall. When I got closer, I was shocked to find that the branch was stuck high on the rock wall. Where the collapse occurred, there was a dark stone inside. There were still a lot of debris on the ground. Su Hao stepped forward to pick up a piece, and the announcement sounded instantly. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, coal mine. Resource level, sea level. Resource details, it has a very large coal mine. Get reward, the sea level coal mine will be realized in Dragon Kingdom 10,000 times. Chapter 32. When the announcement sounded, the audience was all shocked. Their first reaction was that there was something wrong with their ears. The highest level resources Su Hao obtained before were D-level resources, but this was the first time sea-level resources were obtained. Looking at the height of the rock wall, if the entire mountain behind the rock wall were a coal mine, the output would probably be astonishing. After thousands of times of materialization, then, the audience could no longer think about it, because they could not imagine the scale of this C-class coal mine tool after it was realized. But whether they dare to think about it or not, the realization has already begun. The diamond-shaped flying object suspended in the sky rotated crazily, and soon it was pointing to the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Viewers, please don't be anxious. Officials have dispatched exploration teams from the eastern region and specially dispatched helicopters from the military headquarters to prepare for exploration at the materialized site. At present, the exploration team has set off successfully, and we will be connected soon to provide the fastest on-site report for everyone. Su calmed the audience's excitement. After he finished speaking, the director also made a sign that he was ready. Okay, the equipment on the exploration team has been adjusted, now let's start connecting. Soon, the video connection was connected, and it was obvious that the other side was in a closed space. After learning about it, I learned that this mission was urgent. In order to ensure that the details of the realization could be known as soon as possible, faster armed helicopters were dispatched. Arrived at the destination, the materialized location is directly below. After a while, a report came from the video opposite. The accompanying outdoor cameraman immediately began to take pictures of the scene below the helicopter. You can still see the light projected by the diamond-shaped flying object, pointing directly at a mountain. But after seeing this scene, Zhang Bailun, an outdoor survival expert who had arrived at the studio, exclaimed, "Impossible! How can there be such a big mountain there?" Upon hearing this, Su Su immediately asked, "Teacher Zhang, is there anything weird about this mountain?" The audience's interest was also aroused, and then they heard Zhang Bailun sweating profusely and said, "I have traveled all over the country over the years. The eastern part of our country was originally mostly plains and hills, with very few mountain peaks. I have been to this place a few years ago. Not to mention such a big mountain here, there is not even a small hillside. I am sure that my memory cannot be wrong. You can ask the locals or contact the Geological Bureau for comparison. This mountain definitely didn't exist before." Why Zhang Bailun is so excited is because the mountain is so big. In the Dragon Kingdom, all mountains of the same level must have names, but this mountain never existed at all. Many spectators also came forward to testify, proving that there was indeed no such mountain in this place before. But someone soon realized it and immediately said, "Isn't this mountain the coal mine that just materialized?" As soon as this barrage came out, it instantly caused a huge sensation. Although the audience had expected in advance that there would be a lot of resources to materialize this time, they did not expect that there would be so many. A towering mountain peak was formed out of thin air. Compared to the scale of materialization of D-level resources, this is simply incomparable. The armed transport plane at the scene has landed, and the exploration team immediately started working. The audience was all waiting nervously. Although they already had the answer in their minds, they were still a little worried before confirming it. "It's confirmed, this whole mountain is a coal mine. Although it is impossible to estimate the total output now, through rough calculations, we can judge that if this coal mine is used entirely for thermal power generation, it can be used for at least 3 to 5 years." Hearing what the on-site reporter said, the live broadcast room instantly became excited. "What the hell? It can last for 3 to 5 years. Isn't that awesome? Obviously it's only one level higher than D-level resources, but the scale of its realization is geometrically multiple. It's simply too powerful. Long life Su Hao. We actually obtained sea-level resources on the first day. With these coals, will there be no electricity control in the future? I've long been fed up with the power outages at night, and I'm finally comfortable now. Sea-level resources are simply terrifying. Will the scale of materialization of higher-level resources be even more outrageous? This time, a mountain has materialized. If water resources are obtained next time, do we not have to worry about running out of water for several years? Oh, brother Hao, I love you so much. If you like men, I will definitely marry you on the spot." The Dragon Kingdom was filled with joy. It was even more lively than the Huxian New Year. Su Su also immediately announced the official instructions just now, saying that they would recruit local miners to mine this coal mine, and strive to put these coal mines into use as soon as possible. The barrage is full of information about enthusiastic registration. Don't worry if it is true or false, the enthusiasm is definitely overwhelming. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some are sad. While the Dragon Kingdom was beaming with joy, the audience in the Ocean Kingdom live broadcast room couldn't laugh anymore. Not long ago, they were obviously showing off that their players had obtained precious coal resources, but in the blink of an eye, a large number of spectators rushed in and jeered. "Are you still happy? It's just an F-level coal mine. How long do you want to keep fussing about it? The Dragon Kingdom player just got a sea-level coal mine. Do you know what that is? It makes me laugh so hard. How dare an F-class coal mine be so arrogant? After it materializes, it probably won't be enough for one building, right? It's true that there is no harm without comparison. I was dumbfounded after Dragon Kingdom sea-level coal mine equipment was realized. It is an entire mountain. It is said that it can be used by the entire Dragon Kingdom for 3 to 5 years. Ocean Kingdom is really a clown. Now you still have the nerve to say that your players will be better than those from Dragon Kingdom. Don't you think that so many people come here because they envy your ocean country? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. 9 out of 10 people who come to your ocean country are here to see a joke. Even if you don't have this sea-level coal mine, how can you ocean country compare to the players of Porcelain Dragon country? Now that you have this coal mine, you are even less qualified. Remember, you still have to keep your tail between your legs in the future. It's just that the Dragon Kingdom players are so good, but I haven't seen the Dragon Kingdom audience showing off all over the world. Learn to keep a low profile, you know. The audience in Ocean Country were trained like the third grandson, unable to hold their heads up at all. Some of them were still unconvinced at first, but when they ran to the Long Guo live broadcast room and took a look, they were instantly dumbfounded and could only run back dejectedly, no longer daring to be as arrogant as before. At the same time, I was still complaining, why are their players so rubbish? Compared with the players from the Dragon Kingdom, this guy is simply not as hairy as his legs. Chapter 33. Su Hao was naturally very happy about the coal mine he had just acquired. With these coals, I don't have to pick up branches anymore. It's so comfortable. No wonder Su Hao complained, it was because tree branches were not resistant to burning and were far less comfortable than coal. Inserting his hand along the crack in the rock wall, Su Hao used a little force and instantly broke off the outer stone, revealing the dark coal inside. Seeing the coal in front of him, Su Hao smiled even more and threw the piece of stone skin into the vegetation not far away. As a result, as soon as Shippy was thrown out, an announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player for successfully killing the F-level flying god B. Kill reward, agility +5. At this time, not only the celebrating Dragon Kingdom audience was confused, but also a series of question marks appeared on Su Hao's head. Since Lilia was right next to Su Hao, she also heard the announcement and instantly showed an incredible expression. Su Hao just threw a stone casually and killed an F-level beast? This luck is too outrageous. The live broadcast room is now noisy. Su Hao's luck really makes them don't know what to say. Some viewers even summed up Su Hao's good luck. Su Hao is really unlucky. From the moment he entered the secret realm of national luck, he found an F-grade iron ore as soon as he lifted his foot. Then there was another rare F-grade azurite mine, and when it was attacked by a poison-spotted lizard, the tree next to it actually crushed the poison-spotted lizard to death. He chopped off the thighs of the poison-spotted lizard and planned to roast it. He thought the taste was too bland and wanted some seasoning, so he found an E-class salt well. After eating, get ready to continue exploring. Within 2 steps, we found an F-level peach grove. There is also an F-level pineapple next to the peach grove. Just eating fruit may not be enough to quench your thirst, but in the end, I found a D-level underground pool, and by the way, I subdued the C-level king lynx, and became my younger brother, Mount, and Thug. The king lynx's combat power is even more astonishing. It can instantly kill an E-level land-walking 6-legged crocodile with one blow, and blind a C-level giant earth bear with one move. The giant earth bear was stabbed to death by the tree he broke. This must be Su Hao's luck. After the giant earth bear died, the D-level strawberry field became Su Hao's private property. This is not over yet. After taking the bear paw away, we soon found a D-level ginkgo forest. The highlight of luck has come. The C-class lightning falcon in the ginkgo forest territory was about to attack Su Hao, but was killed by a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Then the ginkgo forest belongs to Su Hao. The king lynx discovered the approach of the E-class giant forest python, and sent the king lynx to kill it, but unexpectedly saved a beautiful woman like Lilia. The two of them had enough to eat and drink, and were playing with the king lynx. But by accident, they discovered another sea-level coal mine that was not guarded by ferocious beasts. Looking at it this way, Su Hao's luck really seems to have no limit. It's simply amazing. And several times it seemed like divine help. This audience's summary was already very detailed. Many people couldn't help but click on this barrage, watch it carefully, and don't forget to give a like after reading it. After such a brief review, the audience felt that Su Hao was even more incredible. His luck was incredible. Other players couldn't find resources for most of the day, and the number of resources he had obtained now was about to reach double digits. As long as other players have close contact with ferocious beasts, they will most likely die or be injured. Su Hao is different. If he comes into close contact with a ferocious beast, he will definitely die from the ferocious beast. From F level to C level, there is no exception. On the first day of the secret realm of the national games, the ferocious beasts are the hunters and the players are the prey. But when it comes to Su Hao, it's completely different. He is like a real hunter. If the fierce beasts encounter him, if they don't run away, only one of them will die. Some viewers even doubted that even if there were ferocious beasts that did not dare to kill Su Hao, there would be no room for escape. I just read this friend's summary, and I have to say, it's a really great summary. Su Su also praised the audience, and then asked the expert team that was already in place, I wonder if the expert's evaluation of Su Hao has changed from the initial time. Biologist Wang Jianghe immediately said, there can't be any changes, because from the beginning I firmly believed that Su Hao can create miracles, and the facts happened to prove that I was right. I have the same idea as Professor Wang. I have a deep trust in Su Hao. As a player who is responsible for the national destiny of the entire Dragon Kingdom, Su Hao is well deserved and no one can match him. Lu's Haiming also gave a very high evaluation. Next it was Zhang Bailun's turn. He was the first expert to speak and the first person to comment on Su Hao, so now many people are looking forward to his speech. Zhang Bailun said with a smile, actually, my answer is already obvious. I have said before that player Su Hao is different. His psychological quality alone is far incomparable. To be honest, sometimes I even wonder if player Su Hao has some unknown identity. This is a joke, you don't need to take it seriously, but judging from the previous friend's summary, Su Hao's luck is really not that good. I have seen a word on the internet before, which is used to describe people with good luck. When I think about it, it seems to be called the son of luck, right? I feel that player Su Hao deserves this title. Zhang Bailun's speech resonated with many viewers. The title of Son of Destiny is very suitable for Su Hao. Next, several experts evaluated Su Hao one after another. Of course, their evaluations were also very high, and they simply praised Su Hao to the sky. If it had been anyone else, the audience would have started complaining, thinking they were unfair. But if the target of evaluation is Su Hao, the audience may even feel that their praise is too one-sided. The greatness of Su Hao cannot be summed up in just a few words. I know why Su Hao is so lucky. It is definitely because he not only carries the national destiny of our Dragon Kingdom, but also brings together the huge destiny of our Dragon Kingdom. Our Dragon Kingdom is prosperous, and the people of our Dragon Kingdom are united, so we can certainly get what we want. What we have to do now is to continue to support Su Hao, believe in him, give him strength, and let him continue to go smoothly. Some viewers said so. Although this statement was not very scientific, it attracted an extremely strong response. Support Su Hao, the Dragon Kingdom will be prosperous and invincible, appeared on the barrage instantly. Chapter 34. Lilia felt her saliva begin to flow out, and then she came to her senses. Su Hao, how did you do it? Tell me. Lilia is actually a very cheerful and lively character. After getting acquainted with Su Hao, she slowly let go of her guard and restraints and restored her true nature. At this moment, she grabbed Su Hao's arm and kept shaking it, hoping that he would give her an explanation quickly. Su Hao scratched his temples and smiled bitterly, even if you ask me that, I don't know how to answer you. I just threw a stone casually, and it happened to hit the flying god bee. This was not my intention. What do you think I should tell you? Of course Su Hao cannot say that this is because his luck value has reached an incredible 99,999. He is planning to take this secret into the coffin. No one else can know it except himself. But after he finished speaking, perhaps because he was afraid that Lilia would think he was perfunctory, he took off another stone about the same size as before and threw it towards the previous place. After throwing it away, he originally wanted to tell Lilia that it was just a coincidence, but who knew that the damn announcement sounded again. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player for successfully killing the F-level flying god bee. Kill reward, agility +5. At this time, Su Hao felt very embarrassed. When he turned to look at Lilia, Lilia also looked at him with her mouth wide open. The two of them fell into a state of staring at each other for a while. The audience in the live broadcast room, Susu, and the expert team in the studio hall were originally smiling, but this time their smiles completely solidified. The foreign spectators who originally thought of looking for an opportunity to discuss the Dragon Kingdom audience were all shocked. Now they could not say any rubbish. Their hearts felt as if they had been stabbed with countless knives. They were in severe pain and were crying. Eye-popping. God, how lucky is this Dragon Kingdom player? Why can't our player find any resources, but he has gained so much? Why is it that our player is running around being chased by ferocious beasts, but he can kill 2 ferocious beasts by just throwing 2 stones? Why is he so good as a fellow player, but our players are like garbage? God, please open your eyes and look. Could it be that the gods of the Dragon Kingdom have awakened? God, are you still sleeping? Obviously, these foreign audiences have begun to doubt life. What's more, they even feel afraid of the Dragon Kingdom and dare not post those disgusting garbage barrages again, for fear that the Dragon Kingdom really has the protection of gods. If they offend the gods of the Dragon Kingdom, their incompetent god probably won't bless them. The expert team is currently analyzing the situation in which Su Hao killed 2 flying bees in succession. Wang Jianghe guessed, although I haven't seen any information about the flying god bee, creatures like bees have always lived in groups. So I suspect that there is a group of flying bees in the direction where Su Hao threw the stone, and it is very dense, so that's why he hit it twice in a row. This possibility is very high, and the audience also thinks that this is the case. After Lilia woke up, she also walked to the rock wall and squatted down to look for the stone skins that had just fallen. However, these stone skins were too small, so she followed Su Hao's example and started to buckle the stone skins on the rock wall. Su Hao was able to successfully knock down the stone skin because his strength has increased by 25 points and his constitution has increased by 20 points. He has the strength of 1,000 pounds with one hand. Lilia herself has little strength and has not received any attribute rewards, so she cannot deduct the stone skin at all. Seeing that her pretty face was turning red from exerting herself, Su Hao smiled and stepped forward to help her pick off a piece. The stone skin that Lilia could not shake even with all her strength, Su Hao broke off easily. Here, use this. Su Hao handed the stone skin to Lilia, and Lilia was not pretentious. After taking it, she felt the weight, then took a few deep breaths, and then followed Su Hao's example and threw the stone skin with all her strength. The audience in the Bear Country are now full of expectations. Of course they hope that Lilia can also become stronger. Although it is safe enough to follow Su Hao, as he becomes stronger, he will be able to help Su Hao when the time comes. Even when some unknown situations occur, he will have ways to deal with them. If this flying god bee is really a social creature, judging by its name, it should be a ferocious beast that is fast but has poor defense. Then the stone skin's inertia alone should be able to crush it to death. And as long as Lilia can succeed, it means that this is a good place to improve attributes without taking risks. When the time comes, raise your attributes to the next level, and you won't have to be afraid when you encounter low-level ferocious beasts. A second passed and nothing happened. 2 seconds passed and it was still very quiet. 3 seconds passed, and Lilia's expectant expression turned into disappointment. The Xiong Kingdom audience also shook their heads and sighed helplessly. As expected, there was no way to compare with Su Hao. His luck could not be imitated through movements. Many Xiong Kingdom viewers were watching in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Kingdom viewers wanted to laugh but were embarrassed to laugh. It doesn't matter. It may be because the flying god bee is too small, so Lilia didn't hit it. Maybe she can succeed if she hits it a few more times. Although the Zirquo audience expressed their gratitude for this consolation, they did not regain their mood. If the person next to Lilia was not Su Hao but another player, they might also believe that a few more hits would lead to success. But just because Su Hao, known as the Son of Luck, was next to him, the Xiong Kingdom audience felt that this was also due to luck. There was no way Lilia could hit the flying god bee. Seeing the disappointment on Lilia's face, Su Hao thought for a while, turned around and pulled off a lot of stone skins from the rock wall. Here you go, try again, maybe your luck will suddenly explode. Unlike the Xiong Kingdom audience, Lilia was obviously much more relaxed after being comforted by Su Hao. After thanking her, she began to try to use the stone skin to hit the flying divine bee again. But after trying more than 10 times in a row, Lilia still found nothing. Although she was unwilling to give in, her arms were completely weak. Maybe it's because the 2 blows I made earlier scared away the flying bees. It's not your fault. Su Hao continued to comfort Lilia. But Lilia said angrily, then try again. If you can't hit it, it means it's really not my problem. Su Hao could tell that Lilia actually wanted to find a way down. So he smiled and picked up a piece of stone skin and threw it out. This time, he did not hit the flying god bee. Only. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the F-level death centipede. Kill reward, strength plus 5. Chapter 35. As the new announcement ended, Su Hao looked at Lilia awkwardly. Lilia's eyes were red, and her face was filled with complex emotions such as surprise, puzzlement, confusion, and grievance. In the end, she squatted on the ground and curled up into a ball, trying desperately to think about why. The audience couldn't hold it in any longer. Even though Lilia was really pitiful, they still burst into laughter. Even the audience from the Bear Country didn't hold back and started laughing along with them. This is not your problem, maybe. You said just now that it's not my problem, but the reality is that I can't hit it, but you can. Lilia's voice was trembling, and she was obviously about to die of grievance. Su Hao scratched his head, not knowing how to appease this stubborn girl. But before Su Hao could come up with a solution, Lilia stood up and said angrily, "No, I still can't figure out why. Su Hao, can you help me get a stone? Try again, one last time." Lilia has said this. What can Su Hao say? Her begging expression is too lethal. Coupled with her slightly coquettish tone, let alone a man, she is always facing a man. Male, it is impossible to resist. So Su Hao broke off another piece of stone skin and handed it to her. This time Lilia planned to throw it in her own way. She used all the strength she had just recovered, and Shippy flew straight towards the forest over there. However, this time after Shippy flew into the forest, a scream of ouch was heard immediately, scaring Lilia so much that she hid behind Su Hao. Baga! Who threw stones at me? With an angry curse, a man with a mustache, wearing a samurai uniform and holding a long sword in his hand came out. Even if you didn't hear what he just said, you would know which country he is from just by looking at his appearance. It is the player from Sakura country who has been despised by countless viewers. Su Hao, what should I do? I didn't mean it, do I need to apologize to him? Lilia is quite sensible and feels that since she has done something wrong, she should apologize and ask for forgiveness. No need. Su Hao's answer was decisive. If the opponent was a player from another country, an apology would be an apology. After all, it was indeed Lilia who was wrong and hit the opponent with a rock. But since he is a player from Sakura country, Su Hao thinks it is not necessary. If this little Sakura turned around and left, Su Hao would pretend that nothing had happened. But if he didn't have a long eye, Su Hao wouldn't mind letting him experience how exaggerated the 99,999 lucky value can be. Effect. However, it seemed that the Sakura country player had no intention of leaving, but was looking at Su Hao and Lilia with burning eyes. Seeing Su Hao's backpack, he had a look of greed on his face. After seeing Lilia, his eyes became lewd again. Maid, this little Sakura looks like she deserves a beating, and from the looks of it, he is planning to attack Su Hao. I really don't know how to write the word death. Where does this BD get so much courage? Didn't he see the Great Lynx? I went to the Sakura Kingdom live broadcast room and watched it. This BD really can't see the King Lynx from his perspective, otherwise he would be scared to death. This piece of trash, the King Lynx can smack his shit out with one claw. Stop talking, it's so disgusting, I can picture it. I don't think there's any need for King Lynx to take action. With the strength attributes Su Hao has obtained, I think he can be killed by just throwing a stone at him. Haha, Su Hao should say this at this time, I have 100 years of skill from a piece of stone, what can you do to stop me? I feel like this is the time to strike with another thunderbolt and kill this little son of ABCH. No one was worried that Su Hao was in danger. Don't look at the SY dress of this player from Sakura country. He also has a samurai sword in his hand, and he looks majestic. But in front of Su Hao, who is known as the Son of Fate, he is simply a trash that cannot be put on the stage. Even the ferocious beasts couldn't pose any threat to Su Hao. Why did this little cherry blossom hurt Su Hao? Yo xi. Boy, hand over your supplies and the flower girl behind you, and I can spare your life. I hope you won't be ungrateful. This little Sakura directly pulled out the knife and pointed it at Su Hao. She wanted to die as much as possible, which made Su Hao laugh. Apart from anything else, if any F-level ferocious beast showed hostility around him, the King Lynx would immediately run to Su Hao's side to protect him. But now, the little Sakura has drawn out the knife, but the big King Lynx is still lying not far away lazily basking in the sun, not even bothering to raise its eyelids. This alone proves that the threat this little Sakura can pose is far less than the lowest level F-class beast. At the same time, seeing this player's performance, the audience in Sakura country almost exploded with anger. Baga! Does this BD want to die? Why do you want to provoke that Dragon Kingdom player? Meeting this Dragon Kingdom player is a dream opportunity for many people. He actually dares to provoke him. What a waste! What a waste! If I remember correctly, this Dragon Kingdom player currently has a total of 30 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, and 30 points of agility. His strength with one hand exceeds 1,000 pounds. How can this BD fight with others? Then the King Lynx surrendered by the Dragon Kingdom players can easily kill thousands of trash like him, but he doesn't run away quickly. Does he want to bring us all down with him? Who knows where this guy's home is? Even if I have to face the punishment of death, I will kill his relatives before I die, otherwise I will not die in peace. What are the officials doing? Contact him quickly and ask him to kneel down and kowtow to the Dragon Kingdom players and beg for his forgiveness. Hurry up! I have already used the opportunity of contact before, just to let this BD take the initiative to hunt the ferocious beast. Now let alone hunt the murderer, whether he can survive or not is a matter of course. The players are trash, and so are the officials. Why should I be reincarnated in Sakura country? No wonder no one in the world likes Sakura country. I hate this identity myself. This country should be destroyed as soon as possible. I am really tired. It was obvious that the Sakura Nation audience was already in despair when they saw their player provoking Su Hao. Looking at the entire national game secret realm, there are nearly 200 players. Even if they are all put together, there is not enough for the King Lynx to play by himself. Su Hao is now the strongest among the players, and he is still the kind that no one can surpass. This is the reality. Chapter 36. Seeing that Su Hao was silent, the players from Sakura country thought they had scared him and immediately became even more proud. Little did he know that at this moment, his compatriots had already scolded him bloody, and some people who knew him even rushed to his house and smashed it to pieces, just to vent their anger. However, the Sakura country player didn't know these things. At this moment, he was full of confidence and thought that he was sure to defeat these two people. If the man disobeys, he will be killed. As for the woman, she must be kept. I don't know what he was thinking, but his expressions were getting more and more obscene. Su Hao was disgusted by the sight of him, and Lilia also had goosebumps all over her body. I say it again, you, leave the supplies and get out of here, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The Sakura country player denounced again. Su Hao sighed helplessly, I really want to see how you can be so rude, but unfortunately, you may not have this opportunity. The Sakura country player didn't understand what Su Hao meant and thought he was bluffing, so he planned to take action directly. As a result, just as he was about to come out of the forest, he heard a buzzing noise coming from behind. He wanted to look back, but as soon as he made this movement, a bloody hole appeared on his neck. The Sakura country player dropped the knife with a look of horror on his face and covered his neck, but he still couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. However, this was not the end. Immediately afterwards, countless blood holes began to appear on his body, as if he had been hit by bullets from all directions on the ground. Within 3 or 4 seconds, he fell to the ground covered in blood. Death notice. Sakura country player died after being attacked by F-class flying god bee swarm. Death penalty. The F-class flying god bee swarm will manifest 10,000 times in the Sakura kingdom. Only then did the audience see clearly what killed him. Name of the vicious beast, flying god bee. Beast level, F level. Details of the ferocious beast, a social insect-like ferocious beast, the flying god bee is bloodthirsty and carnivorous. It can perform explosive sprints and pierce the prey with its spiral tail needle, causing horrific damage. Although its attack power is amazing, its own defense power is but it's very bad, and he often dies while attacking. This is a bee the size of a finger. It looks different from ordinary bees. The entire lower abdomen presents a spiral cone. No wonder it can pierce prey. Is this the flying god bee that Su Hao just killed 2 of? No wonder he killed 2 of them so easily. It was mentioned in the message that the flying god bee has very poor defense and will often kill itself. Should I say it or not, this flying god bee swarm is indeed a bit scary. Looking at the death of little Sakura, anyone who doesn't know would think that he was shot to death randomly. What a good death! What a wonderful death! You really thought you were great when you were holding a broken knife, and you dared to attack my brother Hao. He is crazy. He deserves to die. When other players die, I have some sympathy, but when trash like Bangza country or Sakura country dies, why am I so happy? I feel happy when I think that the entire Sakura kingdom is likely to be filled with these flying bees. It would be best to take this opportunity to reduce the population of Sakura country to less than 11%, and then directly destroy the country. Think about it, it's so cool. It's not impossible. In a big place like Sakura country, the flying god bee can still fly. Maybe it will be easy. Susu, hurry up and start the broadcast. We want to see the death penalty in Sakura Kingdom. Many viewers began to urge to watch the real-time satellite broadcast. Although this was already a common practice, this was the first time that viewers urged Susu like this. Susu had no choice but to reassure her, "Don't worry, everyone. The satellite images are already being connected. Please wait patiently." However, while the audience was looking forward to seeing the tragedy of Sakura country, Su Hao had just come to his senses. Obviously, those flying god bees also shocked him. He didn't expect that the F-level ferocious beasts that he casually smashed to death were so ferocious that they could directly make bloody holes in people's bodies. Seeing the swarm of flying bees starting to eat the flesh and blood of the little cherry blossoms, Su Hao seemed to remember something, and immediately took off a lot of stone skins, and called to Lilia, "Don't be stunned, while those bees are gathering together, you can kill as many as you want." After that, Su Hao threw a piece of stone skin over, and the announcement sounded instantly. "Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player for successfully killing the F-level flying god bee. Kill reward, agility +5. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player for successfully killing the F-level flying god bee. Kill reward, agility +5. Two announcements in a row proved that Su Hao killed 2 flying bees in one blow. Lilia realized later and hurriedly threw the stone skin in her hand, but because her hands had no strength, the stone skin was not thrown into the forest at all. In fact, even if it was thrown in, it would have no effect, because Su Hao smashed the piece of stone skin over and the flying god bees dispersed. The strange thing is that they didn't show any hostility towards Su Hao, and there were no signs of attack. They just flew deep into the forest, completely defeating Su Hao's idea of improving his attributes. In this regard, Su Hao just curled his lips and did not hesitate. He was able to gain 20 points of agility from this group of flying bees, which was already a lot. It was equivalent to killing a sea-level ferocious beast. Lilia may still be immersed in the horror of the death of the Sakura country player, and she is not as aggrieved as before. In the live broadcast room, it is natural to be happy that Su Hao has gained 10 points of agility. But what makes the audience even more happy now is that the real-time satellite picture is connected. In the picture, there were swarms of flying bees everywhere, almost covering the entire sky of Sakura country. Occasionally, through the gap, you can see the players of Sakura country, as if they were shot, with countless blood holes shooting out of their bodies, and then they fell to the ground and became the food of the flying god bee. "Don't run, help me. I don't want to die, who will save me? Let me go, it's enough for you to die alone, don't hold me back." That damn BD, if he hadn't provoked the Dragon Kingdom players, how could he have ended up like this? Let's destroy him quickly. Damn bees, I'll burn you to death. Dad, Mom, wake up, don't leave me alone. You dare to push me? Go to hell. Originally, the countries that had experienced the punishment of death were miserable enough, but the situation in Sakura country was even worse. It's not just the trouble caused by the seemingly endless flying bees, but also partly the selfish nature of Sakura country players. In order to survive, they can abandon their wives and use their children and parents as shields. 1 second, he said that he would be carried away together, and the next second, he coldly abandoned his companion because he accidentally fell. In just 1 minute, the death toll in Sakura country exceeded 10%, and it was still rising rapidly. I believe it won't be long before these flying bees can turn the Sakura kingdom upside down, and it's not impossible to destroy the country. Chapter 37. No one sympathized with Sakura country's plight. Even when the flying god bee swarm began to enter various buildings in groups to hunt, no one still felt pity for this group of people. If there were any at the beginning, then after seeing the despicable humanity engraved in the bones of these little Sakuras, they all wanted to slap themselves in the face. All in all, these little Sakuras, who pretend to be sanctimonious but have no humanity at all, should destroy the country. Today, the approximate number of people has exceeded 40% of the total population. This is only the result of half an hour. I believe that the moment of annihilation of the country is not that far away. Su Hao and Lilia collected some coal during this half hour. Most of the time, Su Hao is responsible for mining, while Lilia is responsible for packaging. Su Hao specially made them in large pieces so that they can be bundled and carried easily. Now Su Hao has begun to think of ways to solve the lack of transportation capacity. But what should be solved now is one thing: to prepare for a rainy day, that is where to sleep at night. After wandering around for so long, Su Hao also thought that it was almost time to find a stronghold. Su Hao, why are you looking for a stronghold? With Meow Meow here, we don't have to worry about danger even if we sleep outside, right? Lilia asked in confusion. Su Hao smiled and explained, you are right, but have you considered that with a stronghold, you can collect a large amount of supplies and centralize them? Instead of just throwing hammers and sticks here and there like now, there seems to be no place to store the temporarily surplus prey, so we can only throw it away. It is really a pity. After hearing Su Hao's analysis, Lilia nodded in understanding. She saw the two bare paws on the back of the king lynx, but she didn't know that Su Hao only brought two bare paws, but he threw the giant bear over there in the strawberry field. A giant earth bear weighing more than 10 tons, how much meat is that? If you have a stronghold, you can transport the meat back in batches, smoke it, and preserve it for a long time. You no longer have to worry about starving due to unexpected circumstances. Although she couldn't think clearly, Lilia decided to follow Su Hao's arrangement. So after tying the newly collected coal tightly and slinging it on the back of the king lynx, Su Hao and Lilia rode the king lynx toward the deep underground pool. Since we are looking for a long-term base, it is definitely better to be close to a water source. Lilia was sitting behind Su Hao, grabbing his clothes. The two of them were very close to each other, and there would be some contact from time to time. Along the way, the blush on Lilia's face never faded. After all, this was the first time she had done such an intimate thing with anyone other than her family. As for Su Hao, everything is self-explanatory. The touch from behind is so comfortable. He considers himself not a gentleman, so why not take advantage of it? When passing by the strawberry field, Lilia's eyes almost popped out of her head. It happened that Su Hao also wanted to replenish the fruits in the backpack, so she stopped. Lilia rushed directly into the strawberry field. When she wanted to pick strawberries, she was stopped by a mysterious force, making her unable to touch the strawberries at all. Su Hao, why can't I touch these strawberries? I can eat all the strawberries you gave me before. Lilia felt aggrieved, and she also knew that this might also be a hidden rule of the National Game's secret realm, which was used to protect the resources obtained by the players from being obtained by others or deliberately damaged. Can't touch it. Su Hao also thought of this possibility, so he said, you try again. Lilia stretched out her hand again, and strangely, this time she could actually touch the strawberries, so she happily ate and picked them, and asked Su Hao to rest beside her, saying that she could just leave such small things to her. Su Hao was happy and relaxed, but he also thought about the newly discovered hidden rules. It looks like Lilia will be able to access the resources I obtained with my permission. In other words, no one else can access my resources before getting my permission. This rule is good, as it saves people from taking advantage of others. I just don't know if this rule applies to ferocious beasts. It would be a headache if these resources were destroyed by ferocious beasts. While Su Hao was thinking wildly, Lilia had already picked most of the bag of strawberries. Fruits like strawberries are afraid of being squeezed, so Lilia didn't dare to pick too many. She carefully carried the bag and walked back, and the two set off again. Su Hao, is that the pool you mentioned in front of you? How many resources have you obtained? Seeing that they were about to reach the deep underground pool, Lilia asked curiously. Su Hao counted with his fingers, about 9, if I remember correctly. Lilia really didn't know what to say. Now that the secret realm of national fortune has arrived, she hasn't seen a single resource, while Su Hao has obtained 9. This gap is simply too big. So now she is more and more glad that she met Su Hao, not only because she was saved, but as long as she follows Su Hao, she will not have to worry about food and drink in the future. But what can I do for Su Hao? If I don't do anything, will he drive me away? Lilia was inevitably a little worried, so she rushed to pick strawberries just now. We're here, the pool is right in front, look. Su Hao's voice interrupted Lilia's random thoughts. Looking in the direction Su Hao pointed, a pool suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as Lilia was about to say something excitedly, she suddenly felt a little weightless in her body, and the next second her vision turned dark. Just as she was about to struggle, a very strong arm wrapped around her slender waist, and her ears Su Hao's voice came. Don't move, it's okay. I don't know why, but after hearing Su Hao's voice, Lilia's mood stabilized a lot from her panic. The feeling of weightlessness went away as quickly as it came. When Lilia tentatively opened her eyes, all she could see was a very beautiful glowing light. Looking up and looking behind, Lilia realized that they had slipped into an underground cave. Behind them was a sloping soil slope of about 5 or 6 meters. It was not too steep and should be easy to climb up. Are you okay? Su Hao's voice sounded again. Lilia shook her head and said, I'm fine, Su Hao, where is this place? What are those lingering lights? It looks like this should be a natural underground cave, but it took too long and the entrance was blocked by weeds and the like. Su Hao was also looking around. Compared to Lilia, he seemed extremely calm. After all, he has incredible luck, so he doesn't have to worry about any emergencies at all. But after Luz Haiming in the studio saw the lingering light in the cave, he suddenly said, this is a rare underground plant. That's right, except for some ores containing radiation that will glow, there are only rare underground plants. Chapter 38. Underground plants. This was the first time Su heard this term. Professor Lu, since some ores can also emit light, why are you sure these are underground plants? It shouldn't be clear from this angle. There must be a reason for Luz Haiming to be so sure. Although the ore can also emit light, the light is not that soft. Look carefully, everyone, these rays of light seem to give people a very comfortable feeling, so it can be determined that they are not ores, and the luminous objects underground are not only ores but underground plants, so I came to this conclusion. Underground plants are very rare. I predict that if these are resources, their grade should be high, at least D grade, maybe even C grade. With these lingering lights, once your eyes adapt to the change in light, you can clearly see the general appearance of the cave. Su Hao wanted to step forward to see what was emitting the lingering light, but Lilia grabbed his wrist. Su Hao, don't go there. What if there is danger? Why don't we go out? Danger? Ever since he got the incredible luck value of 99,999, Su Hao really didn't know how to write the word danger. Don't worry, nothing will happen. And don't you think this underground cave is prepared for us? If you want to live here in the future, you must first understand the entire cave situation. If you are scared, I will ask Meow Meow to send you up first. I originally thought Lilia would agree. After all, she is a girl, so it is normal for her to be timid. But who knew that as soon as Su Hao finished speaking, Lilia's head shook like a rattle. No. If you don't go up, then I won't go up either. I will go wherever you go. Lilia's tone was very firm and she looked directly at Su Hao. This made the shocked audience scream, and it really proved the old saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Many viewers also said that they helped Su Hao recognize Lilia as his daughter-in-law. Seeing the corners of Su Hao's mouth raised, Lilia immediately looked away shyly. She didn't know why she said those words just now. Thinking about it now, those words were no different from a confession. So he quickly explained, Su Hao, I have no other intentions. You saved my life, so I... Okay, no need to explain so much, let's go inside and have a look. After that, Su Hao took Lilia's hand and walked inside. Lilia felt her heartbeat speeding up and she was extremely nervous, but there was a sweet feeling in her heart. This cave is really huge. The width of the entrance they fell in alone was over 10 meters. I don't know how many years the National Destiny secret realm has existed, but such a big hole would be blocked. If the king lynx hadn't accidentally walked here, this underground cave wouldn't have been discovered standing outside. Su Hao and Lilia squatted down next to a thing that was emitting light. After taking a closer look, they realized that it looked like a fungus, more similar to a fungus. This at least verified Lu Haiming's words. The luminous object was indeed not an ore, but to be precise, the fungus did not seem to be a plant. Su Hao touched it with his hand, but there was no response, and there was no announcement of resource occupation. Then there are only two possibilities: either this kind of glowing fungus does not belong to the resources, or this cave has an owner, and this is its territory, so Su Hao cannot occupy these resources. Let's go and take a look deeper. The two people stood up together and walked deeper into the cave again. But at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the vibration was so strong that both Su Hao and Lilia were a little unsteady. The king lynx following behind bared its teeth and arched its back, as if it was ready to fight at any time. From this it can be seen that some powerful guy is about to appear. It was very dark at the end of the cave, and it was impossible to see anything clearly. But as the vibration slowly became gentle, the outline of a huge creature appeared. That guy seemed to be even bigger than the previous giant bear, and he was very intimidating. It seemed as if every step it took, the ground would vibrate twice. Until part of the guy's huge body came out of the shadows, and with the help of the lingering light, Su Hao finally saw what it was. It turned out to be a big turtle that was neither yellow nor green. Name of the vicious beast: dry land long-legged turtle. Beast level: B level. Details of the ferocious beast: this ferocious beast is a land turtle. It likes to live in cold places, so it often lives underground. This turtle has a super long lifespan, often sleeping for 10 years. Although this kind of turtle has a relatively docile personality, it is extremely powerful in combat, integrating offense and defense, and also has super strong bite force. Seeing this information, Su Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a B-level ferocious beast on this first day. He was really lucky. If you follow the rules of the game, you will definitely encounter minions on the first day, plus at most a mini-boss that is not much stronger than the minions. The B-level dryland long-legged turtle in front of me is probably a boss-level existence that will only appear in the mid-term. With excitement building up, Su Hao looked at this super big turtle with joy in his eyes. I found that its four legs are actually not very long, so the name dry land long-legged turtle is somewhat misdeserved. Could it be that the meaning of long legs in this work is not the length of the legs, but the ability to run long distances? Su Hao thought of a possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He just needs a vehicle now. The shell of this long-legged dry land turtle is flat and has upward curves at the edges. It perfectly meets all Su Hao's requirements. Lilia was very scared, because this dry land long-legged turtle was really too big, about 10 meters wide, and its body length must have exceeded 10 meters. Such a huge creature was approaching her step by step, and the oppressive feeling made her start to tremble unconsciously. However, seeing that Su Hao seemed to have no intention of leaving, Lilia forced herself to calm down and shook Su Hao's hand hard. She didn't know whether to give him courage or to cheer herself up. The audience was also frightened by this long-legged dry land turtle. It's not like they had never seen big turtles before. If you search on the internet, you can see land turtles that are about the same size as humans. There are many super large turtles in the ocean, but none of them are bigger than the dryland long-legged turtle in the screen. Just looking at them through the screen was enough to scare them, but Su Hao still stood there, letting the big turtle crawl towards him, with a hint of excitement and joy on his face, which really made the audience I can't figure it out. Chapter 39. Does Su Hao not understand what fear is? Facing such a big B-class dryland long-legged turtle, he is not afraid at all and is even smiling. As someone with a phobia of giant objects, I can't understand it. Just looking at it like this gives me chills down my spine. Look at the king lynx, it seems to be very scared, but it still insists on staying by Su Hao's side. It can be seen that the threat of this dry land long-legged turtle is really not ordinary. Isn't this nonsense? Such a big turtle can turn a car into a discus with one step. How can it not be a threat? Compared with this giant tortoise, the previous giant earth bear almost turned into a mini bear. Although it's a bit exaggerated, that's about it. This Dragon Kingdom player should have died a long time ago. I suspect he is so frightened that he has forgotten to run away. What the hell? Where did this remnant come from? Someone actually dares to curse my brother Hao. I'm so impatient, aren't I? Brothers, if you find out about the enemy, come quickly to support us. Stop making trouble. He's just a little piece of trash. He can't make any waves. I just want to know what Su Hao is thinking and why he doesn't run away. The Long Kingdom audience naturally believed in Su Hao and believed that he must have a reason to stay here and not escape. But foreign audiences couldn't understand it and didn't have that much trust in Su Hao. They all lamented that it was a pity this time. Even if Su Hao has a sea-level king lynx, he cannot be the opponent of this B-level dry land long-legged turtle. If he continues to be so confident, he might be blamed here. As for those who are looking for trouble, they are simply looking for trouble. Most of those who once belittled and insulted Su Hao have long since disappeared. The remaining ones can't even keep up the rhythm, and are as humble as ants. Seeing that the big head of the dry land tortoise was less than 5 meters away from Su Hao, the king lynx became more and more vigilant. Su Hao patted its head and said with a smile, "Meow meow, be good, don't make trouble. We will all be good friends from now on, so we must get along well." After hearing Su Hao's words, the audience was confused and didn't understand what he meant. On the contrary, the king lynx was the most obedient. When Su Hao asked it to be obedient, it immediately stopped its ferocious expression and sat down obediently. Lilia swallowed unconsciously, as if she could feel the breath of the long-legged turtle on dry land. Just when he was about to say something, Su Hao took off his backpack, took out a few strawberries, spread them on his palms, and reached out to the dry land turtle in front of him. "Gigi, this is a meeting gift, come and try it." Such a bold move made the audience dumbfounded. Just a few small strawberries, compared with the extremely huge body of the dry land turtle, there is a huge difference. The scene was like a squirrel trying to give a stolen pistachio to a tiger. But something incredible happened. The dry land turtle slowly stretched its head over and gently took the strawberry in Su Hao's hand into its mouth. The movements were gentle, as if they were afraid of hurting Su Hao, more cautious than an appraiser holding a centuries-old antique. There were only a few small strawberries, and the long-legged tortoise still chewed them carefully. After a while, it stretched its head over again and pressed it against Su Hao's chest. "Haha! You also like eating strawberries, right? Just like my cat. Otherwise, you will hang out with me from now on, be my little brother, and help me transport things. Not only will I have strawberries, but I will also have other delicious things for you to eat." After that, Su Hao poured out all the strawberries in his backpack and said, "If you agree, these strawberries will be yours. Use fruit to tempt ferocious beasts?" Looking at the entire National Destiny secret realm, only Su Hao dared to do such a ridiculous thing. However, the development of reality completely exceeded the audience's understanding. The long-legged dryland turtle actually lowered its head and ate all the strawberries on the ground. After eating, it leaned close to Su Hao's chest again, as if it was trying to please him. Then it's agreed, "You will be my number 2 brother from now on. This is Meow Meow, my number 1 brother. From now on, you have to get along well with each other and you can't fight, you know." As if he understood Su Hao's words, King Lynx sat there and raised his head proudly, looking like a senior. Looking at the dryland long-legged turtle, he also moved his head obediently and rubbed against the King Lynx's body, as if to express his friendliness and respect for his predecessors. Even the Dragon Kingdom audience didn't know what to say about this series of mysterious operations. They just felt that Su Hao was really too strong. He had subdued the sea-level king lynx with giant dogtail grass before. Now I have used more than half a pack of strawberries to conquer another Class B dryland long-legged turtle. I'm really impressed. What did Su Hao think? Can he subdue these powerful ferocious beasts so easily? There's no need to guess what my brother Hao is thinking. How can you mortals step into my brother Hao's realm of thought? Actually, I feel that Su Hao definitely has his own way. Otherwise, why didn't he conquer the giant earth bear and lightning falcon? According to my guess, Su Hao tamed the king lynx because it was lively and active and Su Hao could play with it, and he tamed this long-legged dry land turtle because the information said it had a docile personality, so Su Hao did it. I tried it, but I didn't expect it to work. TCH, fart, my brother Hao can't do anything he's not sure about. In other words, he must have planned for this long-legged turtle to be his little brother. Actually, this question is very simple to explain. Although the ferocious beasts are collectively called ferocious beasts, there are also some with good personalities, such as the king lynx and the dryland long-legged tortoise. In addition, Su Hao may treat these ferocious beasts sincerely, not I want to take advantage of them, so I gain their trust and loyalty. After all, it's just one sentence, Su Hao is awesome. With the king lynx and the dry land long-legged tortoise, he will definitely be able to walk sideways in the secret realm of national destiny. It's better not to be so absolute. When the sea-level beasts appeared before, they thought they were very powerful. Now there are B-level beasts. Maybe A-level or even higher-level beasts will appear soon. While the audience was discussing, Su Hao also guided Lilia to have contact with the dryland long-legged turtle. Lilia didn't dare to touch the dry land turtle at first, but after feeling that the other party was approaching her cautiously, she immediately put down all her guard and now she is having a great time. Gigi, you must have just woken up, right? Let's go out for some activities and pick some strawberries for you to eat. The dryland long-legged tortoise seemed very happy to hear Su Hao's words. But when Su Hao turned around and was about to walk out, he heard the announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, subterranean fluorescent bacteria. Resource level, B level. Resource details, photogenic fungi that grow underground are easy to cultivate and grow extremely fast. Reward, B-level underground fluorescent bacteria will manifest 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. Just this announcement of occupying resources is nothing. To Su Hao's surprise, after the announcement ended, a treasure box appeared in front of him out of thin air. Then a brand new notice appeared. It is detected that B-level resources are occupied, and the additional reward function is turned on. Function introduction: every time you successfully occupy B-level, including B-level, and above resources, you will receive additional reward treasure chests. The reward content is diverse, please explore on your own. Chapter 40. Hearing that Su Hao had once again unlocked a new feature, the audience immediately danced with excitement. Maid, my brother Hao is really invincible. He has unlocked new functions. I will ask who else is there. What the hell, Su Hao seems to be the only one left in this secret realm of the national games. No, there is also Lilia. The other players will die from time to time. I don't know what they are doing. It's not that I look down on other players, it's just that their performance is not 1/10 as good as Su Hao, otherwise they would at least have 1 or 2 resources now. It's so irritating to see people compare to each other. No wonder all the people who came to our Dragon Kingdom to talk nonsense before have disappeared. They don't have the shame to come. Okay, just stop saying a few words. Why are you bringing up those disappointing things when you are so happy? I don't know what can be found in this treasure chest. I feel it should also be a resource. I feel like it should be some daily necessities. Your layout is too small. I feel like there will definitely be something in this treasure box that will shock the world. The audience began to wonder what could be found in the treasure chest. Seeing Su Hao squatting next to the treasure chest and preparing to open the lock, everyone suddenly became attentive. Su Hao doesn't know what's in the treasure box, but with his luck, he probably won't find any garbage. So of course he had nothing to worry about, so he opened the lock and lifted up the treasure chest. The next second, I saw a capsule and something like a book placed in the treasure chest. After he took out these two things, the treasure box disappeared, and then the announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the resource treasure chest. Get reward, special medicine and formula for uremia. Reward description: uremia can be cured without leaving any sequelae. The special medicine and formula for uremia will be simultaneously realized in the Dragon Kingdom. After the announcement ended, the Long Guo live broadcast room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone knows that uremia is a terminal illness, and with current medical methods, the possibility of cure is extremely slim. Those viewers who themselves suffer from uremia, or who have relatives or friends suffering from uremia, are already experiencing numbness in their hands and feet and trembling all over. Did I hear you correctly? What came out of the treasure box is a special drug for uremia. It's saved. My father's illness is finally saved. God has eyes. Thank you, Su Hao, you are the lifesaver of our family. My grandma has been suffering from uremia and is almost exhausted. Now there is finally hope. Oh my God, we can even prescribe special medicines for terminal diseases. The rewards in this treasure box are simply amazing. I have been practicing medicine for decades, specializing in uremia. Unfortunately, my skills are limited and I cannot find a cure for uremia. I originally thought I would die with regrets, but I never expected that I would see uremia cured and die without a trace. What a pity! Since uremia can be cured, is there a cure for terminal diseases such as cancer? I initially thought that the National Fortune secret realm was to save the planet, but I didn't expect that it was also to save all mankind. There will definitely be more surprising things in the future. Not only was the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room abuzz because of the special drug for uremia, the news spread all over the world at an incredible speed. So much so that other countries and the world's medical community were all shocked. I don't know how many years, I don't know how much manpower and material resources have been invested in a problem that cannot be overcome. The players from the Dragon Kingdom just opened a treasure box and actually solved all the problems. However, out of medical rigor, many well-known experts and professors in the medical industry have come forward and said that they want to verify whether this uremic drug is really effective, so as not to end up with nothing in vain. This statement has been questioned by many people. After all, the National Destiny secret realm can even create 10,000 times the manifestation of creations out of thin air. What is there to be suspicious about now issuing a special drug for uremia through a treasure chest? There is no official response from the Dragon Kingdom for the time being, because the officials are currently busy looking for concrete uremic drugs and formulas. And the location is Su Hao's home. Su Hao's parents were extremely excited when they saw their son prescribed a specific drug for uremia from the treasure box. Although no one in their family has this terminal disease, they are also aware that this terminal disease has taken away countless lives. Now that there is a special medicine, it must be a great merit. Just when the two people were surprised, a ray of light came directly from the outside. This light directly penetrated the glass and the wall, but did not cause any damage. Immediately afterwards, at the end of the light, a metal-looking capsule and a book slowly appeared on the coffee table, which were exactly the same as the one Su Hao opened from the treasure box. Old Su, how did the reward in this treasure box materialize in our home? I do not know either. Both husband and wife were confused. They had no idea what was going on and what they should do now. Contact the officials. Yes. We must contact the officials quickly. It is not safe to put such important things in our hands. Before the official personnel come, no one can knock on the door and open it. Although Su's father was thinking slowly, he was also very aware of the seriousness of the matter. The couple immediately began to study how to contact the authorities. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Su's father and Su's mother were both shocked. "Is Mr. Su at home? I am an official. Please open the door." Hearing the other party announcing their home address, the couple relaxed a little, but Su's father was still more cautious. He just opened the door a crack and asked the other party for identification documents. After checking that it was correct, he welcomed the other party in. "Comrade, I'm really sorry. We are also worried about what might happen. It's not that we don't trust you. Please forgive me," Father Su explained, not wanting the other party to misunderstand. The officials were all smiling, and the leader held Su's hand and said very sincerely, "Mr. Su, you don't need to apologize, you are right to do this, and we should thank you." Su's father waved his hands repeatedly and said that he didn't do anything. The official personnel confirmed that the materialized things were retracted into the special suitcase, and then spoke again, "Mr. Su, if nothing unexpected happens, there is still a high probability that the things that contestant Su Hao will pull out from the treasure box will be materialized in the future. Manifested into your home. Therefore, we will arrange some guards near your home. Of course, this will not affect your daily life. It is just a precautionary measure. If you need anything, you can go to these people for help and we will do our best to help you. In addition, I give you this bank card. The profit share generated by the resources in the future will be transferred to this card. Please keep it." Chapter 41. Su Hao had already confirmed that the formula was just a formula. He basically couldn't understand what was written on it, so he lost interest and threw it directly into his backpack. But that metal capsule is a bit interesting. Specially made disposable space capsule, the item sealed in it will be released after use. This is the message Su Hao saw when he was playing with the capsule. If nothing else, the contents inside should be the finished uremia medicine, but I don't know how much there is. Now there are only two people, Su Hao and Lilia. Both of them are healthy and have no need for this thing at all. Su Hao simply threw it into the backpack. But the researchers who had just obtained the capsule and formula were not as casual as Su Hao at the moment. Anyone here can take out one at random, and they are all like Taishan and Baidu in the Dragon Kingdom's medical community. Among them are some world-famous big shots, and even those retired old experts have been invited here at this moment. This shows how much Long Guo attaches importance to this special drug for uremia. Soon, the host Susu in the studio received an official reminder card. She read the above content several times in detail to make sure there were no omissions before she raised her head. "Viewers, I just received the latest official news. Currently, the formula of the special drug for uremia has been sent to the medical laboratory. It has been verified that there is no problem with the formula. Now many international medical experts want to know whether this uremic drug is just a false name or whether it can really cure the disease. I believe these experts are raising doubts in order to successfully overcome uremia, so everyone is asked to look at this matter rationally. In addition, we obtained 10 finished products of uremic medicine from the space capsule that was materialized together. And 9 patients with very severe uremia have been successfully recruited for clinical trials, and another finished product will be used as a reference during development. If there are results after the clinical trial, we will inform you of the results as soon as possible. Please wait patiently." At this point, the audience thought that Susu had finished speaking. Who knows that more exciting news is yet to come? After Susu paused for a moment, he spoke again. "According to official instructions, if the clinical effect of the specific drug for uremia is clear, the same finished product can be developed using the formula. Then the Dragon Kingdom will fully open the purchase channels for uremic drugs. Not only the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but people all over the world can buy them freely. Long Guo officials promise that the specific uremic drugs will not make any profits and will be sold at cost price forever. The research and development costs will also be borne by Long Guo officials. If the previous news was only exciting, then this last news has deeply touched patients suffering from uremia all over the world. Everyone all over the world knows that medical treatment is very expensive, especially for terminal diseases, which can easily wipe out the family's financial resources. How many people have passed away because they have no money for medical treatment? Long Guo now guarantees that it will be sold at cost price, which does not include research and development expenses. It is simply a conscience to the extreme. When the news spread all over the world, countless people shed tears, and some even knelt down and knelt in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom to express their gratitude. Even though it is just a special medicine for uremia, the impact of Long Guo's move is unprecedented. This directly greatly improved Long Guo's international influence. The Long Kingdom official has not used the contact function, so Su Hao naturally does not know what is happening in the real world. After opening the treasure chest, Su Hao was not in a hurry to go out. Since the underground fluorescent fungus already belonged to him, he must have a taste of it. So Su Hao picked one and took a bite. It only felt slightly sweet and soft in the mouth. Although it looked like a fungus, it was not as crispy as a fungus at all. Su Hao, how does it taste? Lilia asked curiously. It's okay. It's not as delicious as fruit anyway. If I have a chance to cook later, I might try to use it. Hearing what Su Hao said, Lilia also lost interest in tasting it. Su Hao has decided to live here in the future, so he looked around thoroughly and felt pretty good. It would be really troublesome for the dryland long-legged turtle to come out and enter in the future. Turtle, do you want to live in a cave in the future? If you want to live, just lower your head. If you don't want to live, just stand there and don't move. Su Hao planned to discuss it with it. After all, this cave was originally a dry land tortoise. He didn't want to make the newly acquired second boy homeless because of him. Then he, the big brother, would be too incompetent. Unexpectedly, the dryland long-legged turtle neither lowered its head nor stood there, but crawled toward the outside. Back outside again, the sun was a little dazzling. The dryland long-legged turtle raised its head, as if greedily absorbing the sunlight. Then he lowered his head and seemed to be pointing to the area next to the entrance to the cave. Gigi, do you mean you will live outside here from now on? The dryland long-legged turtle lowered his head again and confirmed Su Hao's words. Su Hao thought about it, but it didn't matter much. These ferocious beasts were very smart and had their own thoughts and personalities. Since the dryland long-legged turtle had chosen this, he would naturally not refuse. Okay then, you will live in the cave in Manko from now on, and I will live in the outside area of the cave. It is cooler inside and will be used to store supplies in the future. That's it. Let's move the supplies first. Bring back all the fruits and those ferocious beasts. A new life is about to begin. Seeing how sunny Su Hao was, Lilia seemed to have lost the helplessness and hesitation she had before meeting him, and smiled brightly. The audience seemed to be infected by this emotion, and they were all so happy that they completely forgot that not long ago, they were still sad and miserable, thinking about earning a day if they could live one more day. Su Hao climbed onto the shell of the dry land tortoise. He wanted to ride on it himself to see if it was stable. If you want to transport supplies, stability must also be considered. Otherwise, all the supplies will be turned upside down and you don't know where they went all the way back. Wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? After Lilia also climbed onto the body of the king lynx, Su Hao waved his hand and ordered, "Turtle, the target is directly in front, move forward at full speed." The dryland long-legged tortoise slept for an unknown amount of time, always returning to the ground, obviously a little excited. After receiving Su Hao's order, the guy sank down and jumped out at an astonishing speed. Su Hao, who was sitting on the tortoise shell, felt inspired and shouted, "Holy crap, I finally understand why those supercars have such low chassis." Chapter 42. The speed of the dryland long-legged tortoise is only relative. In fact, it is still not as fast as the giant lynx, which is one level below it. Except for being shaken a little at first, Su Hao is now sitting cross-legged on the turtle shell, looking like a master. It has to be said that the dryland long-legged tortoise is really stable. Su Hao basically cannot feel any vibrations, which can ensure that it will be safe when carrying supplies in the future. The group first came to the strawberry field, and Lilia happily went to pick strawberries again. Su Hao said that in order to bring more strawberries back this time, he had to pull them out directly from the vines. Isn't he afraid that this will cause no more strawberries to eat in the future? Forget it, just do it as Su Hao said. You will definitely be right if you listen to him. The Xiong Kingdom audience looked at it with onto smiles on their faces. They had quite a mentality of marrying their daughter. As for Su Hao, their son-in-law, they are also very satisfied. Of course Su Hao had reasons for doing this. First, because his backpack could not hold many strawberries, but if he put all the strawberries scattered on the back of a dry land turtle, they would definitely roll everywhere. The best way is to pull out the vines together, which is the easiest way to bring them back. As for the problem Lilia is worried about, it is not a problem at all. If these strawberries are gone, they will be gone. The secret realm of national destiny is great. There will only be more resources in the future. They are just strawberries. Just look for them after eating them. The king lynx was helping Lilia pick strawberries, while Su Hao and the dry land turtle came to the giant earth bear whose paws had been chopped off. Su Hao checked and found that this giant bear had no trace of being eaten by other ferocious beasts, so he took it back together to replenish its meat reserves. Now I have 2 little brothers. The king lynx is very good at eating. The dryland long-legged tortoise is so big, it must have a bigger appetite. Food is somewhat scarce, so naturally it cannot be wasted easily. So Su Hao stepped forward and prepared to get the giant earth bear down from the tree branch. After the increase in strength attribute, his current strength is indeed terrifying. But even so, it still couldn't shake the giant bear weighing 10 tons. Even after trying it twice, it was all in vain. Gigi, why don't you do it? I really can't handle this guy. That's the good thing about Su Hao. He never forces anything he can't do, and it's not illegal to ask for help, not to mention he's his little brother. The dry land turtle understood Su Hao's words, so he stretched his head over and gently pushed him aside, as if he was afraid of accidentally hurting him. The audience likes this big turtle more and more. It is not only docile, but also very gentle. The little brother Su Hao takes it very well. But then, the faces of the audience turned dark, because they had just finished praising the long-legged dry land tortoise for its gentleness, but the big tortoise immediately turned their backs. I saw the dryland long-legged turtle biting the shoulder of the giant earth bear. Then he suddenly raised his head and threw the body of the giant earth bear directly onto his back. The movements were clean and neat, without any sloppiness. But the audience was dumbfounded. It was a giant earth bear that weighed at least 10 tons. How powerful was this long-legged dryland tortoise? It could actually throw a 10-ton thing around? Gigi, you did a great job. Let's go pick peaches and pineapples to eat later. Su Hao was not that surprised. The younger brother he accepted must be as strong as possible. However, the matter is not over yet. I don't know if there is too much movement here, or if I am resentful of what happened before, but in short, a swarm of flying bees flew out of the forest. Although these flying god bees are just F-level ferocious beasts, they are really difficult to deal with and have high attack power. When they form a swarm, their power increases greatly. The audience saw that this swarm of flying bees, which would soon destroy the Sakura kingdom, was also one big and too big. Maid, what's going on? This group of flying bees didn't dare to approach Su before. Why did they come out again now? I suspect that these flying god bees are just for fun. They are just a group of F-level ferocious beasts. My brother Hao has one C level and one B level. Aren't they just giving away experience? Don't be so optimistic. These flying bees are really difficult to deal with. It is said that the population of Sakura country has dropped by 60%, but it's all because of these little things. That's because the people in Sakura country are so rubbish. The king lynx is different from the dryland long-legged turtle. Their level alone is enough to overwhelm them. The reason why these flying bees didn't attack Su Hao before was probably not because they were afraid of Su Hao, but because there was something in Su Hao's location that made them afraid. Now that Su Hao has left that area, they are probably here for revenge. No matter what they are here for, they are here to give you attributes. Let's see how Brother Hao destroys them. That's it. Some viewers were inevitably a little worried. After all, they had seen with their own eyes how the flying god bee killed the Sakura country player. The scene was simply too horrific to watch. Even if the flying god bee is no match for the king lynx and the dryland long-legged turtle, what if they bypass these two ferocious beasts and attack Su Hao? Just when everyone was worried, the dryland turtle tilted its head towards Su Hao, as if to tell Su Hao to hide behind it. Although Su Hao was not worried that he was in danger, the new boy wanted to show off, and he was happy to watch. "Gitui, it's okay, you can do it!" Su Hao shouted, and then he saw that the aura of the dryland turtle seemed to have changed. He rushed forward suddenly, raised his head and swallowed 3 flying bees that were not in a hurry to dodge into his stomach. The kill announcement rang instantly, directly increasing Su Hao's strength by 15 points. It seems that the attribute rewards corresponding to the ferocious beasts are not fixed. They should just add agility, and now they will add strength. Su Hao muttered secretly. On the other side, seeing 3 of their companions dead, the flying god bees may have really worked hard and launched their super powerful attacks at the dryland long-legged turtle. But the dryland long-legged turtle did not fight back this time, but hid directly in the turtle shell. The next second, there was a ding-ding sound, and the bullet-like attacks of those flying bees hit the turtle shell. They could only make a crisp sound, but they did not leave even the slightest trace. In other words, there is nothing wrong with long-legged turtles on dry land. Under the premise that the effects of force are mutual, those flying bees directly smashed themselves into pieces. Announcements kept ringing, and in just a short time, Su Hao once again gained 25 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, and 10 points of agility. In other words, after the first 3 flying queen bees, 11 more were killed in suicide attacks this time. The remaining flying god bees may be really scared, and even ignore the group and fly in all directions, just to get away from this place as soon as possible. Maybe in their hearts, Su Hao and the dryland long-legged turtle are demonic existences. Only Su Hao has gained a lot in this wave, and his attributes have skyrocketed. Strength is 70 points, constitution is 40 points, and agility is 50 points. It's so cool. Chapter 43. Damn it! It turns out that the information about the dryland long-legged turtle means the integration of offense and defense. It's so arrogant. Some people say that offense is the best defense, but the reverse is also true. Defense is also the best offense. Master, I've realized it. It turns out that the answer of chicken laying the egg or the egg laying the chicken is not that important. After all, both of them are right. Flying God Bee, Martyr, are you interested? If you don't take action, we will die. If you do, we will die. No more fun. Before, I thought the Flying God Bee was quite powerful, with a domineering name, and it was definitely the best in the F class. Now that I look at it this way, it is just a 5th level scumbag that gives away attributes. Sakura country, then who are we? Ha ha ha, you are laughing so hard. You are not even as good as fighting against the 5 scum. These little Sakuras really have no one left. What are you struggling with? Just destroy the country as soon as possible. Do you think you can become more and more powerful by constantly looking for these F-level ferocious beasts to improve their attributes? Then why can't players from other countries do it? Sakura, you guys treat me like a fool. My body is not cold yet, so you have forgotten how I died. Objectively speaking, this F-level flying swarm is indeed very difficult to deal with fast speed and high damage. Judging from the threat level alone, it is even comparable to E-level or even D-level ferocious beasts. If the number continues to increase, it is no joke to reach C-level or B-level. The dry land long-legged turtle has made a good start this time. No one would think that it was bullying those flying bees. Instead, they thought that this gentle turtle had its own unique gentleness when fighting. It was simply synonymous with gentleness. This is just a small episode. After settling the matter, Su Hao began to fill the body of the dry land turtle with strawberries. Apart from anything else, the dryland long-legged tortoise's transportation capacity is definitely very powerful. It even packed half an acre of strawberries, and there was still a lot of empty space. Let's go, next stop, the ginkgo forest. When they got here, Su Hao asked the king lynx to put the giant forest python and the lightning falcon that had eaten 2 legs on the back of the long-legged turtle. Then he ran to the coal mine and loaded some more coal. On the way back to the camp, I made a slight detour to dig some well salt, and by the way, I plundered all the peaches in the peach forest and the pineapples next to it. Along the way, Lilia was simply dumbfounded. Although she knew that Su Hao had a lot of resources, she managed to see iron ore and azurite, dug some well salt, and picked peaches and pineapples with her own hands. It was simply let Lilia mistakenly think that the secret realm of national destiny is just a nightmare. In fact, she is playing in a farm now, enjoying the fresh air of nature and picking fruits in a relaxed and comfortable way. It is so delicious. Not to mention Lilia, many foreign viewers who had just come to the Long Guo live broadcast room or had just paid attention to Su Hao were also shocked. God, I thought everything I heard before was all nonsense. How could it be possible that other players didn't have a single resource, but one of them got 10 resources? I didn't expect it to be true. There are so many fruits, are we going to open a fruit supermarket? This Dragon Kingdom player is simply too rich. Compared with him, other players are just like beggars. What did I see? A C-level ferocious beast serves as a mount, and a B-level ferocious beast carries supplies. Isn't this too extravagant? Now I am very suspicious that this player from the Dragon Country is not in the same space as the other players, but the player from the Bear Country next to him is not cheating. When will our players be able to keep the legs of the players from the Dragon Kingdom? We don't have to give him these delicious foods, as long as we don't let him starve to death. Those super powerful ferocious beasts have now become food for Dragon Kingdom players. This is simply outrageous. Hey? Wasn't there a lizard in that place just now? Why didn't he take it with him? New here, right? That's a poison-spotted lizard. The edible parts have already been eaten by this Dragon Kingdom player. The remaining parts are extremely poisonous and cannot be eaten at all. There are more and more viewers in the Long Guo live broadcast room. These people come from various countries. They all came to watch after hearing about Su Hao, but after they came, they found that they couldn't leave. This Dragon Kingdom player is so charming, you never know what incredible things he will do in the next second. Time actually passed quite quickly. When Su Hao and his party returned to the camp, the sun had already begun to set in the west. Put all the supplies you brought back deep into the hole in the ground, where the long-legged turtle once slept. After coming out, although Su Hao didn't feel tired, he was indeed hungry. Seeing Lilia breathing heavily from exhaustion, Su Hao knew that his physical attributes had also increased his stamina. Otherwise, with his former physique, he would definitely not be much stronger than Lilia now. Come on, let's go prepare dinner. Lilia was also hungry. When she heard Su Hao said that she was going to make dinner, her tired expression instantly cheered up. She still remembered the thigh meat of the lightning falcon that she ate before. It was so delicious. Su Hao, what should we have for dinner? How about eating the rest of the lightning falcon? Although the most delicious thigh is gone, the taste of the other meat shouldn't be that bad, right? Su Hao finally knew that Lilia was a greedy little cat. The rest of the lightning falcon is completely worthless. I will definitely not eat it for dinner. I will grill it and use it as a snack to play with. I've already thought about eating bear paws for dinner. As soon as she heard that she was going to eat bear paws, little stars appeared in Lilia's eyes. Really? Really? Su Hao, I have never eaten bear paws. It is said to be very delicious. Su Hao nodded, of course it's true. I cut off the bear's paw and brought it wherever I went, just to taste what it tasted like. Let's go and cook. The two came out of the cave very happily. After Su Hao lit the coal, Lilia took the initiative to apply to be in charge of the barbecue. Barbecue is a job that requires patience and skill. Su Hao was really worried at first. But after he sat there for a while, he suddenly discovered that Lilia's barbecue skills were actually very good. The bear paws had already been processed and were too big to be roasted, so they were cut into evenly sized pieces by Su Hao, making them easier to roast. Lilia was roasting bear paws at the moment, and the droplets of fat fell on the fire, making a crackling sound. But this did not affect Lilia's concentration. At this moment, she seemed to be fully devoted. The audience's mouths watered as they mistakenly thought they were watching some kind of gourmet food show, with gourmet food and beautiful women. This picture was very harmonious no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 44. At the entrance of the cave, the king lynx stuck out its butt and jumped around in front of the dry land turtle. From time to time, the dry land turtle stretched out its head to bite the king lynx, just like the lively kitten and big dog playing at home. Lilia was still concentrating on the barbecue, while Su Hao was sitting next to him and humming a tune leisurely. Su Hao, how do you like it? Lilia cut off a piece of meat from the bear's paw, blew on it, and then handed it to Su Hao's mouth. Her movements were somewhat intimate. Su Hao didn't think much, he opened his mouth and swallowed the piece of meat into his mouth and chewed it. Hey? Not bad. Bears' paws are indeed well deserved for their reputation. No wonder they are praised as amazing. Moreover, your barbecue skills are also good. They are much more delicious than mine. No way, stop talking nonsense. Lilia's face was rosy, and Su Hao's compliments obviously made her very happy, and she worked even harder while grilling meat. The big king lynx ran over and stuffed its big head between Su Hao and Lilia. It stuck out its tongue and was panting. It seemed that it was tired from playing. Oops, meow, it's very itchy. Lilia said, but she still put down the things in her hands, hugged the king lynx's head and rubbed it. Are you hungry? Wait a moment, you and Turtle need to bake a little longer for dinner. Be obedient and go eat some fruit first. Lilia really seemed to be coddling a little pet at home, with a very doting and gentle tone. The king lynx was really well behaved. It ran into the hole and took out a few bunches of strawberries. It placed one bunch next to Su Hao and Lilia, and then took the rest and ran to the long-legged turtle on the dry land. Su Hao, you see, meow meow is really sensible. You said you would share good things before, and it really learned it. Su Hao smiled, picked a strawberry and threw it into his mouth. Natural fruits are good. You don't have to worry about pesticide residues at all. You can eat them directly without washing them. This is a scene where the whole family has no worries about food and clothing and is happy. However, many foreign viewers compared Su Hao's current state with that of their own players, and the gap was immediately apparent, making them want to cry. The secret realm of the national games is indeed rich in resources, but not all players are like Su Hao, who has food and drink, and even has food brought to their mouths without having to do it themselves. During the initial 30 seconds of preparation time, many players also brought some food. At the end of the day, they were so hungry that their chests pressed against their backs. They finally managed to survive. They wanted to eat something, but they were afraid that the food would be gone after they finished it. So the players racked their brains and showed off their magical powers just like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Mom! There really is no harm without comparison. I just went to Liuli Kingdom's live broadcast room and took a look. Their players were boiling tree bark with rice. It was so miserable. What the hell? Really? Su Hao's side is both meat and fruit. How can there be players so miserable? I have to go and see. It would be nice to have rice. Go to Aya country and see their players digging for worms to eat. It makes me sick. Insects are not bad. They are considered protein after all. Have you ever seen one that eats grass? I don't know whether they are humans or animals. That's not the case. I think Su Hao's life here is quite comfortable. Why are other players so miserable? Even if there is no big fish or meat, it shouldn't be difficult to fill their stomachs in such a vibrant secret realm of national games, right? That's what I say, but many players just found a safe place and stayed there, without looking for resources at all. If you really want to say it, they deserve to starve. The brave will starve to death and the timid will starve. Isn't that the truth? There are also players who are searching for resources, but this thing depends on luck. Those who are unlucky have already been chewed up by ferocious beasts, leaving only their bones. Those who are lucky are still alive, but they are only alive. They have nothing at all. Did not find. I'll go. Shouldn't you be like Su Hao if you're lucky? What the hell is it that you're still alive? Do you really think that cats and dogs can compete with my brother Hao? My brother Hao has sexy beauties feeding him online. Do other players have this treatment? Feeding such a sexy beauty online, it sounds a bit inappropriate. The Dragon Kingdom audience was laughing and joking. They actually didn't expect that players from other countries would be so miserable and couldn't even solve their food and clothing problems. Some people can also light a fire and make something hot to eat. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, at least something like bark can be boiled. More people couldn't even light a fire. Some were timid and feared that the flames would attract ferocious beasts, while others simply didn't know how to do it and didn't have the tools to light a fire. As a result, they can only chew all kinds of messy things raw. It is estimated that many people will have diarrhea early tomorrow morning, and they may even develop some acute gastrointestinal problems. There is no hospital in this secret realm of national destiny, so they will have no choice but to ask for their own blessings. Su Hao, come and eat, I've baked a lot more. Lilia greeted Su Hao happily. Well, you eat first, I'll go over after finishing these. Su Hao did not act as a hands-off shopkeeper. While Lilia was grilling the meat, he planned to process all the remaining meat and then decide whether to air dry or smoke it. The storage time of air drying is relatively short, but it can be stored for a long time if smoked. Previously, Su Hao was thinking that with the king lynx and dryland long-legged turtle, the meat consumption should be very fast. But just now he discovered that the king lynx does eat a lot, but the dryland long-legged tortoise, despite its huge size, has a very small appetite, which is about the same as the king lynx's appetite. Therefore, he also needs to make corresponding adjustments to the storage of meat. Others think that Su Hao is extremely lucky and everything can be solved by luck. In fact, Su Hao himself thought so. Even if the meat rotted, he could continue hunting. But after thinking about it, Su Hao felt that it would be too boring, and it would not be a bad thing to be more prepared. Idle time is idle, and there are no entertainment projects in this secret realm of national fortune. His current physique does not make him feel tired, so he should prepare for a rainy day and kill time by the way. After all the meat was processed and those that needed to be air-dried and those that needed to be smoked were distinguished according to consumption speed, Su Hao returned to Lilia. Although the temperature in the National Games secret realm was pleasant and there was some coolness at this time, Lilia had been standing by the fire and was already sweating profusely. But her face was filled with a bright smile. When she saw Su Hao coming over, she even smiled brightly and showed off to him that she had discovered several tips for barbecue. Although her body was a little tired, Lilia's spirit was very full. Before meeting Su Hao, she never dared to imagine that she could brazenly eat barbecue in the secret place of the national games. Now her life is like living in paradise. As for the other players, it was more like they had fallen into the 18th level of hell and could only survive. Chapter 45. Su Hao, why don't you eat? Seeing Su Hao pick up a piece of meat and then put it down, Lilia thought she hadn't cooked it well, so she was a little worried. Who knew that Su Hao actually said, "Lilia, don't you feel a little tired of just eating barbecue?" Ah! Lilia was very surprised, as if she couldn't understand Su Hao. Not to mention the players in the secret realm of the national games, how many of the billions of people in the real world have forgotten what meat tastes like, but now Su Hao feels tired of eating meat? This is a bit too extravagant. Then why don't you eat some fruit, maybe you won't feel so tired. Obviously, Lilia misunderstood Su Hao's meaning, so after she said this, Su Hao was also stunned, and then laughed. Su Hao, did I say something wrong? Lilia was completely confused. After thinking about it, she didn't seem to say anything strange. Lilia, that's not what I mean when I say tired. What I want to say is that no matter how delicious the food is, you will lose its taste if you eat it every day. I have eaten barbecue all day today, so I want to eat something else. Lilia was confused. She seemed to understand, but she felt that there was not much difference between the two meanings. They were both very luxurious. But then I thought about it, if someone else said that, it might be fanciful. But for Su Hao, who casually occupied double-digit resources in one day, it seemed quite normal. By the way, aren't there fluorescent bacteria in the cave? Can that be used for roasting and eating? Lilia's suggestion aroused Su Hao's interest. The fluorescent fungus looks like a fungus. Although I have never heard of eating roasted fungus, no one rules against eating it like this, right? What's more, many fungi such as mushrooms can be grilled and eaten, and they taste very good. There is no reason why fluorescent fungi should not be delicious. Good idea, then just wait, I'll go pick up the fluorescent bacteria now. After saying that, Su Hao happily ran to the cave. After seeing the big king lynx, he also ran down. Lilia looked at Su Hao's childish back and couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Anyway, she was just very happy. It seems that she has never been so happy since her resources were exhausted. Although fluorescent bacteria do not taste as good as fruit when eaten raw, there is no comparison between the two. One is a fungus and the other is a fruit. How do they compare? However, this fluorescent fungus is very fresh, and the taste will definitely be very different after it is cooked. Just like many mushrooms, they are difficult to eat when they are raw, but they are delicious when cooked. Meow meow, do you think there are more fluorescent fungi than before? Going down into the cave, Su Hao vaguely felt that the area of the fluorescent bacteria was larger than before, and by the way, the entire cave was illuminated brighter, so it was very obvious. The audience also noticed it, and many cautious viewers used the playback function and discovered to their surprise that the number of fluorescent bacteria had indeed increased. Oh my god, I compared it with before. There are at least 1/3 more fluorescent bacteria now than before. What's going on? It's not surprising, right? Didn't the previous introduction say that this underground fluorescent fungus grows extremely fast? That's true, but isn't it too fast? How long has it been? It's been so much. This is a great thing. I didn't take this fluorescent fungus seriously before, but now that I think about it, it is not only easy to cultivate, but also grows so fast. As long as it is spread out and planted, wouldn't it mean that we don't have to go hungry in the future? Already. Speaking of which, what happened to the fluorescent bacteria that materialized before? Has the number also increased dramatically? Yes, Susu, why don't you let everyone see it again? The audience asked to take another look at the materialized fluorescent bacteria. Regarding this request, which was not difficult, Susu asked the official staff for instructions and received a definite answer. The director also immediately contacted the on-site staff and asked them to prepare a video connection. As the first B-level resource to be occupied, underground fluorescent bacteria did not receive much attention. Perhaps it was because the advent of specific uremic drugs at that time obscured its existence. In addition, this kind of bacteria is not as important as food and water sources, nor is it as scarce as fruits and vegetables, so the degree of discussion has gradually decreased. But no one expected that the so-called extremely fast growth rate would actually be so fast. In the short period of time since Su Hao occupied the resources, so much would have grown. The underground fluorescent bacteria materialized in a natural underground cave in the south. The audience had already seen it before, and it was also hotly discussed at the time. But when the connection was connected, the outdoor reporter's face was obviously full of joy. "Viewers, I have some good news for you. When I reported last time, the underground fluorescent bacteria in the natural underground cave behind me were still relatively sparse. And now, please look at it." After saying that, the outdoor reporter immediately gave up the camera, and dense underground fluorescent fungi suddenly appeared in the picture, illuminating the entire dark cave extremely brightly. The audience was really shocked. This B-level resource, which they underestimated, completely showed a barbaric growth attitude. Their curiosity was finally satisfied and everyone was now looking forward to it. Canned fruits are not available yet, after all, processing takes time. But this underground fluorescent fungus grows so fast and can be fully matured in a few hours, so they must be able to eat it quickly. There are still many viewers who are curious about why the underground fluorescent bacteria grows so fast. Regarding this question, Su immediately asked Luz Haiming for advice. To be honest, this underground fluorescent bacteria is completely beyond Luz Haiming's understanding. It is not a product that should exist on AquaBlue planet. However, he still used existing theories to analyze it. Actually, the growth rate of fungi itself is very fast, but the growth rate of this underground fluorescent fungus is just faster. According to some data I collected from on-site experts, the reason why the number of underground fluorescent bacteria has skyrocketed is probably because of ventilation. The wind can blow away the spores of the underground fluorescent fungus and scatter them in the open space, and then they grow at an extremely fast speed until they mature. Whether it's the fluorescent bacteria in Su Hao's burrow or the materialized fluorescent bacteria, it's because of this reason that the number has increased dramatically. As soon as Luz Haiming finished speaking, Su immediately took over. She also received a reminder card from officials once again, and the content on it would definitely make people across the country happy. Thank you Professor Lu for your explanation. Next, I want to announce something to you. The official decided to immediately send these underground fluorescent bacteria in batches to all parts of the country. If your family's conditions permit, you can plant it yourself after receiving it. In addition, relevant departments in each region will also carry out a large amount of cultivation, and will also provide free supply in the future. Chapter 46. Dragon Kingdom's official measures have received rave reviews. Apart from anything else, with this underground fluorescent fungus, at least it will be difficult to starve to death in the future. Whether it is a cellar or a place with a humid climate, as long as you plant an underground fluorescent fungus, it will soon grow out. Even if this solves the minimum problem of food and clothing, it would be a joke if someone still starves to death. Countless foreign viewers were unable to sit still at this moment. Many countries' response plans to resource depletion were outrageous, resulting in countless people starving to death. But with this underground fluorescent bacteria, this situation would never happen again. So they made requests one after another, hoping that the Dragon Kingdom officials could export underground fluorescent bacteria, even if they were allowed to spend money to buy them. In response to this situation, Long Guo officials immediately issued an announcement. In view of the current shortage of food resources in various countries, Long Guo will provide underground fluorescent bacteria free of charge to help everyone solve the crisis and reduce casualties caused by food shortage. As soon as this announcement came out, the whole world was shocked. Everyone knows how valuable this underground fluorescent fungus is. With it, you will definitely not starve to death again. In an instant, viewers from all over the world poured into the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, and the barrage exploded instantly. Thank you to Dragon Kingdom for its kindness. We will always remember Dragon Kingdom's kindness. If anyone slanders or insults Dragon Kingdom and its players in the future, then they should step on my corpse first. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are kinder than God. From now on, my faith will only be in the Dragon Kingdom. I have to admit that the players from the Dragon Kingdom are the most powerful. If anyone can save the world, it's not the so-called superhero, but Su Hao from the Dragon Kingdom. I really don't understand why so many people envied the Dragon Kingdom before. Is it really that difficult to admit that others are excellent? The barrage was filled with such words praising the Dragon Kingdom, but it greatly satisfied the vanity of the Dragon Kingdom audience. Undoubtedly, this move has once again brought Long Guo's international reputation to a whole new level. More and more foreign audiences began to dislike their country and became closer to the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, this is also inevitable. Although underground fluorescent bacteria are a B-level resource, their growth rate is too fast, and the speed of spread will become apparent soon. Even if the Dragon Kingdom does not supply it to the outside world, underground fluorescent bacteria will appear all over the world sooner or later. Rather than being passive, it is better to be proactive, and it can also improve the international status of Dragon Kingdom. Why not? Su Hao didn't know that the underground fluorescent fungi had caused such a sensation in the real world. At the moment, he was concentrating on picking them, and the King Lynx was also helping. But at this moment, Su Hao saw from the corner of his eye that there seemed to be something underneath the fluorescent fungus thrown by the King Lynx with its claws. When I walked over and took a look, I saw a brightly colored stone. So he dug out the stone, and never thought that the announcement would sound the next second. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Colorful Gem Mine. Resource level, Sea Level. Resource details, mineral veins that can mine various gemstones. Reward, the Sea Level Gem Mine will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the announcement, the already lively barrage in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room exploded again. By casually collecting fluorescent bacteria, you can obtain a new resource, but many foreign viewers who only know his name can intuitively understand Su Hao's terrifying luck. This is actually the golden water body, so big. Luz Heiming was very surprised. Before Su Su could ask what golden water body was, Su Hao dug out a few more gems. Luz Heiming immediately continued, "This is tourmaline. An opal. That one is ruby. Oh my god, what kind of mine is this? How could so many types of gems be dug out?" Su Su only knew that only a few precious metals such as gold still had extremely high value. She really didn't know whether there was a market for gems. So he asked, "Professor Lu, are you so surprised because of the high value of these gems?" Luz Heiming shook his head and then said, "The value was indeed very high, but that's not why I was surprised. You may not know that although there are many gem mines in our country, most of them are of little value. Almost every one of the few gems Su Hao dug out is top-notch. Su Hao has now obtained this sea-level gem mine. If it increases by 10,000 times, the output of these top-grade gems will reach an incredible level. In other words, our Dragon Kingdom will become a country rich in top-quality gems. If it is exported to other countries, it must be the most powerful gem-exporting country." Hearing Luz Heiming's words, the audience was stunned at first, and then started to quarrel. There are still many people who know the original value of these top-quality gems. Even if the value has plummeted now, it is not something that the average family can afford. But things are different now. The realization of this C-grade gemstone mine means that the output of top-grade gemstones will increase significantly, and then the value will once again show a cliff-like drop. What's the point of exporting this? Why don't we just digest it internally? That's right. The price of such a good gemstone will definitely fall. It is estimated that ordinary working class people can afford it. This gem is not more beautiful than gold? Gold and silver are too vulgar. If it is really cheaper, I will bite the bullet and buy a gemstone necklace. After so many years of marriage, I have never given my wife jewelry. It's such a pity to use such a large piece of gemstone to make jewelry. You can't travel around the world with something weighing more than 10 kilograms. If the rough stone can be sold, I will buy a piece and then process it into handicrafts to display at home. It's so comfortable. Joking aside, the price of gems will definitely fall, but it won't be as cheap as cabbage. Everyone still has to work hard to make money. Susu, help tell the authorities that it must not be exported. Our own people can definitely digest it. Yes, Susu, you are our only official connection, so you must convey it to us. The audience was a little out of tune as they talked, making Susu dumbfounded. However, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom were very helpful and immediately asked Susu to convey that they did not intend to export these gems, but kept them all for themselves to buy, which can be regarded as motivation for everyone to work hard. Who can not love such officialdom? The audience also immediately had a new motivation. Chapter 47. In just one day, the Dragon Kingdom has undergone earth-shaking changes. The common people have also regained their vitality from the previous numbness and no longer live like zombies like in the past. In the secret realm of national fortune, Su Hao and Lilia tried roasting underground fluorescent bacteria. Don't tell me, just sprinkle some salt after roasting, and the fluorescent bacteria will become extremely delicious. Even though Lilia was already full from eating meat, she still couldn't help but show off again. The sky had completely darkened. After Su Hao had finished eating, he found some unknown large leaves and hay and threw them on a big rock in the cave. This big rock is very flat and as big as a double bed, which is perfect for sleeping. There were only a few pieces of clothing in the backpack, which was a bit high to use as a pillow. Su Hao simply took out all the clothes, folded them and put them next to him. Seeing Lilia sitting next to her at a loss, Su Hao asked curiously, "It's been a tiring day, aren't you going to sleep?" "Ah? I don't know where to sleep." Lilia also helped Su Hao lay a stone bed. But she subconsciously thought that this bed belonged to Su and she was not qualified to sleep on it, so she planned to spend the night leaning against the window. Unexpectedly, Su Hao scratched his head and looked at the half of the bed that had been given away. "Why, you are not sleeping well? Isn't this half of the bed enough for you?" "Su Hao, do you mean I can sleep with you?" Lilia asked uncertainly. Su Hao couldn't understand what the woman was thinking, so he could only say, "What else? There are turtles outside and meows inside, and you don't need to keep vigil at night. Why are you not sleeping?" This was somewhat unanswerable, but Lilia didn't hesitate and climbed directly onto the stone bed. She immediately saw Su Hao's stacked clothes, which seemed to be used as a pillow for her, and her heart suddenly felt warm. Although this guy is a little childish, he is still very attentive. He used his backpack as a pillow, but let me use his clothes as a pillow. Lilia was thinking wildly, and her eyes looked at Su Hao even more tenderly. Su Hao, however, had already laid down and was still muttering in his heart, "This backpack is moderately soft and hard, but the clothes are too soft, which is not good for the cervical spine. I wonder how Lilia would feel if she could hear Su Hao's voice." Both of them lay down and got ready to sleep. Inside the cave, only the underground fluorescent fungi emitted a soft light, which was bright but did not prevent them from falling asleep. Compared with the peace and quiet here at Su Hao, the situation of other players is not so good. Seeing that there was nothing to watch, some of the Dragon Kingdom viewers chose to sleep and get up early tomorrow to go to work and make money. The other part went to live broadcast rooms in other countries to see what else was going on. At night, the secret realm of the national games has a more terrifying atmosphere than during the day, as if there are countless pairs of eyes staring at you in the darkness. Many contestants who had found a hiding place were huddled up in a ball, wanting to sleep but not daring to sleep. Any slightest movement would scare them. There are also some players who have not yet found a place they think is safe, so they are still walking around in fear. Ouch! Roar! Squeak! Boom! Various sounds echoed in the silent night sky. There were roars, growls, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and rustling sounds. Teacher Zhang, how did you spend your nights when you were surviving in the wild? Usse and the expert team have not gotten off work yet, and are still looking for topics. Zhang Bailun immediately responded, to spend the night in the wild, you will definitely need a very safe place. If not, then choose a more open place. This is the best choice whether you are on guard against danger or escaping after danger occurs. Because the night is more dangerous than the day. Not only will your vision be affected, but also because there will be many nocturnal beasts at night. To put it bluntly, the night is a carnival of wild beasts, so I would like to remind all my friends, if it is not an unavoidable choice, try not to choose to spend the night in the wild. Why can't the audience understand Zhang Bailun's words? This principle is definitely applicable in the secret realm of national luck. Not to mention the players, many foreign spectators were obviously very sleepy at the moment, but they still stared at their players with fear. The virgin forest in the wild is really terrifying, and the peaks in the distance look like wild beasts, giving people a great sense of oppression. The slightest movement of the surrounding grass would seem like a vicious beast would jump out at any moment. Several players died during the day, and the death penalty even caused one of the countries to be destroyed. The countries that were not destroyed were still in chaos at this moment, like a purgatory on earth. No one wants to experience this kind of extreme terror firsthand. Under excessive pressure, let alone sleeping, they have no thoughts at all and just hope that the long night will pass quickly. But this night has just begun. Not long after Su Hao and Lilia fell asleep, a death notice rang. Death notice. Anthem Nation player died after being attacked by an F-class black-maned lion. Death penalty. The F-class black-maned lion will be manifested 10,000 times in the Anthem Kingdom. This death announcement was like throwing a pebble on a calm lake, causing countless ripples. It added countless hazes to the already nervous audiences from all over the world. However, before they could calm down, the death notice came again. Death notice. A player from Ruma Kingdom died after being attacked by an E-class iron-hoofed horse. Death penalty. The E-class iron-hoofed horse will be manifested 10,000 times in the Ruma Kingdom. In just a few minutes, 2 players died, and this was just the beginning of the night. I don't know how many people stared at their hiding players with bloodshot eyes. If you knew when you were going to die, you might not be so scared. It's this kind of time when you don't know when death will come that is the most tormenting. Even if some players managed to hide in a very hidden place and prepare to sleep, his audience still did not dare to relax at all. Even if the screen was motionless and only the weak breathing of the players could be heard, they still stared straight at it. Just afraid that if they blink, their players will be swallowed up by the night. Even so, it still can't stop the connection of death notices from appearing. That night, most people around the world were destined to be unable to sleep peacefully. Perhaps only the audience in the Dragon Kingdom could sleep until dark without any worries, without worrying about any danger to Su Hao. Chapter 48. Long Guo Studio Hall. Originally, the official plan was to wait until Su Hao went to bed before letting Usse and the expert team rest after get off work. But the continuous death notices completely disrupted the plan. It was late at night, and in just a few hours, more than 20 players had died in a row. Usse once again instructed the director to open the replay of a player's death, study the cause of death with the expert team, and sum up experience. However, countless messages for help suddenly appeared on the barrage in the live broadcast room. Save us, please help the Dragon Kingdom. Our players were killed by the E-class inverted crocodile. This crocodile's mouth is full of sharp inverted teeth. If it is bitten, it will be seriously injured. Now it is everywhere. It's this kind of crocodile. I don't want to die. All countries are too busy to take care of themselves now. Only the Dragon Kingdom has the ability to save us. Please show mercy. I haven't lived enough. Our player was killed by an F-class drill bug. This bug will burrow directly into the body and eat the flesh, blood, and internal organs. It is simply terrifying. We can no longer stay in this country. I beg the Dragon Kingdom to take it in. Please, can the Dragon Kingdom officials think of a solution? My daughter is only 3 years old, even if I just save her. These F-class fanged rats are so scary. I saw them tearing apart a car and eating the people inside. I don't want to stay here anymore, they will eat our family. I want to go Dragon Kingdom, please. There were not many such barrages at first, but as more and more players died, the number of people pouring into the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room also skyrocketed. There was no official statement, so Susu had no choice but to ignore it. Even if her mentality was affected to some extent, she could only force herself to hold on. More than 3 hours have passed, and the death toll of contestants has once again been refreshed, reaching an astonishing 50. In other words, excluding those that have been destroyed, there are now a total of 49 countries that are being ravaged by ferocious beasts. Not only these countries, except the Dragon Kingdom, the whole world is in chaos. Those countries whose players are still alive are increasingly worried that it will be their turn next. The Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room has also been completely flooded with distress messages, as if Dragon Kingdom is the last piece of pure land in the world. At this time, Susu finally received the reminder card from the official staff. After seeing the content on it, Susu's tired spirit revived. Dear viewers from all over the world, our country has received your distress message. I'm sorry to respond now because we were making relevant preparations before. Now I declare that the Dragon Kingdom will fully open emergency channels. Countries that have been punished by death, and people who have been harmed by vicious beasts can seek refuge in our country by sea, land, air, and other means. Next, I will announce the exact location of the emergency exit. Please choose the fastest route. Susu continued to announce the content on the cue card. And after learning that Long Guo had really agreed to take refuge, the barrage was filled with countless thanks. Thank you to Long Guo for your life-saving kindness. I can't repay this kindness. I will work as a horse for Long Guo from now on. I apologize for the things I once slandered Long Guo, and thank Long Guo for taking it in. It doesn't matter even if I'm not forgiven. I'll accept it whether it's a beating or a punishment. I was wrong. I will never speak ill of Dragon Kingdom again. Not only that, but if someone says something bad about Dragon Kingdom in the future, I will tear out his mouth and burn his ancestral graves. I was really naive in the past. I maliciously spread rumors out of jealousy. Thanks to Long Guo for its tolerance, I will definitely change my mind. I specialize in the research of new energy. As long as the Dragon Kingdom needs it, I will contribute all my talents. Only the Dragon Kingdom is worthy of my allegiance. This garbage country is not worthy. I have studied Uremia for decades. It just so happens that Dragon Kingdom now has the formula. I can provide all my experience to repay Dragon Kingdom's kindness. There are almost endless barrages like this. Many people are running for their lives while sending barrages of thanks, as if they are afraid that the Dragon Kingdom will change its mind. Fugitives from several countries adjacent to the Dragon Kingdom have successfully entered the Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, those embodied beasts cannot cross the border. As long as they escape into the Dragon Kingdom, they will be safe. As soon as this news came out, it accelerated the escape of others to the Dragon Kingdom. In the early hours of the morning, there were countless planes, boats, cars, and other means of transportation rushing towards the Dragon Kingdom, and there was no way to count the number of people. So much so that in the early morning of the next day, many Dragon Kingdom viewers had just woken up, and when they subconsciously turned on their mobile phones, they were immediately shocked and speechless by the overwhelming news. His sleepy eyes suddenly widened, his brain suddenly became clear, and he was even so surprised that he almost couldn't hold back his urine. What the hell? In just one night, dozens of players died. What the hell? How much fun have I missed? I knew I shouldn't have slept. Su Hao, are you okay? Damn, this kid is still sleeping. He sleeps so soundly. His nose has bubbles coming out, but I'm relieved now. If it hadn't been for Su Hao, I might have died in my sleep now. Thanks to Su Hao. Dragon Kingdom opens emergency channels and accepts people from all over the world to seek refuge? Oh my god, I only know such important news. As expected of a great country, with such grandeur, I wonder who can compare with it. This wave is really long-lasting. This picture is the airport near my home, right? Oh my god, there are so many planes of all types. That's how many people are coming. Damn, why are there so many ferocious beasts? Fortunately, these guys can't cross the border, otherwise they will be in trouble. Why is it so noisy downstairs? Damn! Where are there so many beggars? No, are these foreigners who came to seek refuge? The Dragon Kingdom is a bustling place right now. A rough estimate is that at least hundreds of millions of people took refuge in the Dragon Kingdom that night. The officials also acted very quickly, arranging numerous transport teams to disperse these refugees to various places, and then managed them by local personnel in each place. Some people in the Dragon Kingdom ran out to see the result out of curiosity. As soon as the result appeared, countless foreigners rushed to thank them. Some even knelt on the ground and kowtowed, speaking in foreign languages they did not understand with tears streaming down their faces. This made many elderly people call them evil, and ran home one after another, giving away all their old clothes or messy things that they had no use for, which even moved these foreigners to tears. After all, they escaped from trouble. It would not be easy to escape successfully. They had nothing on them. Even if the people of the Dragon Kingdom sent them things that their families could not use, they were all treasures to these impoverished foreigners. Chapter 49. Su Hao woke up. Opening his eyes drowsily, he saw Lilia's delicate face, who was still sleeping soundly. When I opened my eyes and saw the beautiful woman, I felt particularly good. But when Su Hao was about to get up, his eyes moved slightly downward, and he immediately saw an even more wonderful scenery. Damn it! Even though I know this girl has a good figure, she's kind of hiding it. Su Hao held the idea of not seeing it in vain, and admired it for a while without any guilt. It wasn't until Lilia moved slightly, and there were signs of waking up, that Su Hao sat up. Su Hao, are you awake? Why didn't you wake me up? Lilia's somewhat hoarse voice was very pleasant to the ear. As for why he didn't wake her up, there's no need to explain it. Of course it was because of eye addiction. It's just that Su Hao can't say this. Who knows if this shy girl will be so angry that she will beat herself up. I just woke up and I'm a little hungry. Get up and wash your face and eat. The underground cave is not far from the deep underground pool, no more than 50 meters in total. The two of them came to the pool to wash their faces. Since this was living water, there was no need to worry about getting the water dirty. Even if they took a bath in it, it would be fine. They just had to be careful not to drown. After all, the pool was very deep. After washing up, Lilia took the initiative to light a fire and cook a barbecue. Apart from meat, there was no other food to satisfy her hunger, so naturally she didn't need to think too much. No matter how delicious the meat of the ferocious beast is, eating it this morning will definitely be very greasy. So Su Hao didn't eat too much, he just ate a few pieces to fill his stomach, and then showed off a pineapple, which made him almost full. Su Hao, what are we doing today? Lilia became energetic after eating, not as lazy as when she just woke up. Of course I will continue to look for resources. Meat alone is not enough. Today's goal is to find some vegetables. When others say this, Lilia may think that the other person is dreaming and gets whatever he wants. When is the secret place of national luck a vegetable market? But when Su Hao said this, Lilia thought it was normal. He found so many resources yesterday, so it shouldn't be a problem to find some vegetables today. By the way, Su Hao, our coal consumption is faster than expected. Do you think we should get some back first, or should we find resources first and then bring them back? If Lilia hadn't said anything, Su Hao would have never known that coal was being consumed so quickly. Yesterday, they brought back some more. Well, let's get coal first, and then find resources along the way. Su Hao made a decision, and Lilia nodded immediately, but she soon felt something was wrong. The CO author made 2 suggestions himself, but Su Hao didn't use any of them. Su Hao, did you do it on purpose? After reacting, Lilia put her hands on her hips and looked angry. Su Hao laughed loudly and asked, "You just know." His arrogant look made Lilia very angry. As soon as his temper got angry, he rushed forward and wanted to beat Su Hao. Su Hao turned around and ran away, his laughter echoing in the woods in the early morning. As the saying goes, dozens of players died last night. As a result, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room was a bit depressing starting this morning. However, seeing Su Hao and Lilia chasing each other and fighting, the audience immediately smiled unconsciously, and their mood changed from gloomy to sunny. I didn't expect that Su Hao still has such a childish side. He is still as young as a primary school student. Ha ha ha, brother Hao is so funny. He made Lilia so angry that she was almost smoking. You know nothing. With your emotional intelligence, don't chase little girls again. It's embarrassing. Don't you see that Su Hao did this on purpose? Yes. Finally someone understands. Lilia is always restrained unconsciously in front of Su Hao. It was very obvious before going to bed last night. She didn't even dare to sleep on the stone bed with Su Hao. Let me just say that my brother Hao is awesome, and his emotional intelligence is at full capacity. After such a fuss, Lilia will definitely be able to relax a lot, and she will no longer be restrained in the future. I've learned, I have to remember this. Whether we can get out of singles depends on this. I really didn't expect brother Su Hao to be so attentive. He is such a good man. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, I can consider marrying him. Oh my god, these ladies upstairs, are you over 30? Are you pretending to be an innocent girl? Don't bring trouble to my brother Hao. Shocked. What's wrong with a 30-year-old girl? Doesn't she deserve love at the age of 30? Seeing the barrage getting noisy, Susu, who hadn't had much rest all night, also laughed. There is no other meaning. Although the barrage is quarreling, it also proves that the audience in Dragon Kingdom has got over the haze of last night. This is definitely good news. In the end, Su Hao deliberately slowed down and was beaten by Lilia on his back. Otherwise, with his speed after adding 50 points of agility attribute, Lilia would not even be able to see his shadow. Although Su Hao has not tried it yet, he has a vague feeling that if he runs at full speed now, the speed must be very exaggerated. Do you feel better after beating me? Su Hao asked leisurely. His physical attribute also has 40 points. Lilia's fancy fists and legs fell on him, which was not even as good as tickling him. Lilia was so tired that she lay on Su Hao's back as if she had no bones. Su Hao, thank you for being so kind to me. This soft whisper reached Su Hao's ears, and he just smiled. This girl was really smart and guessed what she was thinking. So he bumped Lilia upwards and shouted not far away, "Meow, turtle, let's race to see who is faster." After that, Su Hao jumped out with Lilia on his back. Lilia was so frightened that she couldn't even scream, so she hurriedly hugged Su Hao, because it was so fast. I don't know if the king lynx and the dryland long-legged tortoise can understand what the race means, but when they saw Su Hao greeting them, then turned around and ran away, the two of them also chased him. Su Hao just wanted to test how fast he was now. Obviously, he still couldn't match the king lynx, and was even easily caught up by the dryland long-legged turtle. It seems that the attributes are still not enough. It doesn't matter. I don't need to become stronger anyway. Su Hao thought very much that it was completely meaningless for him to become stronger on his own. With 99999 lucky points, even if he encountered danger, there was no need for him to take action personally. Now that he had passed the test, there was no need for Su Hao to continue running. He jumped directly onto the back of the king lynx and slowly put Lilia behind him. Just this action instantly caused cheers in the live broadcast room. This is not something ordinary people can do. It is much cooler than the movements of those martial arts heroes in martial arts movies. Chapter 50. Soon, Su Hao and his party arrived at the coal mine. Coal is consumed too quickly because there was too little brought back yesterday. After all, Su Hao considered that he would need to install other things later, so he left some extra space. There is no need to worry so much today. Load the coal first. If it doesn't work, go back and then explore other resources. The king lynx is responsible for digging. Its sharp claws are the best tools. It cuts the shapes directly and neatly stacks them up, making it comfortable to look at. Su Hao moved it on the back of a long-legged turtle on dry land. This division of labor was the fastest way. These are all strenuous tasks, and it's not Lilia's turn to do anything, so she can only act as a cheerleader on the sidelines. Everything was going on in an orderly manner, but suddenly, an announcement broke the harmony. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the level 100 refined poison insect. Kill reward, poison resistance plus 10. Su Hao was confused. He had done nothing. This announcement was somewhat suspicious. But when he turned his head, Su Hao understood. The king lynx has a small arm next to its claws, which looks like a centipede. But just looking at the smashed half of its body that was the same as in the photo, you knew something unpleasant must have happened just now. There is a high probability that the king lynx did not notice the insect and was still digging for coal. As a result, the falling stone peel or coal smashed the insect into meat patties, and the right to kill it was logically given to Su Hao. After being surprised, the audience probably figured out what was going on, and they all expressed that Su Hao is indeed a child of luck. He sits at home, and his attributes come from heaven. Su Hao found a relatively long branch and walked over. The name said that the insect was poisonous, so he didn't plan to let the king lynx touch it. It would be troublesome if he accidentally got poisoned. After getting closer, the information about the bug emerged. Name of the vicious beast, Balian poisonous insect. Beast level, E level. Details of the ferocious beast. The body of the insect contains two types of poison, corrosive and blood infectious. The more blood it mixes with, the greater the toxicity. Therefore, the Balian poisonous insect basically has no natural enemies. Corrosive and blood infectious poison? No wonder it has no natural enemies. If someone eats it, what's the difference between committing suicide by taking poison? Even if you beat it to death with your hands and feet, there is a high probability that it will be poisoned. Damn, the existence of this kind of creature is simply a scam. It can only bully others, but others cannot bully it. Su Hao is actually the most unqualified person to say such things. With his 99,999 lucky points, isn't it true that he is the only one who bullies others? Su Hao used a branch to pick up the bug and throw it aside, but just after poking it, the tip of the branch instantly turned black, and a lot of bubbles appeared. It seemed that the corrosive poison was also very strong. Fortunately, the king lynx was working hard and didn't see the bug. Otherwise, if he pawed it down, nothing might happen. Carefully picking up the insect, Su Hao was about to walk away when he suddenly felt a huge shadow passing over from high in the sky. Looking up like a reflex, he saw an extremely huge eagle flying high above his head. Due to the great distance, there is no way to actually judge how big this eagle is, but just by visual inspection, it is far larger than the size of the dryland long-legged tortoise. The audience was also dumbfounded. They had never seen such a big eagle before. Oh my god, that eagle is also a ferocious beast, right? Isn't it a little too big? You can see it flying so high. If it flies lower, wouldn't it be able to cover the sky and the sun? What an eagle! It's obviously an eagle because it's so big. Could it be that it's also a B-level ferocious beast? Impossible. The dryland long-legged tortoise is a B-level. This big bird must be bigger than the dryland long-legged tortoise. It must be at least A-level. Fortunately, this thing is just passing by, otherwise it would be terrible. How many terrifying things exist in this secret realm of national destiny? It should be said that it runs fast. Have you forgotten that lightning falcon? If it dares to do anything to my brother Hao, the end will not be much better. Don't talk too much. It's normal for the lightning falcon to be struck to death. This eagle is so big. Even if it is struck by lightning, I don't think it will be fatal. Hey, I'm worried about Hammer, hasn't it already flown away? Why are you thinking so much? No. No. That big bird seems to have flown back again. Am I dazzled? Why do I feel like it's looking towards Su Hao? Just as the audience watched the super large eagle fly away, some people were horrified to find that it circled in the sky and flew back again. People with sharp eyes immediately noticed something was wrong. The big eagle seemed to have discovered Su Hao. But if you think about it carefully, it is flying so high that Su Hao should not be visible. It is like sitting on an airplane and looking down, unable to see the figure clearly at all. Soon, the audience realized that this big eagle might have seen a giant lynx or a dry land tortoise. It might have regarded them as prey, so it went back again. Their guess was quickly verified, and they saw that King Lynx seemed to be locked by some terrifying aura at this moment. The King Lynx, which dared to bare its teeth and arch its back in the face of a B-level ferocious beast, was now lying on the ground in fear, completely suppressed, showing no intention of resistance, and looked extremely pitiful. Su Hao naturally also discovered the giant eagle that had gone and returned. Seeing that the King Lynx was so frightened, he was very angry. Just when I was about to scold the big eagle, I noticed that the big guy let out a deafening chirp, and then swooped down. Although its speed seems not as good as that of the lightning falcon, its huge size carries an aura that is hard to match. Name of the vicious beast, Blade-Feathered Giant Eagle. Beast level, A level. Details of the ferocious beast: with wings like blades and a body as strong as a mountain, it has super powerful physique and combat power. It is the undisputed aerial overlord among A-level ferocious beasts. The information emerged, and the audience's hearts were instantly in their throats. Although they had guessed that this big eagle might be an A-level ferocious beast, now that it was confirmed, everyone still widened their eyes in horror. The dryland long-legged turtle with a body length of more than 10 meters is already big enough. But as the blade-feathered giant eagle approaches, the audience can be sure that this guy's wingspan is at least more than 20 meters, and may even reach about 30 meters. Is it possible that Su Hao, who has always been very lucky, is really going to end up here today? Not only the audience in the Dragon Kingdom were extremely frightened, but the hundreds of millions of people from all over the world who fled to the Dragon Kingdom were on the verge of tears. If Su Hao is really killed by this giant blade-feathered eagle, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely fall into a more dangerous situation. After all, it is an A-level beast, and its destructive power is higher than that of F-level or E-level beasts. Much stronger. FK. Seeing the giant blade-feathered eagle rushing forward in an instant, Su Hao didn't react for a moment and instinctively raised his hands to protect his head. However, due to inertia, the Balian poisonous insect stuck on the branch was thrown away, and it accurately flew into the mouth of the giant blade-feathered eagle. As if he felt something flying into his mouth, the momentum of the giant blade-feathered eagle suddenly slowed down. Immediately afterwards, its huge body trembled violently, spinning in circles and falling from the sky. It hit the ground with one head and made a loud boom sound, sending up smoke and dust all over the sky. Chapter 51. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the A-level blade-feather giant eagle. Kill reward, physique plus 100. The announcement sounded, Su Hao was stunned, Lilia was dumbfounded, and the audience's eyes dropped to the floor. Everything happened so fast that no one could react at the moment. What's going on? Why did that big eagle suddenly fall down and die? Could it be a cramp? Damn it! I added a full 100 points of physical fitness. The attribute rewards of an A-level beast are so wide. What happened? That big eagle is also A-level after all. It can't be so fragile, right? Look, the Balian poisonous insect on the branch is gone. I just saw something flying into the mouth of the giant blade-feathered eagle. Is it that insect? It's impossible. Even if it's such a coincidence, the 100 and 300 refined poison insect is at best an E-level beast. How could it poison an A-level beast to death? How is this impossible? All things are interdependent, and level cannot determine everything. Under normal circumstances, E-level will definitely not be able to harm A-level, but no matter how powerful this big eagle is, the organs inside the body cannot be as defensive as they appear on the outside. Yes, this is actually like an ancient martial arts master who was force-fed poison. No matter how high his martial arts skills were, he would still die. I think the fundamental reason why this happens is that the Balian poisonous insect possesses two kinds of highly toxic poisons. The corrosive poison directly corrodes the flesh and blood, allowing the blood infectious poison to begin to interact with the blood. It does not mean that the more blood this poison is mixed with, the more toxic it becomes. This explanation seems to be very reasonable. Mard, you really can't underestimate any kind of ferocious beast in this national fortune secret realm. E-level can also kill A-level. If that's the case, then why does Su Hao have the right to kill? Afraid, there is something wrong with your brain. The 100 refined poison insect is already dead. It was Su Hao who threw it into the mouth of the blade-feathered giant eagle. Who does it belong to Su Hao if the right to kill does not count? It is estimated that the giant blade-feathered eagle didn't understand why this happened until the last second before his death. Giant blade-feathered eagle, the boat capsized in the gutter. Did I forget to read the almanac when I went out today? After a lot of chattering analysis from the audience, and some replays, the whole story was finally determined. It was Su Hao who raised his hand and threw the Balian poisonous insect away, and it flew right into the mouth of the giant blade-feathered eagle, and then tragedy happened. But no matter what, when I saw the huge body of the giant blade-feathered eagle lying there right now, my fear instantly turned into ecstasy. That was an A-level ferocious beast. Su Hao actually killed an A-level ferocious beast, once again setting an astonishing record. And it can be seen from the 100 points of constitution rewarded that this A-level beast is completely different from the low-level beasts that have been killed before. If we predict according to the normal route of hunting ferocious beasts and accumulating attributes, we don't know how long it will take to have the strength to confront A-level ferocious beasts head-on. Su Hao's move cannot be replicated at all. Even if he finds the Balian poison insect and crushes it to death, who can guarantee that it will be thrown into the mouth of the high-speed diving giant eagle? In other words, Su Hao is simply killing monsters at a higher level. And he is the kind of person who killed a super powerful boss just after leaving the novice village. But when the audience was excited, the announcement rang again. A-level ferocious beast is detected and killed, additional reward function is enabled. Function introduction: every time you successfully kill a B-level, including B-level, or above ferocious beast, you will get an additional reward treasure chest. The rewards are diverse, please explore on your own. After this announcement sounded, Su Hao came back to his senses. Damn it! Is this okay? Damn it, even I can't imagine what outrageous things this incredible amount of luck can do. Su Hao was really surprised. He knew very well that the lucky value of 99,999 also played a role this time. Looking back now, it's a bit ridiculous to be scared by the giant blade-feathered eagle just now, even though I knew I was not in danger. However, the added 100 points made Su Hao feel again, it was even more comfortable than a massage. Lilia was still in shock, standing not far away shaking like a scarecrow in the strong wind. Lilia, it's okay, that guy is dead. Su Hao walked over, looked up and down, and confirmed that Lilia was not injured. Lilia raised her head stiffly, and her rosy expression fully showed how scared she was. The next second, she threw herself directly on Su Hao and cried loudly, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances and fears accumulated in her heart. In fact, Lilia's behavior was normal. It had only been 2 days since the arrival of the secret realm of the National Games. She originally lived in a safe city made of reinforced concrete, but she suddenly ran into this ghost place. She had to worry about safety issues every minute and every second. It is inevitable that you will not be able to adapt within a certain period of time. As for when these pressures will burst out, it varies from person to person. Lilia has already performed well. Su Hao is an exception. Not to mention there are nearly 200 players in total. Even if billions of people around the world are thrown into the secret realm of national games, he is probably the only one like him. After crying for a while, Lilia finally regained her composure. Seeing that Su Hao's t-shirt was soaked with tears, she felt a little embarrassed. Have you finished venting? Then it's time for me to open the treasure chest. A wave of straight men came to Su Hao to speak, and the audience immediately covered their faces and sighed. What a great opportunity! If he just said a few words of comfort, Lilia might be able to marry him. If Su Hao saw these barrages, he would probably just say, women will only affect my speed of opening treasure chests. The treasure chest this time is slightly different from the treasure chest where I obtained the underground fluorescent bacteria last time, and it appears to be more refined. 3.5 Su Hao didn't care about these things. He stepped forward and opened the treasure chest very arrogantly. He immediately found a gun inside that was very stylish and full of futuristic technology. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the kill treasure chest. Reward: self-charging laser sniper rifle and production blueprints. Reward description: one of the laser series products, which can automatically replenish energy. The laser energy bomb will instantly melt the target at extremely high temperature. The self-charging laser sniper rifle and production blueprints will be simultaneously realized in Dragon Kingdom. Su Hao liked this gun the first time he saw it. After picking it up, you can feel that this gun has some weight. Ordinary people may have to be well trained to handle it, but for Su Hao, this weight is not worth mentioning. Chapter 52. After a brief research, Su Hao found that the use of this laser sniper rifle is no different from that of ordinary firearms. After opening the safety, you can pull the trigger. So he immediately prepared to test fire, aimed at a tree in the forest not far away and fired. An energy bomb was seen shooting out of the air, directly breaking the tree it was aiming at. There were even scorch marks on the fracture, and repeated green smoke came out. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player for successfully killing the F-level flying god bee. Kill reward: agility +5. Suddenly there was another announcement. After being stunned for a moment, the audience burst into laughter. Maid, are these flying god bees and Su Hao incompatible with each other? They were just trying their guns, why did they kill another one? Flying god bee, is it funny? It's just funny. I paid for it with my life. It seems that that place should be the habitat of the flying god bee. If you ask me, just kill this group of flying god bees, so as not to continue to be tortured in the future. I really don't know what kind of evil these little guys 05 have done, and how come they ended up with Su Ji. I dare say that in the entire National Fortune secret realm, the Flying God Bee is the most interesting. I am rushing to give attributes to Su Hao. I want to give them banners. Look, this is called sacrificing oneself for others. It is recommended to include it in the textbooks. After Su Hao unifies the secret realm of national destiny, set up a school for the ferocious beasts and teach them well. Am I the only one who cares about the power of a laser sniper rifle? One shot can break a tree as thick as a bowl. As far as I know, none of the world's most notorious large-caliber sniper rifles are so powerful. Isn't this nonsense? That's a laser gun. It must be several times more powerful than ordinary firearms. Before, I was a little worried about Su Hao's safety. Now that I have this gun, I am worried about the hammer. No matter how many vicious beasts come, I will die. Even if you encounter high-level flying ferocious beasts like the blade-feathered giant eagle again, you don't have to be afraid. I don't believe that no matter how fast they fly, they can still be as fast as the bullets fired by a sniper rifle. The audience's attention returned to the laser sniper rifle that had just been fired. I have to admit that after Su Hao picked up this gun, he became more elegant, which may be related to the fact that he just obtained 100 points of physical attributes. These 100 points of physical attributes did not change Su Hao's body shape or turn him into a muscular man, but the impression he gave people also changed greatly. In the studio hall, Su also discovered this, so he immediately asked Ye Guo, a member of the expert team and the current chief instructor of a special training base in Long Guo, "Instructor Ye, I feel that there seems to be some changes in Su Hao. I can't tell you what's specific, do you feel this way?" Ye Guo immediately nodded seriously. "Yes, I feel that way too. The current Su Hao player gives me a sense of oppression. If the two of us were put on the ring, I'd be completely defeated in terms of momentum before we even had time to fight. As for the reason, I can't explain it clearly. It should be like ordinary people encountering a hungry tiger in the wild, they will naturally feel fear." Who is Ye Guo? He got there step by step with real swords and guns in a hail of bullets. This kind of person who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had a murderous aura stronger than that of a ferocious beast. Now he said he was afraid of Su Hao, which really shocked many people. But when they took a closer look at Su Hao, they did feel a sense of oppression. It was enough to show that Su Hao now probably has strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. "Instructor Ye, what do you think of this laser sniper rifle?" Su asked again. Ye Guo pondered for a moment and then said, "I have come into contact with the most advanced weapons in the world, so I can responsibly say that none of the current firearms can compare to this laser sniper rifle. Although laser weapons have been under development, there has been no substantial progress so far. If the technology used in this gun can be understood clearly, there will definitely be rapid progress in both the field of weapons research and development and the field of laser research." After Su Hao opened the treasure chest, the laser sniper rifle and manufacturing blueprints had been materialized in his home. In less than half a minute this time, the official staff came to collect all the rewards and sent them to the research institute immediately. With previous experience in uremia-specific drugs, Long Guo officials have gathered experts from various fields in the country, including weapons research and development. So they immediately analyzed the manufacturing drawings, and some people went directly to the training ground with laser sniper rifles, hoping to record various data on the finished product and speed up research and development. Soon, Su received the official reminder card. After seeing the above content, she immediately showed a very happy expression. "Viewers, I just received news about the laser sniper rifle. Currently, research and development has started smoothly. According to the results of the finished product experiment, the power of this laser sniper rifle far exceeds the current level of firearms. Everyone should know that many countries have tried to resist when faced with the manifestation of ferocious beasts, but some ferocious beasts are so powerful that ordinary firearms do not pose much of a threat at all. But the laser sniper rifle is different. This gun can even penetrate the armor plate of a heavy tank with ease. If it is used to deal with ferocious beasts, it will definitely be unfavorable. 487. Upon hearing this, many viewers first thought of clips from science fiction movies, because most of those movies used weapons such as laser guns and laser swords. And those alien creatures are not fundamentally different from ferocious beasts. It can be said that this is tantamount to a fantasy coming true. The Dragon Kingdom audiences are naturally happy, but the happiest ones are the foreign audiences. The vast majority of people are unwilling to leave their hometown. If their lives are not threatened, who would be willing to abandon everything and go to a completely unfamiliar place? Knowing that this laser sniper rifle is extremely powerful and can also pose a threat to ferocious beasts, they immediately cheered up. Please ask the Dragon Kingdom officials to step up the research and development of this laser sniper rifle. My parents are still in the country and have not escaped, so they can only count on this gun to save their lives. The defenses of the evil beasts embodied in our country are astonishing. Ordinary firearms cannot even penetrate their shells. If we have this laser sniper rifle, we can definitely destroy them easily. Please, Dragon Kingdom, save our country. There are still many people in our country who are trapped in the city and cannot get out. If this continues, they will starve to death in a short time. The Dragon Kingdom is definitely the most benevolent country. From now on, I am willing to spend my life repaying the kindness of the Dragon Kingdom. Just one life is not enough. From now on, I will let all my descendants dedicate everything to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 53. Foreign audiences are now looking forward to Long Guo quickly developing a laser sniper rifle. This is true even for those countries whose players are still safe. After all, they cannot be sure when their players will die. However, just when the barrage was full of begging, good news came from the drug laboratory, which was a double happiness. Dear viewers, after one night, our drug research and development team has successfully developed a specific drug for uremia. And after analysis and comparison, all kinds of data are exactly the same as the finished product, and it has now entered the clinical stage. The symptoms of the 9 terminal uremia patients who were previously in clinical trials have also improved significantly. So I can now solemnly tell you that uremia will no longer be a terminal disease in the future. As long as specific drugs begin to be produced, this disease that has claimed countless lives will be cured anytime and anywhere. The audience does not care about how this special medicine cures uremia. After all, not everyone can understand professional things. This result alone has made everyone overjoyed. Illness is something that you never know when it will come to you. Even if someone has been healthy for decades, it is not impossible that he will suddenly be diagnosed with a terminal illness when he gets older. Especially for terminal diseases such as uremia, the cure rate is appallingly low. But now, this disease that has been insurmountable for who knows how many years has become a minion that can be killed at will overnight. How can people be unhappy? It's true. My father is one of the late-stage patients in the clinical trial. Originally, the doctor had issued a critical illness notice and told me that I could prepare for the funeral in advance. But after taking the special medicine, the situation really improved greatly. I just read the examination report, and the doctor also said that my father will be fully recovered in about a week. My wife is also one of the patients in the clinical trial. She was originally in poor health and fell into a long-term coma before. But now she can watch the live broadcast with me. Thank you Su Hao and the medical experts. If not, I plan to go with them after my wife passes away. Several family members of clinical trial patients have begun to speak out, further verifying the powerful efficacy of specific uremic drugs. Before this, who could have imagined that such a terminal illness would only take about a week to recover? It's really unbelievable. With these vivid examples, uremia patients all over the world have found new hope. After the news came, countless viewers came to Long Guo's live broadcast room and asked Long Guo officials to rush into mass production. They also have relatives who are suffering from uremia and are about to die soon. Dragon Kingdom officials immediately issued an announcement. Currently, the specific drug for uremia is ready for mass production. Please wait patiently. However, since the production is temporarily unable to satisfy all patients around the world, priority will be given to patients with advanced uremia in this country, hereby declare. The meaning of this announcement is very clear, that is, patients from the Dragon Kingdom must be treated first, and foreign patients must wait patiently. Su originally thought that many foreigners would take the opportunity to cause trouble, and had already thought of some countermeasures. Who knew that apart from thanking you, there were no unpleasant words at all on the barrage? After thinking about it, I was right. Su Hao got this special medicine and it was developed by Long Guo. So why should it be given priority to patients in this country? It is already magnanimous of the Dragon Kingdom to agree to open sales to the whole world. If it were replaced by some selfish countries, it might be hidden secretly, and external sales would definitely be taking advantage of the situation, and it would never be possible to sell it at cost price. Just on this point, I would never dare anyone to be presumptuous. They also understand the reality. If they really offend Long Guo and stop external sales, they will be the unlucky ones. If anyone says something unpleasant at this time, the family members of these foreign uremia patients will probably come to kill them. The controversy over this matter lasted for some time. When the meeting was almost over, Su also started a new topic. Many technology companies from various countries have joined forces to jointly create maps of the secret areas of national destiny. According to the current summary, about 10% of this virgin forest has been constructed. It was only the next morning, and these companies were able to build 10% through live broadcasts. This progress is already very gratifying. Through Su's report, the audience also learned that in addition to Su Hao and Lilia, there were other players gathered together, about 20 or 30 people. Of course, it was the officials of these countries who used the once-a-day contact function that contributed to this result. There is strength in numbers, and if the players can come together, their chances of survival will definitely increase greatly. However, most of them are two-person teams, and only one is a three-person team. This proves that the positions of the players are relatively scattered, and the total area of this primeval forest is not generally large. As for the remaining hundreds of players who are still alone, it is because they have not interacted with any players on the maps they have explored, or because another player has died. Now we can only hope that the map will become more complete so that more people can come together. After developing the map, the technology company of Hairball Country suddenly discovered that their player was also very close to another player. And this player is none other than the world-famous Dragon Kingdom player Su Hao. When the news was made public, the entire Furball country was instantly filled with joy. Who doesn't know that the Dragon Kingdom players are the most powerful right now? Not only are they protected by B-level and C-level ferocious beasts, Qian Zhao, they just accidentally killed an A-level ferocious beast and obtained a super powerful weapon. Laser sniper rifle discussion. And he still has countless resources. As long as you can hold his thigh, do you need to worry in the future? Lilia, the beautiful player from Xiong country, is a vivid example. After following Su Hao yesterday, her life has been so smooth. Even after just one night, her originally sickly fair skin turned into a healthy color, which proved that following Su Hao was the best choice. So the officials of the Hairball country immediately used the contact function to contact their players. In just 5 minutes, they briefly explained how powerful the Dragon Country players were and what their physical appearance was like. Then he issued a death order, telling her that if she didn't want to die, she should quickly go to the area where the Dragon Kingdom players had been. As long as she found him, she would ask him to take him in no matter what the cost. Chapter 54. On Su Hao's side, after getting the laser sniper rifle, he also started a new exploration. It's a pity that the body of the giant blade-feathered eagle must be full of toxins and cannot be eaten anymore. Otherwise, the taste of this A-level ferocious beast must be much more delicious than other low-level ferocious beasts, and its huge body with a wingspan of about 30 meters can also greatly replenish its meat reserves. Meow meow, this way. Su Hao's physique has reached an exaggerated 140 points. Although the increase in physical attributes is not as intuitive as strength or agility, it can enhance various functions of the body in all aspects. Even the senses of vision, hearing, smell, etc. have become extremely sharp. At this moment, Su Hao discovered something that seemed to be in the distance, so he asked the king lynx to change direction. Su Hao, is this cabbage? After walking out of the woods, Lilia immediately saw cabbages blooming like flowers all over the ground, which made her smile from ear to ear in surprise. Thinking back to yesterday, in order to avoid encountering ferocious beasts, she kept walking around in the forest, but found nothing when she returned. But now, they have just begun to explore resources. In less than 10 minutes, Su Hao discovered cabbage all over the ground. How can Lilia not be surprised by this? Su Hao got off the king lynx, walked over and pulled out a cabbage from the ground. 150 Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Cabbage Patch. Resource level, F level. Resource details, Common Cabbage. Reward, F level cabbage land manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, we can finally improve the food. I just have to find a way to get a pot. It will be much more convenient for cooking or making soup. Su Hao regretted not bringing the pot from home, otherwise he wouldn't have had barbecue every meal. But these are all trivial matters. Although he does not have the conditions to smelt iron, with his current attributes, getting a stone pot is not a big problem. Lilia also ran over to help pull out the cabbage. The number of F-level resources was relatively small, and Su Hao was not worried about insufficient resources, so he pulled out all the cabbage in this area in a short time. If it had been another player, the audience would have started complaining long ago. But if the target is Su Hao, no one will question it at all. I'm afraid Su Hao can find more before he finishes eating these cabbages, so there's no need to save them. After carrying all the cabbage on the back of the dry land turtle, they, set off again. As a result, after walking less than 100 meters, Lilia was so surprised that she opened her mouth again because there were white radishes all over the ground in front of her. After Su Hao pulled out one, he realized that it was actually an E-level radish field. Su Hao, I remember you said you wanted some vegetables yesterday, and you found 2 kinds of vegetables today. How did you do it? Lilia couldn't hold it back, she just felt that Su Hao was so amazing. No matter what dangerous beasts he encounters, he can be safe and sound. When he is tired of eating meat, he wants to eat some vegetables. When he started exploring today, he found 2 kinds. It's just a coincidence. Maybe I'm just too lucky. Su Hao responded half seriously, and then invited Lilia to come over and pull out the carrots together. Lilia did not continue to think about it. After all, there was nothing wrong with Su Hao's answer. If Su Hao really said that he had any magical abilities, it would be more like a joke. The Dragon Kingdom audience is already used to it. After all, Su Hao obtained double-digit resources yesterday. The spectators from various countries who came to the Dragon Kingdom to take refuge were dumbfounded. They knew that this Dragon Kingdom player was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. A-level ferocious beasts will be killed at will, and they will have whatever resources they want. If our players were half as good as him, how could I leave my hometown and come to the Dragon Country to take refuge? Half? You really overestimate your players. If our players are 1/10, no, even 1% as good as this Dragon Kingdom player, our country will not become a paradise for vicious beasts. Isn't this Dragon Kingdom player really the reincarnation of some god? He is really awesome. From now on, I will stay in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if all the ferocious beasts in our country are eliminated, I will never go back. Only the Dragon Kingdom is the safest. I was brought to the Dragon Kingdom by my family. I had only heard that the players from the Dragon Kingdom were very powerful. After seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that it was more than just amazing. The secret realm of the national games was like his back garden. I have a hunch that it won't be long before the Dragon Kingdom can break free from the apocalypse and return to its prosperous age. Needless to say, now the Dragon Kingdom no longer has the worry of hunger. With so many tangible resources, it is gradually restoring the ecological environment. I predict that in a few years at most, the Dragon Kingdom will become better than it was, even better in its heyday. Seeing the barrage posted by foreign viewers, the Dragon Kingdom audience felt proud. Everyone has vanity. Even those who don't care about vanity don't hate being praised by others. However, just when everyone believed that Dragon Kingdom could get better and better, a sudden announcement broke the joyful atmosphere. The surviving population of Sakura country has reached less than 10%, and the national destiny has collapsed. They will be disqualified and completely wiped out. As soon as this announcement appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yesterday, many people witnessed with their own eyes how the Fanyan Kingdom was destroyed. After learning that there were such rules, everyone speculated which country would be the second to be destroyed. Some people say it is the country of Adon, while others say it is the country of Slan. After all, the players from these two countries died first. However, Sakura country was a latecomer and became the second country whose population dropped to less than 1/10. Audiences in the Dragon Kingdom launched barrages one after another, filling the entire screen in an instant, just to witness with their own eyes how the Sakura Kingdom was wiped out. In fact, there is no need for the audience to ask. Dragon Kingdom officials have already issued the order immediately and carried out real-time satellite broadcast. The screen appeared, and I saw that the entire Sakura country was in mourning, with corpses everywhere, and basically no living people could be seen. Only the overwhelming flying bees were still flying around freely. At this moment, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom wished that the Sakura Kingdom would not be wiped out and that these flying god bees could continue to wreak havoc in the Sakura Kingdom. Don't get me wrong, this is not sympathy, I just feel that directly erasing these little cherry blossoms is too cheap for them. With Sakura's perverted style, they should be allowed to enjoy the torture of not daring to relax at all times, not even daring to sleep, and can only keep running away. But it's really difficult to realize the audience's ideas. After all, rules are rules. The diamond-shaped flying object over the Sakura Kingdom has begun to spin crazily, and with a flash of dazzling white light, when the audience looks over again, the Sakura Kingdom has disappeared, and in its place is an island without any grass. Chapter 55. Ha ha ha, Sakura has finally destroyed the country. Today is a good day worth remembering. My dear, take out all the food you can eat at home to celebrate the new year today. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be rewarded with evil. It's not that the time has not yet come if you don't repay. It's finally time for little Sakura to be repaid. Shu Tan, if I know that Sakura destroys the country, I will admit it even if tomorrow is the end of the world. Maid, you are stupid upstairs. Just because Sakura has destroyed the country, we have to live a good life, so that the ghosts after their death can only be envious, jealous, and hateful. That's right, if you say the world will end tomorrow, aren't you cursing me, brother Su Hao? Believe it or not, I will bite you. Little Sakura is gone, but there are still some people who should have died long ago and are still alive and well. No matter what, the country must be seen to be destroyed before it is complete. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was celebrating, and the scene was comparable to Su Hao's receiving precious resources or rewards. In the past, many little Sakuras took advantage of the chaos and ran to the Dragon Kingdom to seek refuge. They even felt guilty and did not dare to admit their identity as little Sakuras. There was no need for them to hide it anymore. After the Sakura Kingdom was destroyed, they also disappeared into the world. It was a bad retribution. However, today's happy events came one after another. While the Dragon Kingdom audience was still celebrating, Su Hao made a new discovery. After obtaining cabbage and white radish in succession, Su Hao and Lilia continued to explore. But the king lynx was walking, but suddenly stopped. After his nose twitched, he was unwilling to go forward. Meow meow, what's wrong with you? Lilia asked curiously, and then asked Su Hao worriedly, is there any powerful beast ahead? Lilia's suspicion was reasonable, but Su Hao didn't think so. It should be because Meow Meow smelled something he didn't like. Didn't you smell the pungent smell? Hearing what Su Hao said, Lilia shook her head blankly. She also smelled hard, but still couldn't smell anything. This is an inevitable result. As a sea-level ferocious beast, the king lynx has a very sensitive sense of smell. With the addition of physical attributes, Su Hao's sense of smell also became particularly good. Let's go over there and take a look. If I guess correctly, there should be something good ahead of us. Ah! What good thing is it? Seeing that Su Hao had already turned over and jumped down, Lilia became even more curious. Su Hao didn't say anything, obviously trying to pass it off. The curiosity of the audience was aroused now, and they all looked at the screen eagerly, wondering what was in front of them. After walking about 100 meters, Su Hao stopped. Lilia, look ahead. Hearing this, Lilia and the audience all looked forward, only to see a pitch-black color on the ground in front of them. If you look carefully, the black things seemed to be coming out from the ground. At this time, Lilia also smelled a smell. After thinking about it carefully, she immediately opened her eyes and said, Su Hao, this is oil. The audience could only see and hear, but not smell, so after hearing Lilia's words, they all looked extremely surprised. When I looked over again, I suddenly realized that what else could that dark thing be if it wasn't oil? Su Hao, is this really oil? Lilia still asked uncertainly. She knew how valuable oil was. As the end approaches, one of the first resources to be depleted is oil. Think back to the prosperous times. Which country with oil was not extremely rich? I want to know if it's true, why don't I just go over and check it out? Su Hao said and was about to move forward, but was suddenly grabbed by Lilia. Su Hao looked back in confusion, and saw Lilia saying nervously, Su Hao, why don't you go there? Meow Meow and Turtle are not here, oil is such a precious resource, what if there is some ferocious beast guarding it, what to do? Lilia's worry is not unreasonable. Meow Meow and Turtle do not like the smell of petroleum, and are even very resistant to it, but it does not mean that other ferocious beasts will do the same. We can't tell what grade this oil is right now. If it's a high grade, the ferocious beasts guarding it nearby must not be weak either. But this worry is unnecessary for Su Hao. However, he did not act cowardly. Instead, he took off the laser sniper rifle on his back and said with a smile, don't worry, if there is any ferocious beast, my gun is not a vegetarian. Just follow me. I will protect you. Su Hao just made an excuse to reassure Lilia, which would save her from having to ask questions later. Seeing that Su Hao was so confident, Lilia did not stop him anymore. Instead, she held on to Su Hao's clothes tightly and did not dare to take more than half a step away from him. He casually walked closer, but there was no movement. Su Hao squatted down, picked up a branch and stirred the black viscous liquid, and the announcement suddenly rang. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Oil Well. Resource level, Sea Level. Resource details, oil wells with large reserves. Reward, C-class oil wells will be realized in Dragon Kingdom 10,000 times. As soon as the announcement came out, it meant that this area was not the territory of ferocious beasts. Lilia, who had already learned this rule, breathed a sigh of relief. Su Hao, although oil is precious, how can we take it away if we don't have a container? 0. This question gets to the most critical point. But Su Hao's answer made Lilia stunned again. Who said I was going to take it away? We have no use for this thing, we just found it and occupied it by the way. Besides, I am also a famous player, so I have to think about it for the country. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately felt that Su Hao's style had risen to a level beyond their reach. Look, this is our Dragon Kingdom player. This ideological awareness is absolutely in place. Su Hao is right. Although oil is a precious resource, he can't use it at all. In other words, he doesn't have to come here at all, but he still takes the risk and comes here just to get more resources for our country. I'm crying. With players like Su Hao, why should our Dragon Kingdom not get better? I was wrong. At first, I thought Su Hao could not bear the fate of our Dragon Kingdom. I am better than him. Now I realize how ridiculous I was wrong. It's only the second day, and Su Hao has even found oil, so can the good times be far behind? I have decided that when resources are sufficient in the future, I will eat 2 bowls of rice every meal. Don't ask, I will just eat 1 bowl and pour the other. It's so willful. That's right, who gave us Su Hao? We don't have as many resources as we need. Maid, you bastards, you don't have sufficient resources yet, so you think about wasting them first. You should be locked up in a dark room and starved for 3 days to see if you still dare to talk nonsense. Chapter 56. It is difficult to estimate the reserves of oil, but this does not hinder the joy of the audience. Let alone sea level, this kind of precious resource, even if it is F level, it is definitely worthy of celebration. Do you really think that the name of liquid gold is for nothing? As for the official statement that the oil must be requisitioned first, the audience had no objections. Only when the officialdom is strong can their living conditions be guaranteed. In the current Dragon Kingdom, no one will destroy this rare unity and harmony just for their own petty thoughts. The exploration continues. I've been smelling the smell of oil for a long time, and I always feel uncomfortable. No wonder there are no ferocious beasts nearby. Even the giant lynx and the dryland long-legged fish are reluctant to get close. Su Hao, you said that since the ferocious beasts don't want to come near this place, wouldn't it be very safe to stay nearby? After starting again, 700 Lilia asked abruptly. Not to mention, her idea sounds quite reasonable. Su Hao smiled and said, theoretically there is no problem, but if you stay in this place for a long time, I'm afraid I won't be attacked by ferocious beasts, and I won't be able to survive for long. Is that so? Lilia did not pursue the question. The audience became curious and didn't know why Su Hao said that. Fortunately, Luz Haiming immediately gave an explanation. It seems that our player Su Hao still has a very large knowledge reserve. He is right. Long-term exposure to oil will cause great harm to the body. Just the pungent smell can damage the respiratory system. When inhaling higher concentrations of odor, it can also damage the nervous system and cause dizziness, headaches, or memory loss. These are not the most serious. The most serious situation is that allergic reactions may occur. If you go into shock, you are basically hopeless in the secret realm of the national games. After listening to Luz Haiming's explanation, the audience also felt that Su Hao was really amazing, and he even understood this kind of knowledge. However, this topic was discussed for a while, and then the audience began to discuss what resources Su Hao could obtain next. Some people say that there may be a lot of vegetables around here, so it may be vegetables. Some people also think that it is impossible to obtain the same resource continuously, so it is likely to be minerals and the like. These are all subjective conjectures and cannot be counted. But it is these expectations that make the atmosphere in the Long Guo live broadcast room become better and better. Su Hao and Lilia were chatting and looking for resources, so they never felt bored. I also think it's not good to eat meat in the morning. When I was a child, I only ate bananas and other satiating fruits in the morning. Unfortunately, we only have peaches, pineapples, and strawberries, which are not satiating. Moreover, the climate of this forest should know bananas will grow. When the topic of breakfast came up, Lilia started talking. Banana? I like eating it too. But I don't have the same idea as you. This is a secret place of national destiny. You can't think with conventional thinking. Maybe there is a banana forest in front of you. Lilia only thought that Su Hao was comforting her, and she felt a little touched in her heart. When she was about to say something, Lilia's eyes looked straight ahead, and her expression froze instantly. But Su Hao said with a smile, "Look, what am I talking about? There are really bananas here, right?" The audience was also dumbfounded, because in the picture they saw at this moment, there was a banana tree directly in front of Su Hao and the others. If he suddenly found a banana, no one would think anything was wrong. After all, everyone knew about Su Hao's luck. The weird thing is that just after Su Hao said there would be bananas before, one suddenly appeared. Do you think? Holy crap! Whatever you say will come true. Is Su Hao's mouth open? Looking at the fuss you are making, it must be because Su Hao saw it before, so he said it on purpose. Impossible. I looked very carefully just now. From the angle they came from, it is impossible to see the bananas here, unless Su Hao can see through. This is even more unreliable, isn't it? The ability to see things through is just a result of lust. Then can anyone explain what is going on? Is it possible that Su Hao can follow his words? Maid, the more you talk about it, the more outrageous it becomes. There is no need to explain it. It's just good luck. At this time, will anyone still question Su Hao's luck? No wonder those foreigners thought that I, Brother Hao, had cheated before. Let's talk about it. In this situation, if it were anyone else, I would definitely think that I was cheating. As for Brother Hao, that is definitely impossible. By the way, haven't you realized the seriousness of this matter? Those are bananas. They can only be grown in areas where the climate is above 30 degrees all year round. The highest temperature in this forest is only in the early 20s. How can it be grown? Here comes the banana. It's rare but strange. Didn't Su Hao just say that this is a secret place of national destiny and we can't use our common sense to think about it? Thinking about it this way, Su Hao is really transparent. Indeed, the creatures in the national fortune secret realm are beyond the scope of our knowledge. Have you ever seen such a big lynx? Such a big turtle? And the big eagle with a wingspan of 30 meters? 20 degrees? There seems to be nothing strange about bananas appearing in the forest. The audience spontaneously explained why such an inappropriate thing as a banana suddenly appeared in the secret land of national games. Lilia's brain had shut down, and she came to her senses when she saw that Su Hao had picked the banana. Su Hao, this banana is still green and cannot be eaten. Most people know that bananas need to be ripened before they can be eaten. Freshly picked green bananas are not only hard, but also have a very astringent taste. In severe cases, they can affect digestion. But at the same time that Lilia's 4.7 words came out, Su Hao had already peeled off the banana peel and took a bite. Hey? Why can't you eat it? It's delicious. Lilia was dumbfounded again. Seeing that Su Hao's expression didn't change at all, she knew that this could never be an act. Is it possible that the bananas in this secret realm of national luck are different from those in reality? Yes, it's definitely true. These bananas can grow in forests where the average temperature is less than 20 degrees. What's impossible? So she also climbed off the king lynx's back and broke off a banana hanging in Su Hao's hand. After taking a bite, Lilia instantly showed a happy expression. Even though this banana was still green, it tasted even better than the best bananas she had ever tasted. The texture is neither hard nor soft, and there is no cloying sweetness. It is so delicious. Chapter 57. This green banana is not that big, just a little longer than an adult male's palm. From breakfast to now, Su Hao and Lilia have also been active several times, and now they are a little hungry. So I couldn't stop eating. The two of them had one stick for each other, and soon they had eaten up the entire stick. Seeing Su Hao take off another one, the audience was so greedy that they almost cried. It's unreasonable. Just by looking at the two of them, I know that these bananas must be particularly delicious, but I can't eat them. Speaking of which, why can green bananas be eaten? When I was traveling when I was a child, I secretly ate green bananas. One bite made me doubt my life. I still remember that feeling. I used to hate eating bananas the most, but now I regret it. Even if you give me a banana peel to taste, it would be nice. Can you still eat it after eating it? Does this banana really taste that good? It can be seen that Lilia is really hungry when she pulls cabbages and radishes. She doesn't even care about her image. When these bananas are planted in large quantities, I will have to spend a lot of money to buy a few to eat them. That's wrong. Su Hao usually materializes resources when he encounters them. Why hasn't he notified you yet this time? Could it be? Damn it! There must be a ferocious beast around here. What are the officials doing? Contact Su Hao quickly and tell him. What if we are attacked by a vicious beast? The audience was belatedly aware of it, but when someone mentioned it, everyone reacted and the screen was filled with energy in an instant. Some people even suggested that the official contact Su Hao as soon as possible. Seeing that Su Hao is eating so well now, he may have forgotten about it. At this moment, Su Hao really did not think about materialization. It's not that he has a bad memory, but that with the blessing of incredible luck, he didn't worry about anything from the beginning. Even if a vicious beast suddenly jumped out, it would definitely not be able to hurt him. Lilia ate the second banana much slower. Seeing that Su Hao was eating so deliciously, the king lynx came over greedily. After following Su Hao, it realized that many things it had previously dismissed were so delicious, and this time should be no exception. Seeing the king lynx coming, Su Hao was not stingy and directly put a large half of the banana in his hand to its mouth. Just as I was about to tell it that the banana must be peeled and eaten, the king lynx put a large half of the banana into its mouth in one gulp, and chewed it with the skin. It looks delicious too. The audience became more and more anxious when they saw that Su Hao was still interested in feeding the king lynx. However, at this moment, the dry-land long-legged tortoise behind suddenly turned around, let out a very deep groan for the first time, and lowered its huge body, as if it was on alert. Gitui, what's wrong? The sudden movement of the dry-land turtle caught Su Hao's attention. I turned my head and looked around, and I was surprised to find a strange creature appearing in the forest next to me. It looked like a sheep at first glance, but it didn't look like it if I looked closer. It is also very large, visually only slightly smaller than the dryland long-legged turtle. The pair of long horns on the top of the head are very sharp. There is no doubt that if you are poked by these horns, you will definitely be stabbed through. The strange creature walked towards this side with gentle steps. As the distance got closer, Su Hao also saw its message. Name of the vicious beast, sharp-horned devil sheep. Beast level, B level. Details of the ferocious beast: it is an omnivorous ferocious beast with strong aggressiveness. It is good at charging with its horns as spears, and its power is amazing. When they saw this sharp-horned devil sheep, the audience was nervous but also looked like it was indeed the case. This banana forest is really guarded by ferocious beasts, no wonder there is no announcement of resource occupation. It can also be seen from this that there should be no protection mechanism for resources between players and beasts. Only players can no longer touch resources occupied by other players before they are allowed to do so. Now we're in trouble. Su Su heard Wang Jianghe's soliloquy words clearly. So she hurriedly asked, Professor Wang, is this sharp-horned devil sheep difficult to deal with? Wang Jianghe nodded solemnly. Everyone's impression of sheep should be more on the dining table, but you probably don't know that in some foreign myths and stories, sheep generally symbolize the devil. The birth of any mythical story is actually based on reality, which is enough to prove that creatures like sheep are not that simple. According to my previous research, some wild breeds of sheep are also very capable of fighting. Even though I don't know much about the ferocious beasts in the National Fortune secret realm, if the dryland long-legged tortoise, both of which are B-level ferocious beasts, fights with this sharp-horned devil sheep, it's impossible for them to gain anything. Because the horned devil sheep is definitely more flexible than the dryland long-legged turtle, it can even easily bypass the early land long-legged turtle and directly deal with Su Hao behind it. Hearing what Wang Jianghe said, the audience became more and more worried. It is said that it is a combination of offense and defense, but the dryland long-legged tortoise should be better at defense, not offense. You are a tank, no matter how tanky you are, but the assassin on the opposite side doesn't hit you and just cuts into your back row. What can you do? This is the situation now. Because it can be clearly seen that the pointed horned devil sheep always seems to be looking towards Su Hao and the others intentionally or unintentionally, and it is most likely that he wants to cut into the back row. There is another very obvious sign, that is, the king lynx, who feels the hostility, has hair all over his body at this moment, completely losing his usual cuteness. His expression is extremely ferocious, and there is even a trace of fear. Lilia was also frightened. She didn't even swallow the banana in her mouth and was already stunned on the spot. Only Su Hao acted as if nothing was wrong. After looking at the horned devil sheep 940, he patted the king lynx on its big head and said, "Meow meow, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, that guy can't hurt you." As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, the sharp-horned devil sheep dug the ground with its huge hooves, as if it had plans to attack. The king lynx, which had been comforted by Su Hao, was about to relax, but became vigilant again, raised its head and let out a sharp howl. Everyone subconsciously thought that it was trying to intimidate the sharp-horned devil sheep, but the sound didn't sound very similar. However, just when the audience was confused and thinking about how Su Hao could solve this trouble, something new happened. Su Hao, look over there." Lilia pointed to the distance anxiously, and Su Hao looked up and saw smoke and dust rising in the distance. After a while, he also heard a loud rumbling noise, which seemed to be the sound of a big tree falling. The sharp-horned devil sheep seemed to be aware of the situation behind it, but it just turned its head and glanced, its hooves dug faster, and when it turned back, it lowered its head, which was 100% sure to launch an attack. At this moment, a deafening high-pitched howl rang out, which was exactly the same as the sound of the king lynx just now, only the decibels were different. But just this howl made the sharp-horned devil sheep tremble in fright, directly interrupting its offensive behavior. Chapter 58. The devil sheep with sharp horns has not been dealt with yet. Could there be a more powerful beast coming? This is what most viewers thought at that moment. It turns out that their guess was correct. Because at this moment, a huge creature jumped out of the forest so fast that even its afterimage was seen. If you look closely, you will see that it is an oversized king lynx. Name of the vicious beast, King Lynx. Beast level, A level. Details of the ferocious beast. The adult king lynx has a relatively lazy personality and rarely gets into fights except for hunting, but when its offspring are in danger, it will become extremely violent. Seeing this information, the audience has already noticed something. But before he had time to think, the A-level king lynx, which was at least more than 25 meters long, pounced directly on the sharp-horned devil sheep. When it didn't react, it bit it in one bite and slammed into it. Throw it to the sky. You know, the horned devil sheep is only slightly smaller than the dryland long-legged turtle, which is more than 10 meters long. How powerful it must be to be able to throw such a huge beast into the sky. However, this is not the end, but a beginning. The A-level king lynx suddenly jumped up, and as it waved its claws, a cold light could be seen fleetingly. It happened that such a huge body made no sound when it landed on the ground. Looking at the sharp-horned devil sheep, it hit the ground with a bang, and its entire body was torn apart by sharp claws. It didn't even make a wailing sound, only its huge head was raised. For a moment, he fell down again and never moved again. Everything happened so fast that the audience is still full of worry and has not recovered. Su Hao was also attracted by the wonderful fight just now, and looked at the majestic appearance of the A-level king lynx with burning eyes. Only Meow Meow, that is, the C-level king lynx ran over and rubbed against the A-level king lynx. Without comparison before, this C-level king lynx already looks very big. But now in front of the A-level king lynx, it has really turned into a little kitten circling around the tiger. I have to say that compared with the C-level king lynx, the A-level king lynx looks much more powerful. Not only is the difference in body size, but the face is weather-beaten and full of maturity. If I guess correctly, this A-level king lynx should be Meow Meow's father or mother, right? There is no little bell. After identification, it is the mother. Maid, why do some people go out to see other people's bells? What a pervert. I wonder why Meow Meow is so playful. He's still a little brat after making trouble together for a long time. Wow, wow, before I said that Meow Meow is cute, some people refuted me, saying how can such a powerful beast be described as cute, but Meow Meow is just an underage kitten. Could it be that Meow Meow will grow that big in the future? Oh my god, it's so exciting to think about it. That sharp-horned devil sheep is really careless. He obviously noticed that Meow Meow's mother was coming, but he still wanted to continue attacking. He deserves to die. It probably didn't expect that Mummy Meow was coming for it. She also wanted to kill Su Hao and his group of enemies who invaded its territory. Hey, why bother? I thought that the higher the level of the beast, the smarter it would be. It seems that's not the case. The audience is now happy to know that Su Hao's Meow is an underage kitten, and some people joked that he is hiring child labor. Regarding the previous situation, many people thought that Su Hao might use a laser sniper rifle to solve the problem. But they were not sure whether the gun that exploded from killing the A-level ferocious beast had such great power. But now there is no need to worry about these things, because everything has been easily solved by the A-level king lynx. Su Hao, is that Meow Meow's mother? Lilia, who was still in shock, grabbed Su Hao's clothes and asked cautiously. Su Hao smiled and said, "That's right. I guess the Meow just now was calling its mother. Then why didn't Meow Meow do this at the coal mine before?" The giant blade-feathered eagle was A-level, and the situation at that time was obviously more dangerous. Lilia couldn't understand this. Su Hao thought for a moment and came up with the most likely answer. Maybe it's because the big eagle is A-level. It completely locked onto Meow Meow at that time, scaring Meow Meow so much that it didn't dare to move, so it didn't scream. This sharp-horned devil sheep is just B-level. It's not that big of a deterrent. It's just a B-level one. When I heard this, the audience almost vomited blood. Other contestants were chased by F-level beasts all over the world. When it came to Su Hao's mouth, B-level beasts were like wild dogs on the roadside. Then, will Meow Meow leave with its mother? Lilia asked another question, which immediately made the audience feel their hearts being tugged. Although Meow Meow was Su Hao's little brother just yesterday, and they only got to know each other for a day, the audience was very affectionate towards him. If Meow Meow really separated from her mother, they would probably feel uncomfortable for a long time. Who knows, if Meow Meow really wants to leave, there's nothing we can do. Su Hao saw it quickly. Since he did not regard Meow as a ferocious beast, but as a little brother, he naturally did not want to embarrass his little brother. If that A-level king lynx really wants to take Meow Meow away, and Meow Meow also has this idea, then Su Hao will definitely not stop him. But just when the atmosphere became a little solemn, Meow Meow ran back carelessly and started asking Su Hao for bananas again. Su Hao laughed and picked one off, and the Meow was so happy when he ate it. Seeing his mother standing not far away, Su Hao simply waved and said, "Big, Li Qian's, Meow, this banana is delicious, why don't you come and try it too?" Seeing Su Hao greeting the cool A-level king lynx, the audience was speechless. This trick is okay to trick an underage kitten, but how could it possibly work to trick an adult lynx that is so aloof? But the next second, the audience was stunned. Because the A-level king lynx actually walked towards Su Hao Qin. Su Hao picked off a bunch of bananas and held them up. The A-level king lynx sniffed it, probably because he saw that Meow Meow had just eaten so deliciously. He didn't hesitate and swallowed it into his mouth with his tongue. It's just that it doesn't show all kinds of weird expressions like meow, it just has a little enjoyment. Isn't it delicious? I still have a lot of delicious food there, why don't you just follow me from now on? It's called Little Meow Meow. From now on, you'll call it Big Meow Meow. How about that? Chapter 59. The audience all saw that Su Hao was planning to trick the A-level king lynx into joining the gang after Meow Meow and Turtle. I feel like this time it's a bit suspenseful. Meowth is because he's underage and is more playful. Turtle is sleeping for who knows how long, so he's easy to fool. This A-level king lynx doesn't seem to be generally shrewd. Food temptations are probably good. It doesn't make sense. Brother Hao is awesome. A-level ferocious beasts dare to speak. If he succeeds, won't he be able to walk sideways in the secret realm of national destiny in the future? Some people said the same thing when we recruited the turtles before, and then the stronger blade-feathered giant eagle and the A-level king lynx appeared. No, what do Su Hao think? With the ferocious beast's IQ so high, he doesn't worry about the A-level king lynx turning against him and trampling him to death. I'm worried about you. If your child is playing with other children, you will trample them to death. Maid, ha ha ha, you're laughing so hard. This guy upstairs, you are really a talent, but this metaphor is too vivid. In front of this A-level king lynx, Su Hao is indeed like a child, and he is still a child. Younger kids. The giant blade-feathered eagle, the relatives are very respectable, right? Why do you feed them fruits and feed me poisonous insects? Meow meow, you're just eating and not doing anything. Why don't you even get an answer? You just keep showing off 280 bananas. Are you just eating and drinking? The devil sheep with sharp horns, eat freely, my bananas and my mat, no one is allowed to leave until they are full. The audience was laughing and joking on the barrage to see who was more ridiculous. Su was discussing with the expert team whether the A-level king lynx would follow Su Hao in the future, or whether it would take Meow Meow away. Zhang Bailun took the lead and said, I think this A-level king lynx is very friendly to player Su Hao. Maybe he will agree to his request. In the future, with this A-level ferocious beast around, the safety factor will definitely increase. I don't think so. Luz Heiming had a different opinion. I think some audience members are right. This A-level king lynx is more like watching his own children playing with other children at this time. Waiting for enough fun. After that, it might take the child away, otherwise why didn't it just agree to Su Hao? The opinions of these two experts were analyzed, and they both believed that they were right. Su smoothed things over and said, what you two said is very reasonable. But what do you think of Professor Wang's opinion on this matter? As a biology expert, Wang Jianghe naturally has more say than Zhang Bailun and Luz Heiming. Just listen to him say, this matter is really difficult to talk about. Just like a child showing all his emotions on the surface, when he matures, he has naturally learned to hide his emotions. With the IQ of this A-level king lynx, it is impossible that it did not understand Su Hao's words, but until it expresses its stance, everything is inconclusive. From my personal point of view, the A-level king lynx is more likely to go with Su Hao. The reason actually lies in Meow Meow. After all, ferocious beasts don't always want to go home like humans. If Meow Meow wants to follow Su Hao all the time, then in order to protect his children, this A-level king lynx might also follow him. This is equivalent to following Su Hao. Thank you Su Hao. After listening to the analysis of several experts, the audience felt that what Wang Jianghe said was more practical. The A-level king lynx is like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He has never seen any big storms. How could he be bribed by a small profit? If he does make any decision, it will most likely be for the sake of his children. It's like a few children suddenly say they want to play somewhere farther away. If the parents are worried, they will definitely follow them. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the B-level sharp-horned devil sheep. Kill reward, Strength plus 50. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Green Banana Forest. Resource level, Sea level. Resource details, no need to ripen, you can use it after picking. Reward, Sea level Green Banana Forest will be manifested 10,000 times, UFDA, in the Dragon Kingdom. Two announcements suddenly rang in succession, and the audience realized that the devil sheep with sharp horns had just died. I have to lament that this guy's vitality is really tenacious. He was almost torn to pieces by the A-level King Lynx, but he still managed to hold on for so long. This made many viewers think that neither the right to kill nor the right to occupy belonged to Su Hao, and they were disappointed for a while. They did not expect that the reward would arrive even though it was late. Especially the treasure box on the ground attracted the attention of countless people. You know, the treasure chest previously contained uremic medicine and a laser sniper rifle. So many people are now looking forward to opening the treasure chest. Su Hao still had nothing to hesitate, so he stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the kill treasure chest. Reward, Substantial laser sword and production blueprints. Reward description, one of the laser series products, after activation, it can be condensed into a substantial sword body, and the length of the sword body can be controlled. The materialized laser sword and production drawings will be simultaneously realized in Dragon Kingdom. There is only a sword hilt in the treasure chest and a manufacturing drawing. Su Hao took out the hilt of the sword and took a look at it, and immediately found that there was a push switch on it. The switch had 3 positions. Push it lightly to get a dagger, push it further to get a short sword, and push it to the end to get a long sword. Su Hao pushed directly to the head, and suddenly a long sword with a length of nearly 2 meters appeared in front of him. Rather than saying it is a sword, it is more like a knife, because this laser sword is not a cylinder like the one in the movie, but more like a straight-edged tang dao with a wide back and a narrow blade. Su Hao waved it, feeling light and weightless at all. But when the laser sword passed across a stone on the ground, Su Hao didn't feel any resistance. The stone easily split into 2 halves. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, which shows how sharp this laser sword is. I was worried that the old kitchen knife before was not sharp enough, but it is much more convenient now. Su Hao was very happy, but after hearing his words, the audience almost fainted. In any case, this is also a super powerful high-tech weapon. According to Su Hao, are you planning to use a laser sword to replace a kitchen knife for cutting vegetables? So I would like to ask, this laser sword that can easily cut through stones, what kind of cutting board material should be used to replace the function of the kitchen knife? Dragon Kingdom officials also immediately obtained the materialized laser sword and manufacturing drawings. After the test, the scientific researchers were all shocked. The previous laser sniper rifle could easily penetrate the armor of heavy tanks. This laser sword is more like cutting tofu, it can cut a big hole in the armor of a heavy tank very casually. Chapter 60. After playing with the laser sword for a while, Su Hao put it away and hung it directly on his waist for easy access at any time. This is much less troublesome than searching for a kitchen knife in your backpack. After receiving the rewards he deserved, Su Hao was ready to continue carrying supplies. After picking a lot of bananas and putting them on the back of the dry land tortoise, Su Hao turned around and looked at the body of the sharp-horned devil sheep not far away. That's mutton. Now there's plenty of coal, and there are sharp weapons like laser swords. When we go back, we can get a stone pot and cook the mutton, it's no longer a dream. The question is how to bring this sheep back? There is no room on the turtle's back. This problem really put Su Hao in a difficult position. After thinking about it, it seemed that he could only make one more trip. He could only hope that no other ferocious beasts would come during the round trip, otherwise such good mutton would be wasted. Just when Su Hao made up his mind to go back quickly, the A-level King Lynx seemed to have discovered that he was in trouble, turned around and walked over, opened his big mouth and picked up the sharp-horned devil sheep. Seeing this scene, Su Hao was very happy. Big meow meow, do you want to help me take this sheep away? The A-level King Lynx nodded slightly. This humane performance once again gave the audience goosebumps. But judging from the results, it is definitely good. That is, the A-level King Lynx has agreed to follow Su Hao from now on. Never mind if it's the bananas or the babies, it's always an answer that satisfies everyone. With everything ready, Su Hao planned to continue setting off. This time, there was an A-level behemoth in the team, and the momentum was even greater. Those F-level and E-level little ferocious beasts, let alone showing up, basically turned around and ran away after noticing such a powerful aura. He didn't dare to stay where he was, let alone jump out and die. At the same time, the officials of Mokaihu country were negotiating with the officials of Dragon country. The content of the negotiation was naturally about getting the Mokaihu players to join Suji. The official message of Mokaihu country is that we can use the contact function to persuade Su Hao to take in the opponent's players. And the other party promised many benefits, but those are not important. What is important is that the other party is willing to contribute the right to contact once a day. In other words, as long as we let Su Hao take in their players, it will be equivalent to one more opportunity to contact Su Hao every day. I think this is a very cost-effective. The person in charge of the negotiations relayed the conditions proposed by the hairball country to other members present. Everyone started whispering, and after a while, one of them said, "This condition is indeed very tempting, but we still agree that we should avoid it as much as possible." Su Hao. Su Hao is doing everything very well now. There is no need to disrupt his own rhythm and arrangements. You all know that what we need now is not a puppet on a string. It is someone like Su Hao who is good at creating miracles. To tie him down, we and the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom will definitely be affected in the end. In a few words, Long Guo officials had already made a decision. The reply to Mokaihu country is that it all depends on Su Hao himself, and they will not interfere with Su Hao without authorization. Although the officials of the hairball country were a little disappointed, they did not give up because according to the map, their players had already reached the area where Su Hao had been active. After comparing the routes, the chance of encounter is still very high. As for whether Su Hao will accept their players, it depends on how their players perform. Not long ago, a figure appeared near the strawberry field that Su Hao occupied before. This is a woman, wearing a very sexy dress, but for some reason, this expensive-looking dress is in tatters at the moment, causing a lot of her healthy wheat-colored skin to be exposed. This woman's figure looks very charming, but her expression is a little dull, forming a very sharp contrast. She was Amina, a player from the hairball country. After receiving the official contact, she kept walking in this direction, and then found this strawberry field that looked like it had been exploited a lot. So many strawberries. Amina didn't eat anything all day yesterday, that is, she drank some dew in the early morning. Seeing so many strawberries at this moment, how could she bear it? She ran over and pretended to pick them and eat them. But when she was about to touch the strawberries, her hand was stopped by a mysterious force. No matter how she tried, she couldn't touch the strawberries at all. Why is this? I really want to eat it. Amina was so anxious that she almost cried, but no one could explain to her the reason. The officials of the hairball country also slapped her directly on the head. The contact time limit was too short. They only highlighted the key points and did not tell her. Resources occupied by other players cannot be touched without the other player's permission. At this moment, Amina suddenly heard a deafening sharp roar, which scared her so much that she sat down on the ground, and her tears of grievance instantly turned into tears of fear and burst out of her eyes. Strawberries can be seen but not eaten. The roar of the ferocious beast is also shocking. Thinking that these were official instructions, Amina felt even more aggrieved. She burst into tears and muttered something indistinctly. If you listen carefully, you can tell that she is saying, "Why did the authorities let me come to this place? It is so dangerous. Do they not like me, so they want to torture me and make me come to die on my own initiative? Why have so many people disliked me since I was a kid? What did I do wrong?" I don't know what sad past events Amina was remembering, but in short, the more she cried, the harder she cried. It was almost as if all the emotions that had been accumulated for several years were vented at this moment. If this uneaten strawberry touched her critical point, then the roar of the ferocious beast just now was the last straw that broke the camel's back. She didn't know how long she had been crying, but Amina suddenly felt like there was something in front of her eyes. When she opened her already red and swollen eyes, she immediately saw a big furry head looking at her. She rolled her eyes in fright and almost fainted. Past. But when her eyes rolled up, she saw a super large ferocious beast not far away looking down at her, like a tiger looking at ants on the ground. This time, she was so frightened that she couldn't make a sound and fell directly to the ground. What the hell? Are you scared to death? Su Hao scratched his head, a little at a loss. Lilia behind her looked over and said, "Su Hao, she's fine. Look, she must be pretending to be dizzy. Her eyelids are still shaking." Chapter 61. Originally, Su Hao wanted to go back to pick some more strawberries. After all, there was not much room on the back of the dry land turtle. Unexpectedly, just as he approached the strawberry field, he heard a woman crying, and the shadows of the trees were swaying. The miserable cry made him mistakenly think that he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lilia also said that she seemed to hear someone crying, and Su Hao confirmed that it was not his problem. So let the little meow go forward to see who is crying. After coming out of the woods, he saw a woman with a hot figure and a large area of skin exposed, slumped on the ground. Su Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lilia behind her was a little annoyed. She stretched out her hand and covered Su Hao's eyes, so angry that she didn't allow him to continue looking. The result was that when Meow Meow curiously approached the woman, she was startled, rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. "Hey! Wake up!" Su Hao originally wanted to wake the woman up, but Lilia ran over first, squatted next to the woman, and blocked Su Hao's sight with her body. Amina was indeed pretending to be faint, because her grandmother told her when she was a child that if she encounters a bear in the forest, she just needs to pretend to be faint and everything will be fine. Although she was sure that what she saw was not a bear, but a huge cat, she still did so subconsciously. It wasn't until she heard someone talking that she tentatively opened one eye and saw a very beautiful girl squatting next to her and looking at her, with a man standing next to her. The characteristics of Dragon Kingdom players that the official told her suddenly appeared in her mind, and everything matched this man. So she quickly got up, threw herself directly on the man, and started crying again. "Please take me in, I'm about to starve to death, and I've been chased by ferocious beasts for a long time. The official told me that as long as I come to you, I will not go hungry or be bullied by ferocious beasts. Although I don't know anything, I can learn. As long as you ask me to do it, I will do anything, so please take me in." To be honest, Su Hao was confused at this moment. Although Lilia's figure is already very good, compared with the woman who is hugging her with all her strength at this moment, as if she wants to blend into one, she still pales in comparison. Although there were not many clothes left on this woman's body, she still had a wonderful smell, which really made Su Hao a little distracted. The audience in our country exclaimed when they saw Amina. At this moment, after hearing what this woman said, the barrage exploded. "Damn it! My brother Hao is so lucky. He must be so happy now. Bah! This woman is so shameless. She pounced on a strange man the first time we met. It's disgusting. No wonder Lilia is so guarded against this woman. She is too lethal to men. She probably doesn't want Su Hao to be taken away, right? This girl's figure is simply invincible. She's so skinny, but she's so majestic where she should be. At first glance, she can't compare to a little girl like Lilia. You men really all look the same, but you actually like this figure when it's so obscene. Based on my experience in walking among thousands of flowers, I know that this woman only looks coquettish, but she has not yet experienced romance. She is truly the best. Shit, this woman must be pretending to be innocent. What she said just now is clearly to seduce my brother Su Hao. Originally, I thought Su Hao and Lilia were a good match, but now Lilia really has a strong enemy, and she still needs to work hard. It can be seen from the barrage that the male and female audiences are completely divided into two groups. The men's group were all captured by Amina's beauty and figure, while the women's group had an instinctive hostility towards Amina. At the same time, Amina also realized that the official did not lie to her. This Dragon Kingdom player is really powerful. The ferocious beasts he saw just now actually obeyed his orders. If you follow such a person, you really don't have to be afraid of anything in the future. She is now worried that Su Hao will reject her. In this case, she will have to go back to being hungry and being chased by ferocious beasts. Lilia was already breathing heavily at this moment, and her beautiful eyes were staring at Su Hao and Amina eagerly. In the end, she couldn't hold it back and stepped forward to pull Amina away. She felt as if her most beloved thing had been taken away by others. But Amina hugged Su Hao tightly and had no intention of letting go. Only Su Hao was secretly enjoying himself, and he was enjoying a lot while the two women were pushing and shoving him. Let go quickly. Otherwise I will ask Su Hao to drive you away. Upon hearing this, Amina, who had been hugging Su Hao, quickly let go. 0135103005 Fila 0211333591. She didn't know the relationship between the young and cute girl in front of her and the Dragon Kingdom player. She couldn't help but be afraid of such a threat. After letting go of her hand, she looked at Lilia aggrievedly and said in a dull voice, why do you hate me so much? It's obviously the first time we've met. Why do all women behave like this after seeing me? What did I do wrong? Lilia frowned and had a headache. Her first impression was that Amina was pretending to be pitiful, but if she looked closely, she showed no trace of pretense and acted very naturally. She looked at Su Hao for help, but Su Hao looked up at the sky and even whistled, as if he didn't want to get involved in the woman's affairs. Hey! Lilia snorted, and then said to Amina, I don't hate you, but I don't like your behavior. How can a good girl throw herself into the arms of a strange man when she meets her for the first time? Not to mention he is still. Lilia only said half of what she said, and her pretty face turned red instantly. When Amina heard Lilia say that she didn't hate her, she was as happy as if she had received millions of inheritance. She took Lilia's hands and said in surprise, Really? Do you really not hate me? Actually, I didn't mean it just now. The official asked me to find the Dragon Kingdom player, saying that if I find him, I will be full and safe, so I was a little excited and did it subconsciously. Seeing Amina bursting into tears with a smile of 5.9, Lilia made a bold guess. So he asked tentatively, well, have your family ever told you that you must be careful when you go out and don't listen to anyone? Amina was really surprised and nodded repeatedly, yes, my parents tell me this every time I go out. How do you know that? That's amazing. Pfft. Su Hao couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Lilia rolled her eyes at him. Now she could confirm that the extremely sexy woman in front of her was simply a beauty. Literally speaking, although she is really beautiful, she is also really stupid, so some of her unconscious actions are often misunderstood. In addition, her figure can easily arouse the jealousy of the same S***X. Put these things together, no wonder she said that so many people hate her. Chapter 62. After confirming that Amina was a pure stupid beauty, Lilia no longer had the instinctive disgust before. To be honest, she was actually jealous before. This is human nature and cannot be avoided. Su Hao, what should I do? Lilia knew very well that it was up to Su Hao to decide whether or not to take this woman in. After all, from the standpoint of being taken in as well, she was not qualified to point fingers. She still knew this clearly. I don't care, it doesn't matter if there is one more person or one less person. It's up to you to decide. However, Su Hao directly handed over this power to Lilia, which somewhat flattered Lilia. If it was from the beginning, she definitely didn't want Su Hao to keep this woman. But now her mind has changed. This woman herself is innocent, but her figure and personality have caused so many people to misunderstand her. Then you can stay. It's good to have more people to help. My name is Lilia, and I am the 05th player of the Bear Country. He shouldn't need to introduce me, right? Lilia chose to keep Amina generously. Hearing this, Amina immediately became happy, hugged Lilia enthusiastically, and kept expressing her gratitude. Feeling Amina's exaggerated figure, even though she was a woman, Lilia couldn't help but blush. She couldn't understand how someone could have such a good figure. My name is Amina, I am a player from the Hairball country. Please give me your advice in the future. Thank you for being my friend, you know? You are my first female friend. These words were a little sad. Thinking of when Amina cried and said why everyone hated her, Lilia suddenly felt distressed. Well, we will be friends from now on, and so will Su Hao. He is a good person, and he is very powerful. Your country's officials are right. If you follow Su Hao, you will not be hungry. That's great. Not only do I have my first female friend, but I also have my first male friend. Thank you, National Fortune Secret Realm, and thank you Fang. While this stupid beauty was happy, she didn't know that the audience of Dragon Kingdom had a huge change in their view of her at this moment. No one expected that this beautiful woman with a very coquettish appearance would not have a single friend since she was a child. Both men and women now secretly say that they deserve to die. It was too much to comment on a person through colored glasses before. However, she is worthy of the title of stupid beauty. Other players are desperately cursing the secret realm of the national games, but she actually wants to thank her. But her stupidity is not limited to this, but covers all aspects. Lilia suggested that she help pick strawberries. As a result, the woman not only ate them secretly, but also fell 3 times within 10 meters, which also made everyone understand why her clothes were in tatters. It turned out that it was not caused by being chased by a ferocious beast, but entirely caused by herself. At this time, countless viewers from Mokkaihu Kingdom also swarmed into the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. Thank you to the players from the Dragon Country and the Bear Country for taking in Amina. This woman is really stupid. Before, we were all worried that she would not be killed by a ferocious beast, but would kill herself. To be honest, I have never seen such a stupid person. She is really only outstanding in appearance. There is really no other aspect that she is good at. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed extremely kind. Now I can finally sleep peacefully. From now on, our Mokkaihu Kingdom will mix with the Dragon Kingdom. Whatever the Dragon Kingdom asks us to do, we will do it without any hesitation. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom tells us to go east, but we will never go west. The Dragon Kingdom tells us to catch dogs, but we will never chase chickens. Brother Long Guo, please take good care of us in the future. It would be better if you could reward us with some resources. We are almost starving to death. Get out of here upstairs. It would be great if the brothers from the Dragon Kingdom can take Amina in. How dare you make demands? If you make the brothers from the Dragon Kingdom unhappy, believe it or not, someone will go to your house immediately. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me, brother of the Dragon Kingdom. These verbal country audiences greatly satisfied the vanity of the Dragon Country viewers, and they responded politely. He said that since Su Hao agreed to take Amina in, they would be a family from now on. Even Amina is so stupid that it makes people laugh and cry. There is no telling how many jokes will be made in the future, but this is good, and it can also add a lot of laughter. The officials of the Dragon Kingdom also received new contact from the officials of the Hairball country. The other party said that all the conditions promised before remained the same and would be fulfilled immediately. The Dragon Kingdom really does not lack what they have now, but the official attitude of the Mokaiu Kingdom is firm, as if they are afraid that the Dragon Kingdom will regret it. The fundamental reason is that their players are too stupid, and from the looks of Su Hao, he is not the kind of person who will be dominated by beauty. Maybe when Amina is rendered speechless, she will be driven away. At that time, she hopes that the Dragon Kingdom officials can help and say some kind words. The news that the players from the Mokaiu country were also taken in by the players from the Dragon country soon came. After Lilia, the Bear country player, Amina has also become the envy of countless people. Live broadcast rooms in almost every country are now discussing this matter. The players from the Hairball country are really lucky. They are so close to the players from the Dragon country, and they are even taken in. They will really have no worries about food and drink in the future. I'm so jealous. 400 isn't that what I'm saying? That woman is so good looking, she's so stupid that she makes people love and hate her. If such a person can be taken in, then our contestants should be able to do it too. It's a pity that they don't have it now. I don't know how far the distance is, and I can't even find the direction. TCH, what's there to envy? If the players from the Dragon Kingdom can't live without him, our players can also do it themselves, there's no need to rely on others. That's right, self-reliance is the best choice. Relying on others is always unreliable. Haven't you heard the saying that when disaster strikes, we all fly alone? What are you pretending to be? If you ask me, you are just saying sour grapes. If your players were very close to the Dragon Kingdom players, you would have clamored for the officials to contact them. Impossible. Our players are also very good. Let me put it here, even if our players are very close to the Dragon Kingdom players, we will never pretend to be pitiful and bow our heads to beg him. That's right, they are all human beings. The Dragon Kingdom player also started with nothing. He can thrive, why can't our players? We still want to prove this. Even if our players die of thirst, starvation, or are bitten to death by ferocious beasts, we will never be as spineless as you. Chapter 63. There are debates in many live broadcast rooms, and Swan Country is no exception. At this moment, the audience in the Swan Kingdom were also extremely stubborn, saying that it was absolutely impossible for them to be so spineless as to lower their heads and beg the Dragon Kingdom. However, at this moment, a technology company in Swan Kingdom announced the latest progress of map production. And announced a news that shocked everyone. That is, the map explored by their players is in line with the players from Dragon Kingdom. In this way, their players can also learn from Lilia and Amina and take the initiative to seek shelter from Dragon Kingdom players. The Swan Kingdom live broadcast room instantly fell into an eerie silence. But after just a few seconds, the barrage exploded instantly. Oh my god, what are you waiting for? Are the officials just kidding? Why don't you contact the player quickly and ask him to find the Dragon Kingdom player? Yes, contact me quickly. Don't let this good-for-nothing BD run around anymore. Let him find the players from the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect that our Swan country would also have this day. Now we finally have hope. Maid, let's talk officially. Have you contacted the players? As long as you hug the thighs of the Dragon Kingdom players, what do you need to worry about in the future? You have to eat, drink, and drink. Maybe when the Dragon Kingdom players are happy, they can reward our players with 1 or 2 resources. Then you can also enjoy the blessings. I just said that joining the Dragon Kingdom players is the best choice. It seems that our players are also very lucky. I went to the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room and watched it. Many of them called the Dragon Kingdom players Brother Hao. This should be an honorific title, and we should call it that way in the future. Yes, Brother Hao, we must learn more from the Dragon Kingdom audience now, so that we can get along with each other more harmoniously in the future. Obviously not long ago, there were countless people on the barrage shouting about self-reliance, never relying on others, and relying on one's own strength to stand firm. But in the blink of an eye, as soon as they heard that their player had the opportunity to hug the thigh of the Dragon Kingdom player, this group of people immediately changed their faces and became extremely flattering. That is to say, you can only see the text in the barrage, but not the expressions of these people. Just by imagining, you can tell how these people deserve to be beaten now. It was naturally impossible for the Swan Country officials to do nothing and miss such a rare opportunity, so they immediately contacted their players. Listen, now you are very close to the Dragon Kingdom players. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The strength of that Dragon Kingdom player is definitely far beyond your imagination. He has countless resources and has even subdued several ferocious beasts, the most powerful of which has reached A level. Now his overall strength is invincible, and his luck is so good that he is just like the biological son of the goddess of luck. So if you want to live, you must find him and ask him to take you in no matter what. This is your only chance. Do you understand? The Swan Kingdom player had a dull expression on his face. He was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea that a fellow player could have such a powerful person. If we really follow what the official said, wouldn't this Dragon Kingdom player be able to walk sideways in the secret realm of the national games? In this case, you have to hold this person's thigh. Seeing that the players understood, the Swan Kingdom officials quickly described Su Hao's appearance, the two female players who were traveling with him, the ferocious beasts around him, etc., and even gave some resource information to help their players pass these. Resource determination direction. Seeing that the Swan Kingdom was so spineless, it immediately ended the wave of true fragrance law, and there were many sarcastic voices in the live broadcast room. Especially those audiences from other countries who had also joined in saying that they should be self-reliant felt Momo's betrayal. Humph! A bunch of villains who never keep their word. They clearly said before that no matter what the circumstances, they would never bow to the Dragon Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, they are no longer you. A bunch of rubbish, with absolutely no moral integrity at all. I have never seen such shameless people like you. I curse your players to be killed by ferocious beasts before they can find the Dragon Kingdom players. This is the price you should pay for being traitors. Haha, it's really ridiculous. What happened to us defecting to the Dragon Kingdom? This means you have no chance, otherwise you would definitely fall out faster than us. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. We are indeed on our knees playing tricks on special girls. But as long as you join the Dragon Kingdom players, you will only be envious and jealous. Whatever you say, our players will be well fed by then and won't worry about being killed by ferocious beasts. On the contrary, you will still be on tenterhooks. I won't say who is really uncomfortable. We can have a peaceful sleep tonight. I guess some people don't dare to go to bed no matter how sleepy they are. They are afraid that they will be killed by ferocious beasts in their sleep. To put it bluntly, if you have the ability, your players should not kneel down when they meet the Dragon Kingdom players. Now they are all as tough-talking as dead ducks. I'm afraid you will kneel faster than anyone else by then, right? The two sides were arguing with each other with red faces. But you can also discover something very important from this. That is, in less than 2 days from the arrival of the secret realm of the national games to the present, Su Hao has used various practical actions to prove his excellence. So much so that no one dares to look down upon him anymore. After all, the facts are here. After Lilia from the Xiong Kingdom followed Su Hao, her health improved significantly. Amina, a player from the hairball country, finally ate fresh fruit after following Su Hao. Su Hao has gained a lot of resources, and there is also a ferocious beast following him to make a living. Not to mention Little Meow and Turtle, Big Meow is an A-level king lynx. If the giant blade-feathered eagle is the overlord of the sky, then Big Meow must be the overlord in this forest. That huge body, which is 25 meters long, feels quite oppressive just standing there. The previous scene of it easily killing the B-class sharp-horned devil sheep is still vivid in my mind. With it around, those low-level ferocious beasts don't even dare to run out and act recklessly, and they feel completely safe. Su Hao was returning to the camp. The three of them were riding on the back of Little Meow Meow. Lilia was in the middle, separating the two people. I don't know if it was intentional or not. But along the way, Lilia kept telling Amina how many ferocious beasts Su Hao had killed and how many resources he had occupied, as if she was proud of doing all these things. Amina was completely shocked, even though she had heard officials say how powerful Su Hao was before. But obviously, in order to rush for time, the officials did not go into detail. What Lilia said really made Amina imagine the scene directly in her mind, including the killing of A-level beasts and B-level beasts, which seemed to open the door to a new world for her. Chapter 64. It is said that 3 women can perform a drama, but Su Hao now feels that 2 women are enough to perform in a drama. Behind him, Lilia and Amina were chatting lively. If it weren't for the fact that most of them were talking about themselves, Su Hao would have been ready to sleep for a while. Seeing that we were back at the camp less than a kilometer further, the dryland long-legged tortoise following behind us suddenly made a dull sound. Gitui, what's wrong? Su Hao made the Little Meow stop and turn around. He saw the dryland long-legged tortoise looking to his right, and kept gesturing to Su Hao. Su Hao, what are you doing? Does your neck feel uncomfortable? Lilia asked curiously. Ferocious beasts cannot speak. Even if they have amazing intelligence, they can only express their thoughts through body movements. Gui probably discovered something. It's in that direction. Little Meow Meow, let's go over and have a look. After receiving Su Hao's order, Xiao Meow Meow immediately changed direction. After walking not far, after rounding a small slope, Su Hao immediately came face to face with a large, raccoon-like beast, and it was obvious that both parties were surprised. But what surprised Su Hao was that there were a lot of things like Ganodermal at the feet of the ferocious beast, and these Ganodermal also exuded wisps of white smoke, giving people a fairy-like feeling. 360. The beast was probably surprised by the sudden appearance of Little Meow Meow, which startled it. Name of the vicious beast, Treasure Raccoon. Beast level, B level. Details of the ferocious beast. As the name suggests, the treasure raccoon has an instinctive response to many natural and earthly treasures. Its combat effectiveness is average, but it is extremely vigilant. Seeing this information, Su Hao became interested. Isn't this precious raccoon equivalent to a living radar for exploring resources? If we fool it, we will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort in exploring supplies in the future. Su Hao thought so, but the treasure raccoon realized that the enemy that suddenly appeared was not as high level as himself, so he immediately put on a fierce look, as if he wanted to scare the opponent away. But before the Little Meow could do anything, the dryland long-legged tortoise strolled over. Immediately, the timid treasure raccoon stopped looking like he wanted to be beaten, and stood there shaking his eyes uneasily, as if looking for an escape. Rude. The audience was amused by this guy's expression. They didn't expect that there was such a unique thing among the ferocious beasts. As for safety issues, they are not worried at all. A feck. Not to mention that the information said that this treasure raccoon's combat ability was average. Just based on the level, it was only a B level. On Su Hao's side, there are not only B-level dryland long-legged turtles, but also A-level king lynxes. If this guy really has any weird thoughts, with the fighting power of the Big Meow, I can probably beat him to a pulp with one claw. However, at this moment, the huge body of Big Meow Meow also appeared. A strong sense of oppression swept over him instantly, making the treasure raccoon, who was ready to escape at any moment, tremble all over, and even lost the thought of escaping. It seems that it also knows very well that in front of the Big Meow, it has no chance to escape and can only be destroyed by others. Su Hao laughed when he saw the frightened treasure raccoon and shouted directly. Hey! It seems that you should be very aware of current affairs. Now I give you two choices. One is to hang out with me from now on and keep the spicy food for you to enjoy. The other is I will beat you up and let you work for me. Wait. After you are no longer useful, I will kill you and eat you. It is your choice. After hearing Su Hao's words, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately burst into laughter. Maid, Su Hao is too messy. What kind of choice is this? Don't you have to work for him inside and outside? It's just that one is well paid and the other is not well paid. Even a fool knows how to choose. Not to mention that precious raccoon, just Su Hao's behavior will make everyone cry. This is obviously a naked threat, but it doesn't look very smart. Can it understand it? Isn't this precious raccoon smart? Brother, let's get his eyes fixed. If you didn't see that this guy's eyes were moving around like crazy just now, he might be harboring some bad ideas. That was also what happened before Big Meow Meow appeared. Didn't you notice that after Big Meow Meow came out, the raccoon immediately became stupid? Sure enough, strength is the root of everything. Ha 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 ha, Su Hao's operation is just 6. While the audience was laughing and laughing, the precious raccoon was so frightened that he almost cried. It is indeed smarter than other ferocious beasts, and it naturally understood what Su Hao meant. So he knelt down on the ground with a pop sound, and immediately put on a look of prostrating himself on the ground, which made the audience laugh so hard that they all said that this precious raccoon really knows the time. However, what this guy did next made the audience laugh so much that their stomachs hurt. It seemed that it had remembered something, so it quickly picked a few Ganodermalocidum and walked over cautiously, handing them to Su Ji. Although its expression is not as rich as that of humans, you can still see a bit of flattery in its eyes. Su Hao took the Ganodermalocidum and the announcement immediately rang. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, the Ultimate Fairy Ganodermalocidum. Resource level, B level. Resource details, whether it is used as medicine or eaten, it can greatly improve your physical fitness, strengthen your body, and strengthen your immunity. If you take it for a long time, you can be protected from all diseases. Reward, B-grade top-notch fairy Ganoderma will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it! This top-grade Ganodermalocidum is awesome. It's simply more powerful than those so-called top 10 tonics in the past, but those medicines were fake, but this Ganodermalocidum is real. Is it really possible to be immune to all diseases? Then if this top-quality fairy Ganoderma can be grown in large quantities, wouldn't we no longer have to worry about getting sick in the future? It's a good idea. It's said that it needs to be taken for a long time. The effect of this thing is so powerful. I don't think the output will be much high, but it is already very powerful just to improve the physical condition. Did you see the expression on that raccoon? Mad, why do I feel like this guy is so mean? Remove the words why do I feel like this guy is ABCH. If you can't beat him, join in. He has understood this sentence. Not only is Amina so smart, but now we have a precious raccoon who is not AST. It will probably be more fun in the future. Look, that raccoon is not only trying to please Su Hao, but also trying to please Lilia and Amina. Not to mention, when this guy stays with Amina, he is like the Beauty and the Beast version of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Since this is a B-level resource, is there also a treasure chest? The treasure chests have previously yielded good things, but I don't know what they can yield this time. Chapter 65. Well, you did a good job. I'll just call you by your name from now on. Do you understand? Su Hao doesn't dislike the raccoon's ugly appearance. In fact, apart from being relatively large, this precious raccoon is actually quite cute. Although he behaves cheaply, he is not annoying. Moreover, this guy's lack of combat power should all be attributed to his IQ. When he heard Su Hao's words, he nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Very good, then go and pick all those Ganodermalocidum. Listen carefully, you are not allowed to hide it. If I find out, I will chop you up and put it in the pot right away. Although Su Hao had a smiling expression, the words he spoke were like the whispers of a devil to the treasure raccoon. So it didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly ran to pick Ganodermalocidum. This guy's flexible little claws were much more efficient than Su Hao's other little brothers. Su Hao was not idle either. He had already seen the treasure box in front of him, so he jumped off Xiao Miao Miao, walked over and opened the treasure box directly. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the resource treasure chest. Receive rewards, high efficiency light to electricity equipment and manufacturing drawings. Reward description: it can absorb light energy and quickly convert it into electrical energy and store it without any pollution or adverse effects. High efficiency light to electricity equipment and manufacturing drawings will be materialized simultaneously in Dragon Kingdom. This time the treasure chest also contains a space capsule and a stack of blueprints. Su Hao was a little uninterested, because the power generation equipment alone was of no use. He didn't even have a light bulb, let alone those household appliances. But when they heard the announcement, several members of the expert team in the studio jumped up, with shock on their faces. Su was startled, and after seeing this, she quickly asked Lu's Haiming, who was nearest. Professor Lu, why were you so excited after hearing the announcement? Could it be that this equipment is very powerful? Lu's Haiming also realized that he had lost his composure, coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, and sat down again. This device is certainly very powerful. Everyone knows that time-based power supply is now implemented, but many people don't know the reasons. To put it simply, all the power generation technologies currently available to us are harmful to the environment, including the well-known wind power generation, hydropower generation, etc. The current environment is already low. If time-based power supply is not implemented, it will only make things worse. But with this high-efficiency light-to-electricity conversion equipment, everything will be different. Everyone should know about solar power generation, right? This is the only zero-pollution power generation technology, but because of technical barriers, it has not been popularized. The device Su Hao just obtained, judging from the description, has completely broken through the technical wall. Not only can it achieve efficient photoelectric conversion, but it can also directly store the converted electrical energy. In this way, it will not cause greater damage to our current severe environment. After hearing what Lu's Haiming said, the audience called him awesome. In fact, even if Lu's Haiming did not mention many professional terms, most of the audience was still confused and did not understand why this high-efficiency light-to-electricity conversion equipment made the experts so excited. But what Lu's Haiming added next made their eyes widen. As long as we can thoroughly research the technology used in this equipment and popularize it across the country, then the time of our power supply policy will be cancelled, and electricity bills will drop to an incredible level. Because only R&D and equipment maintenance require some funds. Other than that, there is nothing else to spend money on. Now the audience understood, that is to say, with this device, not only will you not have to worry about electricity problems in the future, but you will also spend a lot less money. You know, in hot weather like now, every household cannot do without air conditioners, and a less expensive air conditioner will cost about 10 yuan at least if it is turned on all day. Coupled with other household appliances, the electricity bill this month will be several hundred yuan, which is also a large expense for most working-class people. This is what ordinary people are like. Let alone saving hundreds of yuan every month, even if they save dozens of yuan, it will be enough for them to be happy for a long time. But before they could express their excitement, the official had already sent a new policy to Su, hoping that she would make it public. Su was very excited after seeing the content of the policy. Viewers, I just received news that officials have obtained the equipment and manufacturing drawings. And there is more important news. The official clearly stated that all R&D funds and equipment maintenance funds will be borne by the official. When the equipment becomes popular, everyone will be able to use electricity for free and no longer have to spend money. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After Su conveyed the official instructions, the audience at home and abroad all exploded. They even had some doubts about whether they heard it correctly, and asked people around them to see if they heard the same thing. As a result, they were sure that there was nothing wrong with their ears. What Su said was really that after the equipment became popular, electricity would be free, and there would be no need to spend 10 cents. 0. The officials are awesome. Professor Liu just said that the electricity bill may be very cheap in the future, but he turned around and the official said that the electricity supply will be free in the future, which is so cool. My family is engaged in business and consumes a lot of electricity. If electricity is really free in the future, wouldn't all the electricity money originally spent be turned into profit? Although my luck is not as good as Su Hao's, probably the luckiest thing in my life is to be reincarnated into the Dragon Kingdom and become a Dragon Country person. How can people not love such an official? They actually don't even charge for research. This pattern is enough for some countries to study for hundreds of years. A family's electricity bill may be insignificant, but if you add up the electricity bills across the country, it will be an astronomical sum in 1 year. Do the Long Guo officials really not want a penny? I finally understand why the people of Long Guo are so united, because their officials have played a very good leading role. This new policy alone has reduced the life pressure of so many people. If our country's officials could have such a big picture, they wouldn't be criticized by so many people all day long for their inaction. Will the Long Guo official sell these equipment to the outside world? If possible, can the technology be sold directly to our country? I really want to use electricity for free. Even if it is not free, it is fine as long as it is cheaper than now. I just want to know if I can change my nationality now. I am very eager to become a Dragon Country citizen. Chapter 66. It must be said that the audience has strong divergent thinking. The Long Kingdom official announced that the electricity bill will be comprehensive after the equipment is popularized, and the audience thought of many possibilities. For example, if this technology is applied to mobile phones, will mobile phones no longer run out of battery? If applied to electric vehicles, would the disadvantage of electric vehicles being unable to travel long distances be easily solved? When they think of these possibilities, the audience becomes more and more excited, and they are more and more looking forward to the part where Su Hao opens the treasure box. Sure enough, nothing found in the treasure chest is useless. More and more foreign viewers are pouring into Long Guo's live broadcast room. They have heard that Long Guo has obtained high-efficiency light-to-electricity equipment, so they specially came to ask Long Guo to share the technology. 167. Some countries have implemented time-based power supply like Dragon Country, and some countries are relatively backward in the first place, or there may be various reasons, resulting in only a small amount of electricity available, so this equipment is urgently needed. In response to this situation, Long Guo immediately issued an announcement to the world. Our country has received your request. Here, our country expresses that it will never hide anything. As soon as the equipment is developed and popularized nationwide, external sales channels will be opened immediately. Please wait patiently. This announcement indicates that Long Guo will not disclose the technology, but will sell the finished equipment. Although it will not be sold to the public until it is popularized nationwide, audiences from all over the world still expressed their sincere gratitude. No one is a fool. No matter it is the prosperous age or the end of the world, as long as the Aquamarine Star is not destroyed, technology will be the most precious treasure. It is no exaggeration to say that whoever masters advanced technology will have a greater say. Therefore, it is expected that Long Guo does not disclose its technology. Being able to sell finished equipment is already something worth celebrating. Who dares to complain at this time? Unless they don't want this extremely awesome equipment. In the secret realm of national destiny, the treasure raccoon has already collected all the top quality fairy Ganoderma. After all, there are not many of these things. The treasure raccoon returned to Su Hao with these top quality fairy Ganoderma in his arms, and he could actually see the distress in his expression. That little appearance looked like an oppressed slave handing over all his hard-earned wages. Su Hao didn't care so much. He had just tasted this top quality fairy Ganoderma. He thought it might be very bitter. Who knew that the moment he entered the mouth, he tasted a very strong fragrance, so he drank all the Ganoderma in just a few sips. Eaten into the stomach. At this moment, he took another one from the treasure raccoon's arms, and then said, "Put the rest on the turtle's back." The treasure raccoon did not dare to disobey. Although he was very distressed, he still obeyed Su Hao's instructions. After it came back, Su Hao threw it to the top quality fairy Ganoderma he had just picked up. "Don't say that I, the eldest brother, bully you. This flower is a reward for you. Keep it." The treasure raccoon never expected that Su Hao was giving this one to it, and it immediately started dancing with joy. The audience was completely stunned and sighed one after another. "Maid, if I remember correctly, this Ganoderma should be the smallest among all the Ganoderma, right? Su Hao is really good at it. This top quality fairy Ganoderma originally belonged to the precious raccoon, but now he takes the smallest one as a reward. The most ridiculous thing is that this silly raccoon is still so happy. Is it smart or stupid? Ah! What's the point? Just imagine that you were robbed. Originally, the robber took away all your savings. However, because of your pity, he gave you some back. On the one hand, you will lose everything, and on the other hand, you will regain some of it. Do you think I should cry or laugh? I used to think that Capital was extremely evil, but now it seems like Su Hao is much more evil than Capital." "Capital? Then when you get in front of Su Hao, you have to kneel down first and then call daddy. Don't mention Capital at this time. Those guys are not at the same level as Su Hao. Su Hao's rank is much higher than them." The audience started laughing and laughing again. At this time, Lilia and Amina, who had talked too much, started coughing one after another, obviously feeling uncomfortable in their throats. "Su Hao, let's go back. My throat is itchy. I want to go back and drink some water," Lilia said with a slightly hoarse voice. Of course Su Hao had no objection. When he saw that they had not eaten the top quality fairy Ganoderma in their hands, he said, "Okay, we are not far from the camp. This Ganoderma is greasy and will make your throat feel good after eating it. Let's eat and walk, arriving soon." He just casually talked about how he felt about tasting the best fairy Ganoderma just now, without any other meaning. But after Lilia and Amina took a bite of Ganoderma, their throats instantly felt much better. Both of them showed surprised expressions, and quickly ate all the top quality fairy Ganoderma. As a result, their throats no longer hurt, and their speaking voices were no longer hoarse. "Su Hao, this top-grade Ganoderma is really powerful. Listen, my voice is better and I don't feel uncomfortable at all." Lilia thought Su Hao knew how powerful this top-quality fairy Ganoderma was, so he let them eat it. Unexpectedly, Su Hao was also a little surprised at this moment. It turned out that the effect of this top-grade Ganoderma was so strong, and the effect was immediate after taking it. At the same time, the audience was also stunned. Even though they had already highly valued this top-quality fairy Ganoderma, they were still shocked. It happened that at this moment, an outdoor interview about the embodiment of the best fairy Ganoderma was also being conducted, which further increased their interest. Seeing that the audience was very enthusiastic and couldn't wait to buy the best fairy Ganodermalus item, the official quickly conveyed the order to Susu. Dear viewers, I know that many people want to buy the top quality fairy Ganoderma after witnessing its effects. However, we have not yet learned how to cultivate these top quality fairy Ganoderma, so please be patient. The official has dispatched the best domestic drug cultivation experts to the site, trying to develop a cultivation method in the shortest possible time and then carry out large-scale cultivation. We also strive to allow everyone to eat this magical and top-quality Ganodermalus item as soon as possible. Hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom audience naturally cheered happily. On the contrary, it made those foreign audiences cry with envy. The players of Dragon Kingdom were amazing, the officials of Dragon Kingdom were also amazing, and the people of Dragon Kingdom were so happy. Compared with them who are miserable, the people of the Dragon Kingdom simply feel like they are in heaven. Chapter 67. In a blink of an eye, Su Hao and his party had returned to the camp. There is not much to see from the outside, only the huge hole in the ground arouses some curiosity. But when Amina came into the cave, she was stunned. The luminous things all over the ground illuminated the entire cave extremely brightly. Lilia told her that it was one of the many resources Su Hao had obtained, and it was still B-level, which made Amina open her mouth. But it's obviously too early to be surprised now. When she followed Su Hao and Lilia to the deepest part of the cave, Amina almost fainted due to the large amount of supplies stored here. She didn't find any food all day yesterday, but there was a food reserve in front of her that she couldn't finish. Various bacon and dried meats, piles of peaches and strawberries, and a few pineapples thrown in the corner, plus cabbage, white radish, and bananas that the coolie Jumbo Raccoon had just brought in. The top-grade Ganodermalus item was also piled up into a hill. Amina instantly understood what 05 means to truly have no worries about food and clothing. Su Hao, are all these resources you obtained? Amina asked a question knowingly, but when this question came from her mouth, the audience didn't think there was anything to say. After all, the character of Amina, a stupid beauty, was already imprinted in their minds. If this woman makes a smarter move, they will be surprised. Yes, you can eat whatever you want here, and we'll go pick it up after you've finished eating. It's still early now. You guys take a rest and eat some fruit. We'll go move it later. Although Su Hao was not a dictator, Lilia and Amina instinctively took what he said as orders. Lilia was okay, but after hearing what Su Hao said, Amina couldn't wait to rush towards the peach, which was her favorite fruit. As a result, he just took 2 steps and fell to the ground with a pop sound. You know, this was originally a place where dryland long-legged turtles slept, and the ground was extremely flat. In this way, she can also fall on the ground, which further solidifies her title as a stupid beauty. At the same time, some viewers also had some questions while laughing. Could Amina's extremely hot figure be caused by swelling from a fall? Su Hao and Lilia helped Amina up, and when they saw her nosebleed, she still had a blank expression on her face and a speechless wry smile. But they didn't know that at this moment, another player had found the coal mine and was standing there like Wang Fuxi, with a look of eagerness. This person is a player from the Swan Kingdom. She found this place according to official orders. The traces of mining fully proved that this was one of the resources obtained by the Dragon Kingdom player. The huge corpse of the ferocious beast not far away also made her even more convinced. When will the Dragon Kingdom player come? She originally thought she would see the very powerful Dragon Kingdom player soon, but what she didn't know was that Su Hao came here early in the morning to mine a large amount of coal and would not be able to come back in a short time. The officials of the Swan country are naturally aware of this. Unfortunately, they have already used the once-a-day contact function, and now there is no way to remind their players. In fact, just to prevent this situation, when contacting us, the official specifically mentioned several resources occupied by Su Hao. But this player happened to be the first to find the coal mine. This player is also very cautious. After finding the coal mine, he has no intention of looking for other resources occupied by Su Hao, just for fear of encountering some vicious beasts. Don't fail to reach your thighs when the time comes. Seeing that you are about to succeed, you push yourself in. That's really not cost-effective. It's just that this is a pain for the viewers of the Swan Kingdom. They keep running back and forth between the Swan Kingdom live broadcast room and the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, just to keep track of Su Hao's updates and confirm when their players can meet Su Hao. When they saw the mountains of coal in the cave, they almost cried. With so much coal, when will it be used? When will their players meet the players from the Dragon Kingdom? The news has spread, and many viewers from Bear Country and Furball Country came to the live broadcast room of Swan Country. Players from both countries have been taken in by Su Hao, and now they are living a very comfortable life, naturally full of a sense of superiority. Hey, some people kept saying before that they would never beg for Dragon Kingdom players. Although they regret it now, they seem to have been punished for talking nonsense. It's not what I said. If you, the Swan Country, could have recognized Su Hao from the Dragon Country as an excellent player earlier, maybe the situation would be very different now. What a pity. Someone is worried to death, but I won't say who it is. Although you player is quite beautiful, your figure is completely uncompetitive. Even if Su Hao comes, you may not be able to take her in. It must be said that we ferocious beasts are the luckiest. We met Su Hao yesterday, and now his little face has become a lot rounder. We all had a good sleep last night. If we want to be wise, it must be our country of hairball. We decided that we must embrace player Su Hao's lap, and we succeeded. This is the power of faith. Audiences in these two countries are more or less watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously. However, the audience of Swan Kingdom has indeed been harsh before, this is an undoubted fact. So they deserve to be gloated about their misfortune now, no one else is to blame. But in the final analysis, knowing your mistakes can make a lot of improvements, so the audience from the Bear Country and the Furball Country could only make a few sarcastic without actually saying those harsh and unpleasant words, so they could be considered to have some sympathy. If the players from the Swan Country are also taken in by Su Hao, then they will be in the same camp in the future, and there is no need to make the relationship too tense. After resting for a while, Su Hao planned to find some resources and move back before noon. So the team of 3 players and 4 ferocious beasts set out again. Su Hao finally thought about it. He would just sweep away the small amount of low-level resources such as F-level and E-level resources, which would save him having to move them again after eating. There will only be more and more resources. Don't look back and forget the location of some resources. That would be ridiculous. It can be seen that Su Hao looked like he was sure to find new resources before noon. Amina was very puzzled and didn't understand why Su Hao was so sure. It's just that even Lilia has given up thinking about this problem. How can Amina, who is originally slow-minded, possibly figure it out? This time Su Hao chose a direction that has not been explored yet. Not long after walking, something even more unbelievable happened to Amina. I saw watermelons all over the ground not far ahead, and any one of them was bigger than her head. How, why are you so powerful? It's as if these resources are being sent to you on their own initiative. Chapter 68. The audience felt that what Amina said made sense, because it really seemed like resources came to Su Hao on their own initiative. This can be seen from other players. Regardless of whether they were active or passive, they had explored many maps but could not find any resources. But when it comes to Su Hao, no matter which direction he goes, he will basically find various resources. The watermelons on the ground in front of me seem to prove this. Su Hao, why don't you go there? Lilia asked. Usually when he finds resources, Su Hao will definitely go there and capture them as soon as possible. But this time he didn't give any orders, just let the little meow stand here motionless. Nothing, I just want to see if the ferocious beast guarding this watermelon field will jump out. Su Hao's faint response made Lilia a little puzzled. Ah? How are you sure there must be a vicious beast guarding this place? Hearing this, Su Hao smiled, and then pointed to the side and back without looking back. Lilia looked over and saw that the treasure raccoon was trembling all over, hiding behind the long-legged tortoise and sticking half of its head out to look at the watermelon field. This guy is too timid, so he only dares to scare beasts that are lower in level than him. But whenever he encounters a more powerful one, he will turn into this useless look. In other words, it was probably aware of some powerful beast nearby. It has to be said that although this precious raccoon is cheap and not very powerful in combat, it is very useful in other aspects. Not only does it have an instinctive response to those natural and earthly treasures, but its sense of danger is also many times stronger than other ferocious beasts. After waiting for about 2 minutes, there was no movement on the west side. Su Hao thought that the ferocious beasts guarding here should be of the same type as the giant bears on the earth. As long as they do not set foot in the other party's territory, the other party will not take the initiative to cause trouble. It is said that 1,000 people have 1,000 faces. It turns out that this principle is also applicable to ferocious beasts. They also have very different personalities. There are all kinds of them. Since the ferocious beast was unwilling to show up on its own initiative, Su Hao could only find a way to force it out. After all, only by killing that ferocious beast can we successfully occupy this watermelon field. Just make noodles, what are you hiding behind? It's time to get to work. Hearing the demon-like person calling him, the treasure raccoon was immediately frightened and his whole body became weak, and an ominous premonition lingered throughout his body. But it didn't dare to disobey Su Hao's order, so it could only move over step by step. Here, there are so many watermelons in front of you, hurry up and move them. Do you not want to eat? Or, do you want to be eaten? Here it comes again. The devil's whisper is here again. The precious raccoon was eager to suddenly become ill on the spot in order to avoid this disaster. But its timid character has kept its body very healthy, so it is impossible for that kind of thing to happen. The audience couldn't stop laughing. They finally saw that Su Hao deliberately bullied this precious raccoon. Since he knows that there must be a ferocious beast ahead, why would Su Hao want to go with the crispy noodles? Does he dislike the crispy noodles so much? Bullshit! How did you know that Su Hao doesn't like it? If he really didn't like it, how could he keep it with him and give it so many delicious foods just now? Su Hao, he is just a kid at heart, he just thinks it's fun. Didn't you notice that this raccoon has very rich expressions? This face alone is worth a big show. Ha ha ha, if it were me, I would definitely bully this raccoon. Why is it always so mean? As soon as I saw the raccoon's flattering look, I thought of a certain small leader in the company. He usually yells at us, but in front of the boss, he becomes a licking dog. It can't be compared like this. At least it still has the appearance of a simple noodle. It's so cute. No one will hate it even if it occasionally acts mean. But it might not be possible for some humans. Made, in the final analysis, looks win over everything. While the audience was laughing, the treasured raccoon, which was deeply loved by Su Hao Iadai, was already walking towards the watermelon patch. Even if it has a very high IQ, it is still just a ferocious beast. It is likely that it cannot understand the meaning of the joke and really thinks that if it doesn't go, Su Hao will eat it. You won't necessarily die if you go, and you will definitely die if you don't go. It naturally knows how to make a choice. However, this guy now had a wretched look on his face, tiptoeing towards the watermelon field. When he saw a huge boulder not far away, he slipped over and peered around to observe the environment. Su Hao, do you want Gansu Mian to temper its courage? Lilia felt that the treasure raccoon was a little pitiful and couldn't help but ask tentatively. Su Hao responded, its courage is probably innate and cannot be changed. Then why did you let it go? If a ferocious beast really appears, wouldn't it be dangerous if it is so weak? It was obvious that Lilia still liked the precious raccoon very much and didn't want it to get hurt. In this regard, Su Hao said nonchalantly, "Don't you think this guy is funny? Look at him. You know we have a big meow here, but he still looks vulgar." Lilia was a little worried at first, but after hearing what Su Hao said and looking at the treasure raccoon, she really felt that this guy was particularly wretched. Moreover, Su Hao also mentioned that they have an A-level king lynx on their side. If there is a real danger, it will definitely not sit idly by. It turns out that Su Hao knew that nothing would happen if he just gave it a try, so he deliberately bullied it. It's so mean. But simply noodles are really fun. How can the word obscene be so vividly displayed in such a ferocious beast? When she thought of this, Lilia couldn't help but laugh. Little did he know that when the laughter reached the ears of the precious raccoon, it was so frightened that it almost cried. Subconsciously I thought the people behind me were discussing how to eat it, otherwise why would they be laughing so happily? Lin Yohao, at this moment, there was movement deep in the watermelon field. As if he sensed that his territory had been invaded, a super large wild boar slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Name of the vicious beast, Wild Boar. Village. Beast level, B level. Details of the ferocious beast, a super powerful wild boar with 6 tusks. When it attacks, the 6 tusks will pierce the prey's body like 6 sharp spears. It has rough skin and thick flesh, and its defense is also very high. This wild boar looks very fierce. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that there are 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers, which is enough to show that the power of the wild boar is beyond doubt. Not to mention that this is a B-level ferocious beast, with those 6 huge fangs. It is estimated that even if it is hit by a long-legged turtle with amazing defense, it will definitely be uncomfortable. But after seeing this wild boar, Su Hao's eyes lit up. This is genuine wild boar meat, absolutely delicious. Chapter 69. In Su Hao's eyes, this B-level violent wild boar has become a candidate food. Braised pork ribs, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Many foreign audiences were also shocked by this huge and violent wild boar. On the other hand, the audience in Dragon Kingdom were still laughing and joking at this moment, and were even discussing how to cook wild boar to make it delicious. In their opinion, even A-level ferocious beasts have died in Su Hao's hands. There is also an A-level king lynx in the team. What kind of waves can this little wild boar make? At the same time, the treasure raccoon also saw the wild boar from behind the boulder, and the hair on his body exploded in fear. Even though it was both Class B, it was still extremely scared, especially after looking at the furious wild boar. The treasure raccoon immediately shrank its neck, curled up into a ball, and looked at Su Hao with tearful eyes, as if begging him. "Let yourself go." But Su Hao didn't seem to see it. Even if Lilia asked if he needed help from Big Meow Meow, he just said lightly, "Don't worry, it will be fine if you just face me. I still hope that he will help me find those days in the future. It's a treasure of materials and land." Hearing what Su Hao said, both Lilia Amina and the audience in the live broadcast room became curious. Originally, they thought Su Hao was just fishing, and asked Treasure 663 Raccoon to use it as bait. After tricking the wild boar out, they asked Big Meow to go over and kill it. Who knows, but he has no intention of letting Big Meow Meow take action. Could it be that he has other plans? Soon enough, after discovering the precious raccoon that invaded its territory, the wild boar became obviously very angry. He kicked the ground hard and rushed straight towards the huge rock. Looking at its indomitable and powerful momentum, no one would doubt that its terrifying destructive power could directly smash this boulder into pieces, and then open several large holes in the treasure raccoon's body. Even if Big Meow Meow took action at this moment, it would be too late due to the distance gap. In the flash of lightning, the audience also became nervous, wondering in secret whether Su Hao's other plan failed. However, at this moment, the wild boar had already hit the boulder. But what was unexpected was that instead of shattering as expected, the boulder knocked the wild boar unconscious and its huge body crashed to one side. What the hell? What kind of stone is this? It's so hard, it can't even be broken by a B-level beast. Not to mention it was smashed, the stone didn't even move. Could it be that this stone is only a small part, and a larger part is buried underground? No. If you look closely, the wild boar seems to have been knocked unconscious. It also seems to be missing one of its largest pairs of tusks. Blood. There is blood flowing out from under its body. Isn't it said that this wild boar has thick skin and strong defense? Why did it bleed so much after just one collision? Holy crap! Look at its eyes, it looks like it was pierced by something. It's a fang. This is its broken fang. What happened in that moment? How did the broken fang pierce into its eye? I thought of a very scary thing. Do you think Su Hao can predict the future? Otherwise, why would he be so sure that the crispy noodles will be fine before? It's as if he already knew that this kind of thing would happen. Stop talking, I'm getting goosebumps. I said Su Hao must have some unknown secret. You see, this is a real deal, right? Everything happened so fast that the audience could not calm down now, and there were many unfounded speculations on the barrage. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the B-level raging wild boar. Kill reward, strength plus 50. The sound of the announcement further confirmed that the wild boar was dead, and the right to kill it was attributed to Su Hao. This has led to a crazy increase in speculation about what special abilities he has. However, Zhang Bailun suddenly said at this moment, so that's it. I finally understand why player Su Hao is so sure that the treasure raccoon will not be in danger. It turns out that there are traces of all this. Upon hearing this, overwhelming question marks appeared on the barrage. Many, viewers now believe that Su Hao has the ability to predict the future, although this has not caused any panic, and it has made most people fantasize about when they will have special abilities. But we must not encourage this kind of strange power and chaos, and talk about subverting science and technology. So Su immediately asked Zhang Bailun what he had discovered. Actually, I found the reason by accident. Now, please help us replay the time when the wild boar first appeared. Why? Yes, pause, right here. Please zoom in on the raging wild boar, especially the tusks. Please see, everyone, this fang is the one that was broken, and from this picture, it is obvious that this fang has cracks in the first place. The effect of force is relative. This tusk was the first to contact the boulder. It could not withstand the huge force and broke. In addition, the momentum of the wild boar was so strong and the speed was so fast. Before the tusk could hit the ground, it happened to be stabbed along the eye. As for people saying that player Su Hao has the ability to predict the future, this is purely ridiculous. After player Su Hao obtained attributes, all functions of his body have been greatly enhanced. In other words, he may have seen the details that we need to zoom in to discover from the beginning. In addition, he has shown his knowledge before, and he must know that the wild boar's attack method relies on the power of charging and uses its tusks to pierce the prey. Combining all of these can prove that player Su Hao actually has no special abilities. He just calculated the results through various conditions. Zhang Bailun analyzed a large number of things, and what he said was so clear-cut that the audience was stunned. Because according to Zhang Bailun, the death of the wild boar was calculated by Su Hao. Such powerful computing power is much more powerful than such nonsense as predicting the future. Why do many people like to watch brain-burning business war dramas or suspense dramas even though they are not very smart? It is because the feeling of being unaware of the horror can still make them excited. The Dragon Kingdom audience quickly accepted Zhang Bailun's inference, but some foreign audiences raised questions at this time. There is obviously a huge loophole in this inference. When the Dragon Kingdom player forced the precious raccoon to use it as bait, he didn't know that the ferocious beast guarding here was a violent wild boar, let alone that its fangs were about to break. How could he possibly calculate it? The following is simply nonsense. Their doubts seemed reasonable. But this time there was no need for Zhang Bailun to refute, the audience spontaneously responded. A brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you don't have one. Go watch the replay for yourself. Su Hao said before that as long as Big Meow Meow is around, there won't be any danger if he just eats. This proves that he wanted Big Meow Meow to kill and protect this territory. The ferocious beast. Then the wild boar showed up and he changed his story. Please, next time you are in trouble, can you be a little more technical? I feel embarrassed for you. Chapter 70. Those guys who thought they were smart but were actually so stupid were all silenced after being scolded. However, because of their anger at them, the Dragon Kingdom audience discovered something even more exciting. From the time the wild boar appeared to the time Su Hao answered Lilia, it took no more than 15 seconds. In other words, Su Hao decided to change his plan in just 15 seconds and calculated everything. This mind is simply so powerful that it breaks through the sky. Some viewers even commented very seriously that if Su Hao participated in a show called The Strongest Mind, he would probably be able to defeat all the contestants easily. If Su Hao could see the barrage, he would probably laugh out loud. His eyesight was indeed strengthened a lot, but he couldn't find the cracks in the wild boar's tusks at all. The reason why the raging wild boar was killed by a head-on collision was simply because of his incredible luck. Su Hao, that wild boar was killed by a head-on collision. What the hell is going on? Both women's eyes widened, with disbelief written all over their faces. Su Hao said with a smile, "It's just a coincidence. Maybe this wild boar's brain is not very good." Although this reason is a bit lame, Lilia can't think of any other possibility besides coincidence. After all, Su Hao has always been lucky, so there seems to be nothing unreasonable. As for Amina, she didn't think much about it at all. Su Hao said it was a coincidence, so she just thought so. In comparison, she is more concerned about those watermelons now. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Watermelon Field. Resource level, sea level. Resource details, a large watermelon field. Reward, sea level watermelon field will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Hao stepped forward to occupy the resources, and picked a relatively large watermelon. With a flick of his finger, the watermelon split into 2 halves, and a refreshing fruity aroma wafted out. This made Lilia and Amina greedy. Su Hao smiled and divided half of it into 2 and handed it to the 2 of them. After the 2 girls took it, they couldn't wait to take a big bite. They immediately felt the sweet watermelon juice filling their mouths, showing expressions of great enjoyment. Su Hao also took a bite and was also attracted by the taste of watermelon. Seeing that Su Hao was eating so deliciously, little Meow Meow came over to him out of habit, with expectation in his eyes. Su Hao pushed its head away and said angrily, "It's amazing there are so many watermelons, you can eat it yourself, don't take it from me." After that, Su Hao looked at the treasure raccoon again, and saw that this guy had also ran into the watermelon field at some point, looking very sneaky at the moment. When he turned his head, he happened to look into Su Hao's eyes. The guy's whole body trembled, and then 2 super large watermelons rolled out of his arms. The audience was immediately in awe. "Just eat it openly. I won't blame you. By the way, don't just eat it for yourself. Pick a few and give them to Meow Meow and Turtle. Do you hear me?" Seeing that Su Hao didn't blame him, Treasure Raccoon immediately put on a flattering expression and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Su Hao didn't say much and told the 2 girls to pick it themselves if they didn't have enough. After eating half of the watermelon in his hand, he walked to the carcass of the wild boar, naturally because there was a treasure box here. Not turned on. At the same time, the audience in the Long Guo live broadcast room was still immersed in the watermelon eating and broadcasting. Seeing Su Hao preparing to open the treasure box, his attention instantly became focused. According to the official style, they can eat watermelon sooner or later. What amazing rewards can be found in the treasure box obviously makes them look forward to it even more. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the kill treasure chest. Get reward, special medicine and formula for ALS. Reward description, a special medicine that can completely cure ALS. After taking it, it can effectively stop the symptoms of muscle weakness and muscle atrophy, and restore body functions in a short period of time. Special medicines and formulas for ALS will be simultaneously realized in Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the announcement came out, countless people who knew about ALS were stunned. Even those who had never heard of ALS before but now knew that it was a terminal disease showed expressions of surprise. The expert team in the studio hall has several more people than yesterday, including Zhou Min, a well-known medical academician. As a host, Su has a wide range of knowledge, but she is definitely not as good as professionals. So he immediately asked, "Academician Zhou, as far as I know, before Su Hao obtains the specific drug for uremia, this disease can be extended in some ways, but there seems to be no treatment for ALS. Can you elaborate? Can you explain it in detail?" This is why Zhou Min came here, so after Su finished speaking, she nodded immediately. Strictly speaking, uremia can only be regarded as a semi-terminal disease. As Su said, life can be extended through some medical methods. But ALS is a terminal disease in the true sense. So far, no patient diagnosed with ALS has survived, and even the cause cannot be analyzed. If I put it another way, it's not very nice. It's that people who are unfortunate enough to suffer from ALS will definitely end their lives as soon as the disease occurs, and they can't even delay it. Zhou Min's explanation is much more intuitive than what can be found online, and it is also easier for the audience to understand. The audience also lamented repeatedly that ALS is such a terrible terminal disease. Watching your muscles atrophy and gradually becoming a burden that can only rely on your loved ones to survive, that feeling must be more uncomfortable than a painful and quick death. Seeing that the atmosphere of the barrage was a little gloomy and a little sad, Su immediately said, "Although ALS is scary, now player Su Hao has obtained special medicine. Even if clinical trials have not yet been conducted, I firmly believe that specific drugs can eradicate this terrible disease. Just like uremia, ALS will no longer be a terminal disease in the future, and no one will cry sadly because their relatives and friends have this incurable disease." Hearing Su say this, the audience's mood recovered. Yes, Su Hao has obtained the special medicine, so what is there to be sad about? As long as the medical research and development team can understand the formula of this special drug, then in the future, ALS, a so-called terminal disease, may directly become a cold, which is nothing to worry about. As soon as the thought came to this, the audience became happy again, calling Su Hao awesome, and he easily solved a problem that the medical community could not overcome. At the same time, more and more foreign spectators came over after receiving the news. Most of them came to watch the fun, and some wanted to learn about effective drugs for ALS. After the Dragon Kingdom official obtained the finished product and formula of the props, they immediately issued an announcement. A specific drug for ALS has successfully entered the research and development stage. Once successfully developed, it will be sold around the world. Please give our R&D team some time. Thank you. 91. Chapter 71. I don't know how many people have been touched by the successive acts of selflessness by Long Guo officials. Even if they proposed to give priority to their own country, no one thought there was anything wrong. Instead, they thought it was a very responsible performance. This shows that the officials of the Dragon Kingdom are really doing practical things for the people of their country, unlike the officials of their country who only shout slogans and have no substantive actions at all. The sea-level watermelon field was very large. After Su Hao and his party were satisfied with their meal, they began to move on to the backs of the dryland long-legged turtles. Originally, I wanted to find a few more resources before noon, but with this delay, it was almost noon. So Su Hao simply gave up exploring, filled the watermelon directly, and then ordered to return to the camp. There are a lot of resources in the secret realm of national fortune, so there is really no need to work too hard. The combination of work and rest is what Su Hao pursues. 663. After returning this time, I also moved all the watermelons to the deepest part of the cave. Looking at the large amount of materials piled here, Su Hao felt a sense of accomplishment. Including the raging wild boar that dragged Big Meow Meow back, this amount of supplies was enough to last for several days. In other words, even if Su Hao does nothing in the next few days, he can still enjoy life happily. Su Hao, I'm going to cook first. Can I have barbecue for lunch? After Lilia discovered that she had a talent for cooking, she took the initiative to take on the responsibility of cooking. Well, okay, you go ahead and I'll sort out the supplies and then go help you. Although Su Hao wanted to improve the food, he had not yet had time to make things like stone pots. I ate a lot of bananas and watermelon this morning, and they were quickly digested by metabolism. When you are hungry, you want to eat anything, and barbecue is also acceptable. Anyway, there are B-level dryland long-legged turtles and A-level king lynx outside, so there is no need to worry about Lilia's safety in Su Hao. Then I'll stay and help organize the supplies. If Amina didn't slurp when she said this, then maybe someone would really believe it. But even a 3-year-old child could tell that she wasn't holding back anything, and she definitely wanted to eat it secretly. No, it's enough to leave this to Su Hao himself. You come with me to cook. Lilia said nothing and dragged Amina away regardless of how she screamed. She didn't know whether it was because she didn't want her to eat too much messy food before meals, or because she didn't want her to be alone with Su Hao. After the two girls left, the depths of the cave became much quieter. Su Hao was sorting the supplies slowly, but when he walked to a wall, he suddenly stopped. Looking at his movements, he seemed to be listening carefully to something. It's strange, this is underground, why do I hear the sound of water flowing? Out of curiosity, Su Hao started tapping on the wall while continuing to look for the source of the sound. The little meow lying next to him was curious, so he also ran over and wanted to know what Su Hao was doing. "Shh, don't make any noise." Su Hao made a gesture of silence, and the little meow immediately stood there motionless. The audience couldn't help but laugh at the cute look. At the same time, they were also curious about what Su Hao was doing. Some people boldly speculated that there might be something like a secret room deep in the cave. Su Hao must have discovered some clues. After a while, Su Hao stopped, knocked on the wall in front of him, and then on the wall next to him. He could hear that the sound was completely different. The stone wall in front of me seemed to be very thin. When I tapped it with my fingers, it made a dong-dong sound. The back was probably empty. The sound of water flowing here is louder than other places, so it seems like this is it. After confirming the position, Su Hao waved his fist and hit it directly without thinking. Just hearing a boom, the wall was instantly shattered by Su Hao, and a big hole appeared, which made the audience dumbfounded. Damn it! I can't even make a big hole with one punch. Is Su Hao so awesome now? I'm kidding, my brother Hao now has 170 points of strength attribute. Do you think it's just a decoration? No. Look, this stone wall seems to be very thin, and the back is hollow, so Su Hao punched a big hole. It's true, but this stone wall is relatively thin. Anyway, it must be much thicker than the wall of my house. This is Su Hao. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably go to the hospital if he punched it. I don't understand why Su Hao wants to break through this wall. I don't see anything inside. Listen, it's the sound of water flowing, very clear sound of water flowing. The audience looked in through the hole made by Su Hao and could only see darkness, but the sound of water flowing was very clear. Su Hao's eyesight has indeed improved, but it does not mean that he can see in the dark. After all, the structure of the eyes has not changed, and humans do not have the ability to see at night. So he immediately picked some underground fluorescent bacteria and then stuck most of his body into the wall. With the help of the light, Su Hao finally saw clearly that there was actually a river flowing underground outside the cave. And the size of this river is beyond imagination. The audience was even more surprised and came closer to the screen. The spectacular sight made them marvel again and again. Damn it! Is this the legendary underground river? Now I have learned a lot. How could there be such a wide river underground? I thought such ingenious natural products only existed in fairy tales. There is no end in sight for this river. If this is also a resource, then after it materializes 10,000 times, won't we no longer have to worry about not having enough water to drink? The pattern can be big, but it cannot be whimsical. If this underground river materializes, it will be enough for us to drink for several years. Upstairs, I have a serious 2.3 suspicion that you are in Versailles. How many years of drinking water is not enough? On average, the remaining fresh water resources in the world are not enough to sustain it for 1 year, right? We still don't know if this is a resource that can be obtained. If not, it would be a waste of joy. I'm worried that there will be some dangerous beasts in this river. Big Meow Meow can't come in to help. If that happens, it will be troublesome. It is said that the Three Stooges are as good as Zhuge Liang, and among the countless discussions among the audience, some people's worries have indeed become a reality. Su Hao was observing the underground river. The light from the underground fluorescent bacteria illuminated a huge black shadow swimming through the water. I don't know if it has something to do with being underwater, but in short, the black shadow is huge, far more than a B-level beast, and it is predicted to be at least an A-level existence. Chapter 72. Su Hao returned to the cave and found that the little Meow who was so curious just now took several steps back, looking trembling. When faced with a B-level beast that is higher than itself, the little Meow dares to bare its teeth. The only beasts that can make it feel scared are A-level or more powerful beasts. At this moment, the sound of water breaking came from behind. Su Hao turned around and saw that a huge, bright, and ferocious eye appeared at the entrance of the cave, staring at him fiercely. Name of the vicious beast: Giant-toothed demonic dragon. Beast level: A level. Details of the ferocious beast: the mutated Mosasaurus possesses super powerful combat power, and can exert its strength far beyond its level in the water. Once its huge sharp teeth bite the prey, it will never let go until the prey dies. The sudden appearance of Big Eyes made the audience pale with fright. It was almost like a scene from a horror movie. Mad, I'm scared to death. There is still some distance between the surface of the underground river and the entrance of the cave. How did this guy show up? Mosasaurus? Is it the underwater overlord from the Jurassic period? It's over for 05 now. With this giant-toothed dragon here, let alone the underground river that can't be occupied, even the underground cave is probably unsafe. That's not necessarily true. A-level ferocious beasts are so big. This giant-toothed dragon may not be able to get into a hole in the ground. The problem is that being next door to such a powerful beast is really a mental test. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even dare to sleep. You're afraid of a ball. It's not like Su Hao has never killed an A-level ferocious beast before. What happened to the underwater overlord? The blade-feathered giant eagle is still the sky overlord. He was killed by an E-level poisonous insect. The problem is just a coincidence. It does not mean that the A-level ferocious beast is not powerful. The Big Meow is also an A-level ferocious beast. The B-level ferocious beast is not a general at all. Now the Big Meow can't come in to help. This is terrible. What to do? What's the use of Big Meow Meow coming in? Didn't you hear the announcement? In the water, this giant-toothed dragon can exert a combat power that far exceeds its level. If Big Meow Meow is really dragged into the water, it will probably be a disaster. You guys are stupid. Since the E-level 100 refined poison insect before could kill the A-level blade-feathered giant eagle, why not let Su Hao find another insect to kill this mosasaurus as well? It's easy to put it. How are you sure that the Balian poison insect can poison the giant-toothed demon dragon to death? And even if it can poison to death, will the spread of toxins pollute this underground river? If it is really polluted, what if it is brought with it when the time comes? If the toxins materialize together, we will not be able to survive. When the barrage was being discussed, the big eye didn't stay at the entrance of the cave for too long before disappearing, as if it was just confirming Su Hao's location. This gave many viewers an ominous premonition. They felt that it was impossible for the giant-toothed dragon to leave so easily. There must be some other plot. Sure enough, after a while everyone heard a loud noise, the entrance of the cave was expanded a lot, and countless gravel fell to the ground. When Su Hao was at the scene, he felt the strongest feeling. The ground was shaking. It was obvious that the giant-toothed dragon was hitting the wall, as if he wanted to settle accounts with the culprit who destroyed its peaceful life. I think this Dragon Kingdom player should escape from the cave now. It is too dangerous to stay here. Even if he is not eaten by the giant-toothed dragon, there is no chance that the cave will collapse. It's rare that now foreign audiences are starting to care about Su Hao's safety. But he was right. It was really dangerous to stay here. The best way was to return to the ground first and stay with the big cats. When the chaos subsides, and if the cave does not collapse, then you can consider whether to move all the stored materials. Anyway, this place is definitely uninhabitable. If the giant-toothed mosasaur came to harass him every now and then, he would not be able to survive that day. So people on the barrage called out to Long Guo officials, hoping they could contact Su Hao and tell him not to act out of emotion. It is no exaggeration to say that just one wall away is the home court of the A-level megalodon. It would be unwise to choose to fight against it. The death of a ferocious beast is nothing to the secret realm of national luck, but if a player dies, the country he represents will become a purgatory on Earth. Therefore, in the face of known powerful dangers, the audience's thinking is that they cannot gamble and dare not gamble. However, the official position of the Dragon Kingdom on this matter has not yet been expressed. The giant-toothed dragon launched an even more violent attack, which completely knocked down the entire wall near the underground river, allowing everyone to see it for the first time. Here comes the terrifying appearance of this guy. There are many pictures of mosasaurs on the internet, but the one in front of you is obviously different. The biggest feature is its teeth, which are like sharp blades. No one would doubt that if this bite were taken, Su Hao's strongest A-level battle king, Lynx, would definitely be seriously injured. The megalodon just showed his face and returned to the underground river again, probably preparing to launch his next attack. If the hole continues to expand, Su Hao will be in real danger. But just when the audience was extremely nervous, Su Hao's face darkened when he saw some materials smashed by gravel. It's so shameless. I originally thought it would be cool to have a mosasaurus as my underling, but now I have changed my mind. I don't need a underling who doesn't know how to save resources but only knows how to destroy. Someone has discovered it long ago. Even if Su Hao has abundant supplies, he will never waste them. Not only him, 720, but Lilia, Amina, and the Beast Boys were all the same. They just didn't have enough to eat, but they didn't have too much to eat. So in the disbelief of the audience, Lian Hao picked up the laser sniper rifle he had just put aside and walked towards the entrance of the underground river. At this time, after taking a lap in the river, the giant-toothed dragon suddenly jumped out of the water after charging up. Seeing the body that was bigger than the A-level King Lynx burst out of the water, the audience was almost suffocated. If it collided directly, Su Hao would be knocked into a puddle of mud. Those 140 points of physical fitness are not enough. Resist the attack of A-level ferocious beasts. But Su Hao looked at the giant-toothed dragon with an expressionless face, and the gun full of technology was pointed straight at it. As Su Hao pulled the trigger, the laser bullet shot out and instantly sank into the giant toothed dragon's mouth. Immediately, Su Hao put the laser sniper rifle on his shoulder without even looking at it, turned around and left, looking extremely cool. The audience only saw the giant toothed demon dragon flash past the entrance of the cave. It did not hit the wall or attack. It just flashed for a moment and fell into the underground river again, causing a large amount of river water to splash everywhere. A drop fell at Su Hao's feet. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the A-level giant tooth demon dragon. Kill reward, Constitution plus 100. Chapter 73. With just one shot, Su Hao killed the A-level giant toothed dragon. The audience in the live broadcast room felt like they were watching a movie, and even felt that it was more thrilling than those big-budget movies that often cost hundreds of millions of dollars. After all, the movie is fake, but everything Su Hao experienced is real. Oh my god, that giant dragon looked like a monster that couldn't even be killed by bombs, but it was killed by Su Hao with one shot? This is so awesome. The action that Su Hao took just now and then turned around was so cool. It's completely different from those actors deliberately trying to be cool. Oh, I can't do it anymore. I love my brother Su Hao to death. I will never marry him except him in this life. Pfft. Players from our country can't even kill an F-level beast, but this Dragon Kingdom player looks like he casually killed an A-level beast. Isn't this gap too big? Is this scientific? That is an A-level beast. Is that laser sniper rifle really that powerful? It's not the gun that's great, but Su Hao. Everyone thought he was just lucky before, but now Su Hao has proven that in addition to being lucky, he is also definitely one of the strongest. Doesn't anyone think this guy is cheating? In front of the giant toothed dragon, he is like an ant. No matter how he thinks, he can't kill the giant toothed dragon. You're fooling your sister, admit it. Su Hao is awesome, there are many better players. Compared with killing the A-level giant dragon with one shot this time, many foreign viewers felt that the previous Dragon Kingdom player who was just lucky was better. Although they no longer dare to talk nonsense, the jealousy in their hearts has not completely disappeared. They could still accept it if Su Hao only had luck, but now that Su Hao has proven that he also has strong strength, they really can't accept it. Originally they thought that the players from their own country were just a bit unlucky, but now it seems that this is no longer just a matter of luck. Compared to Su Hao, their players were nothing like trash. It was already the second day, but they still had nothing to gain. It was estimated that even if they were not killed by ferocious beasts, they would starve to death. However, there are still many negative voices. They used a professional perspective to analyze and said that Su Hao was someone who had never touched a gun. Even if the laser sniper rifle is powerful, it will never be able to kill the giant dragon with one shot, not to mention that Su Hao didn't aim at all and just fired casually, so there must be something fishy here. Upon seeing this, the Dragon Kingdom audience immediately retorted, saying that this was not the first time Su Hao had killed an A-level beast. In comparison, at least Su Hao fired a gun this time. Last time, the giant blade-feathered eagle was poisoned to death by the Balian poisonous insect that was thrown away unconsciously. Isn't it even more incredible than this time? The dispute naturally arose. Faced with this situation, Yinsu naturally could not sit idly by and ignore it. Instructor Yat, I wonder what you think about player Su Hao's shooting of the A-level giant dragon. Yue Guo had just received Su's look and knew exactly what to say now. Just listen to him say, speaking responsibly, Su Hao does not have much experience in holding guns, I believe many people can see this. But don't forget, some people are gifted from birth. I think Su Hao is such a genius. Of course, just having talent is not enough. There are many things that you can't easily do without having any experience at all. But Su Hao is different. By continuously killing ferocious beasts, he has acquired many attributes. These attributes can greatly enhance his various abilities, and these abilities also make his shooting ability stronger. It is not ruled out that the laser sniper rifle is indeed extremely powerful, but the greater credit for successfully killing the Megalodon lies with Su Hao. You can watch the replay. Su Hao's shot was shot into the mouth of the giant toothed dragon at an oblique angle. Freeze the picture and use a ruler or something straight to see at a glance that the laser bullet must have penetrated the upper jaw of the Megalodon, which has poor defense, and directly destroyed the brain. In other words, there is no doubt that Su Hao's seemingly random shot was actually carefully calculated. Yue Guo's analysis immediately made the Dragon Kingdom audience feel more confident. That's right, Su Hao has killed so many ferocious beasts and gained so many attributes. He is no longer an ordinary person. These factors can not only make up for his lack of experience, but can even exceed the standards. This time, those doubting voices disappeared. The barrage is filled with laments about Su Hao's amazing strength and the power of the laser sniper rifle. Regardless of whether it was opportunistic or not, Su Hao did kill the giant dragon with a laser sniper rifle. So by the way, countless viewers have a new understanding of this gun. If you can kill even A-level ferocious beasts, wouldn't you be able to deal with low-level ferocious beasts easily? As a result, they began to request the R&D team to speed up some progress. Some wanted to protect themselves, while others wanted to save their homes that had been occupied by ferocious beasts. Su Hao returned to the entrance of the cave, watching condescendingly as the huge body of the giant toothed dragon sank slowly, and then turned to look at the treasure box next to it. Compared with getting 100 attribute bonuses, Su Hao still finds it more interesting to open the treasure chest. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the kill treasure chest. Get reward, automatic protection ring and manufacturing blueprints. Reward description: when encountering danger, the protection mechanism can be automatically triggered to form an air compression barrier around the body to resist harm. The automatic protection ring and manufacturing blueprints will be simultaneously realized in the Dragon, Zhao Hao, Kingdom. Inside the box is a ring that looks very nice, but I don't know what material it is made of. Su Hao picked it up and put it on her little finger. It felt a little big. When she was about to take it off, the ring automatically shrank several times and became the right size. It turns out that this ring can adjust its size by itself, which is fun. Su Hao likes this ring very much. Although he basically doesn't use the functions of this ring, it is good just as an accessory. But what Su Hao didn't know was that after seeing the automatic protection ring that came out of the treasure box, the live broadcast room exploded. And this time it has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom audience. Most of the people posting barrages are foreign viewers. And the content is almost the same, they are all requests to buy an automatic defense ring at a high price. With this ring, it is equivalent to one more life, or possibly countless lives. How can we not make them excited? Chapter 74. More and more people poured into the Long Guo live broadcast room. They all heard that Su Hao had prescribed something that could save their lives, so they rushed over with red eyes. Excuse me, when will Long Guo develop this automatic protection ring? Will it be sold to outsiders, and what is the sales price? I will pay 1 million. As long as the research and development is successful, I will pay 1 million to buy it. Fake. That's a life-saving thing. Is your life worth 1 million? I'll pay 10 million. Is 10 million a lot? I will pay 50 million, and Qinglong Kingdom will give priority to selling it to me after it is developed. It will definitely require a lot of money to develop this thing, right? I can invest it, and I don't want anything in return. I just hope that Long Guo can give me a right of first refusal, and I will continue to buy it at a high price. It was because I was afraid of being hurt by ferocious beasts that I did not go to the Dragon Kingdom for refuge. If I had this automatic protection ring, I would be able to go to the Dragon Kingdom right away. If I pay 100 million, can you sell me the finished product? I really can't stand it anymore. If I don't get bitten to death by a ferocious beast, I will kill myself first. I can give everything I have, including my family property and my company. Altogether, it amounts to about 1 billion. I just need to wait for the ring to be developed and airdrop one to me. The value of the automatic protection ring is really getting higher and higher, and no one is joking, these people are serious about it. If the Dragon Kingdom officials are willing to hold an online auction at this time, then the finished ring may be able to fetch an unprecedented price. So many foreigners came to beg, which really made the Dragon Kingdom audience very proud. Su Su also expressed her joy implicitly. Player Su Hao is really amazing and always brings us surprises. It's the same this time. I actually found such a powerful life-saving artifact from the treasure chest. At present, the automatic protection ring and manufacturing drawings have been sent to the Research Institute and research and development will begin soon. Besides, I have a very important news to tell you. Whenever Su Su says this, it means big news will happen. As expected, the news this time also made the audience extremely happy. Through the hard work of our scientific researchers, the laser sniper rifle has made a huge breakthrough, and it is expected that a test product will be produced soon. As long as it passes the test and a few details are completed, you can start batching Prajapati immediately. Su Hao had just used a laser sniper rifle to instantly kill an A-level beast. Now people are looking forward to this high-tech firearm. So after Su Su announced the news, the Dragon Kingdom once again ushered in nationwide celebrations. There are even countless foreign viewers with tears in their eyes. If the Dragon Kingdom really starts mass-producing laser sniper rifles, it means that their country is very likely to be saved. As long as this trend continues, no one will doubt that the Dragon Kingdom will get better and better. And all of this was brought about by Su Hao. He completely relied on his own efforts to reverse the national destiny of the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, Su Hao, who was regarded as the savior, occupied the underground river resources after admiring the ring. What is unexpected is that this underground river is actually an A-level resource. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name: Endless Underground River. Resource level: A-level. Resource details: slowly regenerable freshwater resources. Reward: A-level Endless Underground River will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. The announcement sounded. Just the grade A was a surprise to the audience, not to mention that it was a renewable water resource, which made everyone even more surprised. What does renewable mean? It is inexhaustible. If Aquablue Star had more renewable resources, it would not reach the point of resource exhaustion. The audience is looking forward to how much fresh water will be available in this realization and how long it will be enough for the people of the country. However, there was something different in the process of materialization this time, because the diamond-shaped flying object in the sky actually projected countless rays at once, pointing to all parts of the country. Suddenly, the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom heard the news and rushed to the nearest materialization location. Not long after, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. Holy shit, can you believe it? The well in front of my house that had been dry for several years suddenly started to burst into water. There is water in the creek outside my house. Oh my god, the water is actually sweet, so delicious. Nima, why is there no materialization near my home? Brother, it's from the south, right? It's not materialized near my home. It's probably because of the problem of water resources that I've materialized before. It's so cool. The ponds here are full, and a river in my hometown is also full of water. I suddenly feel that there is hope for life. With water, all kinds of green plants can be revived, and the desertification of the land will be alleviated. If this continues, won't we be back to the prosperous times? Officials in each region also collected as much concrete information as possible within their jurisdiction, then compiled and summarized it, and finally sent it to Su Su. Friends in the audience, according to current incomplete statistics, the realization of Class A water resources has caused a huge increase in groundwater resources in most parts of the country, and even obvious changes can be seen in most places. A rough calculation shows that these water resources are enough for our country to use for 1 to 2 years, and this is without counting the renewable water resources this time. I know everyone is very happy now, but please stay sensible. It is not easy for Su Hao to obtain water resources. We must cherish the fruits of his labor. And saving water is also for all of us. After all, we have all experienced the pain of not having water to drink, so I hope everyone will actively cooperate and don't be extravagant and wasteful. This time, the materialized locations of the A-level endless underground river were too scattered, and it was really difficult for the officials to manage them, so they could only let Susu make an appeal. They have all suffered. Even if Susu didn't say anything, the audience would not waste the water. Some people even say that if he finds anyone who dares to waste water, he will break his legs. This statement attracted a lot of praise, and more people spontaneously joined this temporary organization to protect fresh water resources. They plan to patrol around the clock in shifts to guard the hard-won water and never allow anyone to hide it or waste it. Only the foreign audience couldn't stop crying. Is this hard-won? Why do I think that Dragon Kingdom player obtained such an A-level fresh water resource without much effort? Chapter 75. Su Hao, what happened? Are you okay? Seeing the gravel on the ground, Lilia ran over nervously, pulling Su Hao around and looking up and down. Su Hao was fine at first, but she almost fainted. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing Su Hao say this with a smile, Lilia finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, from the very beginning, Lily Amina heard the noise coming from the cave. Because they were worried about Su Hao, the two girls wanted to go in and have a look, but for some reason, the dryland long-legged turtle blocked the door and refused to let them in. Lilia almost burst into tears. She begged the dry land turtle for a long time before she finally ran in. Unexpectedly, she saw that the wall at the end of the cave had disappeared, and she could still clearly hear the sound of rushing water. The space originally used to store supplies was now even more messy. Fortunately, not many supplies were ruined. Lilia told Su Hao about Gigi not letting her in. Su Hao said, "You can't blame Turtle for this. It is protecting you. Think about it, not only will you not be able to help after you come in, but you will probably distract me from protecting you. That's why you didn't come in." Yes. This was said as if Lilia and Amina were a burden, but after thinking about it for a while, the two women thought that this was the truth. The two of them really couldn't help Su Hao in combat, so thank God if they didn't hold him back. It's just Su Hao's straight man's speech that made many viewers dumbfounded. Then let's go eat first and come back to clean up after the meal, Lilia suggested. Su Hao thought for a while and felt that this was good, as it could also be used as a way to digest food after a meal. Okay, after I open this treasure chest, let's go have dinner. After hearing what Su Hao said, the two girls discovered that there was an unopened treasure chest on the ground, and they became interested. This treasure chest was awarded when you just captured the endless underground river. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the resource treasure chest. Reward: Newborn Genetic Improvement Technology. Reward description: Medical treatments for neonatal genetic diseases and congenital diseases. Newborn genetic improvement technology will be simultaneously realized in the Dragon Kingdom. This time there was only a thick stack of information in the treasure box. Su Hao flipped through it and found that it was all very professional stuff such as genetic composition, which he couldn't understand at all. However, the appearance of this reward also triggered heated discussions in the live broadcast room. Many viewers simply don't understand why an A-level treasure chest contains such a thing. They are all medical related, but this reward seems not to be as good as the previous two special medicines. In this regard, Zhou Min gave a detailed answer. Viewers, you may feel that the rewards in the A-level treasure chest this time are not worthy of the name. But as someone who has been practicing medicine for decades, I can tell you clearly that the value of this newborn genetic modification technology even exceeds the previous two specific drugs. Of course, things related to treating diseases and saving lives should not be measured by value. I just say this to tell everyone that this technology is very precious. Do you know how many newborns around the world are born with diseases every year? For example, hereditary heart disease, diabetes, etc., and congenital diseases such as deafness, color blindness, mental retardation, etc. Some of these diseases can be cured, and some cannot be cured at all. Even if it is curable, it is still a cruel torture for a newborn child, not to mention that some diseases will only show up after a certain age, which will make countless parents collapse. But now that we have this newborn gene improvement technology, we can eliminate hereditary diseases and congenital diseases to the greatest extent. In the future, all newborns will be healthy. We all will grow old one day, and only children are the biggest support for the continuous progress and development of the times. Zhou Min's tone became more and more excited. It was obvious that even without those auras, she was just a doctor who treated illnesses and saved lives. The audience was unconsciously affected by her emotions. Thinking about the news they had seen on the internet and the children who suffered unfair treatment because of their physical disabilities, they felt it was difficult to breathe. Now they understand why Zhou Min said that this newborn genetic improvement technology is very precious. That's because this technology saves not only the lives of these children, but also their entire lives in the future. 0135103005 Filo 0211732211. Dragon Kingdom officials immediately issued an announcement. After our country successfully researches the genetic improvement technology for newborns, it will establish a special hospital. Our country hereby promises that this hospital will not charge any medical fees, because children are the future of the world. The announcement was not long, but it caused an uproar around the world. Just the policy of not charging any medical fees makes the entire international medical community sincerely admire you. The last sentence, "Children are the future of the world," elevates the Dragon Kingdom to a height that other countries can only look up to but cannot touch. At this moment, in the Long Guo live broadcast room, the screen was filled with the words "Su Hao is righteous." Long Guo is righteous. After all, this technology would not exist without Su Hao, so he is naturally loved very warmly by the Dragon Kingdom officials. Looking at Su Hao, he has no idea that he has become a world-class star. Looking at the lunch made by Lilia and Amina, he only felt a numb scalp. Pineapple, barbecue? Who came up with that? If pineapple and meat were skewered together, then Su Hao would be able to accept it, but in front of him, that rotten pineapple gem-like thing was covering the barbecue. Directional effect. How, I made this. Doesn't it look delicious? Amina ran up to Su Hao as if she was taking credit, as if expecting his expression. Su Hao's expression seemed to be crying but not crying, half smiling and not smiling, as tangled as an old rag, but it made the audience who had just been touched burst into laughter. He really couldn't go against his conscience and say complimentary words, so he could only say perfunctorily, "Yes, the idea is very good, keep working hard next time." After all, Su Hao had no intention of tasting it. He didn't give Amina a chance, and walked quickly to Lilia, hoping to eat some normal barbecue. As soon as he came over, Su was stunned. Because Lilia actually put half of the watermelon on the fire to roast at this moment, the red juice inside was bubbling, and many pieces of meat could be seen rising and falling. Watermelon juice stew? Oh my god! What evil did I commit in my previous life? Why do you let me eat these things? Chapter 76. It was the first time for the audience to see Su Hao's serious expression. Even when facing an A-level ferocious beast, he has never shown such an expression. One can only imagine how terrifying the dark dishes prepared by Lilia and Amina are. Su Hao, please help us judge whether my watermelon sauce stew is better or her pineapple sauce barbecue. Do you still need to compare? My barbecue with pineapple sauce must be more delicious. How? Come on, eat mine first. Su Hao didn't know what was wrong with these two women. If they didn't know how to cook, they didn't have to cook. Is there any need to fool around like this? But looking at the tense situation between the two of them, it seemed like they had made some kind of bet. Maid, what are these half-packed things competing for? Who can transform into Splatoon faster after eating them? Su Hao cursed in his heart, but did not dare to say it out. In this camp, 973 is experiencing a strong yin and a declining yang, and he doesn't want his mouth to cause trouble for his body. Seeing that Amina had brought her carefully prepared pineapple sauce barbecue to her mouth, Su Hao had no choice but to hold on to the idea, maybe the strange combination will be more delicious, and took a big bite. The next second, his face suddenly turned sallow. He originally thought that the combination of pineapple and barbecue would have its limit, no matter how unpalatable it was. But Su Hao found that he was wrong. When the sweet and greasy taste of pineapple was combined with the fishy smell of half-cooked barbecue, it was simply a taste bomb. Seeing Amina looking at him with those big watery eyes, Su Hao knew that he couldn't vomit. If he vomited now, even this stupid and outrageously stupid woman would be severely shocked. He saw little Meow Meow out of the corner of his eye, so Su Hao immediately made a very wise choice. He seemed to be chewing something in his mouth and said vaguely, "Amina, your cooking skills are great. I didn't expect this barbecue with pineapple sauce to be so delicious. By the way, I and little Meows are always blessed together, can I give it a taste too?" Amina was very happy to hear that Su Hao praised her work so much and wanted to share it. "Of course, Hao, if you really like to eat, then I will cook it for you every day from now on." Hearing this, Su Hao wished he could just beat Amina into amnesia. But the top priority right now is the pineapple sauce barbecue in my hand. Seeing Su Hao greeting him, the little Meow immediately ran over with his head shaking, waiting to be fed. Su Hao gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and said silently in his heart, "Little Meow, I'm sorry. You are a ferocious beast, and your antibodies must be stronger than mine, so please help me share the burden." As soon as he thought of this, he poured the remaining barbecued meat with pineapple sauce into little Meow Meow's mouth. At first, the little Meow was quite happy, but soon its expression changed. When he was about to spit it out, he saw Su Hao looking at it and shaking his head slightly. "There seems to be some movement over there. Little Meow Meow and I will go over and take a look. You continue." Su Hao said something unclearly, jumped on the back of little Meow Meow and ran away. After running about 200 to 300 meters, the little Meow turned a corner, stopped immediately, and vomited all over the floor with a loud sound. Su Hao couldn't help it anymore, turned around and spit out everything in his mouth. The audience laughed so hard that they couldn't figure out whether they were watching a survival drama or a comedy. "Maid, I laughed so much that my calves cramped up. Su Hao, this is such a trick. My poor little Meow Meow, why did I meet such an unreliable person? You don't understand, this is called raising a cat for 1,000 days and using a cat for a while." Fortunately, Big Meow Meow didn't know, otherwise, I would have slapped Su Hao away. "Ha ha ha ha, I want to say that I also want to try this barbecue with pineapple sauce. Do you think I'm crazy? Su Hao is really tolerant and a pure man. Don't forget Lilia's watermelon juice stew, I guess that dish will also make Su Hao collapse." Su Hao and little Meow Meow returned to the camp, but after they came back, little Meow Meow ran directly into the big Meow Meow's arms, as if she had been greatly wronged, without even raising her head. "Su Hao, what's wrong with little Meow Meow?" Lilia asked curiously. What can Su Hao say, that he fed the little cat feces and made it angry? "It's nothing, maybe I just suddenly wanted to act like a spoiled brat." Lilia didn't dwell on this problem, and slowly began to pick out the meat from the watermelon rind. "Su Hao, it took me a long time to make this. It must be better than Amina's. You can try it later." Su Hao wanted to cry, really wanted to cry. He could not find an excuse to convince himself to eat that red piece of meat. Little Meow Meow was hopeless, so Su Hao had no choice but to turn to the treasure raccoon. The guy was taking a nap next to a tree at the moment, so Su Hao said, "Well, you do it first, and I'll go find Gan Jiaomian to talk about something." After that, Su Hao walked straight towards the crispy noodles and kicked it on the butt, waking it up immediately. "Jian Jimian, please listen to me. Did you see the meat in Lilia's hand? You rush over and eat all the meat in a moment, otherwise, you will be roasted on the fire tonight." Su Hao's threats always worked so well. The precious raccoon was completely sleepless. In order to prevent himself from turning into a roasted meat, he rushed over and, amidst Lilia's exclamations, ate the watermelon juice stew in her hand. "Pour it into your mouth." An indescribable taste filled the mouth. Just because he didn't want to become a barbecue, the treasure raccoon didn't care so much. He chewed it twice and swallowed it. As soon as he finished eating, he felt dizzy and lay straight on the ground. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, he didn't eat. Otherwise, he would have passed out like the treasure raccoon. These two women are not cooking, they are simply researching poison. The audience burst into laughter again. 3.5 Anyway, Su Hao finally escaped. We still had to eat lunch, so Su Hao specially brought out a lot of meat and prepared to bake it himself. He would never leave the cooking work to these two crazy women again. The Dragon Kingdom audience laughed from beginning to end, and the foreign audience also laughed happily at first, but when Su Hao showed so much meat again, they couldn't laugh anymore. Su Hao already has enough supplies to spend at will, but their players are still hungry. Especially the audience from the Swan Kingdom. Their players were so stupid that they stayed in the coal mine waiting for Su Hao. They were so hungry that they almost fainted. This made the audience sympathize and wanted to tell her that Su Hao's coal could be used for several days and that she would not come here in a short time. At the same time, he told her the route to the camp. If she went there now, she might be able to get a meal. Chapter 77. In fact, there are many foreign viewers in the Swan Kingdom live broadcast room, wanting to see when this player will meet Su Hao. Seeing that the barrage was full of disappointment, they couldn't help but complain. Roughly speaking, these audiences in the Swan country do not know how to be content. This place is very close to Su Hao, and the ferocious beasts have been cleared away, making it a relatively safe place. They also wished that their country's players could enjoy the cold wind here. As long as they waited until Su Hao came over, they would have no worries about food and clothing. Seeing these barrages of complaints, the Swan Kingdom audience instantly woke up. Indeed, compared with players from other countries, their players are already very lucky. The rest is just a matter of time. They are better than those who are looking forward to embracing Su Hao but can't even figure out the direction. Much. After thinking about it, everyone was obviously very excited. You must hold on. As long as you persist until the Dragon Kingdom players come to dig coal, you will be able to enjoy spicy food in the future. 05 Just be patient and it will be fine. If it doesn't work, just get some tree bark nearby to eat. No matter how much hardship you endure now, it will be a blessing in the future. That Dragon Kingdom player is very kind. As long as you see him, you will definitely be taken in. That's right. That player from the Dragon Country also has a good temper. He didn't get angry even after eating the dark dishes cooked by the players from the Bear Country and the Furball Country. Ha ha ha, when I talk about dark cuisine, I want to laugh. Those two women are beautiful, but how come the food they make is completely opposite? Hey, let alone dark cuisine. Our country's players are so hungry that they are almost eating shit. It's not bad to be able to eat dark cuisine. This is really incomparable with the Dragon Kingdom players. He has so many supplies that he can never use them all. Is it because the resources in his area are more abundant than other places? As these viewers chatted, the topic returned to Su Hao. Not just here, almost every country's live broadcast room has topics about Su Hao. But Su Hao was full of food and drink at the moment, lying leisurely on the little meow and taking a nap. After a busy morning, I just roasted a lot of meat for the ferocious beast boys. I'm fine physically, but I'm mainly mentally exhausted. Seeing that Su Hao had taken a nap and didn't know when he would wake up, the Dragon Kingdom viewers planned to visit live broadcast rooms in other countries. But at this moment, the long-lost death notice appeared. Death notice. A player from the Iron Suo Kingdom died due to accidentally eating poisonous fruit. Death penalty: the poisonous nether fruit will be manifested 10,000 times in the Iron-locked country. Since dawn today, there has been no death notice. Probably because last night we eliminated all the players who were least suitable to survive in the secret realm of the national games. The remaining people either have some skills or are lucky enough. Originally, the death announcement was nothing, but the audience gradually adapted to the death of the contestants. Survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, and the strong. This is the law of the secret realm of national destiny. Those who die can only blame themselves for their bad luck. However, this death notice triggered some extraordinary reactions, because the player from the Iron Lock country was not killed by a ferocious beast, but died because he accidentally ate poisonous fruit. This attracted the interest of many people, and soon a large number of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room of Tai Suo Kingdom, all coming to view the death replay. In fact, Tai Suo is very lucky. Their player is a man in his early 30s, with a strong physique and experience in surviving in the wild. Although he didn't kill the ferocious beasts or obtain resources, he used his experience to collect local materials and didn't go hungry. This performance can definitely defeat more than 90% of the current choices. During the replay, this player from the Iron Lock country was exploring carefully, but unexpectedly discovered a purple fruit with purple flowers, and it was particularly delicate and beautiful, so beautiful. Many people know that you should never eat anything you don't recognize in the wild. But what's strange is that the Iron Lock country player who has always been very cautious didn't know what happened. After seeing this kind of fruit, he walked straight over and didn't know what happened. Stop stuffing it into your mouth. He ate 3 in a row. When he was about to pick the 4th one, he fell straight to the ground and lost his life after a while. Seeing this scene, the audience seemed to understand something. Maid, the ferocious beasts alone are terrifying enough, but there is also such a poisonous fruit. This ghost place is really full of murderous intent. I don't know when I died inexplicably. Did you notice that the behavior of this Iron Lock country player before his death was very abnormal? Could it be that he had provoked something dirty? Stop talking, my hair is standing on end. Are you kidding? Stop talking nonsense and believe in science. The problem is that anything can happen in this secret realm of national destiny, and it is quite reasonable for some situations that cannot be explained by science to occur. Before, there were so many people who suspected that the Dragon Kingdom players had special abilities, but later it was proved that everything is traceable. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, Su Hao was still taking a nap, so the director also broadcast the real-time satellite footage of Iron Lock country as usual. Regarding the death of the player from the Iron Lock country, many versions have been circulated, which also made the Dragon Kingdom audience bursting with curiosity. In the picture, the Iron Lock country, which originally had a small land area, was covered with poisonous ghost fruits. Officials from the Iron Lock country have ordered that no one is allowed to eat this fruit. Compared to the manifestation of the ferocious beast, everyone feels that this death penalty is nonsense. How could someone 430 eat this fruit even though they know it is poisonous? But just when the people of the Iron-locked country felt that they were lucky and did not have to turn into a hell on earth like other countries that were punished by death, something strange happened. I saw the flowers on the poisonous fruits all over the place suddenly bloomed, and an indescribable fragrance began to fill the air. Nothing happened at first, but after a few minutes, someone disobeyed the official order and walked towards the poisonous fruit. Just like the player from the Iron Lock country, he seemed to be possessed by something, picked the fruit and went to gag in mouth. After the first person, the second one appeared. Not long after, the people of the iron-locked country seemed to be possessed, and they walked out of their homes one after another in search of the poisonous nether fruit. Some people even fought over the poisonous ghost fruit, tearing and biting it. Their behavior was not human at all, more like a walking zombie. The scene was so horrific that the entire country seemed to have turned into a city of zombies. At this time, Luz Heiming seemed to have discovered the reason, and immediately said, "I know, it is the pollen of the poisonous fruit. This pollen spreads through the air and is also highly toxic, but it is not fatal, but contains hallucinogenic ingredients. This ingredient will make people lose their minds and become walking zombies, only reacting to the poisonous ghost fruit, prompting them to take this highly poisonous fruit." Chapter 78. The population of the Iron Suo Kingdom was originally small, but now that it has become a walking zombie, it is either poisoned to death by the toxic nether fruit or cannibalism, and its population is shrinking almost at the speed of a rocket. It is impossible to watch the real-time satellite broadcast. It is so tragic that it is definitely the number 1. Because some people died after eating the poisonous fruit, and those who could not find fresh poisonous fruit would shift their targets to these poisoned people. For the first time, the audience actively requested the official to stop broadcasting because it was so disgusting and this kind of death penalty was simply anti-human. This also makes more people feel that being bitten to death by a ferocious beast may be a happy way to die. The number of surviving people in the iron-locked country is less than 10%, and the national destiny has collapsed. They will be disqualified and completely wiped out. As this announcement sounded, another country became the history of Aquablue Star. A haze enveloped the entire Aquamarine Star, because everyone felt that they already knew enough about the secret realm of national destiny, but now they were horrified to find that what they knew was probably just the tip of the iceberg. After a long stretch, Su Hao finally woke up from his nap. According to the plan, Su Hao was going hunting in the afternoon. Although he had stocked up on some ferocious beast meat, he only had meow meow and dryland long-legged turtle before, so the meat was not consumed very quickly. But now that he has a treasure raccoon and a big meow, the meat he has stored is not enough for several meals. Especially the big meow, its fighting power is amazing, and its appetite is equally amazing. This is Su Hao. If it were any other player, he would never be able to afford a bodyguard like this. It's a pity that the body of the giant toothed dragon sank to the bottom of the river, and the giant blade-feathered eagle is also covered in toxins. Otherwise, there is no need to worry about not having enough meat to eat. The speaker had no intention of listening, Su Hao just complained casually, but the audience was filled with questions. "What do you mean, Su Hao? Those are 2 A-level ferocious beasts. They are not satisfied just by killing them. They even want to eat them? Haha, if other players heard this, they would probably want to commit suicide. They wish they couldn't meet the A-level beasts, but Su Hao regrets that he can't eat the A-level beasts." 11. Bai Lian poisonous insect, is it my fault? I don't know whose hand is shaking, so I can't live in peace even if I die. It's really hard to think about it this way. Su Hao obviously killed 2 A-level ferocious beasts, but couldn't eat them. It seems that he has no fate with the A-level ferocious beasts. Big meow meow, no fate? You don't treat me as a human being. That's right, I'm not a human being. 17. Anyway, this national fortune secret realm is so big and Su Hao is so strong. I will kill a few more A-level beasts in the future. Sooner or later I will be able to taste the difference between the taste of this high-level beast and the low-level ones. You are really crazy. You really think that the A-level ferocious beasts are cats and dogs on the roadside, and you can kill them casually. Is not it? The audience began to chat carelessly again, and at the same time, all the previous haze was dispelled. Tai Suakuo is quite pitiful, but their kind of experience will never happen to Su Hao. Lilia and Amina also took a nap. The three of them made preparations and then called on the ferocious beast boys to set off for hunting. Well, let's go this way first. Su Hao waved his hand, which immediately made the audience in the Swan country excited, because this direction was heading towards the coal mine. But not far after walking out, Su Hao said again, I seem to have fallen asleep. Is this the way to the coal mine? There is no need to go where we have been, let's go this way. After saying that, little Meow Meow immediately turned to the right, where there was a place that had not been explored yet. The people who just ran back to the Swan Kingdom live broadcast room to report the news happened to come back. When they saw Su Hao changing direction, they felt like they were struck by lightning. Didn't we agree to go to the coal mine? Why did we suddenly change directions? Our players have been waiting for several hours and are almost turning into fossils. We can't do this. We have clearly counted the fallen cinders and went to pick up our players. God, I will never trust you again. You really don't do anything practical. On the 5th hour when Su Hao didn't come, I missed him. No matter how much the people of Swan Kingdom hope, they cannot control Su Hao's behavior. They also begged Long Guo officials, but Long Guo officials still said that they would not interfere with Su Hao for this kind of thing and would give him sufficient autonomy. I don't know if it was because there was a big meow in the team, but after walking for a while, Su Hao didn't even see the shadow of the ferocious beast. It's like dragging the whole family out for an outing. Just as he was thinking about this, the treasure raccoon suddenly ran over, pointed to the left front, and deliberately looked scared. You mean there are good things over there, but they are also guarded by powerful ferocious beasts, right? Su Hao asked in surprise. The treasure raccoon nodded repeatedly. In fact, when it is not wretched, it is still very cute. Su Hao can be regarded as making full use of the treasure raccoon's ability to sense heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Those really good resources must be guarded by ferocious beasts. Although I came out specifically for hunting this time, it would certainly be a good thing if I could get some resources back by the way. Su Hao, should we go to investigate first? What if it is a particularly powerful beast? Lilia was still more thoughtful. Life now is better than her life in the real world. She doesn't want to lose it due to any accident, let alone Su Hao being in danger. But what she doesn't know is that what Su Hao is not afraid of the most is accidents, or in other words, he is actually the creator of accidents. It's okay, trust me, let's go over and see what kind of treasure it is. Su Hao nonchalantly ordered the little meow to walk in the direction pointed by the precious raccoon. If it is an ordinary resource, the treasure raccoon will not be able to sense it. In other words, this time it may be something as good as the best fairy Ganoderma. After walking not far, Su Hao, whose eyesight was far beyond ordinary people, saw a patch of light blue plants growing in a pit in front of him. But as soon as they got close, the big meow who was walking at the end suddenly let out a low growl. This was a kind of intimidation, but also a kind of warning. Su Hao looked around and found nothing, and the audience was also confused. But at this moment, a lump of earth suddenly bulged out from the ground directly in front of Su Hao, and then a large insect as thick as an oil barrel emerged from the ground. The most important thing is that although this insect is very big, it also looks very familiar. Take a closer look, isn't this an enlarged version of the Balian poison insect? Name of the vicious beast, 1000 refined poison insect. Beast level, B level. Details of the ferocious beast, an insect-shaped ferocious beast that can secrete toxins all over its body. The toxins are highly corrosive and the pungent smell will make other ferocious beasts afraid to approach easily. Chapter 79. Many people feel sick when they see bugs the size of their fingers. The B-level bug in front of them made countless viewers subconsciously stay away from the screen and get goosebumps all over their bodies. The two girls, Lilia and Amina, were no exception. They were hiding behind Su Hao like an eagle catching a chicken, not daring to look at him. However, the experts in the studio all frowned, and Zhang Bailun even said directly, "I didn't expect to encounter a poisonous insect with a higher level. This will be troublesome." With the topic raised, Su immediately started to ask, "Teacher Zhang, although this poisonous insect is very big, it is still B-level. Player Su Hao has an A-level King Lynx sitting here, so there is nothing to be afraid of, right?" "No, you can't say that." Zhang Bailun shook his head. "Do you know what we are most afraid of when we are surviving in the wild? Tiger? Wolves? No. These are not the most terrifying. The scariest thing is actually poisonous things, especially poisonous snakes and insects. These things are small and difficult to detect, but their lethality is definitely no worse than those beasts. To put it more pessimistically, if you are attacked by a ferocious beast, according to their habits, they will be the first to bite off the prey's neck, and the death will not be that painful. But if you are bitten by a venomous snake or venomous insect, even though you won't die for a while, you have to endure the torment of the poison. The feeling can be said to be worse than death. I would also like to appeal to everyone to pay attention to protection if you go into the wild. It is best to wear tight clothes and not expose your skin. This is the best way to protect yourself." Zhang Bailun also did not forget to popularize some common sense while explaining. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Haiming also spoke, "Teacher Zhang is right, these poisonous creatures are very scary. The situation that player Su Hao is facing now is also very dangerous. Everyone hasn't forgotten that the E-level 100 refined poison insect poisoned the A-level blade feather giant eagle to death, right? Think about it, everyone, the small E-level bugs can kill A-level toxins, and the toxins of these big B-level bugs will be so powerful. Although in terms of combat power alone, the A-level King Lynx is definitely stronger, but as long as it is slightly negligent, a bite from that poisonous insect may be fatal. The information says that this poisonous insect can secrete venom all over its body. As a result, the King Lynx will be even more unable to fight. If the strong corrosiveness touches the skin, it may not feel good." If Zhang Bailun is summarizing the situation, then Lu Haiming is analyzing specific cases. According to him, this battle cannot be fought at all, and there is no such thing as hierarchical suppression. The strongest fighting force on Su Hao's side, the A-level King Lynx, had already been restrained by the opponent before he even made a move. If you want to deal with this B-level 1000 refined poison insect, you have to either attack from a distance or have super resistance to toxins. These are the only two options. As soon as the thought came to this, many viewers started barrage. After Su saw it, he immediately said, "What if Su Hao uses a laser sniper rifle? Can he kill this big bug from a long distance?" This idea is very good, and the audience also thinks it is feasible. After all, Su Hao had already demonstrated his reliable marksmanship when dealing with the A-level giant dragon. But the experts still shook their heads and sighed, and Lu Haiming said again, "It's not as simple as it sounds. The vitality of insects is far more tenacious than ordinary people imagine. Even if player Su Hao has that powerful laser sniper rifle and is very good at shooting, he probably won't be able to kill this bug easily. And most insects, like wild beasts, will launch a crazy counterattack before dying. If one shot cannot kill it, then some uncontrollable accidents may easily occur." Some viewers are saying that Su Hao has an automatic protection ring and is not afraid of the bug's counterattack. But the problem is, even if, Su Hao is not afraid, what will Lilia and Amina do? What will happen to the four ferocious beasts? Who knows if this bug will self-destruct, and then the venom will be sprayed everywhere, and no one present will be able to escape. Having said that, experts' advice is to leave as soon as the bug has no intention of attacking. This is the wisest choice at the moment. Even Long Guo officials are discussing whether to contact Su Hao and tell him not to be so impulsive. No matter what treasures those light blue plants are, they are not as important as life. There is no need to take such a big risk to get rich. However, just when the Dragon Kingdom officials were about to show their hands to vote on whether to contact Su Hao, who was originally confronting the 1,000 refined poison insects, suddenly made a move. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Su Hao actually took the laser sniper rifle off his shoulder, pointed it at the big bug and pulled the trigger with a look of displeasure on his face. Although it was not aimed, the energy bomb still penetrated the body of the 1,000 refined poison insect at an incredible speed. Yes, Su Hao is very unhappy now. I originally thought that the ferocious beast guarding here could supplement the meat supply, but it turned out to be a minister covered in thunder. It was because of that little E-level bug that we wasted an A-level ingredient like the blade-feathered giant eagle. Now its ancestor has come here to disgust you and kill you. This is what Su Hao is thinking. This shot was fired, but I don't know if it verified Lu Haiming's words. This B-level poison refining insect did not die. Instead, it was writhing crazily on the spot due to the severe pain. Just kidding, where does the destructive power of the laser sniper rifle come from? It comes from the ultra-high temperature that bursts out instantly. Usually this big bug uses its own toxins to corrode its prey, but now it is being corroded by the scorching heat. It's really tit for tat. No. That insect seems to be crazy and rushed towards Su Hao. Lu Haiming's words were completely verified this time. Qianlian poisonous insect actually planned to launch a counterattack before his death. This frightened the audience so much that they turned pale. No matter which beast on Su Hao's side rushed to block him at this time, it would only increase casualties. It's not impossible to escape, but the problem is that this crazy insect is moving surprisingly fast now, and Su Ji and the others will be forced to attack before they can turn around. Is it, that this is it? The audience in Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The ground in front of Su Hao suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread quickly like a spider web. Seeing that the 1,000 poison refining insects were about to rush over, the entire ground collapsed in an instant. The 1,000 poison refining insects also fell into the abyss together. Chapter 80. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully killing the B-level 1,000 refined poison insect. Kill reward, poison resistance plus 50. The announcement sounded, which meant that the 1,000 refined poison insect, which was still on the verge of death just now, was completely cold. Su Hao walked to the edge of the cave-in and looked down. He saw nothing but darkness, like an abyss with no end in sight. The audience was stunned for a long time before they came to their senses, and they immediately felt like they were in a catastrophe. It was as if they were facing the 1,000 refined poison insect just now. The huge pressure was swept away, and the nervous emotions were finally released. Mad, I was almost scared to death just now. This is the first time I know what fear means when I grow up. You're bragging. I dared to pick out a hornet's nest when I was 3 years old. When I was 5 years old, all the dogs in the village ran away from me. But just now I was so scared that I peed my pants. Are you just scared? Stop talking, I'm still hiding in the company toilet waiting for my wife to deliver pants. What exactly happened? Why did the ground suddenly collapse? Even if it was an earthquake, it was too local. Needless to say, God must be helping me, brother Hao. Although I have been telling myself that I must believe in science, it seems that science cannot explain this matter this time, right? After the audience relaxed, curiosity arose spontaneously. Although ground collapse is rare, it does not exist. After all, the Earth's crust will change, and some man-made causes are not ruled out in reality. What is surprising is that the time and place of the ground collapse are so coincidental, which inevitably triggers many unscientific associations. On this point, geology expert Song Ting-Feng is naturally the most knowledgeable. Viewers, the reason why the ground collapsed is not accidental, but inevitable. Do you still remember where this 1,000 refined poison insect appeared from? Yes, it's underground. Please take a look at the cracked ground. Can you see many holes? These should be dug by the 1,000 refining poison insects. Based on my experience, these holes should have destroyed the geological structure of this area. Under normal circumstances, there would be no problem, but the 1000 refining poison bug was injured before, causing it to twist and slap the ground crazily, exerting another force that broke the balance of the geology that had reached a critical point. In this way, it is natural for a collapse to occur, and it is not just a collapse, but also cracking in the ground, forming this deep trench with no bottom. In other words, these 1000 poison refining insects are equivalent to burying themselves. After listening to Song Ting Feng's explanation, the audience looked as if they were the same. But they didn't know that after the camera moved away, Song Lianfeng quickly wiped away a cold sweat. Luz Haiming saw this and said with a smile, "Old Song, how does it feel to talk nonsense to the people of the whole country for the first time?" Song Ting Feng did not answer this question, but asked instead, "I'm curious how you can remain calm while talking nonsense, my back is all wet." Hearing what he said, not only Luz Haiming, but also several experts who were more active before laughed. "Is there any trick here? Who hasn't been here before? If you have to say the reason, it's just that you're used to it. No way, many of the facts Su Hao did cannot be explained by common sense, and it is easy to cause some negative trends." The responsibilities of the expert team, in addition to cooperating with Su's live broadcast explanation, the most important task is to correct lies. Explain all the incredible things that happened to Su Hao as reasonable. If Su Hao knew that there was such a group of people dedicated to helping him cover up, he would probably do more incredible things. After all, Su Hao is still relatively low-key and restrained in order to conceal the fact that he has obtained incredible luck. Otherwise, he would have been rampant in the secret realm of national destiny long ago, although he is not much worse now. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the kill treasure chest. Reward: Toxin Immunity Mask and Manufacturing Blueprints. Reward description: Super version of the gas mask, which can automatically decompose any toxic substances and impurities except oxygen. The Toxin Immunity Mask and Manufacturing Blueprints will be simultaneously realized in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Hao opened the treasure chest. The gas mask inside was similar to the one he had seen on TV. "How, is this a gas mask? Can you show it to me?" Amina, who followed, seemed very curious about the gas mask, but Su Hao was not interested, so she gave it to her casually. The usage scenarios of this thing are originally very limited. For Su Hao, it is equivalent to being completely useless. However, seeing Amina wearing a gas mask and being funny there made Su Hao laugh. It can be considered that the gas mask provided some emotional value. The audience initially felt that this time's reward was a bit awkward and was just a gas mask. Compared with previous rewards, it was too inconspicuous. But Ye Weiguo, who had worn a gas mask countless times while performing missions, had a completely different view. "Don't underestimate this gas mask, because the technology used in it has completely broken our current manufacturing level. Currently, the most advanced gas masks in the world cannot guarantee 100% protection, so in most cases they also need to be equipped with oxygen bottles. And the gas mask that contestant Su Hao just got not only provides 100% protection, it can even decompose adsorbents and filter out only oxygen. This means that the burden of performing high-risk tasks is greatly reduced. I can tell you this, if we could get this gas mask earlier, we wouldn't have sacrificed so many outstanding soldiers." As if recalling the past, Ye Weiguo showed a trace of sadness on his face. This inevitably made the audience a little moved, but also changed their previous ideas, and they all suggested that the government give priority to the development of this gas mask. The reason is that they don't want to see those soldiers who defend their homeland lose their lives because of equipment problems. Viewers, your kindness has been officially received. The official commitment is to develop and mass-produce this toxin immunity mask as quickly as possible, and equip it to wherever it is needed. At the same time, it will not affect the development speed of other things. As long as the audience's suggestions are good, then Dragon Kingdom officials will basically respond to their requests. This alone makes it unattainable for audiences in other countries. But apart from envy, they can't do anything else. They can only complain about why they were not reincarnated in the Dragon Kingdom in this life. Chapter 81. Su Hao, what on earth is this? I have never seen this kind of plant before. Lilia looked at the light blue plants curiously. They looked a bit like mint leaves in appearance, but there was a difference in color. In fact, not to mention Lilia, even Luz Heiming, a well-informed resource expert, couldn't explain why. Something that can be guarded by a B-level ferocious beast and can be sensed by a treasured raccoon will naturally not be a common thing. So Su Hao said very directly, "You will know after the occupation." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pulled one down, and the announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully occupying resources. Resource name, Wanling Detoxification Grass. Resource level, B level. Resource details, herbs that can detoxify, long-term consumption can 697 improve immunity to toxicity. Reward, B-level all-spirit detoxification grass will be manifested 10,000 times in the Dragon Kingdom. As the old saying goes, all things are interdependent, and there is also a folk saying that if you are attacked by poison in the wild, you only need to find an antidote nearby. The B-grade dry refined poisonous insect contains highly toxic substances, but it guards the all-in-one antidote herb that can detoxify the poison. The ancients do not deceive me. How, can you give me some of this? Amina is not only stupid, but she is also a foodie. Seeing the beautiful color of the leaves of this all-purpose antidote, and hearing the announcement that long-term consumption is beneficial, she couldn't wait to try it. Here, let's eat. There's still so much anyway. Su Hao directly handed over the plant in his hand, and Amina immediately picked a few leaves and put them into her mouth excitedly. After chewing it for a few times, she said happily, "This leaf is delicious, it's ice cold, it's like eating ice cream." After hearing what she said, Lilia also became interested. There was obviously a large area of all-soul antidote grass here, but Lilia chose to snatch it from Amina's hand. I grabbed a few leaves and tasted them. As Amina said, I immediately felt very cool, and the slightest hint of sweetness was just right without the slightly bitter taste of most plants. Seeing that there were not many leaves left on this plant, Lilia and Amina looked at each other and in perfect agreement, one ran away and the other chased. As a result, Amina fell to the ground without even taking 2 steps. Lilia took the opportunity to catch up and snatched away the remaining leaves. Seeing the 2 girls playing happily, Su Hao didn't pay attention, but looked at the treasure box that just appeared next to him. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom players for successfully opening the resource treasure chest. Get rewards, special medicine and formula to detoxify and strengthen the body. Reward description, Wanling Jijikao is used as the main medicinal material. After taking it, it can quickly resolve the toxins deposited in the body, achieve beauty, tighten the skin, promote the digestive system, etc. The health of the nervous system can also be greatly improved. Special medicines and formulas for detoxifying and strengthening the body will be simultaneously realized in the Dragon Kingdom. Another special medicine, but I think I can take this one. The reason why Su Hao thinks so is because compared with the previous special medicines, this one is more like a health supplement, not so accurately targeted, and can be taken by everyone. So he took out the space capsule from the treasure chest, and after pressing the switch, 10 identical small boxes fell out, and the contents inside were surprisingly the special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body. Su Hao opened a small box, and inside was a small pill with the same color as Wanling Ji Du herb, which looked like a jelly bean. He didn't hesitate and put it directly into his mouth. Before he could swallow it, the pill melted instantly and flowed down his throat into his body. I don't seem to feel anything. Could it be a fake medicine? Or does it take some time for the medicine to take effect? It is impossible to fake medicine. Although he has not tried the first few special medicines, the other rewards from the treasure chest are genuine. But the notice also clearly stated that toxins in the body can be eliminated immediately after taking it, so it is impossible to feel nothing at all. Lilia, Amina, come here. Su Hao called over the two girls who were still fighting and gave each of them a special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body. The two women were just enjoying themselves and didn't hear anything being opened from the treasure chest. Now they heard Su Hao say that this small pill can detoxify and nourish the skin, tighten the skin, and their beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. As for the subsequent effects, they didn't listen at all. Women, especially beauties, always care about their beauty no matter what age they are, and stupid beauties like Amina are no exception. And the female viewers in the live broadcast room have already been looking forward to it. After the two women took the special medicine to detoxify and strengthen their body, changes appeared in just a few seconds. First, Lilia said in surprise, "Su Hao, I feel warm and comfortable in my belly. Does this mean that the special medicine has started to take effect?" Yes, I feel the same way." Amina quickly expressed her opinion, "It's not just my belly, I feel like this warmth has spread throughout my whole body." Hearing this, Su Hao knew that his other guess was correct. This special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body is effective, but it has only a minimal effect on him. Through the feelings expressed by the two women, the feeling of taking this special medicine is similar to the feeling of increasing physical attributes. This shows that the increase in physical attributes has brought his physical fitness to an excellent state, which is even better than taking this special medicine. However, the audience's surprise was not over yet. Lilia and Amina were already very beautiful, but at this moment, the audience suddenly discovered that the two women seemed to be even more beautiful after taking the special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body. Although they had not used any skincare products in the past 2 days, their skin was as hydrated as if they had just taken care of themselves. So on May 1st, all the female viewers were excited. They had no idea how much money and time they spent on beauty treatments, but in the end, they couldn't compare to the effects of this special medicine. The most important thing is that this special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body is not just a beauty product, but also has many other functions. This was a unanimous request that appeared on the barrage, all hoping to mass-produce this poison-removing and body-building medicine as soon as possible. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand that whether it is uremia or ALS, the number of patients is limited. And there are countless times as many people as patients who want to become beautiful, so it's no wonder that it has triggered such a craze. After the official obtained the formula, they immediately stated that a research and development team had been set up to produce a special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body as soon as possible. Chapter 82. In a certain house, a girl was pulling her boyfriend to act coquettishly. "Husband, this toxin-reducing and body-building medicine is really amazing. Can you buy it for me after it is successfully developed?" When faced with this kind of coquettishness, the boy nodded without thinking, and even said what was on his mind directly. "Buy it, you must buy it. No matter how expensive this thing is, it is a one-time use. It will definitely save you much more money than those endless beauty care products." The girl was very happy at first, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She immediately feigned anger and said, "Why, do you think I spent too much money before? That's not to gain face for you outside." The boy's heart was frightened, and he could only quickly comfort him, "Baby, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that this one has limited efficacy, so we need to buy a few more. Are you right?" "Hey, that's pretty much it." Coincidentally, almost everyone is now discussing the special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body. In a certain hospital, an elderly lady was lying on the hospital bed, looking very poor. "Honey, why don't you stop taking the treatment? I heard what you said to the doctor yesterday. Since I have antibodies in my body, the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly reduced, so why waste it? Money 11. As soon as he heard this, the old man became unhappy and immediately yelled, "Why don't you treat it? The medicine will be a little less effective, but it's not that it is completely useless. Don't think too much and be down to earth." He said that, but the moment the old man turned around, tears began to well up in his eyes. The doctor has made it very clear that because the old lady took too many drugs, the drugs precipitated in the body and formed a certain immunity. The effect of the drugs that can be absorbed is very small, and the treatment effect will naturally not be good. During this period, the old lady's appetite was getting worse and worse. She could only eat a few mouthfuls a day, her sleep quality was even worse, and she was extremely thin. It was clear that she didn't have much time left. Although he already knew the result, the old man still hoped that a miracle would happen. He was unwilling to let his wife, who had always been close to each other, leave him like this. At this time, a group of doctors walked in, but the old man was scared to death. Unexpectedly, the doctor at the head explained the purpose of his visit with a smile. After listening, the old man and the old lady were full of surprise. "Doctor, what do you mean, you want my wife to undergo a clinical trial?" the old man asked uncertainly. The doctor nodded, "Yes, you can rest assured that this special medicine was just obtained by our Su Hao player in the National Games Secret Realm. The first 2 special medicines for terminal diseases have been verified, and this time will definitely be no exception. I have learned about your wife's condition. It is because there are too many drugs precipitated in the body, which has greatly reduced the effectiveness of the drugs she is currently taking. The biggest role of the special drug to detoxify and strengthen the body is to remove the accumulated toxins in the body. Of course, there are also contains drug precipitation. That is to say, after taking this special medicine, all the medicines used by your wife for subsequent treatment will be 100% effective, and the cure will only be a matter of time." The old man and the old lady also knew about the first 2 special drugs for terminal diseases, so they naturally did not have too much doubts and agreed immediately. "I originally thought that the process would be very complicated, but who knew that after signing a clinical trial agreement, the doctor took out the special medicine that detoxifies and strengthens the body, and gave it to the old lady. There was nothing unusual at first, but after 2 minutes passed, the old lady's complexion recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pale face became colored, and even her wrinkled skin seemed to have new vitality. "Honey, I..." As soon as the old lady spoke, the old man became nervous instantly. Just when he was about to ask the doctor to check, the old lady said sheepishly, "I'm a little hungry." "Ah." The old man was a little shocked for a moment. The old lady couldn't eat at first, but she suddenly became hungry. Could it be that she was having a flashback? The doctor said from the side, "Old lady, old man, this is a normal phenomenon, you don't need to worry, because one of the functions of this special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body is to promote the digestive system. You haven't eaten much before, but now your digestive system is suddenly better, and you will definitely feel hungry. Xiaolu, go to the canteen quickly and get some easy-to-digest food. I want a double portion." The old man probably hasn't eaten yet. Dr. Xiaolu agreed with a smile, turned around and left the ward, without giving the old man who had just recovered his senses a chance to refuse. The doctor sat down next to the old lady with concern, held her hand and continued, "Old lady, are you still feeling sleepy now? Don't worry, this is normal. Eat something later and have a good sleep. I guarantee that after you wake up, you will be energetic and your physical condition will get better and better. By the way, you don't have to worry about medical expenses. It's already stated in the agreement just now. Since you agreed to the clinical trial, not only will all future medical expenses be waived, but the previous medical expenses will also be taken care of." Return. After taking the latest special medicine, not only did they not have to spend money, but they even had to get their money back, which flattered the old couple. However, when the news broke out, the live broadcast room once again caused a sensation. Not only because of the powerful medicinal properties of the special medicine to detoxify and strengthen the body, but also because of the officials' humane actions. 840 It was at this time that the audience finally changed their minds. This special medicine for detoxifying and strengthening the body is a real medicine, not a beauty product. This thing can not only save lives, but also improve the physical condition of countless people. At least it can get rid of a sub-healthy state. Strictly speaking, this is equivalent to extending the life of the user in disguise. But Su Hao, who was in the national fortune secret realm, didn't think so much. Knowing that this thing wouldn't have much effect on him, he just put it in his backpack and watched Lilia and Amina exchanging business blows there, while watching the ferocity. The beasts eat Wanling Jadua grass. I don't know why, but several ferocious beasts seem to like this B-level plant. It can only be said that it is a resource of heavenly material and earthly treasure level. This topic also happened to be discussed in the studio. Regarding this, Wang Jianghe said, these ferocious beasts used to eat raw food, and there must be a lot of toxins accumulated in their bodies. It just so happens that Wanling Jadua grass can detoxify after being eaten. Maybe they feel this, so they like to eat it so much. The audience thought it made sense, and at the same time they were very envious of these ferocious beasts who had become Su Hao's little brothers. Because following Su Hao, they can enjoy spicy food and eat such precious herbs. Now they all want to have a soul-crossing experience with the ferocious beast, and they will be happy with their future songs.